Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is already the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton, we got Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt will be in momentarily. How are the fireworks?
I didn't see any fireworks.
You didn't see?
No fireworks this week or this year. Did you see them?
I mean, are you saying you didn't venture out, or you didn't? There just were none in your vicinity.
Oh, yeah, we didn't venture out to go see any fireworks. There's been times where you could see them from the house, but they moved them recently. I guess the area got too crowded, so they had to change where the Roanoke fireworks are, and now you got to drive over to like a parking lot by the Whataburger, and if you don't want to go to the actual place where they are,
yeah.
So we were like, we still got, the house is such a disaster still. We got so many boxes we got to move in. Like all the furniture's where it needs to be. But now it's just about finding places for everything. And
So
it's
how many boxes do you have filled that are unpacked?
I would say,
like, are you at like 13? 17?
We're more. Now we're probably about 20 to 25 boxes that are unpacked.
Oh.
But, it's a lot of stuff that we still got to go through, like, and do the, hey, do you want this? Do you want this? Whose do you want? Mine or yours? And it's just about that. If it was like, we had nothing, it'd be easier. We were moving into an empty canvas house where there was already nothing there.
Right.
Oh, it's simple. But, we got, she brought a lot of stuff. I have a lot of stuff. And
we should have a live, a Facebook live or an Instagram live where the Tolos, you guys, it's like an auction.
Oh my gosh, what an idea.
You stand up front and you say, all right, this vase, this vase, I
love that.
These glasses,
yes,
this silverware, and the Tolos decide
oh my gosh,
which one stays and which one goes.
I think we're combining silver because I only have like 6 forks. Or whatever my thing came with, right? 6 or 8 forks. That's why what she has.
You still have the original like 6 forks?
Yeah, I think I've lost a few of them. So there's only like 5 to 7 left.
Right.
I have 3 plates. I used to have 4.
Okay.
One of them broke. I have 3 bowls. I used to have 4.
Oh yeah.
One of them broke. So she's got.
Sounds like the silverware should be pretty easy to decide.
Silverware, well, the pots, pans. Those are easy. It's the everything else. I've got like 48 spatulas. So it's like, all right, let's just get rid of some of these.
Yeah.
And then she's bringing in a couple spatulas. So it's like there's everything.
Pepe, the Rockwall fireworks were right near your house.
Yeah, more like right next to my house. The neighbors decided to go off, and this is the thing. It's not like, let's wait till it's dark. Maybe I can sleep before they go off. No, this was at 8:15. They started to fire them off. Still light outside. Made no sense to me.
Yeah, this. I was getting ready to sound like a boomer take when RJ was saying they moved them away from his house. I'm like, that's a blessing. Good for you. When you're trying to sit there and sleep maybe at 9:15, 9:30, maybe even earlier since the Rangers finished earlier. So I don't want them near the house. Maybe when he's old enough to, he would like them. But yeah, they've been going off for 4 or 5 straight days in my neighborhood. Hopefully tonight they stop. Hopefully it comes to an end.
They probably won't.
No, it'll be the gunshots instead. But my child, he destroyed my July 4th, ruined it at about 10:15 a.m. The day was done as some lovely friends from his school invited us over to go like in the Lakewood area to go and check out whatever parade they have. We're going to their house, nice little house, other couples gathering from the school that we know. They got all the champagne. They got the mimosas. They got the Chick-fil-A breakfast. They got a spread. It's very impressive. And of course, when your kid goes to someone else's house for the first time, he sees all their toys.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He's got to play with them.
Got to play with them. Well, he didn't want to stop playing with them. He didn't want to share. He didn't want to stop. He didn't want to leave the house when it's time to go walk, to the actual parade. And he threw a top 3 all-time fit that I've seen from him. Inconsolable. Put him in the car and jetted out the back exit.
Oh, my gosh.
It was bad. It was embarrassing.
Oh,
It ruined the whole day. It's now to the point where my wife is like, this is not a normal fit. Like, yeah, you kids don't want to share and everything, but we're like between a rock and a hard place of being like, do we need to get him evaluated by a behavioral person, or are we just not hard enough on him? And then the blame game starts going back and forth between me and her. I'm like, you spoil him. Like he doesn't react when you say, first off, you don't say no. She gives the no, yeah. But not the no. And I'm like, he's spoiled rotten. So right now we're having this parental debate on getting his temper checked out. And, he's already behind in speech and words and everything. He's going to be 3 tomorrow. So it was.
But he knows that's mine.
I know, but it's not his.
I know.
It wasn't his toys.
I know.
And then, he's got to line up all 40 trucks and everything. And if one person comes over, that's his. And then, of course, they're all little brats, right?
Oh, yeah.
The one they're not playing with, if you take that one, that's the one that they want.
Mm-hmm.
But telling them, okay, now it's time to leave the house. It was a meltdown. It was a humiliating, embarrassing meltdown. And I'm like, I'm finding a behavior specialist.
Yeah, well, yeah. Here's the thing. That other couple, they've been there.
I hope.
Everybody. I mean, I've been there with both my kids. I think everybody's been there. The kid.
I was Googling, when did kids share, and it's like,
Never.
you don't process sharing before 3.5 to 4 years. But man, leaving the house, and he just wanted to sit there. I was like, okay. I'm like, you guys walk ahead. I stayed back with him. I'm like, take one of these trucks. He wanted to pick the 2 monster trucks to go ahead and bring. And finally, we had to hit the eject button.
Yeah.
Miserable. 10:15, 10:30. You're just questioning all your parenting. You're questioning your kid. And it was a disaster.
It can be. There's no doubt. It's very embarrassing. And then I think you just got to remind yourself, like, every parent's been through this. Like, because all kids don't like to share. They're all brats. They're all a little spoiled. Everybody says, man, kids are spoiled. They're so spoiled. We all say that, right? We all say that about every kid.
Yep.
And then everybody thinks they weren't spoiled as a kid, or we didn't do that. Yes, you did. Gary, you absolutely did that as a kid.
Yeah.
So it's just, I wouldn't get too embarrassed. I wouldn't beat yourself up over it.
I don't know. And then I'm blaming her. I'm saying, you got to crack down. You got to be mean, And then she said, well, you want him to be afraid of you? And I said, yeah, he needs to be a little bit afraid. He got no fear whatsoever.
He's going to get bold. He's going to start talking back.
Bold. Bold,
yeah.
Oh, they meant bold.
Well,
he can't
he's
talk,
available.
so that's good. He can't talk, so that's the good side of that bad part. So that was mine. And then the neighbors setting them off all throughout the evening. So happy to be done with that. Hopefully the fireworks end and we can close out this week.
I think it's almost weird. It's like a normal 2 to 3 year old is the worst human in the world. Like, you almost wonder if something's wrong if they don't do this.
Ugh.
So I think you're okay.
I wouldn't wonder. You don't want to be naive, and because I have other family members. Their kids seemed like something was off early on, and it was like, no, it's COVID baby. That's what my parents last time. My mom was like, he's a COVID baby. He's still getting used to interacting with people. I said, Ma, he goes to school every day. He talks, and then the teachers at the school, they don't help. They lie. Oh. Perfect.
What a wonderful child.
He takes a 3-hour nap every day. Oh, he eats. I say he doesn't nap at home.
He smells wonderful.
He doesn't eat any food at home. Oh well, he's eating sushi here.
Sushi.
Oh, chopsticks.
Hang on a second.
I'm exaggerating.
California spring rolls.
He's getting sushi at 2.5.
I'm exaggerating, but everything here is perfect. And they told us they were going to potty train him. That hasn't happened. So I just tell the teacher. I said, I know he sucks. Just tell me the truth. I'm not here to be picture perfect, parent. I know I just tell me the truth. It helps me more at home versus painting this perfect picture. But that's the report I get every single day. My wife don't want to ask her. She won't give me the teacher's cell phone so I can, text with her individually.
She won't?
Now, if I, got really aggressive about it, maybe, but I got to go to the school myself.
Just break into her phone and find it, man.
Now I got to go to the school myself and have the one-on-one.
Yeah, that's the uncomfortable part. because now she'll diffuse you.
Well, she can't be there. I'm like, I got him today. I'll drop him off today, or I'll pick him up today. I'm not even going to have her there. Because I'm like, you got to ask her. Have the conversation. You have to have the conversation. We have to know. We have to get this feedback.
It's tough.
Not happening.
It's tough.
I'm like, well, we can't live in denial. Can't live in denial. I'd rather know it head up. Let's address it. Let's get on top of it.
Yeah. It's, communication issues, I do think could be COVID related, but, because they were, how long before he was with anybody? A couple years, right? Before he was like, around other kids.
He's awful. Screw you, July 4th. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Bobby will be in momentarily. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Let's get to the Texas Rangers starting off nice in Boston. RJ says we got the loss of the year and the win of the year in back-to-back games. We got that for you in your home of the Rangers next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Center field, Durant is back, he's on the track, he turns, looks, that ball out of here! just beyond the high wall in straightaway center field. Mitch Garver gives the Rangers a lead. A 3-run shot, and Texas is ahead 3-1.
This was about 3 guys yesterday here on your home of the Rangers 105 through the fan. By the way, I do appreciate. Hey, I know I can come off certain ways sometimes. You know, on Sports Talk Radio, you're supposed to have hardcore opinions. I do like many ideas. I do like getting everybody's input. My wife would say I ask for too much input sometimes, but 10 heads are better than one, so I appreciate all the text messages talking about my little man destroying July 4th with all the feedback and some of the experiences. So thank you all for texting them in.
There's a lot of them flying in.
People are back to work this morning.
They're back to work, I guess. But man, it's unlike Monday.
And they have miserable 3-year-olds as well.
A lot of people do. My 2 to 4-year-olds are the same. People are saying if they're not doing this now, there's something wrong. People saying you got to put your hands on them right now.
No, I might have.
Other people saying that you got to get onto the school. You got to tell that school lady what's up.
Yeah.
What's what. So a lot of people coming in with their ideas.
All right, thank y'all for the input. I even got direct messages in the commercial break, so keep them coming. Keep them coming. I am open for suggestions. Loss of the year with the crazy game against the Astros on Monday, and you think it's followed up by the win of the year yesterday, 6-2 over the Red Sox, and this was about 3 guys. This was about Dane Dunning, Garver, and Grossman. 5 hits between Garver and Grossman. Mm-hmm. They drive in 5 as well, and the Rangers wait out this rain delay to get back on track.
Yeah, you hate a rain delay that late in the game, too. That's a killer.
Yeah.
That is the worst time for a rain delay. Just call the damn game at that point. What I thought yesterday was that to me was the win of the year. After that defeat, that was a crushing defeat on Monday. Crushing. You were completely getting butt whipped. You come back, you score a 9 unanswered, you take a lead, and then you blow it in the 9th. Like, it doesn't get more demoralizing than that. I mean, that play, everybody was rocking. You took a lead late. You're down 10-2, and now it's 11-10, and you wind up losing in the last inning. And that happened quick. It was like 6 pitches, and the game was tied.
Yeah.
It was real quick. Maybe it was in 5. But that was, I thought, the loss of the year. That was the worst loss of the year. Very, very demoralizing. And then to come back the next day, get down 1-0, and then all of a sudden, bam, 3-1, you win the game. I thought that was a great win. That was and these teams, these great teams that wind up, doing special things, they'll get contributions not from their superstars. And when you get Garver and Grossman out there, doing work, that's really good. That's a sign of a team that could do special things come October. So I thought yesterday showed a lot of resolve for them.
Were you keeping the clock on the rain delay?
No, I wasn't keeping a clock on it, but it just I was wondering why they didn't send him, stop the game earlier.
You know how long the delay was?
An hour and 20?
Hour 47.
Oh,
almost a game time.
That's too long.
Almost a game time. Come on now. What do you do? I feel like you should get now when you have very important games at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Different. You got to play things out. But man, 40 minutes. 40 minutes, maybe 45, and then you got to make a call.
Because what was it, bottom 8?
Yeah.
Like 2
Bottom
outs?
8, 2 outs.
You have 4 outs left, man. Let's just go.
But what do you do in a tie game?
Tie game, you got to keep going.
What do you do in a 1-run game?
Yeah, I would say you got to keep going. In a 6-2 game?
So you got to keep probably the rules in place for all of it. Hour 47
yeah,
minutes.
That's high. That's a lot. I didn't realize it was that long.
That's ridiculous. I was driving around. I tuned in, and I was like, okay, at least one of these other shows has to work and be back on the air. But I think it was poor Peasley. I think Peasley was carrying the coverage throughout the rain delay. I'm like, get Wolchuk, get you a follow in there.
Hey, Peasley's a pro, man. He could do it. He could do it. But I don't envy rain delay theater for dang near 2 hours. I don't. What do you? How many trivia questions can you come up with?
Yeah, that's like KNC's,
daily show
workload for a week. That's an entire week for them. Meanwhile, the Rangers are catching breaks, plural, because yesterday at 11, here's the timeline for the Angels. 11:45 a.m., Mike Trout fractured a bone in his left hand. What's the bone?
It's the hamate bone. Man, as soon as they said he left, he swung the bat, and he just left the game. I was like, damn it, that is the hamate bone. And I love Mike Trout. I don't want to see anything happen to him. But and that's the bad one. That is the bone. If you're looking at your right hand.
Yeah, because 10-day IL, I'm like,
no. That's 6 to 8 weeks. They said 4 to 8, but it's a long time because then it's like it's compromised. It's like, so if you're looking at your hand, look at your right hand, the palm of it, completely opposite your thumb. There's a little bone down there towards the bottom of the wrist.
Yeah.
All right, and when you swing, so I think his is his left hand because that's his bottom hand. So for me, I'm a lefty. It's my bottom hand is my right hand. So when you swing, the knob of the bat presses against that. Delano DeShields had this happen to him. It killed like all year. Not that he's Mike Trout or anything, but so it would be Trout's left hand. So that bone right there, and I think that's why this company called Axe Bats came out with their handle. They've got a different handle. Their handle of their bat, the knob of their bat, resembles the bottom of an axe where it's curved.
Huh.
And I thought that they did that to prevent that injury. I don't know if that was true. That's always what I thought, but that's a devastating injury for a hitter.
11:45, Trout breaks a bone in his left hand. 4:40 p.m., Anthony Rendon fouls a ball off his leg and leaves the game. And then at 5:30, Shohei exits the mound. They think it's a blister issue after he gave up back-to-back home runs for the first time in his career. So Trout, Rendon, and Ohtani all gone. Bam. Just like that for the Angels. Huge break for the Rangers.
Huge break. And a bad break for us as fans because Shohei said he's probably not going to pitch in the All-Star game because of this. Which, that'd be cool to see. Shohei out there for one inning, going to gas it up at 102. I'd be in on that.
So now we're going to be missing what? Kershaw, Judge.
Ohtani as a pitcher.
Ohtani.
Yordan, Alvarez. Boy, that's big real estate. That's expensive real estate we're gonna be missing.
The Rangers' lead over the Astros is now 3.
It's getting there.
It's getting close. It's a 3-game lead over the Astros. The Angels are 7 games back. The Mariners are 8 games back. So that's where things stand right now after what happened yesterday throughout Major League Baseball. They're going to take on the Red Sox again today. By the way, I feel like I'm watching the Red Sox Rangers on a T-ball field. Everything seems so small watching Fenway on television.
Yeah,
like little balls off the guys getting jammed. It's going out to the warning track. I'm like, what? Are you serious? Like everything just seems like it's shrunken watching on that field.
There's an old story that broadcasters will tell you that when they're out there in pregame, that they've tried to walk from third base down the left field line and pace it off. And the grounds crew stops you like a quarter of the way out there. They know what you're doing. And I'm like, because it's not 310. It's like 250.
Yeah.
It's not 310 feet down the left field line.
They won't even let people walk it off.
They won't even let you pace it. They spot you. If you get it done, you got lucky. I don't know anybody that's ever been able to do that. Like everybody says they always get stopped.
Wow, really?
Yeah, they always get stopped. Scandalous.
It seems like you're playing on in a different world. You're playing on a different field.
Yeah. Now the home run to center, Garver's.
That was
that's
a
poke.
bomb.
That's poke. It's high. It's a higher fence. It's like a 20-foot fence, and it's deep. I mean that's legitimately for something. But that down the left field line and down the right field line, the pesky pole, 302 by foot.
All right, let's get you updated on the other things that you need to know for the Wednesday edition. The Mavericks are still looking to trade. Are they going after this big man that was just made available on the market? And so far, nope. We're not interested in your Dame Lillard package. The headlines on a hump day.
Okay.
To get your day started. Glad you're waking up with us. Bobby joins us as well next on The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Atatula. Live. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club for the Hump Day edition.
Okay.
No, not fist pumping, Bobby.
Why?
But good morning, because it's supposed to be at 9 o'clock. 9 a.m.
I guess I just flipped it upside down by accident. You can confuse 6 and 9 sometimes.
Sometimes.
You can. Did you enjoy your 4th?
No.
Why? Oh, you were working.
Yeah, I was working. I got in here at 7:15, whatever it was. Hosted till noon. Had to go run over to the other job for like an hour. Then I got home and had to pick up the kids. And then we went straight from there to go into. Kristen was like, I need to get out of the house. I want to go do something. So we went and like swam with Eric and his kids.
Where?
At like the pool at his like dad's house or whatever. So we went over there, swam with them.
So the church has paid for a pool.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's a house he's had for 20 years.
Joel Osteen.
But he went over there. I promise you this.
I watched a Duggars thing last night before bed. That's why I got in my head.
I promise you this. The pool they have there is maybe a tenth of what you were getting quoted recently. So they're good.
Okay.
So we went over there, hung out, and then it was like getting towards nighttime, and I realized, I was like, it is 8 o'clock. I haven't like really been home since 7. And I told Kristen, I was like, I don't want to spend an entire holiday
Since
without
7
being home.
a.m.
Yeah, 7 a.m. I mean, I left the house at 6:30, but I told her, I was like, I don't want to spend an entire holiday, even if I'm working. I don't want to spend an entire holiday without being at home, just sitting down.
Yeah.
And I got home and had to do some stuff, and I pretty much went to bed.
Yeah.
So I was not home at all yesterday.
So you didn't go out. You didn't take the girls out for fireworks.
No. I mean, I'm literally by the pool yesterday writing my prep email for my phone.
I was waiting.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I was getting ready to text as soon as I got the phone out to text, because for those of you who don't know, when the Rangers play early, that's an invite to be done your work early. You know, so when they're playing in the afternoon, I'm looking to be done my day at like 5:30, 6 p.m. at the latest. And I keep hitting refresh and refresh. I even thought yours was a little bit later than normal. But
Well, I was waiting for the rain delay, to be honest with you.
yeah, well, I mean, it was 6-2.
Yeah, I mean,
the
I was
hot dog
like,
rain delay, not the baseball.
Oh, the
Who cares about that?
the
Yeah.
chestnut rain delay.
Yeah.
So then I get RJ's. I'm waiting on Bobby.
I felt bad. I was about an hour later than I wanted to be. I was like, man, I'm just waiting on the rain delay. I was like, should I just text and say, hey, do you want it now?
Yeah. But I was giving Bobby a little bit of a break because he did have to work yesterday. He hosted with Broadus. So that led to my first ever Dairy Queen trip in Texas.
Okay.
DQ. That's what I like about Texas.
Wife is sitting around, sees a certain commercial. We need to cool down my psycho, hot-headed kid anyway. So she's like, I want a Blizzard. I was like, You know what? I'm just waiting on an email. Let's go take a Blizzard trip. Now, in Maryland, this was like the hot spot in little Cambridge, Maryland. Now, Dairy Queen was the place to be, with Misty Misties and all the Blizzards. And we went, we had the little ice cream trip, took them back home. And then I still don't have this damn email. And I'll get the phone out to be like, Bobby, send me, I don't care what you've done. Send it to me so I can be done and lay down and relax. And bam, it just popped up when I had the phone out. So I knew something was going on.
I was telling Eric, I had sat down, I sent it at like 6:30. Full transparency, usually takes like maybe an hour of like finding stuff and like looking around, other than just what you've collected throughout the day. I was sitting by the pool with my phone for about 2 hours. Holy cow, was it dead on a holiday?
You mean the sports news?
Yeah, not just sports news. Nobody's writing features yesterday.
No,
Nothing. There was
nobody.
and I'm just like, it was different for me because I did work yesterday, so I was talking about stuff from Monday. So I couldn't like take stuff that had been written on Monday, and so it's just like,
here's Bobby.
Holy
here's
cow.
the beginning of Bobby's prep. Peyton did the show at Broadus. No one was on the road. Can probably just do the same old stuff again. That was the Bobby Belt text. But look, full transparency. This used to be the week that you took off. Well,
Next week is the All-Star week.
Next week is the week that you take off in sports talk radio. This one you're really going to see. I think since we added, a couple guys to the show, it's a lot easier to fill up a show. Like I talked to Broadus and I'm like, you guys running light on topics and this and that? And he's like, no, we got 17 people. You'll see these first fake shows in TV. We'll play a topic later on and make fun of it. this is desperation time in the sports talk world.
Yeah.
It really is. But next week is when everyone usually takes off, and you saw some of that yesterday with how bad these topics are.
I think with our time slot, it's almost better for us to work July 4th and then take the 5th off. Because there's nothing, like Bobby said, nobody's writing anything on July 4th.
Yeah.
It's like, we could be done at 10 o'clock and then you go home, enjoy the rest of the day, not worry about anything else.
Which, if you're G-Bag, by the way, getting off the air at 5:30 this afternoon, Eric made sure to rub that in my face. He's like, I'll be thinking about you tomorrow when we get off at 5:30.
Yeah.
Like, you're a D. But the other thing is, they get to come in at 2 or whatever their show starts. They get an entire morning of July 5th news stories and articles that have been written. They don't get the barren wasteland.
Right. Yeah.
The second topic on ESPN.com today is Bol Bol.
Bol Bol.
Bol Bol.
Big day in sports.
And that leads us into this. Look, we can make anything work. It's like that chef show where they give you a pack of bubble gum and chopped. Pack of bubble gum,
hot plate,
some ground turkey, and a toothpick, and says, "Go ahead, make us a Caesar salad." We can do it. We can do it now that we got Peyton, Bobby, and Ryan. So, just to clean up some of the NBA news, the rumors are out there that the Mavericks are still looking to trade Tim Hardaway, Rashawn Holmes, and JaVale McGee. We know that they are trying to move off the JaVale McGee contract, but they're still trying to go ahead and move Hardaway. We know that his name was involved in rumors of the past 2 weeks, but Tim Cato, who came in studio with KG and the Get Right for an hour, says they're trying to trade those guys. And you look at some possible additions. Bol Bol has been connected to the Dallas Mavericks because Jake Fisher from Bleacher Report says heard Orlando was looking at dealing him back at the draft. Two teams mentioned were Phoenix and Dallas. Wonder if Ball could be in the Mavs' plans if they find a way to get rid of JaVale McGee. So, Bol could be the next target. And, Bobby, you said that the Rockets were interested in Dwight Powell?
Yeah, so Mark Stein, I guess, had reported on Monday that was the, Mike Bassick. If you heard crosstalk on Monday, that was a devastated man.
What crosstalk?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was a
crossword.
That was a yes, exactly.
And Kevin wasn't much better. Hanklin
No.
wasn't much better.
No, they are they're the girl. They were the girl who was upset and gives you one-word answers.
Fine.
Yeah, fine.
Yep.
K.
Good.
Yeah, they gave you the K text. But
Well, what do you want me to say? Well, what do you want me to do, Sean? You want me to sit here?
That was just a stupid question.
And act like they're going to go to the NBA Finals? Well, no, but we have to fill a segment. We have to have 15 minutes of someone talking somehow, some way, and you're not in studio, so it makes things harder if you heard Monday's crosstalk.
Yeah, if you're angry, tell us you're angry. Put that into words and explain it. We'll use that for the segment. You don't have to be positive. Just tell us. But, no, Dwight Powell, it was apparently the push that got it going was the Rockets came in and were trying to swipe Dwight Powell from underneath you. And the Mavericks just said, we got to get this done. Do whatever it takes. Give this guy a 3-year contract.
With a pay cut?
Yeah. Now, look, I'm okay. Honestly, I'm okay with Dwight Powell being here at $4 million. In today's NBA, it's not
cheap.
It's not that bad. It's half of what he was making. So, all right, fine. That's something that's not going to be really difficult to throw into a trade if you need to in the future. He'll contribute. My only concern is the fact that they're giving him a 3-year deal. Does that signal that, hey, but you're still going to be starting or you're still going to be in the rotation pretty heavily?
So Kendrick Perkins and others reacting to Kyrie staying with the Mavericks, and Kendrick with a pretty bold take on ESPN saying, you're about to see for the first time in a long time, you're about to see good Kyrie.
For some reason, I feel confident that Kyrie Irving is just going to play basketball. And the reason why is because Kyrie Irving, he's different when he has a leader that he actually respects. And when I think about Jason Kidd, I just think about Jay Kidd in particular, I think he is going to be the one to hold him accountable and be able to continue to get the best out of Kyrie. I can see them having an open relationship and being open and honest with each other, and I think we're going to see the best version of Kyrie Irving. Now, Luka Doncic, on the other hand, he should be satisfied. I think this was a great move for the Dallas Mavs in showing him that, hey, we're trying to make sure we add the pieces and keep superstar talent around you so, that he could be, come in and be the best version of himself as well.
So he's saying, oh, no, it's going to be the respect of Jason Kidd, which he did not have for Steve Nash, that will get him in line here. My immediate comeback, well, my first thing is that's not going to matter. But the second thing is, you're going to get, do we still have hardcore Jason Kidd here? Do we still have mind game Jason Kidd, or does he realize it's totally a players' league and Luka, you do what you want. Kyrie, as long as I keep my stars happy, the minute one or both turn on you, you're finished and done.
No one's dying.
Which could be the end of Jason Kidd's head coaching career in the NBA.
It's, if he was, I think in today's league, you have to have the non-mind game guy. You have to have the let your stars be their stars guy. I think. I don't know. Like, do they see? Some greats want to be coached, and others don't. They want to be left alone. I assume, my assumption about Kyrie from afar is that he don't want to be coached. My assumption from Luka from afar is that he doesn't want to be coached either. Leave me alone. Let me do my thing. Let me score my points, and let me, have the ball at the end of the game. Let me try to win this game. Whereas other guys, I think Kobe wanted to be coached. He may not agree with you, but he wanted to be coached hard. Same with MJ. And I don't know that LeBron wants to be coached necessarily. I think certainly Jimmy Butler, wants to be coached. I think certain guys do. And I don't know if Kyrie and Luka are those two guys.
Speaking of Jimmy Butler, the update in Miami, Woj says Portland has not been impressed with the Heat's trade offers. They have no interest in Tyler Hero. That's going to make things rather difficult, as Hero's supposed to be the main part of that trade package. You heard Scalabrini on with us the other day, the replay of 5 a.m., saying we're probably going to have to get some other teams involved. And then a Heat insider said, as Dame to Miami continues to be worked on, I'm told at least one challenging thing in the negotiation has been the fact that Brooklyn wants to ship out Ben Simmons as part of this deal. So we talk about getting others involved. A Ben Simmons hiccup with no one wanting to take on that headache and that contract.
And I was sitting there yesterday trying to figure out, how can you get, because you can't, I don't understand the Mavs cap space at all. I have no idea. I can't understand this at all. But how do you find a way to get James Harden over here? Because there's no market for him.
The Clippers want him.
It's the Clippers and Philadelphia. Those are the only teams that want him. How do you find a way to get yourself to stick your nose into that?
So you want Harden?
Well, I'm just
Harden, Kyrie, and Luka.
Man, just give me the stars, man. Just give me a reason to watch.
Oh my Lord!
If they're gonna win 38 games, give me a reason to watch. But yeah, Ben Simmons. There's no market for Ben Simmons, and someone out there, maybe it's Danny Ainge, gonna be like, man, I can fix him. I can figure him out. But that's the thing. Hold up the Dame Lillard trade to Miami. Reportedly, is that teams are trying to get a third team involved to make this thing work. And nobody wants Ben Simmons.
Mavericks, baby.
I know. Let's do it. Stick your nose in.
We got to get rid of Tim Hardaway Jr. We got to get rid of Rashawn Holmes and JaVale McGee. I mean, that's $35 million in salary right there. I'm sure that can make things flexible a little bit.
You mean
come on down, Tyler Hero.
Oh, I thought you were saying for Ben Simmons.
No, we'll get Tyler Hero over.
Oh, Tyler
forget Ben Simmons. We'll take that.
He would go to Portland, right? He'd be the feature of that dang trade.
So I just put this into the trade machine. I was trying to see what I could make work. Okay. We're going to get Dame Lillard to
Mike
Miami.
Fisher will be writing about this in 2 minutes.
We're going to get Dame Lillard to Miami. And then whatever draft picks it takes, whatever combo going back to Portland. Portland is going to take on Tim Hardaway Jr., Rashawn Holmes, but then they're going to get Caleb Martin and Josh Green. Okay, so they get two young wings. They get two young wings, and then we take on Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson. That trade works.
877-881-1053.
Why don't you just find a way for us to get Lillard?
Yeah.
I'm on it. Don't worry.
I'm on it. Don't worry. So that's a recap around the association. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan.
I did it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway Jr., Rashawn Holmes, Josh Green gets Dame Lillard.
Tim Hardaway,
Rashawn Holmes, and Josh Green. I don't know.
Mavs fans probably wouldn't even want to give up Josh Green. Green and Hardy, they're untouchable.
Nope, can't do that. Can't give up Roddy B for Carmelo either.
Yeah, can't sign and trade Roddy B for LeBron. Too much to give up.
All right, let's get to the Rangers, the devastating Astros game, the comeback yesterday against the Massholes. And is it time to bring back an old fan favorite after he was made available yesterday? Plus, you only have to worry about the Astros in the division after what happened to Ohtani and Trout yesterday. That's next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But you always have to worry about what is going on in that.
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Robbie sends one toward the green monster. It hits midway up over the National League scoreboard. Played by Duran. He fires it into second, but Grossman slides in with a double as Garver scores. And the Rangers take a 4-1 lead here on back-to-back doubles by Garver and Grossman.
Garver and Grossman get it done. Hicksy with the call on your home for Rangers baseball as they win at Fenway 6-2. Who are you applauding?
Oh, just a win in general. Just, anytime you beat Boston, it's a good thing.
Yeah,
especially on 4th of July.
Because things are getting a little bit tight now as the Rangers won for just the second time in 6 games. The lead is now 3 over the Astros. We're kind of lucky here that these other teams have not made up more ground. We'll talk about it with Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider at 9:20, stopping by for his bi-weekly hump day visit.
Okay.
But since June 6th, before yesterday, the Rangers 10-15. Astros 11-13. Angels 13-12. Seattle 11-12. So it's kind of like what you guys were talking about the other week. We've not now, but we had built more of a lead in the division with less success because the other teams have not put more pressure on us. But I'm officially nervous. I'm officially getting nervous about Houston now reclaiming their spot atop the division.
Look, it is getting a little tight. There was a time in the year, the early part, really the first 2.5 months, they basically just won every series. They found a way to win series. And, basically since the Tampa series, they found ways to lose series. And that's a good way to have a team slowly creep up on you. Now, the good news is that despite the fact that they're 10-15 in the last 25 games, the Astros have barely been able to take advantage of it. And so have the Angels. And so have the Mariners. And that's great news. The last thing you want is a team to get red hot when you're also, in a slump. You want that team to be red hot when you're red hot. That's a good way for them not to make up ground.
Because Houston is now thinking, okay, here we go. That's what they're thinking. They had their nice little cute run. You can have all your little all-stars. We got Altuve back, and that we're the best, and we know that we're the best, so we're going to go ahead and start pressing down on the accelerator. That's what the Astros are thinking.
Yeah, you're going to have a couple of slumps a year as a team. Now, a great team is not going to have multiple 25 to 30 game slumps. They're going to have one.
Generally, yeah.
Like a true, great team is going to have one extended 3 to 4 week blip where it's like, if you don't take advantage of this as the other team, you're not going to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
And, if the Rangers truly are that, then this is it. This is their slump.
And Bobby, what was your point about Dane Dunning after the performance yesterday?
Dunning throughout this year, I think that has he been their best player? No. Like, their best player is Corey Seager. They're obviously guys who are better than them. Nathan Eovaldi's been great. But I think in terms of just that old debate about, what does most valuable mean? Does it mean best, or does it mean the value they've provided, the headaches they've helped you avoid?
Yes.
And if it's the headaches they've helped you avoid, you can make an argument Dane Dunning is way up there as the MVP of the team this year, because he was incredibly stable bullpen option for you in April, going long outings of relief. He had 4 separate outings of 3 innings or more of relief, and those were 3 of those 4 games they won. And so that was huge for you in the first month of the season. Then he came in. He's been asked to start since Jacob deGrom went down, and he has been fantastic the entire way. He's not
allowed more than 3 earned in a month. 3 runs, 2 runs, 2 runs, 2 runs. Yesterday, 1. Has not allowed more than 3 earned in a month's time.
And he's the losing streak stopper. So they have the bad series against Houston. What does he do? He goes out there, 6 innings pitched, 1 earned run allowed. You had that stretch that started this whole tough 25-game stretch where they were losing to St. Louis and Tampa and Los Angeles, and they lose 2 in a row to Los Angeles and Toronto. And then he goes out there against Toronto, and what does he do? 6 innings, 2 runs allowed. Same sort of thing. Back in May, they lose a game to Seattle. He comes out, 6 innings, a run allowed. Again, they lose to Atlanta that first game of the series. He comes in, wins the game, 6 innings, 2 runs allowed, whatever it is. He has just been a consistent streak stopper. He's helped it. Chop, I know you said that with Jacob deGrom, that was one of the big things that you were excited about with him was you knew every 5th day there was a good shot that no matter how bad your team was, you weren't going to get more than 4-game losing streak.
You're going to end it.
And Dane Dunning's been that guy, which is stunning to think about. But Dane Dunning has been the guy that it's like if he's going out there every 5th day, you feel good that the streak's going to stop.
I'm actually doing him a disservice by just talking about a month. He hasn't given up 4 earned or more all year long, except for the one start against the Cardinals on June 6th. Nothing. He's got a 2.61 ERA, 8-1 with a 2.61. Meanwhile, the Massholes were not happy that their starter got pulled after 5 hitters yesterday. They pulled the old starter move. Is that what they call it? Not the starter.
The opener.
I'm sorry. The opener, and it was like 5 outs. And Dave Raymond on TV was like, I understand the concept, but this guy's kind of going along pretty nicely here to start. And then the new guy comes in and starts getting pummeled, and the fans were booing there at Fenway.
Yeah, it's very weird. The opener, I don't like it. I get, if you don't have a starter, make it a bullpen day. But, dude, I mean, you really hamper your team the rest of the series if you don't have, if you don't have players that can actually, they had, obviously Murphy went, almost 4 innings, but my gosh, I mean, you kill your team.
So Bobby's point was about Dunning. Your question is about Aroldis Chapman. And how long is it going to take?
Yep. How long? How long before they actually make a move, if they do, for Chapman to be the closer? For not because Will Smith hasn't deserved it, and he has definitely done a good job this year. But typically, you want a closer who's done it before. In a big spot. Multiple times. But the other thing is, Chapman, his velocity is a game changer. And, Smith's velocity is what, low 90s, 93, 92. If I was looking for this, I couldn't find it, but I bet that in terms of closer's velocity, he is bottom 3rd.
Oh, yeah, I would guess so.
And I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, 93 is still fine. I mean, you can still blow up by guys if it's, if you mix your pitches up right, it's in the right spot. But 99 to 100 to 102, that's a game changer. Now, you don't want a guy who's wild as hell, maybe necessarily out there as a closer, but he's done it for 10 years now, and he's done fine at it. So I just wonder, is this kind of just a decision that is already made, and they're just waiting for the right time to do it?
Hasn't there been some discussion? And again, I have not looked at this specifically, and I don't know how you would define it or narrow it down, but hasn't there been chatter in the last few years that some people have felt like Chapman has, when it's been the really high leverage situations, that's when he's kind of faltered?
I mean,
in recent years.
I mean, he gave the home run to Altuve in the ALCS.
And so is there a little bit of a, look, Will Smith's shown he can hold down this job. Like, let's not put Aroldis Chapman into some sort of situation where he might be forced into a high leverage, lose his comfort, lose his confidence, get a little more wild. If you don't want Will Smith, if you don't want to move Aroldis Chapman, do you then just, call San Diego, say, hey, what'll it take to give us Josh Hader or something like that? That may be something that they have to explore. I don't think they're done moving for bullpen pieces. Like, I think they've still got to add another bullpen, a big bullpen arm, but you hope Spores and Smith against the Astros, that was a blip. And you hope that you can explain that away as just, hey, it's a one-off. Jankowski didn't do Will Smith any favors on Monday. Spores was pitching on back-to-back days for the first time in a month and a half. So you would hope you have a pretty solid 7, 8, 9 inning right there just with Spores to Chapman to, Will Smith.
Bullpen or starter, the bigger need? Cost included. Add another starting pitcher or another bullpen piece?
So starting pitcher, I'm looking for a top-end guy.
Me too.
They've got enough guys who can just eat up innings in the 3, 4, 5 starter role. I'm looking for a Scherzer. I'm looking for a top end guy, even though they're not going to get Scherzer. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm looking for top
Stroman.
end. Yes, Stroman.
Names.
Bullpen. Yeah, that's important because you're going to use bullpen. You would use a bullpen pitcher in more games the rest of the year, and particularly preferably high leverage situations.
Which one? You got to pick.
So I feel like high leverage situations has been obviously been the biggest problem for them this year. Innings 7, 8, 9 is where they've lost a lot of leads. But to me, I think that you've got to feel good about where Spores, Chapman, and Smith line up. You think you've addressed the final 3 innings of games. So to me, probably a starter. It's just what's going to be available out there to you.
Meanwhile, I guess we don't have an offensive clip of him in the system. I'm not playing the 2011 clip in right. I'm not going to do that.
There's got to be.
I know.
An offensive. We know there is. I mean,
I know.
I don't even know who you're talking about, but I know who you're talking about. There's got to be. I specifically remember us going back and saying, man, did you listen to the crack of that bat?
Yes. Roberto, is it time to go get Nelly again?
Look, Nelson Cruz, it has not been great this year for the Padres. He was designated for assignment yesterday. The last 2 years, his OPS, it was 651 with Washington last year. It's 681 this year with San Diego, but he still has pop. Like, if you look at the exit velocity, the way he's barreling things up, he's still hitting the ball just as hard as he has for the last decade. He's somebody who clearly appears motivated to keep playing. He wants to get to 500 home runs, I think. I think that's the big thing for him. He's 36 away, I think it is. And so somebody who's motivated, you've had trouble at DH all year. Why not see if a homecoming or reunion, just on the cheap, see if it could work out and see if they might be able to capture some magic. They've done this before. Remember, they scooped up Josh Hamilton from the Angels when he had really nothing left.
Look at this fall off a cliff power-wise.
Oh, yeah.
He's 43 years old, by the way. Go. In 2019, he hit 41 home runs in Minnesota. Here are the numbers after. 16. Well, I guess I got to combine these two. So he did hit 32 combined in 2021. Last year he hit 10. This year he has hit 5.
Yeah, it's look, it's what happens, man. He's 43. He's my age. He's my age. I moved. I helped Sarah move into the house on Saturday. I feel like I aged 6 years. Like, I'm dead serious. I'm like, what happened? It's like a traumatic event where it's like you just wake up from the surgery and all of a sudden you're just weak. I work out a lot, and I feel like I aged 6 years doing that.
Someone is paying $50 million for the Jerry Jones documentary. Here I was, all excited about this project, all excited about watching this. I'm still going to watch, but then I found out the truth. The $50 million Cowboys documentary. Why is someone paying that for it? And what is it really going to be about? Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. About time y'all get back to work. Bobby having to work yesterday. We were in here on Monday. Everybody back out there on the roads, hopefully, or at least you're listening in your house. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy on air guitar. We got Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Netflix is getting involved in the National Football League. They're doing a quarterback series, kind of like the Formula One, and then the golf full swing.
Drive to Survive and Full Swing.
Yes.
Very cool.
And now there are reports from Puck News that Netflix has paid just under $50 million for the Jerry Jones docuseries. Now, I know that you talked about this yesterday with Broadus, but I wanted to do my own reading and figure out what this was going to be about, and I was a little bit disappointed. I was a good amount disappointed, unless I'm misunderstanding. So NFL Films is going to produce this 10-episode show, and it's going to focus, of course, on the only thing that we have left to brag about around here, the glory hole days of the 1990s. And Bobby is applauding while I am rolling my eyes.
3 Super Bowl trophies? You're going to roll your eyes at 3 Super Bowl trophies?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, let's make a brand new docuseries about something that we've heard about 5,000 times and happened 35 years ago. Here's my follow-up question.
5001 is going to be just as good.
They ought to put it on the History Channel. That's how old it is.
Stop that.
Like, good grief. I was hoping we were just like following Jerry around day to day right now, more current look, but what extra footage are we going to get in this that we've never seen before? That was my first question. What other stories are we going to hear, or what other stories are going to be told that we haven't heard before? How is this going to be new? And
that's great, because most of the people who are going to be watching this have never seen black and white.
And is Jerry getting 50 mil? People are like giving Jerry all this credit over the past couple days. I want to say the weekend because the days are throwing me off, but I'm like, Jerry's not getting this. But they're like, once again, Jerry Jones proves to be the master of entertainment, securing a $50 million Netflix deal. But I was like, oh, okay, let's go back to let's hear from Moose and Michael and Emmett all over again.
Like fun, and it is.
All over again. Let's just do this. They got to get good PR somehow, man. I'm with you. I get it. I would much prefer it if it was a documentary on like Jerry's day.
Me too.
Right? If it was just that.
Yeah.
I want to see the ins and the outs of what happened. See him break it down.
The cruise ship.
Yeah.
You know, the off season, all that. I would prefer that, or his day to day inside the Star dealing with this team. But Bobby, you are applauding.
Well, I mean, I was applauding just the fact that they've won 3 Super Bowl titles. That's wonderful to me. I'm sure a lot of this, even if it's focused around that, I'm sure a lot of it's going to be about his time, coming up and becoming who he is. And so I still think we're probably going to get a good look at the behind the scenes stuff. I mean, 10-part series, that's a lot of storylines you're going to have to create. I can't imagine it's all just on that. What I'm looking forward to is...
But if you saw the NFL Network over the past 72 hours for July 4th, Independence Day, it was an America's Team dedication. So I got about 4 or 5 football lives to go back and look at. I've seen all the originals. I just like to go ahead and rewatch some of them. And Jerry Jones, I already saw his football life on the NFL Network. It was a Dallas Cowboy 24-hour dedication. So how are they going to produce? I think what you're saying is we're going to get a lot of current day content since it is a 10-part series. And what type of line is he cooking up? That's all I want to know. What type of Jimmy Johnson new line has he cooked up
This is America.
To insult the other JJ?
That's what it is. That's going to be the biggest thing that we'll get out of this is if he's going to sit in front of a camera and just talk, if they're doing long sit-down interviews and they are going to ask him a lot about Jimmy Johnson, we'll get something out of that, I'm sure. Because, typically a lot of in recent years, when you ask Jerry about Jimmy, there's a lot of, he just wants to brush aside. It's one of the few topics he tries to just brush aside. If he's talking for an extended time and is sitting there in front of the camera and gets a little vulnerable, he might start saying some notable things about that.
What bothers me most, though, is that, we're going to get access to him nationally that they don't usually have. And see, most people, and I found this out because if you drop this line ever on other shows, like if you ever as a guest on somebody else's show or on the BetQL network.
No.
When I dropped the circumcised mosquitoes line,
They don't know?
They don't know that that's Jerry, and they think, oh, my God, that's like the greatest thing I've ever heard. Well, now Jerry's going to bring all these little Arkansas colloquialisms or whatever the hell that word is to the mainstream, and now my entire repertoire is gone.
You're going to rob your comedy.
Yeah, all my material is lifted anyway.
It's
all lifted.
Very Dane Cook of you.
I'm the Dane Cook of the fan.
Whatever happened to him?
He was lifting content and got canceled pretty much.
He stole everybody's material.
Yeah.
Oh. Website also notes the docuseries will feature never-before-seen footage of the 90s Cowboys and has drawn comparisons to The Last Dance. Okay. I mean, I'm going to watch. We have to cover it. It'll give us great show content, but it's like, get some new material, for God's sake. Please win something else.
Forgetting the material for just a second. Just the $50 million price tag. What's also interesting in that report is that ESPN was the runner-up and was basically offering the same amount. So how do you feel over at ESPN if you're part of these layoffs and ESPN is actively in the middle of trying to pay $50 million to buy a 10-part documentary?
Yeah.
That seems like bad optics. I mean, what'd you pay Pat McAfee? Take what you paid Pat McAfee, what you're willing
85.
to invest in Jerry Jones. It's like, okay, is that why all the layoffs are coming?
Speaking of The Last Dance, Michael Jordan actually commented on his son dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife. This was MJ leaving a restaurant in Paris. See if you can listen to his response with the media shouting at him.
Hey, Mr. Jordan, what do you think about Marcus and Larsa Pippen together? You approve of it? No. You don't approve? Do you think he's going to ask her to marry him?
He laughed at first, chuckled. That was the reporter's green light for the follow-up. Do you approve?
No.
No. And then gets in the van and is whisked away. So Michael, not approving. So that should make Scotty back off him just a little bit.
It should. It should, but it won't, because Scotty's got books to sell, man. He's got to pay Larsa half of his retirement. He's got books to sell.
Yeah. All right, now we move on to the Cavender twins, RJ.
Oh, the Cavender twins.
Who are these girls, and what was the drama last week?
So Haley and
I'll
Hannah.
take a little sip.
Yeah, well, you might want to.
Payne was quick on that dump.
Yeah, he's been waiting for this one. He's been waiting for this story. So they are former now Miami basketball players. They're very, very attractive. They're huge on social media. There's talk about them getting in with the WWE. There is talk about them getting into, just about every business venture. And Bobby, there was a story about 2 weeks ago in the Detroit Free Press.
So it's them and this Olivia Dunn that are kind of like the sweethearts of college athletics.
Yes, and Olivia Dunn is cracking back at the New York Times for coming at her again for saying that she's, like this sexy blonde and that's all she's good for, basically. That she shouldn't be selling her photos and stuff and profiting off her looks. That it's setting women back. Much like in Olivia Dunn, the New York Times approached her with a story, really shady reported, if you ask me, where they kind of broach it as we want to do a story on your business acumen and the NIL, and they basically say it's a hit piece saying how, hey, these are just girls who are just trying to profit off their looks.
Sexualized her.
They sexualized her. And they did the same thing to the Cavender twins. And the Cavender twins were like, yeah, that's not cool, man. Like
the interview was under false pretenses.
False pretenses. So then the Cavender twins are like, no, we're business women. We're not.
Well, the Kardashians.
We're the Kardashians.
Yeah.
And then people are kind of coming at them this weekend because they posted some really sexy photos and bikinis, and they're like, oh man, you lost the moral high ground here. You had it. And now you're just showing yeah, this is what you're. But that is that's how they got famous.
Yeah,
they got famous because
they're
attractive.
Yeah.
Look, to me, it's do they collect all the NIL money they do because they're super attractive? Yeah, that's the entire reason why.
That's the point. Too.
That's it. But to me, it's okay, is the Free Press writing the article about Spencer Rattler being an awful quarterback and collecting a ton of NIL money and being one of the top NIL earners of all time? The fact that Quinn Ewers really hasn't done anything yet, and the fact that he had some of the largest NIL endorsement deals. He's been around college football for 2 years now, really has not done anything, and has collected a ton of cash. It's not, I don't like the sexism cry that people are so quick to use. But this one does kind of feel like it. Like it's like, what is your concern? Why are you targeting this? If you're targeting this, why are you not targeting anybody who has an OnlyFans or anything else? Why is it about they play basketball? They took advantage of some of the benefits they have and some of the assets that they have and put them to use. And they did use their business acumen. You can't just trip into, $5 million or whatever it is that they're worth.
But it's like, if you're like, the Cavender twins or Olivia Dunn, they recognize, they're like, men are perverts. I post some photos on social media. I'm going to get followers. I get followers. I'm going to get NIL money.
We should try it, you and me.
We really should. Feet pics, man. I got tons of Sarah feet pics. I got a bank of them.
No,
man.
You and me. We should try it.
When are you going to start the OnlyFans?
We can't do it now. The house is too messy.
Yeah, only boxes.
Only boxes. There's got to be somebody out there with a cardboard fetish.
I was gonna say, like, you find somebody who's like got a hoarder fetish. That's got to be a thing, right? Like, you can just be like, oh my gosh, we have so much stuff.
And she comes out of, you guys come out of a box here.
Come out of the
box. Like a snake out of the genie bottle.
Pop through the birthday cake.
Pops through the birthday cake. Oh, I got we can get this sponsored for you on an IG Live.
And you know what?
Fan IG Live account.
Unpacking.
Or
unboxing.
Unboxing the choppies.
You technically would not have to even do nudity chop, because if you're going for the hoarder fetish or something like that, that's part of the kink, right? It's like, oh my gosh, there's so many boxes obscuring, I can't even totally see.
And then you could get live into like the stress and the arguments that happen.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
A Dallas star leaves us. The Angels are falling apart. They're going to try to punish flopping in the NBA. And your Texas Rangers getting off to a good start against the Massholes. Headlines on a hump day with Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swing, and that ball is shot up the alley in right center field, a base hit, and that one's going to roll to the wall. Simeon scores. Seager hits 30, stops there. Young cruises up to second with an RBI double. And the Jungle Cat strikes, giving the Rangers a 5-1 lead.
Jared Sandler with the call. Dane Dunning was fantastic again. This was about Grossman and Garver getting it done for the Rangers after the bounce back that they needed following the crazy Astros game. They dominate yesterday. Game 1 at Fenway, 6-2, as they maintain the 3-game lead over the Angels in the American League West. Good morning, Metroplex. These are your Hump Day headlines. With Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Welcome back to the streets, and welcome back to work after your July 4th off. The lead is shrinking, but it's probably going to grow against the Angels, as yesterday they got news. Mike Trout, broken bone in his hand. They put him on the IL. It's not just going to be for 10 days, though. Then Anthony Rendon gets hurt, and then Shohei dealing with a blister while pitching. So the Angels are about to fall apart, you would think, yet again. Meanwhile, the Astros have to be feeling good after their series here.
Yeah, they have to be. I mean, you take 3 or 4, and then plus that game, that Monday game.
Which they were dominating.
I mean, they were dominating.
I mean, let's not forget we were down 8.
Yeah, the Rangers.
Thanks, Martine.
The Rangers were about to steal one. They got the Javier, though. Now, Javier's had a pretty rough June. His last 3 starts have not been very good. But, you come all the way back. You take an 11-10 lead in the 8th inning. I mean, that's a game. You stole that one. You got to win it. And they blew it. But I thought coming back yesterday and getting that victory in Boston on the road was a great win. That is a win that shows this team completely forgets the day before. I think that's huge.
Especially Dane Dunning. Dane Dunning helps them forget the day before. So on this year, when he's been asked to start following a team loss, Dane Dunning is 4-0 with a 2.91 ERA.
Woo!
He has done
the stopper.
Great work whenever this team needs a real bounce back victory. He goes out there and usually shuts it down. And that's what he did again yesterday. 6 innings, 1 earned run allowed. He has just been so steady and so good for them the entire year.
Some other baseball notes. We need to give some love to Ronald Acuna Jr. Made history Monday night, becoming the first player to reach 20 home runs and 40 stolen bases, along with 50 runs batted in before the All-Star break. He's got 40 stolen bases before the break.
Yep.
Just the 3rd player to hit 20 homers and steal 40 in the first 84 games, joining Ricky Henderson and Eric Davis. He already won NL Player of the Month for June, and he extended his hitting streak to 14 games. He stole 37 bases in 2019, and he's got 40 already.
Yeah, I know he's got 40. They're gonna have a slew of guys this year that have more stolen bases than the leader had last year. The leader last year was 41. So he's going to have more than that guy does at the All-Star break. Imagine what he is doing this year. I mean, his OPS is over 1,000. His OPS plus is 168. League average is 100. And Shohei offensively is doing way more work. Shohei offensively is like a 190 OPS plus. Like, it's insanity. Ronald Acuna would win an MVP over just about everybody in the history of the sport, with exceptions. Now, Grant, thankfully he's in a different league than Shohei, so he can still win it. But, I mean, he wouldn't even come close this year. That's what Shohei's doing. But Acuna, man, what a season he is having.
John Gray is going to be back on the mound for the Rangers with a 5:30 pregame today. First pitch at 6 o'clock right here on the Fan. He's given up 12 runs over his last 3 outings. He's got a 6 spot, then 1 against the Yankees in a tough loss, and then he gave up 5 against Houston. So he's looking to respond. He's gotten roughed up in 2 of his last 3 outings. So John Gray on the mound today.
Now, that one outing, he was a tough luck loser, man. I mean, when you lose a game 1-0, that's tough. But, it is, look, you're going to have a couple of rough little patches that you go through as any pitcher or hitter, and he seems to be going through that. And, we'll see if he can kind of get back to it.
And is this the end of the Angels again?
Trout's out 8 weeks. 4 to 8, but I'd knowing him. I mean, it might be 4 months knowing him. That guy, he never doesn't heal. I think it kind of is.
I mean,
Otani won't be out that long. I mean, he may have missed 1 or 2 starts.
Well, you'd hope. I mean, blisters can linger on you a little bit.
But he's got the All-Star break good for him, which is good.
Yeah, that'll help. No, I mean, the one positive, and I know Choppy thinks it's sacrilegious, but look, it may have just been a slow start, but Trout has not been Trout this year. Like, even losing him, I understand you're losing a big-time contributor, but you're losing somebody who...
Power-wise, he has been. Average-wise, no.
Well, I mean, his OPS is what? Like, he's been...
It's a little better now.
50 for most of the year. He's at 862. That is more than 100 points below his career average. His slugging right now is 100 points below his career average. Like, he's not quite been the same guy this year. Yeah,
he's getting home runs. He's not necessarily getting the doubles that he used to get. I mean, obviously his batting average is not very good at all. He's still a threat in the lineup. He still extends the lineup, makes it a little bit deeper, but
they should just trade him.
Why not?
Rip off the Band-Aid.
It's 6 years in a row. Okay, so 6 years in a row, Trout has had a slugging over 600. This year, it's under 5. So, like, I mean, you're talking about he's had a significant drop off in terms of just raw power numbers.
Tim Cato from The Athletic spent an hour in studio with the Get Right the other night on The Fan. Cato reports that the Mavericks are still looking to trade Tim Hardaway, Rashawn Holmes, and JaVale McGee. And Jake Fisher, Bleacher Report, talking about Bol being available. 7'2" big man. And he said that the Suns and the Mavericks were interested. They were both interested during the NBA draft. Well, now Orlando has gotten rid of him. So if the Mavericks can get rid of the JaVale McGee contract, maybe they would be interested in Bol. Also, Woj says the Blazers have not been impressed with the Miami Heat trade offers. They have no interest in Tyler Hero. And I was checking out some Summer League. I don't know why Summer League excites me so much.
Wemby.
I don't know what it is. Well, not Wemby. He didn't play.
Are they in Vegas yet? Or are they still in Utah or Sacramento?
I know they're playing in Utah. I don't know if it's all in Utah, but these games were in Utah. Brandon Miller scored 18 in his debut. And then I'm fascinated by Chet Holmgren. His swagger, he looks doofy, but he talks all this smack. He had this volleyball block the other day as he's trying to basically have his rookie season. I think he's going to make, and Oklahoma City is going to be a very fun team to watch. But Chet Holmgren coming back, scoring 15-9 with 4 blocks. So I was checking out Brandon Miller, I was checking out Holmgren, and I am waiting for Wembanyama.
Friday for Wemby. Wemby debuts Friday, but man, Oklahoma City, you're right. They do have Holmgren's really exciting. He had a really exciting summer league last year before the Liz Frank injury. But man, if if Holmgren hits, like that core there of Holmgren, Josh Giddey, Shea, like that's a good little core they built.
I don't like though that he can win the Rookie of the Year this year though.
Why?
He misses Rookie year, man. I'm sorry.
Your favorite sport is baseball, where Mark McGwire can come up for 40 games and then play the next year and be eligible for Rookie of the Year.
Well, that's because it's not a full year.
I know, but I'm saying like Chet Holmgren played nothing.
Fine, whatever. Doesn't work like that in the NBA, but I'm fine.
That receipts segment now is in RJ's head. It makes him second guess in the moment. Bobby's receipts. What are they doing with flopping in these summer leagues?
Yeah, so they're that's what they really need. BlueChew.com promo code RJ. Is that what it is? Yeah. So they are testing out a in-game flopping penalty here at the summer league. I don't know how you're going to be able to enforce this. It'll be really interesting to watch this. The flop, which will be determined by the referees at the game, will be penalized by awarding the opposing team 1 free throw in possession of the ball. But to me, it's like, how are you, and unless it's a completely obvious situation where somebody wasn't touched and they fell, I don't know how you're going to be able to say, well, that wasn't enough contact to knock you over.
Yeah. It's basically impossible in my opinion. I think is it harder than holding? Is it harder than calling holding in football?
I think so. Well, I mean,
flop.
Depends. How long is the guy's hair? You could tell. You could tell a flop. Ginobili's flops were easy to tell.
Because some guys, a lot of times you don't see when someone gets caught on the chin, like the elbow graze. Mm-hmm. And if it's a legitimate shot, you can't call that a flop. And you only really see it with a replay when they go back for a flagrant one. So I like the spirit. I like the intent. But I think it's going to be way too hard to do. Way too Way too difficult. Headlines continuing here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Dallas Stars losing a player. We're not going to get any more, Ric Flair appearances around here.
Nah, they're losing Max Domi. He is signing with the Toronto Maple Leafs, who spell Leafs wrong because it's Leaves. It's Leaves. No such word as Leafs. But whatever. It's a 1-year, $3 million deal. Follow the footsteps of his father. Look, he grew up. He was born in Winnipeg, but he grew up in Toronto. Grew up a Maple Leafs fan, and his dad played there. I get it, right? You go home, get to play for the team your dad played for. Stinks, but because he was the guy. He was the guy to stick his nose in something.
Yeah.
Somebody gets into a fight, he's the first one to stick his nose in.
RJ is poo-pooing all over this dude, but he is being called the true American hero that all of us needed on the 4th.
With 62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes for his 16th win, I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut.
They tried to rain this out just like the Ranger game at Fenway, but Joey Chestnut went to the media and said, screw that. I'm rallying everyone. We're going to go out here and we're going to perform. And perform he did by taking home the mustard belt. Again, Bobby just rolled his eyes, and you were being a hater last night.
Well, listen, first of all, he's in decline. He's a star in decline, okay? He only had 62 hot dogs. 2 years ago, he had 76.
Oh.
All right, he's just a star in decline.
Maybe it was the delay.
Yeah, you got to remember, it's the weather, right? When it's a rain game, we can't judge a quarterback whenever they're playing in snow. You can't.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut had to worry about the lightning striking the water that he was dipping the hot dog in. It's a threat.
I know, but it's just
I can't physically watch this.
I can't watch. It's disgusting.
It is.
He's got bread all over, wet, soggy bread all over his face. He ate 18,000 calories yesterday. I don't want to see it. I just don't. It's not pop culture. It's not sports. It's nothing. He's got a big bag of nothing. Give me that show on Netflix. Have you seen the show Physical? It's
No.
like some South Korean show.
Olivia Newton-John?
Where they just fight each other.
Oh.
It's like Gladiator. It's men and women fighting each other. It's wild. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I saw one 30-minute clip of it. I was like, I am so in on this show.
I thought you don't have Netflix.
Well, I don't anymore.
Oh.
But I would much rather watch. This was a while back.
PayPay has the numbers. PayPay has the tail of the Joey Chestnut tape.
Yeah, guys, so RJ just said the calories, 18,414 in these 62 hot dogs. Then we go down to total fat. Well, it's 4 digits, 1,129 and 62 hot dogs. In just 10 minutes, that's what he did. Protein, RJ, I know you love protein, 682 grams of protein. And carbohydrates, 1,488. Not sure how he's still alive, but wow, that's impressive.
10 minutes, man.
Wemby called him the most dominant athlete of all time.
Did he?
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll get into this a little later on. Maybe we'll get into it next during the Expressway. When this sports media in this country gets desperate, they look to one place. DFW. We'll play you the evidence, and we'll chop it up as well on Sean and RJ right after this.
But let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway. We are commercial free starting right now for the next 40 minutes here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. What is this music? Turn it up. What is it?
I don't recognize it right now.
I don't recognize this one either.
The Perfect Pair by Bear Battleby?
Huh?
No idea.
Say it with your chest. Say it with some confidence. We've been putting in some new music, but I didn't know.
This isn't it. I didn't do this one.
If I was unaware of this on the dial.
Sounds a little bit like maybe what the karaoke version of "Beautiful Day" by U2 would sound like. It doesn't. It sounds like Wish U2.
All right, give me the pop quiz. Give me the sports headline that made you say to yourself, "Oh, it's the dead season. They're getting desperate out there in the sports media world." What's the headline? You're going through the pages. You're looking for your prep, and you're like, "Oh my, it is dead."
Well, mine came yesterday when I saw Awful announcing with the headline, ESPN debates if hot dog eating legend Joey Chestnut is an all-time athlete.
That was the topic.
That's the number one dead season topic to me.
And what's your answer to that, RJ Choppy?
It was probably
No, your answer to Chestnut being an all-time athlete.
He's not an all-time anything.
Okay.
He's an all-time eater. Wow.
So driving a car takes more athleticism than eating the hot dogs.
Like a NASCAR?
Yeah,
or
NASCAR.
Oh, absolutely. I would think so. Yeah, Formula One.
Okay.
Sure.
So you're sitting there going like this, going like this with the steering wheel versus, this with the hot dogs.
Yeah. I mean, Zeke does this all the time.
Yeah.
Feed me.
So here's one of the things. By definition, can you call something a sport and still say that their participants are not athletes? Because, I think NASCAR...
hot dog eating is definitely not a sport.
It is not. That's not what I'm talking about. But, for NASCAR, I would fall down on NASCAR as a sport, but I would not call them athletes.
Maybe bowling.
Okay. Now, Broadus would hit up the hotline very quickly and talk about the cardiovascular conditioning that you have to be in order to sit in those cars.
Oh, yeah. They're sweating for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Just dying to sweat.
Yeah.
Especially in the summertime. Obviously, who knows what happens in, November.
Okay, what about throwing cornhole bags? Is that athletic?
That takes a skill. That's
There's
a skill,
skill
right there.
element. It's a learned skill. There's an athletic, there's an athletic event, football's athletic. Not quarterback necessarily, but football, right? You could pick up playing defensive end your junior year of high school and make the NFL. I don't think you could pick up a baseball for the first time your junior year of high school and make major leagues. There's a learned skill to that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's because you could pick up defensive end your junior year of high school if you are a freak athlete.
Yes,
You do. So it is you have to be more of the freak athlete. Now, obviously, baseball still takes, high athleticism. But Bassick has talked about this before, that with baseball and pitching, if you don't have the certain physical traits that other people do, you have to start learning about being crafty and location, and it becomes more strategic and about hard work.
So bowlers are athletes.
There's a skill to it. It's a learned skill. There's a.
Yeah, I know there's a skill.
Yeah,
but are they athletes?
I would probably say no.
Okay.
Are you an athlete for your high-low prowess?
Especially if you're a thumbless bowler.
Are there?
Oh, yes. Now, you never used to see this on the Pro Tour, on the PBA. But now, these hipsters out there bowling with two hands and then whipping the ball and then throwing it no thumb. Yeah, I'm sorry. Y'all ain't pro bowlers, okay? They should ban that from the tour.
Pete Weber would never.
Pete Weber, you don't. Who do you think you are? I am. Would never bowl thumbless.
All right, so an example of the dead sports period came yesterday, we believe. Was it yesterday on ESPN?
Yes, first take. Tim
Bontemps, NBA insider, with Harry Douglas, one of the few who survived the ESPN bloodbath cuts due to Pat McAfee and the Jerry Jones documentary bidding. Jerry Jones has ESPN blood on his hands, even though Netflix won the bidding. I'm just joking. Bontemps and Harry Douglas, where'd this topic come from out of the blue? Who's more likely to win a championship first, Dak or Luka?
I'm going to say Luka simply because, A, the Cowboys never win, so we'll just assume they're never going to win. And Luka is one of the best players in the NBA. And to win a title in the NBA, you have to have one of the 5 or 6 best players. Luka Doncic is that. I'm obviously not very confident that Kyrie Irving is going to be the right guy to help him get to a championship. But the Dallas Mavericks have the ability to give Luka Doncic a supermax extension. He's got the chance to be there several more years. He's still in his early 20s. And with that much runway, I'll take my chances on Luka finding a way to get it done, as opposed to counting on Dak Prescott to lead the Cowboys to the promised land, which is Stephen A. likes to talk about all the time, isn't going to happen.
For me, honestly, I want to say neither, but if I had to pick between the two, I'm going to go with Dak Prescott, because Dak Prescott has something that Luka doesn't have on his team. That's defense. The Dallas Mavericks and the inability to play defense, I don't think you're going to be able to make it to a championship game without doing so, especially with everything that's going on in the Western Conference and how it's constructed nowadays. When I look at the Dallas Cowboys and I look at Dak Prescott, I look at their defense. They were top 3 when it came to sacking a quarterback. They were top 2 when it came to taking away the football. You have a phenomenal player, Michael Parsons, who a lot of people think is one of the best young players in the game of football today. So when I look at this team, I'm going to go with the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott.
All right, so there you go. When they get desperate on national TV, just turn to the Metroplex and our teams.
Turn to the Cowboys, man. That's what they do. Find a way to get the Cowboys involved in this one. You know, when I first thought about this, I was thinking strictly Mavs versus Cowboys, but then it dawned on me, like, you know, like if Luka asks out, right? I mean, he could go somewhere else and win a title. I didn't even think of it that way.
No,
you could.
You could.
Technicality guy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, why Luka and Dak? Why is the question not Jimmy Butler and Tua, or Trey Young and Kyle Pitts, or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, why is it not that? Here's how dead the dead season is. I told you guys earlier. Sitting by the pool, 2.5 hours, surveilling the landscape as best I could to find something, and I saw this and I was like, I can't put that in. That's so like weak. And so I didn't put it in.
And then Choppy goes, I'll bite.
I'll bite.
He goes, I'll bite.
I'll play along with this one. I think the answer is Dak. I think the answer is Dak because I think it's easier to win a title in the NFL than the NBA. The NBA has shown historically.
Although I think it's been 5 different champions in the last 5 years in the NBA.
Yeah, it's definitely different than normal. Historically, there's about 3 guys who win titles a decade. Like 3 main superstars.
Well, I mean, gosh, but
now it's like every year is a new one.
Well, what's the number in the NFL of like a Manning, a Brady, or a Rodgers, or whatever that, like, those are the only guys who have played in the Super Bowl for 20 years or something?
Well, it was Ben, Manning, and Brady were the only ones that have played in a Super Bowl other than the Flacco year since 2002. That was the stat in the AFC. But in the NFC, you had a different quarterback. There has not been a back-to-back or duplicate NFC quarterback in years to make it from the NFC. Like, there hasn't been.
You know what's amazing to me is I'm going to try to do everything I can except for answer this generic question and just talk about everything else around it. This question, yeah, it's an easy sports talk filler question during the dead period. It really has no answer because it changes so much. That's what I found, because every once in a while you ask this question, put the teams in order. I remember almost getting into a physical altercation with Jared Sandler when he told me, this is before this offseason, he goes, the Rangers will be the next ones. Rangers will be the next ones to win it. And I was like, okay, mister, let me, go ahead and be the play-by-play guy. Okay, Mr. Homer, you're like the Bobby version of baseball here when it comes to the Cowboys. And now now he looks right. And the stars are higher up. So it's amazing how much it changes. If the Mavericks, last year was a fluke when you compare it to the past 5 years. Since Luka Doncic has been here, they've been a 5, a 6, or a 7. If the Mavericks are the 6th seed last year, how much differently are we looking at this question? But they tanked. They missed the playoffs. So now you you completely reorder them in your mind. But every year, every 2 years, the answers to this question totally reorder themselves. So it's almost, it's easy filler, no doubt about it, but it's almost a waste of time in answering it because it just changes.
It changes a lot. if you're just looking at Dak versus Luka, I mean, the Cowboys have got to win 4 games to get to win a title.
Because Luka's better than Dak. We all know this, but you're talking about the path of the NFL.
The path of the NFL. I just, the Mavericks, just say it right now, the Mavericks would have to pull, what would you say, 3 upsets to win a title?
Look, I mean,
which means they would have to, they would win 4 games against a team 3 times that they're not favored against. The Cowboys got to do that once.
Yeah.
But I mean, the difference being that
the answer right now is the Cowboys.
I don't know
Just
that
two answers.
I don't know that it is, because here's the thing: is that when you look over the last decade, or little more than a decade, with Dirk and solid players around him winning, and Kawhi Leonard and solid players around him winning. That was the talk about Milwaukee. That was talk about Miami and Denver playing each other this year. That it's not like you don't need the super team to do it. So the thing is that if you have Luka, you have somebody who's one of the top ones, you can very easily get close with. Honestly, that team had no business getting as close to the NBA Finals 2 years ago as they did.
Right.
If you take Luka out of that mix, that is an easy lottery team.
Yeah.
And that's the thing where it's like, if you've got somebody like that and the right pieces around them, you can absolutely go on a run in this league and have success. We've seen 4 teams do it essentially for titles over the last decade.
Can Luka perform? Can Luka play like Joker? That's the question. Because if you want to compare rosters, if Luka can perform and play like Joker, you can get Kyrie equal to or better than Jamal Murray, and then you look at the rest of the roster. That's how I'm trying to simplify it with the team that just won the championship.
Yeah,
can Luka give a Joker-type performance?
I mean, look, yes, he can, but Joker's team in his, when he after a couple years in didn't start missing the playoffs, and Giannis's team didn't. Like there's something weird happened this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, they missed the playoffs because they did it on purpose this year. Like it would at the end of the year they were missing it on purpose. They were
still a game out. They still needed help.
They would have ended up in the play-in or something if they actually try at the end of the season. Because remember, it was a point where it's in their hands.
Oklahoma
now.
City, I thought, had the edge on that.
Advantage, and plus the tiebreaker.
When it got down to those last 2, because I think Oklahoma City ended up losing.
They didn't give away. Let me rephrase it.
They weren't in it and give it away.
Yeah, they didn't give away a playoff spot.
No, but they would have gotten in.
I think
they had to win out and get help.
I don't agree with you. 877.
Y'all can be wrong. That's okay.
Maybe the revenge game for the Mavericks. Maybe that's what you were thinking about.
Yeah, damn right. Been talking about the NBA for 15 years before I even had a microphone, guys. So I know the sport.
Yeah, now like a bunch of idiots, we gave you one. All right, so there it is.
I've heard the promo.
When you get desperate, turn to America's Team and DFW. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
All right. I need the Tolo's help on this. I need the people's help on this. This happened to Sarah and I yesterday. Went to the gym yesterday morning. Get done. Hop in the sauna. It's a co-ed sauna.
Co-ed sauna.
Yeah, so some gyms have it where it's like you get the men's sauna in the locker room, and you get the women's sauna in their locker room. In this one, they got the steam and the sauna right next to each other. By the way, I tried the steam this week. It's disgusting in there.
It's awful. I can deal with the sauna. I cannot deal with the steam.
Everything's wet. It's like you sit down, your shorts are wet. You got it's dark.
So much hotter.
Now imagine somebody has gone to the bathroom in that steam 5 minutes before, and that's why I don't shower.
So some saunas are not co-ed. This gym
mark that
is co-ed. Now I go in there every day, and it's sometimes it's a little bit crowded, sometimes it's pretty empty. I just sit down in there, keep to myself. There's always some dope in there. He comes in there, starts shadow boxing, stretching,
exercising,
jumping jacks,
taking fake jump shots.
Yeah, and I'm like, all right. And a lot of times they just come right from the pool. They go right in there. I don't mind dudes being shirtless, but then you get like that gooey nipple after you have 20 minutes in there.
Mark that.
And it's just disgusting. And I don't really mind it until they pull the old dog just got out of the pool, shake their head back and forth maneuver, and their sweat goes right in my eye. All right? I don't have a problem with that until then. But yesterday, this dude, Sarah nudges me and kind of gives me the head bob over there. And I look over and I didn't even notice this when I first walked in, but this dude's just in his underwear.
Ah, prospecting.
Just straight underwear, like boxer briefs. And it's like, no,
Grace.
dude.
I could maybe deal. They were like tighty whities.
Yeah, they were tight.
Yeah.
They were like a blue color.
Yeah.
But tight boxer briefs. It's like, man, I'm not here to see your bulge. Okay, I don't need this. Like, get out of my face. And I just like I don't get it. Like, put some clothes on. And then, you go to these other ones where it's like just in the men's locker room.
I don't think, by the way, I would go into a sauna if there was another person in there. There's a.
We did with Willie Rofe.
Well, he was Willie Rofe.
It was Willie Rofe.
it was content.
Yeah,
we recorded an interview in the sauna with Willie Rofe. It was great radio.
Yeah.
But like, there's like a sauna place here off Mockingbird, and you can just book like individual ones. Now I know this is part of your gym; it's included anyway. But I would have to go in, see what they're wearing, make sure it's like one person in there, and that's it. I'm not taking that chance because guys are way too free in the locker room, man.
Yes, they are.
In my opinion.
And look, I may be a little bit scarred because of my history with my basketball coach filming us in the shower, which he did go to jail for, thank God.
But he's out.
But he's out now, and he's looking for work. Called me up, asked for work. I'm gonna help you, man. But like,
he's like, do you guys film things at the station? Like, do you guys like? Do you have a videographer?
Yeah, like I don't have a problem with nudity, but like, I'm past that age. I'm not in sports anymore. You dopes out there with your drying your onions off in the middle of the locker room with your leg up.
Yeah.
It's just not doing anybody a service here. And then you go to these other sauna places where these guys are just naked, like just sitting there without a towel. Like I sit on that wood too.
Yeah.
All right. It's like I don't want. Stop it.
Mark that.
I don't want like your poop particles all over the wood. I don't want that. So please, at least wear a towel. Underwear unacceptable. At least wear a towel in there.
I feel like you're unconsciously making my point about the showering issue here.
Well, this has nothing to do with.
You just said I don't want your poop particles in there with the steam.
You're just sitting there with your butt on the bench.
But it is the same concept, and so ultimately, we meet in the middle, and I think we are closer than you believe.
I mean, maybe we are on this one, but like I don't know, just
will you do
comfortability.
saunas?
No.
Why?
I've just never done one. I sat.
You've never been in one?
I sat in an infrared sauna once for like a minute. Somebody was showing it to me at a training facility. And they're like, "Oh, go in there."
He would think someone would come and bar it up and like
he'd trap him in there.
He'd get trapped in there.
He'd melt.
He'd melt. Do you do saunas?
I have. When I used to work at Lifetime, I'd go in there.
Oh.
Yeah, but I would just go shorts and then no shirt.
And how many guys would just go in there naked?
There were a couple. I mean, but this was just a guys only thing too. It wasn't co-ed.
Not a co-ed.
Yeah. So, but I mean, there were people that go towels, but no shirts or anything. It was all just shorts and bottoms.
Shorts and bottoms.
Now, RJ, if this was a girl in her underwear, would you still say the same thing? Or
Not a chance.
Okay.
I mean, but again, it depends. Some people you don't want to see in their underwear. I don't want to see everybody in their underwear. There are some guys I'm like, okay, you know what? That dude, I could look at him all day.
I think Texas William is making the meme right now.
Maybe you're being a little unconsciously sexist here. I mean, did you ask Sarah if she didn't like it? That he was sitting there? She nudged you. But
hates the co-ed song. Like she thinks they're weird, and like she hates the co-ed sauna. So I don't know. Like I enjoy going in because there's health benefits of it, I'm sure. But like, man, just keep your pants on.
Never gonna change. Never gonna stop. That's man's primal area to roam around in as they see fit.
It is
disgusting.
All right, next one. Now this was really a great cause. This is the 10th annual Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. Now this is an annual charity event. Paddleboarders make the cross from Bimini in the Bahamas to Florida. That's like 90 miles, by the way. All right, they're just paddleboarding across the Atlantic. Just paddleboarding. Well, this group got spotted by a hammerhead shark.
Nice.
And a hammerhead was just following the paddleboarder. And they're like, yo, bro. Yo, come on over to the boat. 'Cause there's a boat following these people. They're not just out there in the wild.
Right.
There's a boat following the paddleboarders.
Soft.
And I know, right? And the hammerhead like starts stalking. They're like, all right, come over to the boat. Hey man, stay over there. And and I'm like, this is a great cause. It really is. It's a good cause, but I got to be honest, like,
a stupid plan.
It's a stupid plan. I don't feel sorry for them at all.
Did they get bit?
No, they didn't get bit. They didn't get bit. Thankfully, everything was okay. They didn't get bit. And it's a great cause. You're raising money for cystic fibrosis. But you know what? Do a walk. Do a walk next time. In South Lake, I used to do the walk for PKD.
Sponsor me per mile.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do a walk, man. Like, what are you out there with a hair? You're getting stuck. The ocean's weird.
Yeah.
Did you see the orcas stalking that racing boat yacht the other day?
No.
They're stalking it, and then they start hitting the rudder. They knocked the boat off for a minute. There's a video of a seal that found its way onto a fishing boat or something, and these orcas are stalking the fishing boat like, hey, we know that thing's up there, and they're going to start doing their little tail wag and try to knock this thing over.
You were joking using the word soft. I'm using it like for real. I was watching some Shark Week stuff, and mainly because my wife is obsessed with Jason Momoa, and I think he's hosting the upcoming Shark Week. A lot of these sharks are soft. These way too many people are in the damn water with these, especially these tiger sharks. You tiger sharks are very soft. Bring it. Do something. As these people are diving in the water, they're petting them.
Petting these
sharks. I'm putting a little camera on their fins and their dorsals or whatever the heck they have, and it's just down there with them and the tiger sharks, and they don't have a big enough mouth, it looks like, to go ahead and do any damage. And I'm like, these people are way too comfortable. I'm rooting for these people to get bit. I'm rooting for these people to get tore up because you want to swim with sharks. Drew Rosenhaus, I was really rooting for his legs to get chomped off. Tyreek Hill, before he slapped the guy in the back of the head. But I'm like, these sharks, they're soft.
Yeah.
Man up, shark up. Do something. But they're not.
I really want to swim with a dolphin. That'd be really cool. A shark. You're just tempted fate, man. As far as I know they say they're safe, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, like, isn't there an innate ability just to bite you?
Did you see the picture of the Florida kids, like, July 4th celebration, jumping, like, in the swamp, and, like, 50 yards away, there's
an alligator.
There's an alligator.
Hello.
And the alligator just sitting there in the midst of this crappy, grimy, green water. And they're like, well, alligators and crocs are different in terms of temperament. Like, one won't really come after you. They're just as scared of you.
Yeah.
And these kids are doing, like, cannonballs into the water, swimming.
I saw a video that said that, like, if you see an alligator, like, in the water, like, with it's just peering up, you want to actually get, like, close to it and look big because they won't come at you because they think you're too big. And I'm like, wait a second. Yeah. I've seen these videos in, like, the Serengeti of them just going after a water buffalo, which is infinitely bigger than I am. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not going after a gator.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look big in front of an alligator.
I'm
going to look away.
Yeah, that feels like one of those internet myths that you trust and go like, oh, I can do, and then it gets you killed.
And then it gets you
I don't trust the internet enough to do that.
Chopping it up here every single hump day.
Hump day. On
Sean and RJ 105 through the fan.
Let's give it applause. I got to see the menu and the price or not. To the South Park creators, Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Oh, man. This will blow up the fan text.
Recently reopened the famed Mexican restaurant and entertainment venue called Casa Bonita.
Casa Bonita.
Reopened? I didn't even know it was a real place. I saw the episode.
There we go. It's in Lakewood, Colorado.
Wow.
It was first opened nearly 50 years ago.
I've actually been there, I think, when I was on vacation there.
Well.
It has all the, it's got the water and the waterfalls inside and everything, and you sit around they put on like a show for you?
Yeah, so it's 52,000 square feet. Features live indoor cliff divers and a walk-through cave called Black Bart's Cave.
Wow.
All right. So they call it the Disneyland of Mexican restaurants. They bought it in 2021 after its operations were crippled by COVID, and they reopened it. They are reopening it. So they have changed, though, the pay structure for the waitstaff.
How have these guys, by the way, not gotten canceled? Props to them for not getting canceled yet with South Park.
I don't know what it is. I remember
the most offensive cartoon of all time, making fun of all of life's issues. They write these scripts in a week or two, and they stay on top of everything. Not canceled.
I think one is A, they just don't care, and they're going to keep doing it, and B, they make fun of it. Nobody's safe.
Yeah, they're just they're equal opportunity haters.
Yeah. So they open up this restaurant, or reopening it. They're paying the wait staff $30 an hour and no tips allowed. Now, I assume they're just going to roll the cost of the tip into the food. They're just going to raise the price of the food to pay the staff.
I would think so.
I would imagine so. Raise the price of drinks. Everything's been more expensive. But you don't have to tip at the end. So a $100 bill, tip $20. Now it's just going to be maybe a $120 bill because they raised the price of food, and you pay 0 tips. Thoughts?
Well, tipping these days has made me extremely bitter. And it's because you're telling me what to do versus allowing me to reward a person. So, like, this place Moxie's over here that a lot of people go to before games. Good sports bar. But never in my life have I had, like, a couple drinks and they give me the bill with the gratuity included for the drinks. It infuriates me. It's like, what are you doing? One of these food delivery places, Favor, like, jacks up the delivery charge through the roof, and they make you, like, adjust it. Like, the other day, I had, like, a $300 barbecue delivery from Terry Black's, and my wife looks at, like, she's like, what did you order? And it was only for 4 people, and I had to look back on it. I'm like, oh, they just took the liberty of adding a $40 tip.
Wow. And how big was the party?
4 people.
That's abnormal.
Now, look, barbecue has gotten really expensive, no doubt about it. But I'm like, I don't want to tip $40. I need to adjust this. And they were quick. Customer service reply, bam. And like, okay, we'll go ahead and adjust it for you. Or like shopping on your Instacarts, right? If I ask you to get 13 items, I'm hooking you up. If I ask you to get 2 steaks that cost $100 total, I'm not tipping you the same as if I'm asking you to get 13 items in the store. And then these self-serve places, like you go outside and you walk up to like the bar, like Smoky Rose, which we go to all the time. It's got a great kids playing area, good barbecue there as well. But it's like a self-serve outside. You walk up to the counter, and when I'm doing the tip calculator, it starts with 20. What do you want to tip? 20, 22, 25. It don't start 15, 18, 20 anymore. It goes 20, 22. And I'm like, y'all didn't come and clear any of these plates. We're busting our own table. We have to go up here and order every drink and every single thing. So I'm becoming very bitter. I'm more than happy to reward great service. I am. Most people probably, you got to force it on them. I mean, I'm sure people want to be cheap. Like my father, who, rolls in his grave anytime it's over 15%, he still can't get the concept of over 15% out of his mind. But I don't know how this would work from a waiter standpoint if they went out with this. $30 an hour versus no tip.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Like if you're a waiter at a
sorry, that was a long tipping rant, but
yeah, if you're a waiter at like a fancy steakhouse, okay, you're Nick at Sam's, you're gonna make more than $30 an hour. Right. Now, if you're at just give me another restaurant, just your general family little IHOP, Chili's, whatever. $30 an hour. I mean,
hell yeah.
How many?
That's more than pay. Would you trade that?
On top of this job, or like actually like do that instead of this?
Instead, 30 an hour.
Yeah, I would so do that.
Well, so they get paid. I guess these servers there at Casa Bonita are getting paid 15 and change an hour, like as it stands now.
Yeah, they're gonna make it 30.
And so the fact that like they probably, if it's the Disneyland of whatever, I'm guessing they are making more than 15 an hour in tips. What I'd imagine.
Plus food nowadays, right? You can't go somewhere and get a regular old lunch without dropping a lot of cash.
Right. Oh, everything's more expensive.
$18 sandwiches, $20 salads. So I think I'd rather keep the $15 an hour with the tips.
Because everything's going up. I think I might too.
But it is funny because this has been a battle for years where there's been this section of society that said like, why not just get rid of the awkward tipping thing? You should just be paying livable wages to people. And it's like, okay, well, now you're paying a livable wage, and now people are upset with that too.
I also felt bad in Mexico. I was still tipping, even though, all inclusive. It's
you got
included. And I'm still like, The baggage guy comes. He brings you the bags. He's like looking at you. It's 105 degrees. They bring a couple extra beers to your room. You know, they are going out of their way with such great service. And I'm like, I feel like I still need to tip.
Yeah.
Even though it's all inclusive, you're not supposed to tip. And I still am doing it.
Oh, yeah. We tipped. I mean, we got up. We tipped everybody. We brought.
Yeah, you tipped for water. You felt pressured that Chapo was going to break out. Chapo on Choppy.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, we would go like every morning. We would get down to the pool, and we would just give the bartender like a 10. And like, hey, this is, here you go. Like,
well, that was some strategy, too.
That was strategy. We know that as soon as we get there,
that
they were going to, come hook us up. It was like, Bobby with the, Bobby just went a little bit more overboard.
At the open bar.
At the open bar. So, I don't know. That's South Park and Casa Bonita.
This is a whole segment of Choppy basically endorsing all the things I've argued for on this show for years. Now he's saying he's tipping at the front. He's saying he doesn't want the poo particles mixing with the steam.
Well,
what is this flip?
I didn't have a problem with you tipping at the front.
What happened on the 4th of July?
I think you just went a little bit overboard.
Yeah, you did it at an open bar where fighting for drinks and attention was not an issue whatsoever. At the pool bar, you got to get recognized. $10 probably a little bit cheap to do that if it worked good for you, but $20 maybe gets their attention.
But I got that criticism from Chop when we just went to Twin Peaks and I tipped in advance. He's like, you don't need to tip in advance. And I did it to get some attention.
No, but at a bar where it's like it's battle conditions out there with the bar, man.
And I think we were anticipating more of a packed house there, and it wasn't. Irving, y'all got to represent.
Yeah.
Y'all got to represent a little bit more.
Text us if you're listening in Irving, 877-881-1053.
Y'all got to rep a little bit more. I'm disappointed in my Irving peeps out there, especially my peeps in Irving. Chopping it up. And you know what I'm saying? Chopping it up every single hump day. Right here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The lead is getting smaller. Do the real, true experts still believe the Rangers are going to finish this thing off strong? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you healthy.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's another guy the Rangers need to get going. Mitch Garver, first pitch for Ward. Swinging a high fly ball to center field. Duran is back. He's on the track. He turns, looks, that ball out of here. Just beyond the high wall in straightaway center field. Mitch Garver gives the Rangers a lead. A 3-run shot, and Texas is ahead 3-1.
Garver and Grossman getting it done for the Rangers yesterday, beating the Massholes in Boston. Game 1 of their series. 6-2 good guys on this radio station. We are your home for Rangers baseball. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Game 2 today with a 5:30 pregame. First pitch at 6 o'clock with John Gray on the mound. But let's see if the Rangers are getting their true respect from the real experts, and that would be in Vegas. How many teams does Vegas think have better odds to win the whole thing? To win the whole thing more so than the Rangers, who at the end of March were 50-1 to win the championship.
All right. Let's go with Atlanta.
Yes, they are the favorite.
Tampa.
Yes, they are second at 5-1.
Houston.
No.
Oh.
Right behind us, fourth best odds at 10-1. Which, by the way, they never had higher or worse odds than 15-2. And the Rangers went from 50-1 to 8-1.
Third best odds?
Third best odds, there's a team you're missing.
Dodgers.
So we're still there. 3-game lead, but fourth best odds, according to Vegas, Braves, Rays, Dodgers, Rangers, then the armpit. Followed by the Yankees at 16-1. Then Arizona and San Francisco, along with Toronto at 20-1.
Yankees going to be able to win a World Series without Aaron Judge all year? I don't know about that.
How much more time is he supposed to miss?
They're talking surgery. Yeah, this is what happens.
Meet at the schedule, Chop. Meet at the schedule.
This is what happens when you have a outdated training staff that the rest of the league laughs at, but they've still got an 80-year-old out there running things, not knowing what PRP is, but that's cool, whatever.
They get criticized for their training staff?
Oh, God, in the circles, man. Those trainers, they just laugh at them because they're just so old school. And you wonder why none of their players are ever healthy.
Peyton, guess the Athletics odds. They're still on the board to win it all.
Oh, geez. 1,000-1.
Worse.
5,000-1.
2,000-1 for Oakland. Kansas City is 1,500-1. If you think the Rangers will just win the American League pennant, they don't even have to win it all. 7-2. They were 22-1 at the end of March. So only Tampa has better odds than the Rangers to win the American League. As for the West, Rangers are 2-3 to win the division. The Astros are 3-2. So it's not like you're getting great value
Basically
on
the same, yeah,
on the Astros, but the Rangers are still slight favorites to go ahead and win it. American League MVP.
Wander Franco.
Shohei.
Shohei is 1 to what?
1-10.
No.
Better?
Better. No, worse.
So so like 1-20 worse or the other way around?
1 to 20 worse.
Wow, 1-25.
1 to 16. 1 to 16. Second, Franco is tied with two others.
Marcus Semien.
No.
Damn.
Idiot. Simeon's 40-1. He is 6 on the list. Come on, Chobby. This is your league. You only care about the American League. What?
No,
is it
that's
Toronto? Toronto guy?
I said
Corey Seager.
I said American League MVP. You said Toronto.
So
well, I mean, like I'm guessing a Toronto player.
Well, you should guess a specific player. You're on the home of the Rangers. You know baseball. You know gambling. You just can't name teams.
Bo Bichette.
Not Bo Bichette. Corey Seager is tied for second. Good job, Bobby. Corey Seager, Franco, and Bobby. Let's see if you can name the other one tied. You can give me the coast if you want, like Peyton.
Rosarena.
Yeah.
Gulf Coast.
You read my email in the pool yesterday.
I didn't. I did not.
Coast.
Yes. Then Bo Bichette, Toronto.
Thank you.
Coming in.
Seager would be interesting as a MVP candidate. You don't see many guys win the MVP who miss a month.
No, but I mean, he is
30-1.
He's 6th in WAR in the American League, and all the guys ahead of him have played 30 more games.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's going to be near the WAR leaders.
He's having a great year.
All right, who can knock off? You can probably already guess the NL MVP.
Acuna.
Who else? Yes. Who else is in the top 5? Acuna is 4-17.
Ooh.
Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts is 3rd.
Corbin Carroll.
Corbin Carroll is not top 5.
Oh, okay.
Very familiar names.
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto is 4th.
That's hilarious because
Really?
they're 14 games back.
Yeah,
I was kidding.
that's surprising.
Fernando
Ellie De La
Tatis.
Cruz.
Huh?
Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz. No.
Tatis.
No.
Luis Ariz.
Old school, not too old school. Ariz is 5th. Freddie Freeman still.
Okay.
What a machine.
What a machine. he
9-1.
is.
9-1. In order, National League: Acuna, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Juan Soto, who was smack talking a little bit against Shohei the other day, before Shohei left yesterday with the blister in the pitching hand. But Freddie Freeman, I mean, no doubt, instant Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, I mean, I have to go look at his black type. That's what they love to point out, the black type.
Black type?
Yeah, it's in the baseball reference page. So if you look at somebody's baseball reference, if they have black bold type, if they were like a league leader in that category, and if you don't have it's very hard to make the Hall of Fame without leading the league in something several times in your career, as it used to be.
I don't know. I mean, I get he gets penalized for it, but I mean, if Todd Helton's not in, like when you look at Freeman's numbers, they're not better than Helton. So I don't know.
American League Cy Young favorite.
Garrett Cole.
3rd.
Peyton
light on the buzzer today.
Where's Shohei on this?
He's not top.
Tampa Bay.
4.
Show McClanahan.
Yeah, is it McClanahan?
McClanahan?
No.
Is Evaldi on the list?
He's not top 3.
Fromber.
Yes.
Okay. He's having a good year.
He's the favorite. Then Kevin Gausman. Then Garrett Cole. Then McClanahan. Then Shohei. Then Evaldi at 9-1. So that's where we are in the American League. NL.
Let's go with Zach Gallen.
He is the favorite. Good job at 2-1. Then Kershaw. Then Strider. Then Stroman. Then Blake Snell. AL Rookie of the Year, as the two are facing each other in this series on the Fan.
Josh Young.
It is Josh Young over Yoshida. Josh Young is 13-10, and then Corbin Carroll is 1-4 in the National League. So those are the baseball numbers. Still some respect for the Rangers with the World Series odds. NBA Rookie of the Year, Wembanyama is a 1-2 favorite over Scoot Henderson. Wembanyama's over-under rookie point total is what, do you think?
Let's go 18.5.
17.5. Good guess. Over-under 17.5. Over-under rebounds 8.5. Over-under blocks per game 2.5. Games played 64.5.
Man, if he's 18-8, that's a pretty decent rookie year, man.
It ain't no
He's not Hakeem.
He's not Hakeem.
He's not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Greatest prospect of all time.
According to Woj. Greatest sports prospect of all time.
Can you imagine that? If this poor kid goes out there and who was playing in like the 5th best league in the world, he goes out there in the NBA and puts up 18-8 in his first year. And they're gonna be, what a disappointment this guy is.
Which LeBron, his rookie year, was 21 points, 5.5 rebounds, 6 assists.
So you better score at least 20, Wembanyama, if you want to prove Woj correct. Brandon Miller over-under is 13.5. He scored 18 the other day. Scoots is over-under is 15.5. And then we got Chris Paul, points per game in Golden State, over-under 12.5. Jordan Poole, 23.5. Porzingis in Boston, over-under is 20.5.
Man, I feel like you could hit the over on Jordan Poole. I don't know who else is going to put up shots in Washington.
Well, Kuzma. Poole and Kuzma. The shot selection there and the field goal percentages are going to be insane. But Jordan Poole over-under is 23.5. And DC doesn't have the hottest women's scene, at least when I was there. So Jordan Poole may not be, he may be more focused on the court versus all the spectators in the crowd. Speaking of that, can someone explain this white party to me? Who is this guy, the Philadelphia 76ers, like chairman? Micah Parsons and Des Bryant were at this famed white party along with...
Sounds about white.
That gets me every time. Every celebrity in the world dies to get this invite. This guy, Michael Rubin, has made this. I think that's why Micah was at the Sixers playoff game. I think he was a guest on Michael Rubin. What is it about this party that you don't get every year at the Oscars or the Academy Awards or the Emmys or the Grammys? What is it about this party that makes it so special?
It's in the Hamptons. That's it.
Hamptons to me even sounds overrated. I watched reality TV shows in the Hamptons. Now, you grew up in that neck of the woods. That's like
Long Island was a completely different world. I never went there. It's you got to go through Manhattan to get there. It was a pain in the ass.
My buddy lives in Long Island. I went out there, lived there, Goldberg.
Yeah.
Shocker. I went out there once, and it was like,
Look, this is how the Hamptons is the perfect example of how New York City overrates everything. From their point guards to the Hamptons. All right.
Shots fired.
The Hamptons it's a beach. It's all it is. And it's no different than Floribama Shore.
Destin.
It's Floribama with richer clientele. That's all it is. And they think it's the greatest thing in the world. Why? Because people in New York City have never left. They've never left the city. Because there's no need to. If you live there, they got everything right there. Oh, why would I go over there? It's the most overrated place in the world.
I mean, Rubin's obviously worth a bunch of money and loves buddying up to all these athletes because he's the CEO of Fanatics. So because of that, I mean, he's putting money in their pockets and everything else.
He
so
was
I'm sure,
with the Sixers at one point.
I think he's had involvement. Yeah, he's got a stake in the Sixers and the New Jersey Devils. And then you've also got, like I said, if he's doing Fanatics, then he's putting money directly in their pocket. So he probably just likes to hobnob with players, has built good relationships, and so they all want to go hang out there.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but you got to come dressed, obviously, a certain way. But every single celebrity, and Micah Parsons was sitting there talking up with Tom Brady, whose career he ended. Ended Tom Brady's career, and Dez got an invite as well. That's all I care about asking at training camps, getting to Micah or Dez, if Dez stops on by as a guest, and saying, what's up with the white party? That's all I want to know. Take us inside. What can you reveal? What? Why are you laughing, Bobby?
I don't, because I just know when I hear the white party and I hear there's all these rich people and they show up to this party that we don't have a lot of details on. Like my head just immediately defaults to Eyes Wide Shut and things like that. That's
it's a good movie.
That's where my head goes when I hear what's this mysterious rich people
good
party?
Movie?
It's a good movie.
It's a creepy movie. It's
good. History's been kinder to that movie than they were when it first came out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because when it first came out, it got crushed.
It was a
lot of group scenes in that.
With masks on, and it was a little weird.
All right, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We told you not to travel this past weekend because of the airplanes. This was in DFW, right, this woman?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it was in DFW.
The viral story from an airplane came from right here in DFW, and RJ Choppy is going to change the way you shower forever. You'll be thinking about RJ in the shower.
Heck yeah!
From now on. We'll tell you why right after this.
Let's get you over to the all-new location of Platinum Ford in Terrell, located between I-20 and Highway 80.
The fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Coming up at 9:20 this morning on your home of the Rangers, we're going to be joined by Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. So Brett will join us for the Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. 5:30 Rangers pregame. First pitch at 6 o'clock in Boston, where the boss man is Gavin Spittle, still attending Ranger games, even at Fenway.
Yeah.
So Spittle will be on out there trying to make it 2 for 2 with the Rangers after they got the win yesterday. Christian Wood, thanks to Kevin Gray, all over social media as always, sending us Christian Gray. Is he the one in...
That's 50 Shades of Grey.
50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
Christian,
Where's your mind?
I know. Christian Wood, excuse me, tweeted, worked my ass off for everything I got and went undrafted and still made it through. Trying to figure out when I developed haters, LOL. Well, Christian, about a quarter of the league has spoken, and they don't want you on their team. You were a fan favorite. We all saw your skill, your size, your ability, but you had haters within your own organization. So, I don't know. Some of the things, when he came on the station, I forgot which show it was, I would love to get Christian Wood on as a radio guest. He was interesting. He was funny. He was thoughtful. He seemed, like he'd give you some real raw answers. But on Twitter, man, he sounds like he's lost. Dude, there's a book on you that you don't care that much and that you take shortcuts. And that if the meeting is at 5 o'clock, you're going to show up every day at 4:59 and maybe at 5:05. I don't know who your agent is. I've heard some whispers that the agent isn't helping your cause, but a quarter of the league has had you, dude, and you're getting passed around. You got way too much skill, size, and ability to not be sticking in one place for a very long time, as the Dallas Mavericks are the latest ones to say, hit the road. So you need to, it sounds like, in my opinion, Christian Wood needs to wake up a little bit, maybe a lot of bit.
It is weird, when you get somebody like Christian Wood who has just been on the verge of getting paid a couple different times now, and it feels like it's just lock in and pretend to really care for 6 months, dude. Just do this and you will be set for life financially if you just do this. And then they
Maybe he doesn't know if he's not
it's
caring.
odd. It feels like plenty of people would have had to have told him this by this point.
You would think, but how many yes men are there out there? These, these athletes and celebrities have people that don't tell them the real.
Yeah, a ton. Probably John Morant.
Is this any different? Because you remember very early on, they made the announcement. Tim McMahon had talked about it. A week after they traded for Christian Wood, they had talked about JaVale McGee's the starter. JaVale McGee's starting at center. Christian Wood's going to be involved, but he's not the starter. And that we heard some chatter that it was this is their motivating tactic right out of the gate. I wonder, would the correct play have been show it to him right out of the gate that he's the guy? Is his time here in Dallas any different if they're not trying to light a spark under him and they just say, no, you're the best big man we have here offensively. We're just putting you out there. You're in the starting lineup and you're a big part of what we do here.
It's work for it versus, we don't want to just give it to him.
Right.
Because I thought it was just a tactic early on, earn your star, rookie, earn your star training camp. I thought it was just this, roll your eye tactic, but no, they were you're staying on the bench all year long, basically. Yeah. You're coming off the bench. So we'll see where Christian Wood ends up, but I still think there are very few in the league who have his scoring ability, his versatility at his size. But obviously there are components missing defensively and carrying are the knocks on him. All right, Choppy, what happened with a DFW flight?
Oh, this is a flight that I wouldn't want to be on. This is an American Airlines flight, and a woman was on board. And the video starts, and this is circulated on social media over the weekend. The expletive-laden meltdown went viral as the flight was getting ready to depart DFW, as she comes storming up the aisle, and that is where video started.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to. Bye.
All right.
So she is talking about people on the back of the plane that aren't real.
Yeah. It was on a flight to Orlando, evidently. This lady was like, this guy's next to me. That's not a real person. I don't know what in the name of bath salts she was on, but I would have liked to have seen that this passenger was, maybe it was K2. Could have been K2. I don't know.
Yeah.
I expect this on Spirit, though, but I thought AirTran was another one that I could see this on. American? We're about to fly American out to L.A.
Yeah, you don't
We have crazies like this lady.
Yeah, you don't normally expect a lot of PCP on American Airlines, and that sure.
Are
is,
we stereotyping flights now like we do beers?
I think we've been stereotyping flights for a while,
We're
right?
stereotyping the brands of flights?
Yes, when you see a brawl break out at the gate, my first assumption is that's Spirit.
Oh, man.
That's my first assumption.
No, man, I'm just trying to save on a flight. I don't think it's trying to reflect on me. I'm just trying to save money. We all don't have the rewards program like Choppy and being in the exclusive clubs,
Gold member, baby.
In the airport. We don't live this elite snob status.
Look, I mean, every plane I get on, I think is going down anyway, so I might as well pay for the cheapest one. So, because I mean, like, to me, they're all equally unsafe.
All right, so what's the American Airlines? What's the American Eagle? What's the Southwest? What is the Sun Country? Stereotype them all.
I don't know the stereotype of Sun Country.
Okay.
Southwest.
Sun Country, I've flown it. We're like the Spirit, but just like trying to get to Mexico or a vacation.
Yeah, that's the Sun Country is the old person in the Hawaiian shirt. Let's go on vacation because that's where they go.
Okay.
Southwest is
the everyman.
What is
Southwest?
Yeah, there's a cult of personality when it comes to Southwest. They're a little cultish. Like they love their airline. Like they're oh my God, it's Southwest. I love Love Field. I've never seen somebody love an airport so much as they do from Southwest travelers.
What?
I love.
I love Love
Field.
Field. I'm being dead serious. I'm dead serious on this train.
I hate it. You know
I
why?
love Southwest.
Because I'm
I love
driving
Love Field.
20 minutes
Not
past.
talk over each other. Just let Choppy talk, and then you talk.
I'm driving 20 minutes past a perfectly fine airport to get to Love Field. That's why I hate Love Field. I don't like it.
Why?
Because I'm driving 20 minutes past a perfectly fine airport to get to another one.
Okay.
That's my issue. It's a bitterness.
Okay, I haven't flown at Love Field for a long time, but my problem with Love Field is sitting there for the passenger pickup.
Oh, yeah, the passenger
You
pickup.
feel like the White House security team is going to snipe you or usher you out of there real quick or tow you within a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot sit there for 30 seconds.
No.
Let's go. Come on. You got to circle it nonstop.
Yeah. Now, there's a convenience level, too. If you land in Love, like your car's going to be there. If you land in American, I mean, you may be maybe 6 gates away or 6 terminals away.
Why do you love it so much?
Oh, it's my turn.
It's RJ.
I'm playing. Just relax.
It goes RJ, then Bobby.
I know. I've sat in the meetings. Anyway, so I look at it as, to me, Love Field, you got to circle. But
Peyton's dying.
He's laughing so hard.
He should have dumped that, but it's out there now.
There's nothing to dump.
You have a circle, right? You do got to drive that little circle at Love Field. But that's so much easier than, I missed my gate. I guess I've got to go drive 15 minutes now to the end of the airport and circle back. Like, it's its own city, DFW. It's way too dense. There's way too much stuff going on there.
Their baggage is awful, too.
I cannot stand it. Love Field is so straightforward. Just walk in. This is here. You go here. It's just completely simple and easy. And that's all I'm about. Simple and easy.
So there's this girl. I mean, she doesn't look like a nut job. And she's like, no, there's that person on the back of the plane. They're not real. Get me off of this plane.
Now, I had a buddy who texted me after I posted this video on social media. He goes, I dated this girl. And I wrote him back, and I was like, wait, this exact girl or just a girl like this who was a little bit crazy? And I haven't heard back. So I'm waiting.
What?
I'm waiting on this one.
That
a good friend of mine, too.
I dated
He goes,
this.
I dated this girl with a face slap emoji. And I'm like, and I wrote back, I go, this girl or a girl like him?
Dude, that means this specific girl.
I assume means this specific girl. So I'm waiting for.
What's this guy like? Is he down with you used to be down with some of the crazies?
I know.
Is he like chaos?
I don't think
Is he
likes
naive?
Chaos. No, he's not naive. He's a great guy. Very, very with it. Very successful.
Really? You got to text him again.
I have. I'll have to text him back again. I texted him yesterday, like mid-afternoon.
All right,
and I haven't heard back.
Let's hear it one more time from Choppy's friend's ex.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Bye. Man, Bobby.
Someone said at the end, bye.
Bobby would have gotten off this plane.
Huh?
You'd have gotten off this plane.
No. I'm not looking at I don't think this is a final destination situation. So 972 says could have just been a mental breakdown. I think there's zero chance it's a mental breakdown. That is under the influence of something to me, listening to that.
Under the influence or just badass crazy. But you bring up the good point. How many other people on this plane believed her? How many other people are like the paranormal people, who believe in all the ghosts?
Yep.
Are like, she's seeing something.
They are.
This is a bad omen. Let's get off.
I guarantee you somebody out there was on that plane. It was like, they started thinking to themselves like, oh man, this, I don't want to fly anymore on this one.
All right.
That's for dang sure.
All right, scrub-a-dub-dub, Choppy. You're trying to scar me here in the shower.
Cool. Are you a shower toothbrusher?
Sometimes.
Really? Okay.
Sometimes I'm trying to figure out why I do it. Maybe I just want to get everything done at once.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about timing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, when I first get in the shower, I'm either gonna put the face soap on or the shampoo to let it set.
Okay.
I'm gonna let that do its thing, and then I'm gonna wash the rest of the body while that is doing its thing. And then maybe in the meantime, if I feel like I need to go ahead and brush the teeth, it's probably when I'm like hungover and I just like walk the toothbrush in there and I'm like going to do everything at one time rather than walk back to the sink. Yeah, I'll brush my teeth in the shower sometimes.
All right.
Do you ever? Anyone else ever do it?
Kristen does it all the time. I don't do the toothbrush. Back in the day, I used to, when I was using a razor frequently, I would shave in the shower.
I've never thought about it.
Never thought about it?
Never thought about doing it. I've done the beer shower, where you drink a cold beer in the shower.
Okay.
But I've never done the toothbrush in the shower.
So this dentist and this clinician recently explained that trying to kill two birds with one stone in the shower actually leads to health problems.
Oh God. You and your effing studies. Every day he's got another study.
I got studies for days.
There'll be one contradicting it tomorrow.
Of course there will be. Brush your teeth in the shower. The first issue is that the water temperature is warmer than what you would use in the sink. That softens the bristles of the toothbrush, makes them less effective.
Okay.
So you're not, cleaning.
Not brushing my teeth as effectively.
Yeah. Now, are you guys electric? I use a Sonicare now. You guys use that?
No electric.
Nope.
No?
Manual.
Peyton? Nothing?
Nope. Manual.
99% are over here.
Also, using the same water source for your teeth and body parts leads to a transfer of germs to your mouth, which could make you sick and compromise your immune system.
Hot water kills it. Not worried.
Is it hot enough?
I don't care. I'm not getting sick off of brushing my teeth in the shower. I refuse to believe that.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of, contaminants this could be. But also, number 3, the toothpaste. When you dribble toothpaste onto the floor, it makes the shower floor very slippery.
Okay.
Which could lead to accidents. Now, also, don't leave your toothbrush in there. Because the moisture in the shower creates an ideal environment for bacteria to grow, builds up on your toothbrush, and leads to oral issues.
Okay. That's a little worrisome. Make your drink.
Yeah. I was just going to, well, never mind. But Kristen leaves hers in the, we'll forget it in there, and then it's sitting there, and that's what grosses me out. I'm always like, once the steam settles and everything's kind of, I feel like that is ripe for bacteria and stuff.
So she just leaves her toothbrush in there?
Yeah,
Just in
sometimes
there?
I leave it in because you're doing it when you're hungover.
But do you have the stand you put it in?
No, I like balance it.
That's what she does.
In the soap thing area where the brush is hanging off.
Yeah, hanging off?
Yeah,
Okay,
you got to balance it off like that. So there it is. A little warning. How many toothbrush shower tolos are there listening on DFW Sports Station? Speaking of turnoffs, Bobby wants to know the single question you could ask another Cowboys fan where the answer lets you know whether or not you even want to have a football discussion with them. The Cowboy turn-off question where you're like, nope, not even worth my time. And below the belt next. great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Why is Michael Vick talking about another man's girth? More on that in just a second.
Isn't it Mike Vick?
Is it Mike now?
I thought he adjusted it.
I went to Michael, then Mike.
Mike,
Yeah,
Mike,
Vick.
these Mikes, Michael Malone, Mike Vick. Dude, just accept either or. Come on.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it
Are you okay
shouldn't
with
be that.
Bob? Anyone ever call you just Bob Belt?
A lot of people do, but it's odd because that is my dad's name. And my dad,
Zero association with that?
No, but my dad's been on the air around here in Dallas. I'm just saying, like, he was.
Yeah.
I'm just
We
saying.
got a legacy broadcaster here in the works.
Yeah, I know, nepotism, bro. And so, like, you've got my dad has been on the air in the industry, and so it's a little odd to me. But
I'm your radio dad.
Chris, yes. Sean is my daddy. Don't mark that. So no, it's funny. Kristen, when we first started dating, legitimately wanted me like, would you go by Robert maybe? Or she did not like Bobby. She thought it sounded too childish.
Yeah.
But anyway, before we get to Michael Vick talking about the girth.
She was cool, by the way, with the listening with the mother-in-law during our segment the other day.
Yeah, she was all good.
She gets it now.
Yeah, she's fine.
She takes it.
Yeah, she knows who runs the house and not to speak up.
Disturb the force.
Look, the gravy train may stop. You may be like a
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
you'll be like a Casa Bonita server. You think you want it one way, and then you're gonna realize, no, it was better the way before. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. All right, so this is a question that had come up over on Reddit recently that I thought actually was really interesting. Brian and I kicked it around a little bit yesterday, but you could expand this honestly to the NFL or anything else, but I think it's a good one for the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And the question was, what is a single question you could ask another Cowboys fan where the answer lets you know whether or not you'd even want to engage in football talk with them? Because this is funny that I knew a friend of mine who was not a Cowboys fan used to say that his litmus test for if he was talking to somebody knowledgeable about football was if they would say Tony Romo is trash when Romo was playing. Where he's like, if you think Romo's trash, you're buying into narratives of, oh, he's a choker and he's the Cowboys quarterback. He's like, if you objectively watch football, you know that Tony Romo's good. So if you think Romo's good, I know I can have other baseline conversations with you. We can disagree about stuff, but that tells me you at least know football. And so the question is, what would that be for the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, the Romo one is very, very true. Ooh, that's a good one.
I'll give you mine while you wait on this. And I know everybody would say mine is going to be how
Dak
awesome is Dak?
trash. Yeah.
How awesome is Dak? But that's not actually it right now. To me right now, my question is this.
What was Broadus' answer to this, by the way?
Brian, what did he give on this one? I know he said one of the ones that was a good one was Romo. That was what Malik Hooker. He said, if you think Malik Hooker is just irreplaceable at safety, if you're one of these people who's like, Hooker's great, he's like, they could get better at free safety. If you're one of these people who thinks Hooker's great, I don't think you're watching the games.
Okay, yeah. So I felt like I've been off in my Hooker assessment. I don't notice him. I've barely noticed him for 2 years. I don't get any of the Malik Hooker praise whatsoever.
Broadus is right there with you, and he will talk football with you. You've got the pass.
I think if you bring up the front office and the narrative that that Jerry is just in full control of everything.
That was mine.
That's it for me.
That was mine. Jerry coaches them. Jerry calls the shots. I think I'm like, okay, you're a little outdated.
He's got the hotline down to the sideline.
That was mine.
If you think
how did Ryan on the fan cam get Jerry Jones up here as we're talking about him with these
because he's a pro. He's awesome back there, Ryan. Mine right now would be, it's not about Dak. Mine is actually, should Terrence Steele be starting at right tackle? If you think Tyron Smith should be starting at right tackle, to me that's you're not watching them. You're not legitimately watching how the offense looked last year. You're riding off of a reputation that doesn't really exist for Tyron anymore, and you're assuming that he played right just as well as he played left when he didn't. and you're still holding on to an idea about Terrence Steele, a narrative about Terrence Steele that existed in his rookie season that's not accurate anymore.
Oh, we have someone on the hotline, and I think he's only willing to talk football with me after my Malik Hooker take. It is the great Brian Broaddus from the G-Bag Nation. What's up?
Hey, I am here at the Star listening to your wonderful broadcast, and yes, you're the only one at that station that I will talk football with. I had to do 4 hours yesterday with Bobby. I called him Robert the whole time. I was just trying to kind of draw him off sides a little bit. But yeah, Choppy, I heard his takes about the sauna this morning. I do agree on that, though. He's not wrong. So that's like the first time I've agreed with Choppy. But yeah, Sean, you're the only one that I'll talk football with at that station.
What was the best Jerry Jones story that you told yesterday when everyone was talking about this $50 million Netflix documentary? And what is this going to be about? What footage from back then are we going to get that's new that Netflix paid $50 million for?
I'll tell you what, his story is worth $50 million. If you could tell all the things that you can't tell, that's where this is worth. This is worth $5,000 an episode.
Yeah,
because 14 years working with the man, there are some stories that, like I said, hey, Jerry's kind of, he's out there. I mean, Jerry's out there. We go to his media party. We laugh with him. We joke with him. He says stuff. But yeah, if Netflix could bring to the light those stories that nobody really should know about, then Netflix has done their job. They really, really have.
Why are you at the Star?
I was over here meeting some people. I was talking some business with some people over here. And yeah, they just happen to be working over here at the Star. So but I was just listening to your show, and I felt compelled to say what a great job you guys do, and more people should listen to you guys every day from 5:30 to 10.
Thank you, brother. Love you. Appreciate it.
Take care, boys. Have a good one.
I told him this the other day. I saw the missed call on Monday, and I was petrified because the last time I dodged his calls, he gave it to me, and I always had my ringer off, but I saw it, and I immediately called him back. He was just checking in. And at the end of the conversation, because we're just talking like basically radio. I'm like, why do you care about this so much? So I ask, I'm like, if you're like Bassick or Broaddus, I would think that you're viewing this as like, okay, I did my major thing in life. I was, a major league pitcher.
Yeah.
I won a Super Bowl in the National Football League. I worked with John Gruden and all these guys and Jerry Jones. I'm like, wow, why are you so invested in this? He's talking about demographics and ratings and 25 to 54 and demos and areas in the Metroplex we need to hit and getting the training camp guest list. I was like, this is supposed to be your retirement in the sunset, but he's a winner. He's a true winner.
He's competitive.
That's
what it is. He's just a competitive person. So he gets in there and all of a sudden it's everything.
He had an awakening with me the other day. I don't think he'd mind me telling it, but he was like talking about someone else in town, and I was like, I thought you had beef. And he's like, well, I went to a service the other day.
Oh. Well,
probably not at Chiafalo's church with Bobby. No. But he's like, and I'm just like, maybe I should just put all this petty stuff in the past. And I was like, man, I hate growing up Broaddus. I really do. Because there's very few petty of us left. I got Bobby left. And that's basically it. I don't know who else is as petty as I am, but Broaddus is leaving. He's just growing up at the age of whatever he is.
At the age of 60.
At the age of 60, he's growing up, and he's like, no, man, just there's bigger things, and there's more to life. And I'm like, man, good for you, but I hate you at the same time. So that was my Broaddus phone recap.
That is so sweet.
Love him.
Look at you guys. You guys are so close. Some of the answers coming out on the truckwreck.com fan text for what is your litmus test question for a Cowboys fan to see if you even want to engage them on football. You've got on the 214, if somebody says Dak was only good when he had Romo in his ear, that's one that is a turnoff to them. 972, if there's a person who claims to be a fan and doesn't realize certain players aren't around anymore, I don't talk to them. Let's see. You've got 817. My baseline question is, who's the greatest quarterback in Cowboys history? If it ain't Roger, then they've checked out on him. 214. I can't talk to people that think Zeke has been good at football the last 3 years. 720. Should Dax be the starting quarterback? Now, I don't know if that's Is the answer no or
Cooper
yes?
Troopers. Those
which
are the
one
Cooper.
it is?
Those are the Cooper Troopers.
When they ask if Dak is the future from the 214, and then 972, mine was Zeke. But so those are some of the ones that we kick around. I do think that there's obviously certain levels. Like if somebody were to say Dak is not and I think you guys would agree with this. If somebody says Dak is not in the top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL, wouldn't you go, okay, you don't pay attention then? Or you're leaning into narratives or something.
Yeah, you just hate him.
Yeah, there's I can't talk football with you on an honest level if you say something like that.
What was this? What was your tease?
Mike Vick.
Okay, go ahead.
So Mike Vick is talking about girth, tonnage, all of that. He joined Tyreek Hill on his It Needed to Be Said podcast.
Oh, I thought it needed to be slat.
Well, I mean, that's, that there's plenty of that to go around from Tyreek Hill. You can get that without having to tune into the podcast, it sounds like. But Michael Vick had some stuff to say about Tua Tagovailoa. He said, I think he's got to bulk up a little bit, get a little bit bigger, get stronger. As you grow into your man body, that's what needs to happen. Ain't nothing wrong with picking up another 10 to 15 pounds. Don't get hit. Don't get knocked around. Now, this is interesting to me because I was thinking about Vic, which Vic is a mobile quarterback who was left-handed, has some of the same, physical traits as Tua. And I got to thinking about it. I was like, how big was he, though? I don't remember him being
he was 6 feet tall.
So he was 6 and he was 210.
Yeah, I was
Tua was bigger than that.
Yeah, and I was like, did Vic really bulk up that much in Philly compared to Atlanta? And I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it. So I'm like, you didn't really take your own advice. But I think I've seen some videos of Tua bulking up. He's doing everything he can to try to,
give him credit.
Safeguard himself.
Give him credit. Now, so Vic is listed on his Wikipedia page. Wikipedia's never wrong. Never wrong. 6 foot, 210 pounds.
Yes.
Tua is listed at 6'1", 225.
Now, was Vic's 210 listing, was that pre or post weightlifting in the prison yard?
That's a good question.
Maybe that's to a solution right there.
Good question.
We move past that. I was just thinking how likable Mike Vick was nowadays. I know.
Oh, yeah, we're way past Ron Mexico and the dogs, I guess.
I know. Well, I mean,
Ron Mexico is a great name.
It is.
That's a fantastic name.
It is.
Was that a real name?
That was the pseudonym he used to go get his herpes test.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Below the belt, literally, here on your home of America's team and Texas Rangers baseball. An NBA insider says, don't worry, Mavs fans. Kyrie is finally going to behave, and RJ says be careful about going all in on free agency. And our Odyssey baseball insider Brett Boone on your favorite baseball team. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Okay.
After this,
let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean, Cleanway, Greenway.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. Aren't 4-day work weeks a lot more fun?
Yeah, they are.
They sound awesome.
Absolutely.
Spectacular. Yesterday, everybody had off, and hopefully you're checking us out, whether you're out there on the roads or listening on the Odyssey app, at the office, at home, out of state. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with Peyton and Rai in the back here on 105.3 The Fan. Stop doing that, Bobby. You have the creepiest face. Brett Boone, former major leaguer, will join us at 9:20 for his bi-weekly appearance from the Odyssey app to talk about your Texas Rangers hanging on to this lead over the Houston Astros, and the Angels just getting hurt everywhere with Trout, broken bone in the hand, Rendon hurt again, and then Ohtani having to leave his start with a blister issue. But we're still monitoring the NBA to see what's going on. And Choppy, you're saying that teams better be careful before spending and going all in to try to create these super teams or solve their problems?
Yeah, so there was an article that was put out. Each team's most impactful signing, best signing since 2010 in NBA free agency. And I was less than impressed with this list.
Okay.
In terms of the impact that they had. So I'll just run down a list, alphabetical order. Atlanta, most impactful free agent, Paul Millsap, 2013. Wonderful signing. Good player.
Yeah.
Celtics, Al Horford. Good glue guy.
Yes.
Very good glue guy.
I'd say that's worked out nicely.
They paid him 4 years, 113.
Woo!
Ooh. The Nets. Pretty obvious. Kevin Durant. 4 for 164.
Did not work.
Did not work. And nobody would ever argue against signing Kevin Durant.
An all-time first-round bust of a series. Swept.
Yeah, swept.
Swept.
Charlotte. Gordon Hayward. 4 for 120.
That was your boy.
Yeah. I got a front row seat for him at in the Butler Duke game. The Bulls. DeMar DeRozan. 3 for 85. The Cavs, boy, this one worked. LeBron, 2 for 42. God, they only got $42 million over 2 years. Good gosh. What is the Mavericks? This is depressing.
I saw this number the other day, by the way. 2023 NBA free agency. 7 deals so far of $100 million or more. Michael, over 15 seasons, $94 million.
Damn.
He made 94 over 15 years. There's been 7 deals of 100 or more passed out this summer.
Now, Mavericks' most impactful signing, and it's over the last decade?
Since 2010.
2010. Okay, then I don't believe he was traded. Is it Monte Ellis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 for 25.
Monte
That's
was a good
depressing.
player here.
No, that's depressing.
I mean, he was a good player here, though.
He was 19-5 for a pair of playoff teams. He missed 2 games in 2 years. That's pretty cool. Denver, Paul Millsap, another one. Detroit, Josh Smith, 2013.
Oh.
The Warriors, this one worked. KD. Houston, Dwight Howard, 4 for 88, 2013. That didn't work. Indiana, David West. The Clippers, would you say Kawhi has worked?
No. The Kawhi Paul George thing has been a disappointment. They haven't even made an NBA Finals. That's a failure.
Yeah. The Lakers, LeBron, 4 for 153. They got a title out of it.
Yes.
I would say that worked. Memphis, Chandler Parsons.
Nope.
Wait, what?
One of the all-time heists.
Like, is this just the list of this is the most impactful, like in a good way, right? Because he played 6 games or whatever it was.
It's their most successful free agency addition was Tony Allen, but the most impactful is the player who expedited the fall of the franchise's era.
Okay.
Okay. So
interesting.
Man, all-time heist.
Yeah. Miami, that's easy. It's LeBron.
LeBron's on 3 of these teams' lists.
It should be. Milwaukee, Brook Lopez, 2018, 1 year, $3 million.
Love Brook Lopez.
Minnesota, Taj Gibson. New Orleans, Rajon Rondo.
I forgot he was even there.
I know, 1 year, $3 million. The Knicks, Jalen Brunson. I mean, so far it's worked.
Yeah, very much so.
Big time.
Oklahoma City, Derek Fisher. Orlando, Bismarck Biyombo.
Orlando, just contract them. Get rid of the Magic, please.
Al Horford finds his way on here again. 4 years, 109 from the Sixers in 2019.
And the Sixers have had a lot of talent.
They have.
And haven't even made a finals.
The Suns, Jay Crowder in 2020.
Yeah, Jay Crowder, he can have an impact.
Yeah, he can have an impact. There's no doubt about that. Portland, our old friend, Wesley Matthews, 2010.
3D. Gotta pay 3D. It's the new way of the league.
Sacramento, Darren Collison, 3 for 16 in 2014. The Spurs, Danny Green on a 1-year deal. That was good. That was good. Toronto, an undrafted free agent named Fred Van Vliet.
Wow.
That's a good one. Joe Johnson of Utah. And Washington's 2014 signing of Paul Pierce.
I forgot he was on the Wizards.
Like, this is a list of, God, who cares?
So is it the fact, though, that it's because stars generally are dictating where they're going through trades these days?
Yeah,
and so then they're re-signing and they're not hitting the open market?
Basically. But it's just like, so even some of the big names, like even KD, that didn't work in Boston and Brooklyn. There's a lot of these, like Dwight Howard didn't work in Houston. Kawhi hasn't worked in LA. Now a lot of them, like LeBron works. Everywhere LeBron goes, he works.
Yeah.
It works everywhere.
Now some of these are sneaky good signings, though. Like when we talk about Paul Millsap, like Paul Millsap to Atlanta, that sounds kind of funny on its face, but he was there for 4 years. He made the All-Star team 4 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, he was an All-Star every year he was there. He averaged 18 points. He shot 46%. Like he was a good player. If you get 18, 8 rebounds, a steal, and a block per game over 4 years, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So some of these, I wonder if maybe if we'd go back and look, we'd go, oh, that was a better signing than I remember. Or maybe if they've overlooked some of these. But yeah, I think definitely this is just a function of stars are generally dictating where they're going through trades these days.
Tim Cato, guest of the Get Right, saying the Mavs are still looking to trade Tim Hardaway, Rashawn Holmes, and JaVale McGee. Well, why are you looking to trade so many bigs? Well, maybe because they could be interested in Bol Bol, 7'2" big man, released by the Orlando Magic, and Jake Fisher, Bleacher Report, says Dallas and Phoenix had some past interest in Bol Bol. So that's the reason that he was trending yesterday. Woj says the Blazers have not been impressed with Miami's offers for Dame, and the Blazers have no interest in Tyler Hero. Ben Simmons' value throughout the league also has plummeted, as you would expect. And Kendrick Perkins says, Kyrie, we're all waiting for him to blow it up here. Kendrick Perkins, ESPN, thinks Kyrie's going to be on his best behavior.
For some reason, I feel confident that Kyrie Irving is just going to play basketball. And the reason why is because Kyrie Irving, he's different when he has a leader that he actually respects. And when I think about Jason Kidd, I just think about J. Kidd in particular, I think he is going to be the one to hold him accountable and be able to continue to get the best out of Kyrie. I can see them having an open relationship and being open and honest with each other, and I think we're going to see the best version of Kyrie Irving. Now, Luka Doncic, on the other hand, he should be satisfied. I think this was a great move for the Dallas Mavs in showing him that, hey, we're trying to make sure we add the pieces and keep superstar talent around you so, that he could be, come in and be the best version of himself as well.
So Kendrick Perkins thinking that the knowledge and the respect that Jason Kidd commands will make Kyrie be on his best behavior.
Okay.
But it wasn't there with Steve Nash in Brooklyn for Kyrie.
No,
Remember,
it
he's
wasn't.
like, we don't even need a coach. We can just do it ourselves.
But so what did he not respect about Steve Nash? Did he not know Steve Nash played basketball, won a couple MVPs?
Right. Good question.
What didn't he respect? Did he not respect that that he had basically never coached before?
Right. Was he bad in the locker room? Was he bad on the whiteboard? It's like Shaq shaped up a little bit with Phil Jackson year one. A lot of it. Literally. Where Phil's like, you have to be in shape. You're too fat. Get in shape. Shaq didn't have that same level of respect, I don't think, for Del Harris, your Kurt Rambuses of the world, but he had it for Phil Jackson. Is Kyrie going to have it for Jason Kidd? I mean, not if Jason Kidd continues to butcher end-of-game moments, and is Jason Kidd even a disciplinarian like he's been in the past? Or is he like, yo, man, this is a players' league, and as long as I have Luka calls the shots around here. As long as Luka likes me, and if I get along with Kyrie, I'm safe as a coach. I wonder that.
Well, and what is the exact tone of his relationship with Jason Kidd? Does he like Jason Kidd? Like, I like you like a friend. I have positive thoughts about you. Or does he like respect him as the person above him and as the guy calling the shots? Because that's the thing, is that I think we've seen pretty consistently throughout Kyrie's career that even when Kyrie likes people or has good relationships with people, I don't know that he feels like, well, that's my boss. That's the guy that I'm going to cede to a little bit. So I don't know that exists for him in the same way that somebody like Phil could for Shaq.
Yeah.
Like, would he respond to Pop the same way that other people have in the past? I mean,
I'm not buying it at all. I'm not buying it whatsoever. A guy that apparently the Mavs wanted to keep out of all trade deals is Jaden Hardy. And I thought Jared Dudley, Grant Asfith. Afseth? Afseth.
Yep.
Always does the Kevin Gray podcast, Mavs
We'll call her
Insider.
Vita from now on.
Well done.
Good job, Pepe. I thought he had some great quotes from Jared Dudley, who was coaching the Mavs Summer League team. And here's what Jared was saying about Jaden Hardy having to take the next step this year.
Well, Hardy has to get, the question, Hardy's going to play, I'm not a head coach, but he averaged, 15 minutes? For him to get to 25, 27 minutes, his defense his awareness off the ball, being low-manned, pin downs. And it took me, when I played, 2-3 years of that. And I went to BC for 4 years. So I asked the guy in the fire, and he's having to guard the likes of Kyrie and Luka, where these guys are elite. So for him, it's off-ball awareness. And then offensively, I think he shot 40% on step-back threes. So it shows you his capability, but can he make the reads? Can he make the lob pass to the low man? Can he make the corner pass? We let the game come to him. If he's 1 for 6, is he going to shoot 2 more bad shots? And that's why I try to ease him. Hey, you're getting 20 shots. All my plays are for Hardy. Listen, we know that he has it, and so it's geared for him. But at the same time, like, you have a lot of responsibility. It's not because you get a green light to shoot every time. It's very similar to Luka.
I love that. I just love listening to Jared Dudley talk hoops and give all those descriptions. Like, that's really what these coaches are thinking. 1 for 6. What are you going to do on the next possession? Are you going to jack up 2 more bad shots? Are you going to get others involved? And then he was asked about the usage of Jaden Hardy during these summer league games. Bob, you said the next game was OKC Friday? Saturday.
Yep, Saturday.
Because I was in on the Chet Holmgren highlights the other day. I was in on watching this cat. I'm interested in OKC. They're going to be taking on the Mavs on Saturday. Here's Jared Dudley on Jaden Hardy's usage.
Yeah, so the first month with Jaden was just working on his overall game. You don't want someone who's so young hold him back. His potential's so high. So every move in the book, every arsenal. And then the last month I took over getting him ready for Summer League, where he could see traps. He could see low man over there, making the right pass. And so I just tell Hardy's going to get his 18 to 20 shots. 15 and 16 have to be good looks. Everyone knows he's going to be the number one player in our offense. But you got to be able to make the short roll pass to the big. You got to make the skip pass to AJ in the corner. And for him, it's he can get by the first guy. It's seeing that low man, the guy in the corner, and reading that. And that's something that his development, but his confidence, his array of shot making ability is elite. That's why you see the potential. That's why fans love him and see what he could potentially be.
Well, there it is. Good stuff from Jared Dudley. It's always good stuff when Brett Boone joins us, the former major leaguer on the Rangers' shrinking lead. Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, joins us right after this. But look, we want to
and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here's another guy the Rangers need to get going, Mitch Garver. First pitch from Orange. Swinging a high fly ball to center field. Duran is back. He's on the track. He turns, looks, that ball out of here. Just beyond the high wall in straightaway center field. Mitch Garver gives the Rangers a lead. A 3-run shot, and Texas is ahead 3-1.
Garver, Grossman, and Dane Dunning. That's what yesterday was all about in the Game 1 win in Boston, but the lead is shrinking in the West, now up 3 games on the Astros. Let's talk about it with Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week, every other Wednesday with Sean and RJ on the home of the Rangers. Happy 4th, man. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Can you watch the hot dog contest?
I did not watch. July 4th every year. I live here in San Diego by the beach, but I'm not a beach guy, if that makes sense.
It doesn't.
But one day a year, I give it up, and I kind of commit. I'll be down at the beach all day and to the parties and the fireworks. So yesterday, from the morning until about 11 at night, I was out of action, so I did not see the hot dog eating contest.
Yeah, but like in general, can you watch it? Like, can you take watching the wet, soggy buns, or what is the Brett Boone?
Does nothing for me. Nothing for me. No, not a fan.
If I told you before the season the Texas Rangers would have 6 All-Stars and basically dominate the AL infield, you would have said what?
No. I said that's not going to happen. I definitely looking for an improvement this year, but not to be this big of an improvement. So, especially for people in Texas, it's got to be a pleasant surprise that they're exceeding expectations. Everybody expected for an improved Rangers. Bruce Bochy to hire in the offseason, brought in a few new names. And you expected them to be better. And if I told you you're going to do all this, and by the way, Jacob deGrom is going to be out for the year, then you'd say definitely not. You'd probably be back to status quo. But they've exceeded expectations. This is a good team, And I was thinking about it when deGrom went down. I think we talked about a month ago. I said, who knows what they're going to do? Coming to the trading deadline, are they going to booster that bullpen? Because I think you've got some pleasant surprises. I've watched Eovaldi for years in Boston. He's always had elite stuff, and now he's pitching like that Cy Young guy. Gray's done a great job. Perez, Dunning, you mentioned in the opening, doing a great job. So I think we all know about their offense. It's dominant. It's been dominant, arguably the best offense in the game. Maybe you get an argument from the Atlanta Braves fans that they can match them on the offensive side. But I watch this team. This is a good team. He just brought Chapman over to bolster that bullpen. Who knows if Texas is in that mode? We'll see if they make some more moves at the break.
How much better?
I'm sorry, at the deadline.
How much better do you think Aroldis Chapman can make them?
Well, he's kind of righted the ship from a year ago. It had a lot of call it controversy surrounding him, how he left New York and when he was left off the roster, wasn't getting he couldn't get his mechanics right, and they were going to leave him off the roster. And he says, "Well, then I won't come." He left on kind of some bad terms. I was really interested because of the offseason. They said, "Oh, he's going to sign with Kansas City and he's going to be a trade piece later." Well, I didn't buy into the fact that he'd just go to Kansas City and automatically have success, but that's what he did. He's sitting with a 2.3 ERA. I think that makes him definitely that weapon, and he's got a track record. This guy's got a pretty good track record on what he's done in the game of baseball at this point. So I don't think they can be any worse for it. I think it's definitely a positive piece.
Brett Boone here on 105 through the Fan. What can you tell us? Realize the relationship, trying to respect it, but Chapman was there with your brother with that New York fallout. And I didn't know which way you were going with the history. You were like, he's got and time froze. I didn't know which way you're going because you could go either way. What should we know about him in the clubhouse, about what type of guy, what type of dude Aroldis Chapman is?
Well, I'll tell you, I've never met him personally. And when it comes to Aaron, I really stay out of his business. You know, we have a very respectful relationship. We talk the game quite a bit. But when it comes to his players, even with me, and I tease him about it time to time, we'll be on a phone call talking about off-season plans and going on a family trip. And I'll say, yeah, what's up with Chapman? And I'm telling you, he throws the guard up like he does when he argues with umpires. It's like he protects his players. And I have to remind him sometimes, I said, Aaron, you know, it's me talking. You know, there's nobody here that you got to protect anybody from. I'm not going to go tell people what's going on, but he's really protective. And because he is that way, I kind of respect that. And I don't dig on certain topics. I'll tell you, when it comes to my assumption, my analysis of the Chapman situation, I just take it from an ex-veteran baseball player and guys I've dealt with through the years, teammates I've had, great teammates, you know, teammates that weren't so great. And I just look how all that went down as a teammate. If I'm sitting in that Yankee clubhouse, now your mechanics are messed up. You're Aroldis Chapman. You've been this heralded closer for years. You know, you're whatever you call yourself. You throw 100 miles an hour. That's great. But when your mechanics go south, you're not getting the job done. When you get to that postseason and you're left off the roster, this is not time for egos to be hurt and, oh, woe is me, so I just won't show up to the meetings. You know, that's, as a player, I'm looking at you like, are you serious, man? You know, as an organization, we paid you tens and tens of millions of dollars. And right now we're trying to, as a team, this isn't about you. This is about us trying to go far in the postseason. And for him to behave that way, I've had teammates like that, and it kind of doesn't sit well with the nucleus of a team. So that's just an outsider looking in. I have no inside knowledge of what really truly went down. I think that was probably a reflection point for a player. When something like that happens, you get a lot of bad press. Other teammates are looking at you with that look, and we all know that look. I think he's had some time this offseason to kind of soul search a little bit. All of a sudden, you find yourself on the Kansas City Royals. You were just in New York, heralded, you know, one of the greatest closers of all time. And now you've kind of got to prove yourself again to the baseball world that you are that Aroldis Chapman. I think he did that. I think it's a humbling time and a come-to-Jesus moment for a lot of us as players. He's done what he needed to do. He got the trade to a contender, the Texas Rangers. I think Bruce Bochy's the perfect guy in that position to handle somebody with a track record like Aroldis, but I don't think he's going to be a problem at all. I think he's going to be happy to be there, happy for another chance to go to the postseason.
Odyssey baseball insider Brett Boone joining us here, 105 through the Fan. Obviously, if it's your first or second All-Star game, you're stoked. You know, is this a situation where if you've been there 5-6 times, you kind of would rather the 4 days off, or do you really love going to the game still?
I've never been able to wrap my head around the guys that kind of took the All-Star game for granted. You know, the All-Star game, especially in my day, it was tough, and you had to really perform, you know, unless you got into that group where you kind of got automatically selected by the fans. For the rest of us normal guys, I mean, it was a huge honor, especially when not necessarily you were picked by the fans, but you were picked by the manager of the All-Star team. To me, I took that to heart like, wow, that's awesome. I remember making my first All-Star team. I was a kid in a candy shop. You know, I've grown up around the game, and everybody thinks it's not a big deal. For me, it was a huge deal as a player. I got to go to 3. I treasured every single one of them. I got to do a couple home run derbies, and it blew my mind that the guys that had 5, 6, 7 All-Star games kind of poo-pooed it a little bit. I was kind of like, are you kidding me? You know, we have a very short window in our career, and I would treasure each and every one, whether I was a 3-time All-Star or a 10-time. Man, that 10th time, I'd be just as pumped as I was that first time. I don't take anything for granted, especially when you get out of the game and looking back at your career and your life. You know, I wish I would have treasured things even more, but I always appreciated All-Star picks, Gold Gloves. Those are honors that they can't take away from you, and they're really hard to attain. So I've always been flabbergasted by the guys that kind of, the All-Star game, no big deal. Hell no, I don't want the 4 days off. I want to be going to the All-Star game and being able to tell my kids one day and my grandkids one day how cool it was at that All-Star game in, 2003, whatever it was. So, yeah, I can't get my head around guys that kind of just take it for granted.
Brett, we've talked about, I think there's been a league-wide conversation among fans and analysts about just how much bad luck the Angels have had for so many years now, just having two great players like Ohtani and Trout. They're finally putting it together this year. Now Trout goes on the injured list, will be out for a while, it looks like. Ohtani leaves the start. Anthony Rendon has to leave the game. Do you think the Angels can stay competitive in this AL West if they're missing Trout for any significant amount of time?
Matter of factly, no. I don't. And, I have a special kind of spot for the Angels because a good buddy of mine, starting in high school, we were high school teammates, Phil Nevin, finally, after years and years of putting his time in, got an opportunity to manage the LA Angels, and I think he's doing a great job. So I have I keep my eye on the Angels. There's certain teams out there that I have a special eye on. Mariners, obviously the Yankees, and the Angels, because Phil's kind of like my second little brother, and I'm really proud of him and what he's doing in Anaheim. It's an exciting team. Rendon, ever since the Washington Nationals won the World Series, and he was probably the integral part of that team. He hasn't been able to stay healthy, hasn't been on the field, so I didn't really count on Rendon going into this season. Trout, obviously, huge cog in the wheel. Still, take Ohtani out of the equation, still arguably the best player in baseball. You miss a guy like that, that's going to hurt you. And Ohtani leaves the game yesterday. He's going to be fine. That's a blister. So I'm not worried about Ohtani. I just think from the get-go, I've been keeping my eye on the Angels. They're definitely improved like the Rangers. Not as good as the Rangers, but definitely better than they were a year ago. I just don't think they have enough pitching anyway. At this point, I don't think they can pitch enough to stay in that division. There's going to be two teams at the most that come out of that West. And I think you're looking at them right now at the top of the division. Houston's not going away. They just pitched too much. They got off to a slow start. They've been banged up a little bit. Guys aren't having some big years. Their big guy Alvarez has been out for a while. But at the end of the day, Houston just pitches too much, and they're going to be there in the end, whether it's winning the division or in a wild card. So I think it's great for Anaheim. I keep calling them Anaheim. I'm sorry.
I do the same thing.
We got to be PC here these days. But I think they made strides. And my understanding, and this just coming from players and personnel in the organization, this year was all about getting Ohtani to re-sign. That's their main goal, and it helps if you go to the postseason, and it helps if you have a great year, and it helps if he's happy. But as far as them making a run, I just look at that pitch. I don't see enough. I just don't see enough, and I don't care if Trout's still there. Yeah, of course, when you're missing Trout, that's huge. But at the same time, you still got to pitch. If you want to go deep into this postseason, especially the way the postseason's set up now, there's so many landmines. You got to go to 4 rounds to win this thing now. So a lot easier to get to the postseason, a lot tougher once you get there. I just don't think the Rangers, when I look at the other players in the American League, the other teams in the American League, it's going to be far-fetched and a stretch for me to sit here and honestly say I think the Angels have what it takes and then go far in the postseason, if they even can get there. So, yeah, that's kind of my take on them.
Thank you so much, man. Take care of that beach tan, and we'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
That was Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. From baseball to baseball with Derek Holland in studio. We crosstalk with KMC next. with the KMC Masterpiece. A different look today. We got Derek Holland in the studio, Mike Bassick, and Reggie running things for Kevin and Corey. Kevin bailing out too today?
Yeah, I don't know what Kevin had to do, but I guess he just didn't want to work with these fellas off of the 4th of July. So I get the honor of working with 2 former Major League pitchers today.
He worked the alternative broadcast with me on Monday and was like, I've put in my extra work. I'm not doing Wednesday.
What's coming up on the show?
Well, we got Bruce
Pure gold as
Bochy
always.
at, I guess that as well. I don't think that's for the show, but that's fine.
No,
We'll do
works.
that.
It works.
You know what? Nobody's going to stop me. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. 12:20, we talked to Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. That typically happens on Tuesdays, but for obvious reason, we'll talk to him today. Also, I'm really interested in this at 1 o'clock. I'll be stealing Corey's C block segment, calling it the RA block, but I'm going to ask these two fellas, how do you get out of a funk? Both professionally and kind of personally.
Slump buster. Had a baby.
I should have seen that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
But we'll get into kind of what professionally, but then also personally, because this weekend I was in a little bit of a slump. So I'm interested in what kind of advice I can get from the texters, the Tolos, and
What's your
these gentlemen.
slump?
I don't know. I just felt like I was in a funk. You know what I mean? Like, you know how you just have a few days where you're just like, I think
Working with KG.
Sure. I think it was Saturday. I was in bed all day till 5:30 p.m. I just didn't feel like getting up. So I felt like I was like in a crazy funk. So I kind of want to get some advice in that way.
But isn't that a good thing? Sometimes you can.
Sometimes you do need some rest, but it was one of those I got up and I was like, yeah, that didn't feel like a good thing.
Were you just watching TV or you just?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to swing your way out of it.
Okay.
Swing your way out of it.
All right.
Dang.
Yeah, it's just like, it's
Like
golf,
RJ
baseball.
swing?
No,
Or
like
like
swing.
Baseball
Yeah.
swing.
the hip
no,
thrust.
like, in
revealed a
golf,
lot,
the
yeah.
only way to get out of a slump, you got to swing your way out of it. Baseball, I'm sure it's the same thing.
Yep.
You
Throw your way out of it.
man. You'll get out of it.
So
You
what
got
did you
this.
watch? What was the majority of the TV time on? What show?
It was random stuff. I think I was watching. I got on YouTube a decent amount and just kind of watched random stuff there. Was Wimbledon
Rabbit holes?
on at that point? Because I think I watched a lot of tennis over the last few days as well.
We do have a tennis pro over here.
That's right.
Mixed doubles, baby.
High school tennis pro.
Oh.
What was your?
Go ahead and fly state championship,
Yeah.
right?
State championship.
Yeah.
You're in the Hall of Fame, aren't you?
I am in a Hall of Fame.
There you go.
It is amazing watching Wimbledon, how nice the grass looked yesterday compared to today.
Yeah.
All it takes is one day for where they serve and where they move for it to look really crappy. By the time you get to the finals, it's just dirt where they're working their serves.
What was your second best sport?
Probably basketball.
Got a jump shot?
Or maybe football.
But
What did you play in football?
Quarterback.
Well, I
Like
guess
your
I
senior
should
year in high
figure that
school?
out.
Nope.
When
I
did
quit.
you stop?
I stopped my sophomore year.
Why?
Attitude. No, it was kind of a political thing. I'm not gonna lie. It's more of not like the Joe Biden junk.
Oh.
We're talking
It's always
like actually
politics.
like
What are we doing here?
it's who your parents knew kind of thing. Like
You're golden,
I wasn't gonna-
lefty armed. You weren't the chosen
I wasn't
one.
that. No, I was not that in high school. That's the thing is like I didn't throw hard in high school. I probably still threw harder than Mike, but I didn't throw hard.
Wow.
But that's the thing. I was an outfielder too. I didn't really I
pitch?
pitched, but not as much as you would think.
How much did you average on the basketball team? Did you start?
Yeah, but it wasn't.
You weren't like dropping like 25
No, I wasn't.
a game?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't Luka out there.
Well,
I'm not afraid to admit that like I wasn't that big time star or whatever coming up through high school and all that. No.
Because you ultimately got it later.
Yeah.
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 It makes it easier to
Yeah.
admit. Where you're like,
I
I
just
mean, I
gotta leave
pitched
it
in
at
a World
that.
Series.
You
It's
played
fine. I wasn't
varsity?
that good in high
It's
school.
probably better, right?
No.
Like I was the star in high school, so he's a 10-year vet now in the majors.
basketball was your second best sport?
Yeah, I could have. I had scholarship opportunities in basketball, not like to UT or A&M, but when it came to smaller schools in Texas. And I'm going to be honest here. I could have gone to college and been on a college basketball team and had a scholarship. I wouldn't have played. I would have just been the guy with that attitude. I would have been the waving the towel, and I would have worked hard at practice to
Theo
get the guys
Pinson.
ready. But I would have not been like, if I would have gone to Texas State at the time, Southwest Texas, or Abilene Christian, schools like that were interested in me, I still would have gone there and I would have worked hard. But I don't think I would have ever gotten on the court and played minutes in college basketball.
It's like if Saul Smith didn't have Tubby Smith giving him a spot at Kentucky as his dad.
What was your best sport?
Best sport was probably football, funny enough, and then basketball second best.
And position?
Wide receiver. Good hands, pretty decent route running, just didn't have the speed.
Let's go test it sometime. Once this thing comes back,
I'm with it.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Go
I haven't run routes in forever.
What was your best route?
Slant.
Do you even know what that is?
Yes, I do.
Or
I know
let's
what a
get-
slant and a go and a slant.
Kurt
go.
wanted to teach you that again.
I'm actually curious though. What do you think? What sport could actually excel in another sport? Like if you took a player from, let's take Tyler Sagan and we put
Golf.
him. Do you think they could play every sport though? Is there one
I think
of athletes that could play in every sport? Not saying they would be like professionally, but they could still have some success in that sport.
My guess is hockey with the swing would correlate to golf really well.
You train with all of them. What do you think the answer is?
It's
I think the baseball players.
Yeah, it's baseball, 100%.
100%.
Is it just like the high level of skill that's required?
Oh, you're
So
talking
taking,
like okay.
what-
I was thinking. All right. Okay. Never mind.
Explain it to him again.
So if we'll go back. We're going to use, let's say we took Luka. Could he succeed in every single sport?
No.
Not if it involves cardio. Maybe golf.
I mean, basketball.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Are
What
we
you're saying.
counting,
That's why I'm
are we
thinking.
counting yesterday as a sport, Chestnut?
No, we're not.
That is not a sport.
That's a high level shot at Luka. Unbelievable.
It's an eating contest.
Trolling
Yeah,
with it.
I think I see what you're saying. I think baseball, just because it's easy. It's easier. I think it's very hard to go from other sports. If you've never played baseball before, you see some of these guys throw. Man, it's embarrassing.
And they're scared to death of the ball.
Yeah.
For good reason, I think.
I mean, there's people now that are still scared of the ball. I'm not catching somebody's flat ground.
I would say the best athletes in baseball could probably sit, because like you look at football, they talk all the time about you don't have to know the sport. If you were just a freak athlete, they're like, get in here, we'll work with you for 3 years and try and figure it out. I mean, how often we get somebody who, never played football and, an F.A. Obata or somebody like that they bring in and go, we'll figure it out because you've got the traits.
Some power forward. It's like, we'll put you at tight end. We'll figure it out.
Like Ellie, right? Like Ellie's big, he's strong, he's fast. Like he could do all this. That's somebody who I would guess NBA or NFL would try to figure him out somehow with his athletic traits.
All baseball players could probably throw a football.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We do it every day.
Ask Tom House.
Every day. They probably throw. Yep.
I mean, all the position play, like we go out and that's what we would do, like passing routes.
Yeah.
Did anyone watch Chestnut? I can't watch it.
After the rain delay? Yeah, absolutely.
Rain delay. Which rain delay did you get through more, between the Rangers or Joey Chestnut? 62 hot dogs.
That's so many.
Is that 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes. I think it was 09. They changed it from 12 to 10. I don't know if they were just being gracious. Also, the weird thing that I did see in watching this footage, yes, I did watch it. I don't know why, because I think it's absurd. It might be like watching the train wreck where you just can't look away. I constantly find myself watching this damn thing. Obviously, the guys will like dip the hot dog buns in water to try and get it down.
Yeah.
There's one of these dudes that's like dipping it in Gatorade. Oh. And I was just like, why is that the decision?
Yeah. It's so disgusting. The wet bread, I can't. Even when I see
I don't
wet,
like watching it because of this.
Yeah, because of the wet bread. What gets done during a rain delay, and when do y'all think they should call it and be like, enough is enough? Yesterday was 1 hour and 47 minutes with the rain delay in Boston.
Well, here's the only thing though. We're not going back there.
Right.
So you have to put that into consideration. It is the first day that they were there. It was a day game. Like you got all night. Like there's no reason not to. I get it. It is frustrating, especially as a player standpoint. Like as a pitcher, I can check out because I know I'm not getting in there now. The game's over. It does suck though when you burn a guy that gets in there, maybe through like 2 or 3 pitches, and it's been an hour. Like you said, we're not throwing him. So it is very frustrating. But I'd say, and if it's a normal night game, like 2 hours at the most.
I would put a camera on you though during a rain delay. Like, what's some of the stuff that you did? And are you all allowed to straight goof around? Is everyone in the same room? Can you venture off? What happened?
The first 30 minutes. Sorry, Mike. Yes, me.
Man, he feeling himself today with Kevin and Corey.
That's right. He's like, I have room to be the guy.
No, because I know he's going to destroy me later with that. So, anyways, the first 30 minutes, it's a very like everybody still stays locked in. And then as time trails off, then it's like guys are playing chess or getting on their phone, talking, having a good time because they know there's going to be, no matter what, 30 minutes until you have to get back out on the field. So that gives you enough time to really lock it back in.
I don't know this because I don't know the renovations that have happened. I would assume, I have this written down for Bochy, Boston has to be the worst clubhouse for a rain delay, unless it's been
It's
like it's as big as this room.
It was.
It's
It
about
was.
as big as this room as their clubhouse.
They did fix it up a little bit. There's a little bit more room, but it's not. I mean,
Why does
Mike's
the
right.
city
It's
of
still,
Boston have these locker room issues? The old Garden.
Because they're old buildings.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that, but they're pretty old.
Well, I mean, like
100
things
years.
get redone. They mess with Wrigley.
True.
And then it is true. Exactly. You didn't think about that for your smart ass comment.
So it's still pretty small though. They've redone some of it, but yeah.
At what point in a rain delay is the starting pitcher going home? If it's a home game.
Oh, for the next game because it's like midnight or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
Well, even if you're that day started, you're gone for you're done for the day.
Oh, they're not. Nobody's leaving.
You don't
the
wanna
only
be that
guy that would
teammate.
leave would
Is
be the
next
guy
days.
that if Mike's starting tomorrow, and maybe it's even a day game. It's only if it's a day game. He's out. He's leaving right away. He's usually gone by the third inning.
How
anyway.
much smaller does the field feel at Fenway out there? Does it feel
Just
that much
left
smaller?
field.
Because watching it on TV, it looks like a kid's park.
Left field looks tiny,
off.
but right field looks like it's a mile away.
See if Mike buys what you said about walking.
So
it
there's
off.
like announcers have said like they've tried to pace it off and like they get stopped by ground crew out there.
I think I've always said I've never done this is just take your rangefinder and hit the bottom of the wall from home plate because that's going to give you a great because it feels like 275 to 285 down the left field line.
It's tiny.
Did you like it or hate it there?
I liked it, but I mean, yeah, I didn't really care just because it was closer. I just knew I had to do my job.
Way to go, Jason Garrett. All right, we're back tomorrow morning. It's Derek Holland, Mike Bassick, and Reggie taking over the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, coming off of your 4th of July Tuesday. As usual, you got Mike Bassick, former Major League pitcher, and he's just the quintessential DFW sports fan. That's Mike Bassick. You hear him every day.
Oh, man, thank you.
Every Wednesday,
Nice.
You can always look forward to World Series pitching participant. I don't know the right way to say that.
Participant.
I was
like that.
I would love to
You
say something else, but
participated.
what are we supposed to do there?
We didn't win. I get
And
it.
also, just hopeless Cleveland Browns fan, Derek Holland.
Not hopeless.
Not hopeless. What is it then?
Super Bowl.
When?
This year.
Okay, if you say so. And I'm
then next
Reginald
year.
Atatula, in the stead of Kevin and Corey, just doing my best to hold down the fort. You can text in on the text line 877-881-1053. Let me know how you think this will go, how this outing will go. In fact, guys, I have a couple major leaguers here, scouting report on me running the show. What do you have for me?
I got you doing it. Seeing how you do everything with the Get Right at night. I mean, that's the #1 show. I think we're in good hands.
Okay.
I feel like you're going to participate for 4 hours.
You know what?
That's the word
right.
of the day.
I like that.
Participate.
And you can participate, as I said, text line 877-881-1053. You can find us on YouTube, 105.3 The Fan. That's where the fan cam is, in addition to twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. What'd you guys have going on the 4th of July? Happy 4th of July to everybody. Belated, I guess. What was your 4th of July like, gentlemen?
I want to ask Derek this question while he answers that. How many things of clothing do you have that you can only wear one time a year?
Huh.
Based off of your 4th of July Instagram.
Yeah, that's it. I have a few things that I can only wear once a year. That definitely is one of the outfits. You got to get all
short
patriotic.
Overalls.
Yeah, you can. That
If
all
nobody saw
started-
your Instagram, explain what you were wearing yesterday celebrating the 4th.
So I had America on my my body. I had the flag overalls with the bald eagle and the pocket right in the center.
Okay.
And they were shorts.
The pocket. Do you use this pocket,
I
or
did
is it
actually.
just?
I put my cell phone in it,
Very
and
good.
I noticed that every time I would do it, it would just drop down. So, whatever. It's a heavy phone. But I that all started though actually by taking some of the rookies in AAA. I was in Buffalo last year, and I was like, man, let's have some fun on one of these flights. We're gonna be playing during 4th of July. And I made it mandatory that everybody had to have overalls for the flight. They had to be American themed, whatever it was. However you want to do it, you could do pants, you could do shorts, you could do whatever. You just needed to be an American outfit to get on the plane. Everybody loved it. Everybody got
Overall
dressed up.
American outfit.
Yes.
Overalls.
It could be any. I mean, it needed to be overalls, but some guys, it was kind of
Like you get jean overalls, but have a red, white, and blue undershirt.
yeah. As long as you did something that was
Who had the
showing
laziest
that.
fit? Who had the laziest attempt at it?
It was one of our pitchers. I can't remember who it was, and it was the white guy. It wasn't any of the Latin guys, anything. Latin dudes loved it. They went all out. That was probably the coolest thing.
Love to hear it.
To do. They were asking if they could wear cowboy hats. I was like, you're fine to wear it, but I mean, you got to carry it around wherever you go. So that was cool. And then walking around the airport, everybody's looking at us because here we are. We're traveling, and people don't know that AAA, the minor leagues, if they do have flights, you go through commercial and you're going through TSA, everything right in front of everybody. And so there's pranks obviously being pulled through TSA, but at the same time, man, that was cool to see everybody dressed up and
There's rarely a direct flight. You're not going from Buffalo to Charlotte.
Yeah, we had to connect, and it's also 5 a.m. flights. You're catching the first flight, getting that that connecting flight somewhere else at 12, and then get to the field, and then you got to go straight there and play.
I went to my in-laws in Glen Rose. What was that? So yesterday was Tuesday, Monday night. And I'll tell you what the most interesting thing was. My son just got his permit. He's 15 years old. He doesn't turn 16 till late April, but he did the class. He got his permit. And about in Alvarado, a little bit after Alvarado, from Dallas to Glen Rose, I pulled over on the side of the highway, got off the highway, and then had him for the first time ever drive on a highway,
Oh, that's
going
nice.
60 to 70 miles an hour.
You're nicer than my mom. When I got my permit, I was in downtown Austin, and we came out of the DPS office, and she was like, all right, now it's your turn to drive. And it was highways, it was rush hour traffic, and it was like, go for it.
I wanted him to, since he's never gone over about 35 miles an hour in the city, like just on street roads, I was like, this is a good time where there's not tons of people on a highway. It is 1 and 2 lanes for the most part there on 67 South. But, that was fun and nerve-wracking too at the same time, because it's tough. You're in the passenger seat and you're just like, you're doing good, or hey, you've kind of crossed over that line, get back into your lane.
I was curious about this because I'm from a smaller town. Reggie, I don't know where you're from exactly, but doing the driving testing or driving here, this is a big city. I feel like that's a lot going on there for tough. That. Like, that's got to be tough because you're riding with him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So were you in a big city or
I was in a suburb when I did my testing, and we went even further out to like the next county over. That was just a little bit. So I got a more reasonable. I got like a small town downtown feel for my first driving test. But then, like I said, when I got my permit, she threw me into rush hour traffic in Austin, Texas. So I got a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I didn't have that. Our biggest city was Columbus. And it wasn't. Yeah. It's nothing even close to this. Like, it'd be maybe like. I know it's bigger than Frisco, but it'd be like driving there.
Yeah. And then watched a lot of Ranger baseball yesterday because it was hot outside. So I avoided outside mostly and stayed inside and watched the Nationals play early on in the day. So I'm getting ready for Nationals Rangers here coming up this weekend. So got to watch a little bit of them and then watch the Rangers and the Red Sox.
Anybody you see from the Nationals that you want?
Not yesterday.
That's because you're watching them, so I figured why not throw it out.
Patrick Corbin was the starting pitcher, and he went from being a stud to not so much a stud.
So speaking of fireworks, you had this from Mitch Garver yesterday as the Rangers took down the Red Sox 6-2.
Here's another guy the Rangers need to get going. Mitch Garver, first pitch from Ward. Swinging a high fly ball to center field. Duran is back. He's on the track. He turns, looks, that ball out of here. Just beyond the high wall in straightaway center field, Mitch Garver gives the Rangers a lead. A 3-run shot, and Texas is ahead 3-1.
So I'm interested in you guys' takeaways from the last couple of days. Obviously, you had the extravaganza, let's call it, against the Astros, the 12-11 final. And then obviously you had the 6-2 win in Fenway yesterday. What was your takeaways from the last couple of games? Because I feel like mine hinges around starting pitching.
Yeah, and mine does too, because I'll start with yesterday, the positive, and then we'll maybe work backwards to the 12-11 loss is, man, Dane Dunning is just a competitor. And he was throwing a little bit harder yesterday. So I don't know if the Boston gun is a little bit juiced or if he was actually somehow improving his speed from his last few starts. But I was really impressed with Dane Dunning. I'm sure the team got on that plane going to Boston disappointed. Some guys had some really good days offensively, but probably disappointed that you made a great comeback. You came back from 10-2. You took the lead and weren't able to hold it there in the 9th inning. But I just thought Dane Dunning, wow, what a gutsy performance. But all of his performances have been just so competitive, and you get to the end of the game, and I'm sure the other team is like, hey, how did we only score 1 run here in 6 innings? Or how did he do this to us? Like, that wasn't like the best stuff I've seen, but man, he just competes and make pitches when he needs to, Derek.
Yeah, he's an absolute competitor when he's out there, and he's just taken that role ever since DeGrom's been gone and just ran with it. He's been lights out. I had a couple here and there bad outings, but nothing bad. I mean, he's still at a 2.61 ERA. Did what he needed to do after a game. He went the distance. He possibly, I felt like, could have went out for the 7th to try to save the bullpen after being, a little bit depleted. And then, obviously, the rain kind of took over there, too. That kind of hurt. Yeah. But that's what I was saying. It does suck. You see a guy goes out, throws a couple pitches, and then all of a sudden the rain hits. And then we got to come out and burn another guy. So...
Yeah, I've been fascinated about Dane Dunning as well because I've fallen in love with the Baseball Savant, the website where you get a little bit more of these like in-depth and analytic looks at players.
He has a lot of blues, right?
Yes,
and
looking at his percentile
good. Blues
rankings.
are not good.
Yeah, you look at exit velocity, hard hit percentage, batting average against, ERA against, and it's like, he's not in the highest percentile except for maybe like walk percentage and like barrel percentage. But like he's managing, as you mentioned, 2.61 ERA to like get these things, done. And so I'm just like, I'm fascinated with what he's doing. Can you like break it down a little bit further as to like why he's doing so well with what I guess would look like is not incredible, I guess, stuff or whatever?
I just think there's more motivation going into the year. He knew that this could be a make or break. Obviously, going into spring training, they had signed all those starters, and it was more like, oh, well, am I going to have a job kind of thing? So I think he took that and ran with it, knowing that, you know what, if I want to make this team, I really got to make a statement. I got to go out there and I got to do my job. And he's been doing that ever since he's gotten that opportunity. I mean, he was in the bullpen. He earned his job. He got the starting gig again, and he wants to be in the rotation. He's making a statement every single time he gets out there. And I will say the one thing I did talk to him about when we played golf was, man, you get this opportunity. You need to take care of it. You need to show them. So when DeGrom, this was before DeGrom had Tommy John, but it was like, hey, if he comes back, give them a reason why you need to stay in that rotation. If you go out there and continue to compete, you're going to be fine. Do your thing. And that's what he's been doing.
I know this is visual and we're on radio, but if you're looking at my chart right now, if you're on YouTube, that's what his chart will look like in like a 6-pitch at bat. And he doesn't have a lot of long at bats, which is good because when you don't have like strikeout stuff, you don't want to get into 5+ pitches in at bats just because you're showing so much stuff and your stuff isn't really swing and miss stuff. But he works the edges, he works up and down. And so I think that when you look at his baseball savant, what sometimes it doesn't show you is how many times is he pitching on the edges? And he's pitching a lot on the edges. It was one of the things now going to the 12-11 game that is really Martin Perez isn't able to do this year what he was able to do last year. Yeah. He was able to aggressively pitch on the edges, throw strikes, and then because he was hitting the edges early on in the count, he would get guys to chase balls 2 or 3 inches out of the zone. He was able to just dot the inside corner against righties. And this year, when you watched him yesterday or 2 days ago against Houston, if he missed by 2 or 3 inches, they would just take it. They're like, I see the pitch, I see the location, I see the break, I see the spin, whatever it is. Houston was not fooled pretty much by one pitch that he threw the other day, and that becomes concerning to me when I watch Martin Perez, especially against the better lineups, is they don't seem to swing and miss at all, and when he throws a pitch off of the plate by a couple inches, they just take it for a ball.
I want to say, going back with Martin, we'll go to that in a second, but Dane, too, the other thing, if you like you were talking about, too, his misses are misses out of the zone. He's not missing in the middle of the plate. Yeah, you're going to get a few here and there, whatever. But he's also, if you look at that chart too, it's up, down, in, out. You can see, now, not in that order, but you can tell he's all around. So he's doing a good job of mixing the eye level, changing the eye level, I should say, up, down, in, and out. That's one of the big things that's important is pitching. Martin, I felt with the Houston game, he was getting a little too predictable. It's like they were sitting on that fastball, the ride back that he would throw, coming back in on the righty. They were sitting on that, and it just seemed like they knew what was coming for the most part. And a lot of his misses were middle, and that, I mean, Mike, you know as much as anybody else too. You miss middle. That it's gone. We're giving out souvenirs.
Yeah, anecdotally, I feel like the last few times I've watched Martin, I just go, man, they're hitting the heck out of him.
Yeah, even that first inning, right? He got crushed in the first inning, but Adolis made a great play on the wall, and then when he got to Kyle Tucker, who hit the grand slam, I think that might have been the 14th. It was a lot of pitches in that at bat. And it was almost like, and I get it from a pitcher's standpoint, it's almost like you're trying not to give in or give up. But when you keep making a pitch low and away, up and in, and you're hitting, and he's just fouling it off, or he just barely takes it because he knows it's a ball, I think that becomes a little bit mentally defeating. You're like, God, I've tried everything. I'm hitting all of my spots, and it does not matter at all to Kyle Tucker. And then on finally the last pitch on 3-2, to your point, Derek, he did throw it right down the middle, and Kyle Tucker mashed it and got that game 6-0. And then, I know that we're almost out of time here, Derek, but
let me say this real quick too. This is super quick.
Okay.
Is literally pitchers, Dane, we're trying to get guys out in 3 pitches or less. That's always been the philosophy. That's something that Dane's doing really good at too.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the Rangers, to get down 6-0, you score 2, Leody Taveras hits a home run, great, and then they push it to 10-2 off of Glenn Otto, and you're like, this game's over. To be honest, I kind of turned the game off. I think I had it on, but it was just like I started doing things around the house going, this game's over. And then to see the Rangers keep chipping away and kind of quickly chipping away to get it to 11-10, and at that point I was in the car driving to Glen Rose for 4th of July. me and my son were like screaming in the car and high-fiving like, yes, this is when I was driving, not when he was driving.
He had more important things to focus on when he was driving.
But it was just so fun. And you're like, 11-10, this is amazing. And then when Will Smith gave up the lead, it was just really tough to like, God, I can't believe they had that comeback and ended up still losing it.
And it was even more frustrating because Will Smith, it felt like it happened quick, fast, and in a hurry. I guess we'll have a lot more with these two former Rangers, two major leaguers right here on today's KNC Masterpiece when it comes to baseball, when it comes to these Rangers. But coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, Williams, Thibault, Washington. Let's work through the possibilities of restricted free agency for the Mavericks as they have an opportunity to offer restricted free agents starting tomorrow. We'll do that next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Atatula. Live and local at night happens right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. If you owe money to the IRS, stop what you are doing and listen to this because you could qualify right now to save a ton of money, headaches, and hassle. We are the Tax Relief Helpers, and we can help you keep more cash in your pocket and immediately put a stop to penalty fees, liens, wage garnishment, and other nasty tricks by the IRS. With one phone call, you can find out in just minutes if you qualify to finally put a stop to your IRS tax debt nightmare.
I owed $48,000 in taxes and penalties. I called and they got that lowered to just $3,600.
The letters stopped. I'm not afraid to check my mail anymore, and we saved over $10,000.
From the moment we called, life got so much easier. They got the bill lowered, and we saved over $83,000.
We save millions of dollars in tax debt every year, and we can help you keep more cash in your pocket. Call 800-404-5793 right now.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm not Kevin Corey. I'm Reginald Datatula, and I can tell that somebody changed the music to Afro beats because I'm leading, and I appreciate them for doing that. Of course, Mike Bassick here with me, Derek Holland on a Derek Holland Wednesday. We are your KNC Masterpiece for today. We were just talking about, before the break, we were talking about the Rangers and particularly Martin Perez, some of the struggles that he's had of late. And in the break, we had a really interesting conversation. Mike was looking at Martin's pitches and kind of something that you might see as why he's having a little bit of issues.
So
late.
Derek mentioned this, and then Baseball Savant backs you up on this. If you look at Baseball Savant, it'll give you the percentage of pitches that he's throwing and then the miles per hour. And he throws sinker, changeup, cutter, four-seam fastball, and I guess you can say he throws a slider and curveball. It has it down for he's thrown one curveball this year and 22 sliders out of a whole bunch of pitches. So he's really not throwing those pitches at all. He's throwing those pitches at 1.6%. All his other pitches, Derek, he throws 70% of his pitches at 89 to 91.5 miles an hour. And he's only throwing, the only thing that's different is he throws his changeup at 29.7% at 84.1 miles an hour, which is a batting average against of 302. So he's literally 70% of the time, the speed is going to be exactly the same on the pitch that he's throwing. Whether it's cutter, whether it's a fastball, he's throwing 89 to 91 miles an hour 70% of the time.
Well, one of the things that he needs, and we talked about this, and I meant to even incorporate this too, is a lot of his velocity is jumbled together. There's not much of a separation by any means. And he does have, to me, he still does have an elite changeup. But there's not enough gap between his cutter, fastball, however you want to put it, and his changeup. There's only
speed, right?
It's like 4 miles an hour. That's not enough. The only person I've ever seen do that had success, Felix Hernandez. Yeah. And it was literally a mile an hour, 2 miles an hour.
Greinke kind of did with his changeup fastball combination, throw a hard changeup back in his day, like 87, 86 changeup with 93, 94 fastball, but that's still a decent amount of variance.
But one of the things, too, that helped me that we were talking about, too, is Maddox brought up to me, and I know he's going to end up doing this with Martinez. Every time I throw a curveball in the game, if I threw it 5 to 10 times in the game, it made all of my other stuff elite, like just jump through the roof. That's the thing that Martin needs, is something that separates. Now, my curveball was between 69 and 73 miles an hour.
Nice.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you had my fastball, which was 93 to 96. Yeah. So it's a huge gap. And then you had your other stuff in between that plays. You need something like that to have the separation. Also with the curveball, it's loopy. So it's got more of the up down, whereas everything else is straight and coming out of the hands.
To the point, it has a slider only thrown 22 times this year at 81.8 miles an hour. So that would give a 10-mile-an-hour variance.
How hard was that? Sorry.
81.8.
See, that's a big gap. That's something
that's a 10-mile-an-hour difference.
That's what he needs. He needs to use that. It's going to help make his stuff look more elite.
By changing the batter's timing,
correct?
Right?
Because it just puts it in the back of their mind.
Right. There's you can't necessarily sit on something that's 80 and then also try to react to something that's 93. It's just such a big gap. And I know Maddox is going to get that taken care of. He does such an outstanding job of getting these guys that information and helping them get back on track. But at the same time, this is something that Martin, he's been around the league for a while now. You should be able to pick up on that.
Right.
I've when I played, I would notice those kind of things like, man, I really need to do this.
Plenty of baseball here on this program today. We obviously got you till 2 p.m. Baseball Nuggets coming up at 10:40. And, of course, Bruce Bochy, manager of the Texas Rangers, we'll talk to him at 12:20. But let's talk a little bit about these Dallas Mavericks. Mike's favorite team to be mad at, I think, might be the right way to say this.
I think on Monday when we did the short show for the day game against the Astros, I'm not impressed with what the Mavericks have done so far, but I'm not upset about it either. Look, they re-signed Kyrie Irving to a very fair deal. I think both parties are excited about the deal that they got. You bring back Dwight Powell. I had no doubt in my mind that Dwight Powell was going to be back, even though we saw over the weekend Houston offered him $8 million. I don't know on how many years They just said it was
the first year was more than what
Right.
Jock Landale ultimately signed with the Rockets for, which was $8 million in that first year. So it's 8, maybe 9, who knows?
But there's a marriage for life with Dwight Powell and the Dallas Mavericks, and I'm okay with $4 million a year. I think that's a very fair deal for a guy that I think is a third-string center. But
as long as he has that role.
Right, third-string veteran centers, that's about what they get paid, so that's fair on both sides of the party. And then they signed Seth Curry. I don't mind bringing Seth Curry back. It doesn't make sense at all to have Seth Curry and Tim Hardaway Jr. on the same team. I'll say that much.
Maybe that portends some. Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, well, there's a little bit of optimism that the Mavs have to have something else cooking that they feel like is going to get done, because right now on a piece of paper, this team doesn't make much sense.
Well, yeah, I agree completely in that regard, but I think some of the reasons why I think people are mad is that the big hurdles, the big things that they needed to do were not drafting guys. It was fixing their starting center, which they haven't figured out yet, and getting a wing player that can play defense. And they haven't quite done that yet. Now they've gotten a couple young guys that they anticipate to develop into those roles for the future. But for this season where you need to be good, they need to fix that. And one of the reasons why they haven't done that is because restricted free agency is a big player in what the Mavs, it seems like what the Mavs want to do. And one of those roles, I think wing is well represented in the restricted free agents. Now, restricted free agents can't be offered until tomorrow, but so now we're getting to the timeline where we might see these offers.
According to, you could have offered them that.
Okay.
But you try to wait for teams to spend more money that have restricted free agents, so it makes it tougher for them to match. So what a restricted free agent is, if you're kind of a casual basketball fan, totally get it, is if you offer, last year, DeAndre Ayton is a perfect example. DeAndre Ayton actually signed the max contract with the Indiana Pacers. That's who he signed with. That's where he wanted to go. And as soon as he did that, because he was a restricted free agent, Phoenix has the right to match, and the player has no say in it at all. If the team that he's coming from matches the contract, he has to go back to that team. So if the Mavericks signed Grant Williams to, let's just say, the mid-level exception, and Boston says, no, you don't, we match, he goes back to Boston, and the Mavericks have no say in it. They can't work anything out. Sometimes you can try to work out a sign and trade, but the player has the ability, the team has the ability to just say, we match the contract. Too bad he's not coming to you. So with whether it's PJ Washington, whether it's Grant Williams, whether it's Thibault, who's now with Portland, or at least he's under restricted rights with Portland, the Mavericks are in a little bit of a situation where there's 3 players it sounds like they like. At the same time, they know if they sign those players, most likely they're going back to the team they were with.
Yeah, and all of them fit the same profile, which is a wing player, maybe a little bit of three-point shooting, primarily a defensive player. Right. So Grant Williams, like you mentioned, previously was with the Boston Celtics. They have that right. Matisse Thybulle, Portland, and PJ Washington with Charlotte, who I don't think has been talked about as much, maybe a little bit more recently. Mike, I know that you've been on top of this. Of those 3, who is the one that you would like to see with the Mavericks? Because I feel like there's one that a lot of people have been leaning towards, and that's Grant Williams.
I'm really higher on PJ Washington. He's a little bit more athletic. He has shown the ability to score 20 points and get 10 rebounds in a game. So I've seen him in NBA basketball games, even recently against the Dallas Mavericks, be able to put up a double-double with 20 points. And now
he's been killing the Mavericks the last few times that he's come up against them.
And once again, why is that? He does get to play against Christian Wood and Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber, and you just keep throwing out the names that he gets to go against. That's why people like John Collins and PJ Washington just kill the Dallas Mavericks, because they have such a bad 4-5 situation on their team. And what I mean by that is kind of power forward center situation. I really like PJ Washington the most out of those guys, and by quite a bit. I don't mind Grant Williams. I would like for him to be here, but if I had my choice of one of them, it's PJ Washington. But from what I'm reading, PJ Washington is kind of wanting, if he's going to stay in Charlotte, wants close to $20 million a year to stay there, which I think the Mavericks are willing to do that, but they have to make it a sign and trade. They know if they mid-level exception him and PJ signs that deal, which PJ probably won't sign, he knows he's going back to Charlotte on a mid-level exception deal.
And the mid-level exception that the Mavs have available to them is $12.4 million. So It does not match in any means that $20 million figure that you've kind of thrown out there.
I was getting ready to say, what about Mo Bamba? I was looking at the free agency. I'm trying to see what's out there. But then you brought up the money situation, and I see his is 10 10.3.
Is that what he's coming off of, the contract?
That's what he had.
Yeah, but he was, they've lost his rights. LA rescinded his rights.
Yeah,
so he's an unrestricted free agent.
I don't know that he has interest. I don't think there's a market for him.
I also don't think the Mavs like him.
Which
Now,
there would be a good reason. He didn't find a place in Orlando that had just a whole bunch of young players and they were giving minutes to folks. And then the Lakers went and traded for him. And he played a little bit. But one thing I looked at with Darvin Ham, the coach of the Lakers, he needs to rotate bigs in. And Mo Bamba wasn't one of those guys that got playing time towards the end of the season.
He's still young. That's why I look at it. He's 25.
Right. I think he's a league minimum guy. I think that you can get him for $1.5 million, which the Mavs do have available. But I think the Mavs are going to wait on a guy like Mo Bamba. If they can move JaVale McGee and Holmes, who they just got from, which becomes official tomorrow, which July 6th is a very big date for the Dallas Mavericks. If they want to kind of flip Rashawn Holmes in a big deal, that becomes official. So you can do a big 3-team trade with getting Omax, which is that deal's done because you can see Omax is practicing here and all that, even though it's not officially done. Is if they can trade Holmes and if they can trade McGee, and it doesn't have to be in the same trade, but if they got rid of both of those guys, now you're down to Lively and Powell. So I do think at that point, if you don't get Clint Capella or DeAndre Ayton or somebody like that back, I do think the Mavs then go into the market and go, hey, should we sign Mo Bamba as our third center and see if he can compete here?
Yeah, I think it's more likely that they answer that center position with the trade. I think restricted free agency and that, that mid-level exception is where they're going to try and answer this, maybe like 4-position wing player that can play. And I hear what you're saying about PJ Washington. One of the pushbacks that I have to come back with is obviously the scoring. You get some scoring when you're playing on a team that's not that good and that has opportunities to get you minutes. In addition to that, I think what you're looking for from that position on this Mavericks team with 2 guys that are going to dominate the basketball, a guy that can spot up and shoot. When it comes to offense, obviously you want to be able to put the ball on the ground a little bit, but can you spot up and shoot? And PJ Washington has been a little iffy on that. Last season, he shot 35% from 3 in general, and his corner shooting wasn't very good either. Okay. And that's one of the positions. Think of Dorian Finney-Smith.
That's where Grant Williams lives on Boston.
Grant Williams has been very good at that. And on top of that, playoff experience. Not just one season, a few seasons of being able to play in the playoffs and know that, and that's where they want to go. And so I think that should have some value, and being able to spot up while also having the heft to play as a little bit bigger, but having the mobility to play on the perimeter. I think that he has all those pieces together in a way that makes him a little bit more appealing to me.
Okay, so I understand that completely. Grant Williams would know his role here. He's played obviously off of Tatum, he's played off of Brown, he's played off of Marcus Smart. He's always been on the court, the 4th or 5th guy on Boston's team when he's on the court, and so he knows how to do that. PJ Washington has been in a horrible organization. At times he's been their best player, at times he's been their 3rd best player, but somewhere between their 1st and 3rd best player on the court is what he is. And coming here, at best, he would be the 3rd best player, especially in the last 5 minutes of games. I'm not going to argue too much. It's not like I'm in love with PJ Washington, but I feel like PJ Washington, to me, has more potential. He's more athletic. He gets up and down the court better than Grant Williams. Maybe Grant's a better fit with Luka, the way that he kind of plods up and down a court. And so this is the tough thing about the Mavs and the meshing of Kai and the meshing of Luka is, what guys do you want around? Do you want fast, athletic guys? If you're not running and you're not going to play fast, it's not to your advantage to go sign fast players if you're not going to play at all that style.
You probably do need fast guys around him so Luke can throw the ball up to those guys as they get up.
I feel like you guys are wanting more of a power forward than a big man.
Well, you need both.
Okay.
You do need both.
I'm listening to what you guys are throwing out there, and I'm looking at centers, and that's why I was wondering, okay.
Well, that's why we get killed by everybody, is because we don't have a 4 and we don't have a 5.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie Bullock was playing the 4 once you traded Dorian Finney-Smith. And even Dorian Finney-Smith kind of profiles more like a small forward, kind of playing he typically would play the 3, I think, in an optimal situation.
It does sound like the Mavs signing Seth Curry and all the rumors that they know they're going to trade Hardaway for either a 4 or a 5, but you'd like to get both. Because even Tim McMahon yesterday said what I've been trying to say. Even if you want to be optimistic on Lively, which I'm very much trying to be, he's a 2 or 3 year project. He's probably not going to help you much next year. It's in his 2nd and 3rd year that you really hope to start seeing moments where you're like, this dude can play 20 to possibly even 30 minutes a night.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Collins.
Well, the draft is coming up, and the former number 2 pick for the Texas Rangers is not doing what we need him to do next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula sitting in for Kevin and Corey alongside Mike Bassick and Derek Holland. And it's great that they're here with me because it's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Okay, so let's start off in AA. Last month around this time, we talked about Jack Leiter and how his May went. Well, if you don't remember, in May, Jack Leiter had a big bounce back month. He went 2-1 with a 1.67 ERA in 27 innings. He had 33 strikeouts in 27 innings. I said it's better, but still not good. Was his base on balls was 13 in 27 innings, which isn't great. In fact, it's even still a little below average. But in the month of April, he pitched 20 innings and had 15 walks. So he got better on the walk situation. Well, if you haven't been following Jack Leiter, here's his June stats. June, he was 0-1 in 4 starts. He had a 7.5 ERA in 18 innings. He gave up 16 hits, which isn't obviously less hits than innings pitched is good, but he had 13 walks in 18 innings, and he gave up 4 home runs. So out of those hits, in 18 innings, 4 of them were home runs.
Hard hits and walking guys.
His whip was 1.61. In May, his whip was 0.96. And in April, his whip was 1.85. So we get to the end of June. We're starting July. And unfortunately, Derek, it looks like if we're just looking at stats, because we're not watching Jack Leiter pitch the ball every day, Jack Leiter, your number 2 overall pick from 2021, has regressed in the month of June.
Yeah, I don't want to say that. I hate to say that. But I will say from the videos that we did see when we were watching, I know we would comment on every time as he was missing, or he was punching guys' tickets, but he was throwing the ball up. He was up in the zone, which is going to be easier to take as you continue to keep doing that, which he was. The walk thing kills me more than anything. That is like my biggest pet peeve. If I was a pitching coach, I would be fired up. Like that's way too much, especially with the amount of innings that you have. That's terrible. And I just think his command has been the biggest issue of all. I mean, he's showing that he can do it. He shows the capability of I can be that guy.
Yeah.
But then he goes back to this.
Very inconsistent, right? Yes. What you're saying is you're just not sure what you're going to get from Jack Leiter. And I think this is tough from a Texas Rangers standpoint.
I do want to add this because you pointed this out. This shows you, for all those that are wondering, is he going to be Major League ready? This is close to pitching in the major leagues. This is a good competition for him to be at, and it's showing you that he's not ready. That's the one thing that I think people need to know, too.
He's 23 years old. There's still time for development. Just to be positive here, Josh Young's 25 years old. So when you look at what Josh Young looks like, he's going to win Rookie of the Year. He's a starting all-star third baseman. I can't wait to watch the all-star game because it's just going to be filled with Rangers to start that game. So if you're looking at, well, should you give up on him? It's tough to say you should give up on a guy at 23 years old. You're expecting more. I get it. I was expecting more from Jack Leiter. I thought at this point, when the Rangers drafted him, I thought right around the all-star break of 2023 would be when we would start having conversations. Is it time to put Jack Leiter in your rotation in the major leagues? I had no clue that the Rangers would be this good either, because in 2021, I was thinking in 2024, 2025 is when you'd start seeing the Rangers compete for a playoff spot again, and the Rangers have upped that tremendously, and Jack Leiter hasn't probably developed as fast as they thought as a college draft pick.
Did you feel that way before they made the moves or after they made those moves? Getting all the guys here, DeGrom and
the infusion of cash definitely changed the time.
Well, it changed a little bit because Jack, we saw last year, put up an ERA over 5 in AA. So then I knew, okay, he's probably going to need all of 2023 in the minor leagues to then be possibly ready to compete in 2024 with a team that has now signed Eovaldi and DeGrom and Gray and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm with you that it did change a little bit, but for Jack Leiter, Derek, I'm just wondering, as Here's the trade deadline approaching. The Rangers probably, even going into the season, didn't feel like, hey, we're probably going to be 3 to 5 games up at the All-Star break, and we are maybe going to have the second or third best record in all of the American League. Like, all of those things are very positive things that they probably are being very, very optimistic. If you're Chris Young and Bruce Bochy, they're probably like, this will be our very, very optimistic level, but we probably won't reach it. They have reached the very, very optimistic level in 2023 of winning the division at the All-Star break, having a chance to possibly, when you look around the American League, you can see the Rangers winning the American League. What I mean by that is they could possibly go on a playoff run and win this thing and be in the World Series. So I think that does change the way they look at definitely a Jack Leiter and his development on, do we just keep developing him? Or if a team calls on Jack Leiter to give you something, do you consider trading him and go all in for 2023?
Me personally, I want to keep him. You know, I think we continue to ride this out because there's no pressure. We've got guys up there now, so it gives us a little more freedom and time to work with him and get him right. But on the other hand, too, if the opportunity presents itself and you get a Max Scherzer type of situation, then yes, I'm going for that. But I would, if it's me, I want to try to keep him because I feel we can get him right because he's showing flashes of it. I get it's AA, but we're still getting flashes.
Right. So here's what's going to be interesting as you brought up Max Scherzer. I watched him pitch yesterday. So he was on MLB Network yesterday. So he was facing the Diamondbacks, and I got to watch him pitch. And I'll be honest, it wasn't that impressive. It wasn't the Max Scherzer I'm used to seeing. He gave up 3 home runs early on in the game. He walked Corbin Carroll with the bases loaded, and he didn't trust his fastball in that situation. And even Keith Hernandez, who was calling the game, said that was an interesting selection there to go off speed when he has such a good fastball. Now, on the next batter, he struck the guy out on a couple really good changeups to finish the guy off. So he does have great stuff. Here's what I'm wondering. The Mets don't look like they're going to compete for a spot. The Mets owner, Steve Cohen, has come out and kind of said, look, I'm prepared to possibly sell off pieces, and one of them being Max Scherzer, who has 1 year left on his deal. Jack Leiter's dad is a New York Met legend. He's in their Hall of Fame for the New York Mets. I'm putting these pieces together as Jack Leiter is struggling, as Max Scherzer is struggling. If I talked about this last week, but I'm going to get further in depth on it right here. He has $43.3 million on his contract next year. The Mets are paying that penalty for being over the threshold. I forget the number, but he's paying more to keep these guys. If the Mets kick in $13.3 million next year and they knock that number down to Max Scherzer is only a 1 year next year, $30 million pitcher, you're going to have to pay approximately $20 million to keep him this year in Max Scherzer. So he would be right there with Eovaldi. So now if you're going for it, and I know I have a lot to say here, but if you look at the Mariners, they won 90 games last year. They won 90 games this year. Who would have ever thought that the Mariners are a below 500 team? I'm telling you, there's no guarantee next year that the Rangers are good at baseball. They might Seattle Mariner it and be struggling to be a 500 team next year. This is your opportunity. So I'm going to give my opinion. I would trade Jack Leiter to the New York Mets, along with a couple other small pieces, as long as they kick in $13.3 million and get Max Scherzer's number down to $30 million next year. I would trade Jack Leiter in a deal for Max Scherzer now.
Yeah, I mean, you're going all out now. I think it's with what we have right now, with what this team is, I'm going all out now. Let's go ahead and do it. Again, like I said, though, I would still try to keep him, but yes, we're going all out. We're winning right now. We're here. We're already at the door. Let's just go in now.
I know you still have more to get to in baseball nuggets, but like, what does all out look?
Push it.
What does all out look like outside of just acquiring Scherzer and making Leiter available?
I want a right-handed closer, so I want to move Will Smith. Not because I don't like Will Smith. I love Will Smith. This team wouldn't be where it's at without Will Smith doing what he's done. But if I can have Spores, Aroldis Chapman, and Will Smith setting me up in the 7th and 8th inning, and then I get a closer, whether it's Kendall Graveman, whether it's Bedard. I'd love Bedard. He's the guy I want.
I think that's the target. I'm gonna keep pushing for it. I think that's where we go.
But I do think when you watch Martin Perez, who we talked about earlier, when you look at what you want John Gray to be, and I think that's more of a number 3 than a number 2, if you added Max Scherzer, and I just wonder what he would be like here, maybe getting out of New York. As much as he's handled pressure and been great, New York's a different animal. I don't know if he's just not really enjoying New York. His fastball is the thing that's killing him this year. Max Scherzer's fastball batting average this year is 281. Last year, it was 212. That's a huge difference on his most dominant pitch. He's throwing it about at the same speed. Last year was 94 miles an hour. This year, 93.6. So there's not a huge variance of velocity. The other pitch, too, obviously, his slider has been a big strikeout pitch for him in his career. Last year, he had 56 strikeouts throughout the season with it. This year, he only has 22, and we are halfway through the season. So that is a pitch. His slider being a strikeout pitch has not been a strikeout pitch for Max Scherzer. But I would say his mentality, his experience, where he's at in his career. Jacob deGrom's not pitching for you next year. Martin Perez is a free agent that you're probably not going to bring back next year, especially at the $19 million. So you lose Martin Perez's $19 million. Jacob deGrom's not pitching for you. You get Max Scherzer for this run and for one more run next year, and then you hope that Jacob deGrom is back in 2025. To me, Max Scherzer for Jack Leiter as the base of a trade makes a lot of sense.
I also want to add, too, if you get Scherzer here, too, I think he's going to actually perform better than what he is in New York. There's a lot of things happening in New York that's just not going his way. You have a better game caller, I feel like, here versus up there with Heim.
He also had Maddox in Washington. They've worked together before.
They've been together. There's a good relationship there. I just think being on a team that's actually doing something changes everything for you as a starting pitcher. It gives you more confidence knowing that the guys behind you are going to make plays. Not saying the guys in New York aren't, but you just have a different level of confidence when you come to a team that's winning right now.
Ooh, the all-in Rangers. I like the way that sounds. Also, there's some people on the Twitch that want you to know, if we're going to go all in and, add that closer you want, get his name right. Bednar. David Bednar.
Yeah. Bednar.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
what did I say?
Bedar.
Dang it.
I think
it's cool. We got time. The trade deadline isn't
here
yet.
I did say Graveman, right?
You did.
That's good.
Which I think he's more gettable. The thing is Bednar, if he's not available, if they're not willing to move him, then you got to go another route. And I do really like Graveman in
if you get
Chicago.
him, let's get Cease too.
Oh, just keep going.
I'm just saying you might as well. Let's trade it. We're going to trade a good amount. Let's go get him.
Then Max Scherzer's off the list. But
correct.
In that, you're not going to trade Evan Carter, but you do have to start going Leiter, Acuna, Foscue. You do have to add to get Cease and those guys, and I'm okay with it.
If you want something good, you got to trade good with it.
Sure. That's fair. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're doing good, by the way.
Making your day better. Thanks, man. What is this, like basically 2 innings through? Would be the equivalent?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I'd say so.
We're working on a quality start here. That's what I'm trying for. Coming up next, there's a new anti-flopping rule, I should say, in the NBA that we've already seen get underway. What are some other rules that you'd like to see to fix sports? We'll talk about it next on 105 Through the Fan.
We have your latest Dallas. from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is indeed the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula riding with you instead of Kevin and Corey, who both had the day off. Who doesn't have the day off is Mike Bassett, because he is the most dedicated man in radio. And Derek Holland hanging with us on this Wednesday. Every Wednesday, in fact.
It has been, yeah.
I'll have off on Friday as I'm flying out to
Don't
DC.
worry about that. See, I was gonna keep that low key.
I'll pick it up for you.
I'll be calling the Nationals Rangers game on television.
On television, just blowing up as a star.
That's so awesome. I'm happy for you.
I am too.
Wouldn't it be cool if we could commentate on a baseball game together?
I think the audience would turn us off.
Well, but this is the thing. You were talking about it. You're broadcasting with CJ Nikowski, right?
Yeah,
and
two lefties.
Two lefties.
First time in the history of baseball. We're going to be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
But
seriously?
Two left-handed pitchers
I don't know about the Guinness
on
Book
one
of World
game.
Records, but yeah, two lefties, and that opens the door for you guys to call a game eventually.
And then Derek, you could three. Yeah, three lefties.
Just keep going. Who else would you add after
position
three?
Players would be so mad at us.
I don't know. We could get a left-handed position player.
I'm sure that's happened though.
Get David Murphy.
It's all
He's
available
always
to you.
Busy.
Is he?
He has kids.
You have kids too.
I know. I'm busy too.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's fair.
I don't know if I have kids.
Let's scurry away from that quickly. Basketball, yeah, woo. No, in the NBA, per NBA PR on Twitter, their communications arm announced yesterday that a proposed in-game flopping penalty, which they talked about a little bit, will be in effect for the summer league games. And funny enough, we've already seen it take place. So obviously, they're trying to cut down on flopping because just aesthetically, it's something that's so frustrating for fans and anybody watching the game of basketball right now. It's just the feeling that somebody's trying to cheat the game. And so the NBA is trying to attack that with a very particular rule. And these are the bullet points when it comes to this rule, right? If a flopping penalty is assessed by game officials, the opposing team will get a free throw and possession of the ball, right? So, and this is at the discretion of the officials there. The player who commits the flop will be assessed a non-unsportsmanlike technical foul. So it won't count as a personal foul, and it won't lead to an ejection. So it's not going to be that type of technical
foul. It'll be like
foul.
defensive 3 seconds.
Yes. And
yeah,
so
that one kills me too. It's so weird.
Yeah, and that's something I want to get to here, because sometimes you don't know what's happening as a fan seeing it called. That's something I want to discuss here, and I want you to get a little bit of audio here, because officials are not required to stop live play to call the foul.
Okay.
The next opportunity of stopped play, they'll call the foul. And we've now seen this play called, or this foul called, in game, because Summer League, I believe, is the Utah Summer League, where the Kings and the Golden State Warriors Summer League teams were playing in a game. Listen for one. When it seems like the foul is called is near the end, earlier portion of this audio. See how long it takes for one, you to hear the whistle, and two, for everybody to understand what's happening.
Big time shot. 1 of the 3. Golden State needed that. Give it to him. What you got for it? Hey, this cooking. No, he checked. That's a little big man heat check right there. We got another technical foul. That's the 3rd technical this game. That one's by Brandon Schwab. Who's that, Quijones? Yeah. Can you get ejected? I don't think so. He's saying for the flop. Yeah. That is the first time we've seen that new rule instituted.
There you go. So it happened when he shoots that 3. That's when the foul happens, the flopping foul. And the whistle doesn't happen until maybe another 15, 20 seconds later, when the possession comes back down. And then after that, the broadcasters took another 5, 10 seconds to figure out what was happening.
Was that a foul when it came back down?
It was a foul right when he took that shot at the beginning.
Right. He shot the 3. That was the foul. The flop.
That was a flop, yeah.
And then they went down the court.
Yep. Came back down after that.
And then, so something had to have happened, right? And then they called
the play stopped.
Like the ball went out of bounds or something like that.
Okay, so once it's a dead ball. Okay.
Right.
The other thing, too, is the flop. So it's obviously a technical, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be the same as if a regular technical? Mike's out there bad mouthing the refs.
No, they said it's going to be a defensive 3-second technical. It will not, like if you
So
flop twice in a game, you will not be ejected from the game for flop.
Could you have 3 or 4 flops, and
you can flop 10 times in a game and have 10 technical fouls.
Okay,
Luka could have a situation where he has like 5 flops in a game, and the other team gets 5 free throws during it, but he will not be ejected from the game for flopping.
But would it add up, though, to any of the technical fouls in general?
No, it won't.
Like
But
the regular technical fouls.
The penalty that really hurts is that you're giving the team a free throw. They can add points on the board immediately there, and they get possession of the bat. So you're turning the ball over every time you flop.
I do think they're going to add this into the NBA because I don't think it's that bad of a penalty, if that makes sense. If they turned it, Derek, what you're asking, if they turned it into a real technical foul, so Luka argues with the ref, which he does every game, and they give him a technical foul, then he flops 5 minutes later, he's not going to be ejected from the game. And because of that, I think they'll do it. The one thing, though, going to an NBA basketball game, which can get frustrating, is when there are a lot of whistles and you're watching free throws. No matter how good or bad your team shoots free throws, it does get boring watching free throw shooting. It's part of the game. I totally get it, but it is kind of boring to just sit there and watch a guy shoot a free throw. It kind of kills the momentum of a game, and adding this does add more of that into a game because, let's be honest, if a game is going to be played the way it was played the last, let's say, 5 years, you probably will have at least 6, if not 10, flops in a game.
And that makes me wonder how punitive they're going to be and how much they're actually going to call this in different portions of the game and with different players, right? We know that star players get a little more leeway. Are they going to get this called? When we get to the fourth quarter, when there are a lot of stoppages, are they still going to be calling flops compared to the first or second quarters?
Like that will be, to your point, the final 2 minutes of a game. You call a flop in a 1-point game or a 3-point game with under 2 to go, but it is what it is, right? Because that's when guys are really trying to exaggerate at times the most to get that foul called. And so refs are going to have to be better at letting play happen, because if they let play happen more, if they allow more physical play, guys won't flop as much. But guys flop more because the refs buy it more when you flop. Like a guy like Marcus Smart, great basketball player. But I mean, he flops. He flops 5 times a game where he doesn't get the call, and he flops 5 times a game where he does get the call. So it's going to be interesting for guys that live off of exaggerating fouls. And you brought up LeBron. Remember when LeBron got mad in the playoffs because a guy spilt a beer on him because he kind of went into the guy's legs? Who was just
that was a huge flop.
Right, a huge flop. Like there was no way he should have lost his balance and fell into the stands. But he was trying to exaggerate a call that wasn't there, and he got the benefit of the doubt. The ref gave him the call because he threw his body into the stands and a beer fell on him. He's like, well, God, he's 6'8", 250 pounds, chiseled. Specimen. Like, there's no way, right? He had to get knocked off balance and to fall into a fan like that. And then you watch the replay, like, dude, he faked the whole thing to get the call. So it's going to be interesting. And I hope that we get back to, in a way, I don't want 80s basketball where Karl Malone breaks Isaiah Thomas's nose. I get that we don't want that just because he's like, I'm not going to let little guys come through here. They want to come in here and talk trash, I'll break his face. I get that we don't want that. At the same time, you do love when you do watch old school basketball, and I'm talking kind of 80s, 90s, when you they're just playing hard basketball. They're going to try to stop you from getting to the rim, but they're going to do it by trying to play really strong defense. And now you don't see guys do that because they know if they play strong defense, the guy who has the ball is going to fall down, and the ref's going to believe that, well, you can't do that. So it's going to be, to me, as much of an adjustment on the referees to call the game more like the 80s and 90s than to call the game that they've been used to calling for the last 15 plus years.
Would you figure this situation as being similar to the pitch clock with those late inning situations, or like you said with the late inning, or I mean the late situation in basketball of calling the flop? Do you feel like those are kind of similar? Because it's like you don't want to see in a baseball game somebody get charged a ball and it costs them a run. Versus the same thing in basketball, you see a guy flop and you call him for that, and there's like you said, a 1-point game. I think to your point, we've been lucky in baseball so far this year. We haven't had the game end on one of those yet. We haven't had a 9th inning huge situation that kind of dictated the outcome of a game yet that we've seen in college, that we've seen in the minor leagues. And to your point, it'll be interesting because I think the players in the major leagues have adjusted. They'll call it if they want to call it, and they might give a little bit more leeway in the 8th and 9th inning. But at the same time, I think in the NBA,
They are going to put this in next year, and it'll be interesting how quick the players adjust. And will they adjust more the final 5 minutes and go, dude, I cannot. I'll try a flop and see if I can get it and get the ref to believe it. If I get a technical foul, so what? We have another 20 minutes left in this game.
It can be reviewed, though, right? Or is
I
it
don't
just
know.
I'm not certain.
I mean, it's just like you said, like, hey, I'm going to try this and see if I get it. Could that be something that we can challenge? Like,
I don't think
know.
they'll do it because I think
you really put the referees out there. You know, if you're now reviewing it and then there, because it's really subjective call.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I could literally just kind of like, maybe I just bump you, or
Right.
you know, I'm trying to get off of a screen. I kind of push you out a little bit, and then all of a sudden you just take like a long jump straight out to the side and then fall. Like, how can you gauge that?
Yeah, I have
As
no
a ref,
idea.
you might not even have caught that. You might have just caught the last part where he went flying.
I'm really interested to see how it comes along and how successful it'd be in actually trying to curb flopping. Because sometimes you put in a rule and it doesn't actually work for what you're intending.
And to your point, Derek, I'm just worried about this. Remember when they did allow you to review pass interference in the NFL and the refs just all protected themselves? It didn't matter what happened. They just let the play be the play.
Yeah.
I'm wondering in a judgment flop, which is kind of pass interference-y, if they're going to be like, I called it on the court as a flop, I'm not rechanging it based off of review.
Now, I mean, obviously, this is done in order to try and make basketball better.
Just changing it. I guess.
Look, I thought it was fine. I thought it was fantastic. In fact, I'm gonna be here to support you, Mike. I got you. But in that way, right? Like they're trying to make basketball better. Are there any rules that come to mind for you, just across sports, that you'd like to see to make the game better? On the text line 877-881-1053, we had someone who brought up college basketball, and this is something I've always found to be weird. Their shot clock, they've now moved it to 30, but for the longest time it was 35 when the NBA had adopted a 24-second shot clock. And I was like, why do we have so much longer for, to get these guys into action? Just they're passing the ball around the horn. Just put it at 24 and they can go and they can play at the same speed.
Even if you want to put it at 25. I think women's college basketball has a 24-second shot clock.
I believe that they changed it.
So they make women play faster in college basketball and make men play slower. Nancy Lieberman, I heard her talk about this. And she says because the men's college basketball coach wants to be so in charge of everything, they want every time their team gets the ball to look over to them so that they dictate the call on the court to run the play or whatever. But yes, I'm with that person. 24 seconds in college basketball would be much better.
I think for me, NFL is the catch in however many steps to make it a completed catch.
Do we even have...
Because you have the whole Dez thing. I get it. Like, we bring that up. But, I mean, it's literally you catch and take one step. I think that's a catch. But, that's something that has to be fixed.
Yeah, and then probably in baseball, the one that obviously Hicksy got most upset about, which they have to probably do a better job, is when a guy has a swinging bunt or bunts and he's running on the line where the base is all in fair territory. I get it. It's advantage pitcher. Like if you can just peg the guy as a catcher or a pitcher and you think he's going to be safe and you can just throw it into that pathway, you can sometimes get a free out because of the rule of you have to be running in foul territory while trying to hit a base that's in fair territory.
Some people were pointing out the XFL. They felt the XFL had better catch rules, and it seems that the NFL is open to kind of adopting some of those rules from these spring leagues. Maybe my favorite rule. And I think this makes baseball better. You guys tell me. We now go back to forcing relief pitchers to ride out from the bullpen in a cart. How about that?
I almost did it. I don't really care. I mean, I will say this. Like when I was playing with the older guys, when Darren Oliver was there, it was so funny to talk about like running from Detroit's bullpen to the mound. Like it's a mile away.
Literally?
Like it feels like it.
Cleveland's
and I'm not gonna lie, like
you
get 2 minutes to get out there. Well, most of the time it's probably gonna take you 30 seconds to get there. Now you got a minute 30 to throw and
catch your breath.
7 warm-up pitches, and then also with the pitch clock, you need to be done by 30 seconds. So you really only have a minute to throw all your warm-up pitches. And that's usually for some parts when you're in the bullpen, you use those warm-up pitches to get yourself ready for that inning or for that situation once you get out there. You got to hurry up and get going.
I kind of like this idea. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but like the idea of adding judges in combat sports, boxing, UFC, instead of just having 3, let's go with 5. Let's get them more.
It needs to stay odd number though.
But 5 sounds good because sometimes, how often is it that you're watching a boxing match and just one of the judges has an insane score and you're like, how'd you get to that number? How did that happen?
That's a fact.
I would love it if that's evened out a little bit more. by having more people? Do we think that would actually help?
I'd be okay with that.
I'm okay. Yeah.
All right, cool. I was like, did you have something?
No, I had something, but I moved on to getting ready for men's T clinic.
Sorry,
commercial.
I apologize for that.
Ready?
Yeah, that's cool. We're still on the air right now. Let's focus.
That's a great point. But it is the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reggie, Mike, and Derek in with you today. And speaking of Derek, it's time to go inside the oven with Derek Holland. What you got for us?
Oh, we're starting now. So for me, I was curious. Obviously, 4th of July, everybody was watching the fireworks, and actually here in Dallas, we had some drones. We had the drone show.
Ooh.
So I was curious, as people that I'm assuming we all celebrate the fireworks and 4th of July and everything. Would you rather see the drone show or fireworks?
We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. Thanks for that 1 minute tease, Derek. That was awesome. All right. Hey, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. As a partner and a patient, I can personally tell you at Men's T Clinic, I'm so passionate, and they are so passionate about serving you guys over the last 9+ years. And I want you to take that first step the way that I took that first step and get your numbers checked. Locally founded by Bobby and Derek, Dr. Campo, Kelly, and the entire Men's T Clinic team, they have built each clinic from the ground up. With so many Tolos out there, they've changed my life. They've changed your life. They can change so many others. You just have to give them a call at 972-GO-MENS-T. Get that appointment. Shed those extra pounds you've been holding back. Put on muscle mass, enhance energy, mood, mental focus, and drive. Get back to throwing the ball or swinging the clubs again. Make sure when you give them a call at 972-GO-MENS-T, you tell them Mike Bassick sent you. When you do, you get the in-body composition analysis for a full year. This tracks your baseline and progress when it comes to muscle mass, water weight, visceral fat reduction, and much more. A $500 value. menstclinic.com or 972-GO-MENS-T. Let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
100,000 watts of crystal clear first place.
And the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, and Derek Holland in with you today. And we're about to go inside the oven in just a few minutes. But before we get there, a little bit of breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan. Matisse Thybulle, one of the names, restricted free agency names that we had talked about that the Mavs could be interested in, seems to be the one that they are looking at because per Chris B. Haynes, at 11:14 a.m., just 12 minutes ago, Portland Trailblazers restricted free agent Matisse Thybulle intends to sign an offer sheet with the Dallas Mavericks. League sources tell the NBA on TNT and Bleacher Report. So there you go. Of the three guys that we talked about, he was the one that we seemed the least interested in. And I think when you talk about Mavs people all across, they seemed the least excited about Matisse Thybulle, but he's the one that will get an offer sheet at least first from the Dallas Mavericks. How do you feel about that, Mike?
Not crazy about it because I don't like, and I understand that not every player can be a two-way player. It's tough to find those guys. He can't play offense to save his life in the NBA. So, like, literally, he will play defense and then watch basketball until you shoot the ball or whatever, and then he'll go back and play defense on a wing player and try to play the best that he can, and he's good at that. But it's really tough. I think come playoff time, we've just seen when you have a non-offensive player out there, the last time the Mavs were in the playoffs, Josh Green was a non-offensive player, and the hidden mics that like Bally's has and stuff, the other team, Utah and Phoenix, is yelling at Josh Green to shoot the ball because they're not covering him and guarding him. Now, he got better at that last year, but it just gives you an idea. Come playoff time, they'll be like, I don't care. We want Josh Green to shoot 30 wide-open three-pointers a game. We're not going to guard him. And if you have Thybulle out there, they will not guard him in key situations.
We'll talk about that more and some interesting audio from Mavs Summer League coach Jared Dudley. We'll talk about that at noon. But right now, it's time to go inside the oven with Dutch.
Yes. Well, as you saw, I gave a nice...
I have no clue what you're going to talk about.
1 minute tease earlier about drones and fireworks. Well, now I'm curious, since we can actually already ask the question, let's go back into it again. What would you rather watch? The drone show like they had here at Dallas downtown or the actual fireworks? What is your preference?
Well, for me personally, I haven't seen a drone show live. Obviously been able to see a firework. If you haven't seen a fireworks show, I don't know what's been happening with you. Like, I feel like everyone at a certain age, like once you hit 20, you've probably seen a fireworks show because they're like everywhere. They're readily accessible, whether you're watching a pro show or you're watching somebody in the street firing off fireworks, and that's always a fun experience. I'm interested in seeing the drone show because they're wild. Like, obviously you can do so much with explosions, but with drones, they're doing these, wildly extravagant things. Like, I think I saw somewhere in China they had like a giant dragon with 1,500 drones. And I was just imagine if you didn't understand what the drone was and you just looked up and there was a dragon in the sky. I can't imagine the things that they could do with the drone.
I mean, that was happening and people were driving on the highway. So this was live. It was here in Dallas. They did it. They did the moon landing was one of them, if I'm not mistaken. The planting of the flag, the
moon landing was a drone show?
Yeah, they had it like set up like the. Well,
you meant they recreated the moon? Yeah. Okay, I was like,
no, they didn't actually go there and do that.
In the 60s, they did the moon landing with drones. That's insane.
Sorry about that.
You've really taken down the the curtain on this one.
They
Is this on Instagram or Twitter that I can
you
look
can
this
still
up?
see it. Yes, you can look it up and see it. I don't know if you know what that is, but yeah, we'll help you find it.
On Instagram? Mike, you're on Instagram?
Oh, no.
Kind of. I mean, I don't do a lot with it, but
You okay there, Derek?
I don't like. I hear what you're saying. I guess I need to visually.
So you would be
see-
somebody that needs to see it, so that way you can compare.
Yeah,
because it's a cool show. Like it's impressive. There's probably 300 and some drones, if not more, that are up in the sky, and they just reanimate.
Yeah.
Everything out there. So it's pretty cool to watch with obviously how they're doing it and stuff.
I know I was in the Bishop Arts area. Well, that's where I live. So it sounded like it was a grand finale for 2 straight hours around my house, if not 2, like 8. Maybe I fell asleep and just finally fell asleep through it. But in my area, in my neck of the woods, everybody's shooting off fireworks, even though it's a mile outside of downtown Dallas, and it just sounds crazy around there. But I've kind of fallen out of love as my kids have gotten older and don't really care too much about fireworks. I don't really care too much about them anymore.
It's just one day you get to watch.
Well, it's not. That's the problem. That was the question I was going to ask, because it seems like, you can go one of 2 ways. People will just light off all the fireworks late into the night, maybe 4 a.m.
Yeah,
or
I was
people
gonna say,
will
what's
have
too late?
Well, too late is probably midnight. Let's get out of here. But
I think it could be sooner than that.
if you had to, that's fair. If you had to choose one, I'm talking about fireworks late into the night, or you get, they cut it off at 10 p.m., but you'll get fireworks for the next 3-4 days. Which are you choosing? Because
I'm going with the fireworks for the next 3 days.
Really?
Because to me, it's fascinating to see. Like I did it. It's on my Instagram. It's all public now, so people can see it. I did the whole show. I got to see where the Four Seasons, where I live by, is literally showing, and I took my drone up there and just recorded it. So you could see, it's just such a cool thing with how they do the fireworks and the different styles that they have out there. Now, granted, the drones is really cool too, but that's a lot quieter, so there is that for the alternative.
Good
but
point.
The fireworks, I just think it's cool to watch, like just to be out there and see all that stuff. This was my first time truly getting to be home and watching the fireworks. Usually I'm in season and I never got to. I would always just like, the game was over and it's like, all right, I want to get out of here. Like we get fireworks every Friday, so I'm good.
That's fair. What's your preference, being the one who's, experienced both of these live?
I've just the creativity of the drones is what really sets it off for me, but I'm always going to be fireworks. I just like the boom, the action of that. But I do want to dive into
just a little pyromaniac in there for
you?
Okay,
I do want to dive into this too, real quick. I wanted to see your guys' thoughts when it comes to this. Comparing the Rangers team now. I know we're sticking to baseball a lot today, but comparing them now, how do you see them versus the 2010 offense or the 2011 offense? Those were both World Series teams, obviously. Great offenses. I want to see how they stack up now versus then.
It's a good question. We know Simeon and Seager are kind of perennial all-stars. That's why they get paid so much money. When they come up to the plate, there's a lot of confidence from me when I'm watching. Okay,
I want to cut you off real quick for this, just because of that. I meant to mention this too. We didn't have 6 all-stars. This is the first time. I don't even think there was 2 or 3 all-stars, maybe at the most.
Well, in 12, you guys had a zillion.
12, you had 5, I believe.
But that's what I'm saying. So in 10 and 11, we didn't. No, because 6 is the record. Oh, that's for starters. Never mind.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, let me go back to
that.
that.
8 overall, because like Harrison made it, Matt Harrison.
That's right.
Was Joe Nathan your closer in 12? I think he made it too.
But that was my point. Is we didn't have really any all-stars, so I want to see how they ranked.
So here's the way I look at it, Derek, is Seager and Simeon, when they come up to the plate, are they going to get the job done every time? No, it's impossible. That's why guys like that bat 300 or better are so awesome, especially in big situations. I feel like by the time you got to 2011, because you guys had made the World Series in 2010, I had confidence in more guys. And it's nothing against Josh Young. He's still a rookie. I'm still like, dude, he can get this done. But that's a lot on him. Nathaniel Lowe, he won the Silver Slugger last year. But still, I look at him and go, okay, are they going to just beat him with that fastball in? And sometimes he gets the job done. Adolis Garcia, he can be streaky at times. Obviously to start the year, super hot right now. He's tailed off, but, he'll have his stretches of good and bad. Josh Hamilton always scared me in a big situation because I didn't know if he's going to swing at a ball that went to the backstop or if he was going to wait on his pitch and then just totally crush it, I just felt like maybe you guys, and probably, I'm talking about 2011 more, is that I had a little bit more confidence, but you guys had been through the Battle of 10, made it to the World Series. So now when guys came up to the plate, I'm like, these guys can get it done. And you added Adrian Beltre to that 2011 team. So I had a little bit more confidence in that offense in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, facing really good relievers to try to manufacture or get another run or two on the board. Nothing against this offense. It's awesome. But there's times where I'm just like, is Jonah Heim really this good? Like, is he going to stay this good all year? And I hope he does. But I kind of sometimes have those more questions in my head if they're going to keep this up.
Can I ask you, both of you guys, like, how do you feel about 7, 8, 9 hole hitters? Because I've been so pleasantly surprised, and maybe it's just expectations versus what's happening. But this current team, when you hit the bottom of the lineup, they've been fantastic.
That's why I wanted to ask this question, because this team is awesome. Like, this is fun to watch. I really like this team a lot. I think they're going to do a lot into the playoffs. I honestly feel very confident about this team. But that's why I was curious as what you guys would think, because this reminds me of the 2010, 2011 team. I actually feel they're a little bit better with the offensive wise.
Yeah,
because of how many all-stars.
I think they're very comparable.
Yes.
I think it's really tough to choose. And to y'all's credit, you guys made the playoffs and went to the World Series back-to-back years. This team looks like they can win this division. There's still a lot of baseball to play, but it's kind of like I kind of want to let it play out, because if they make the playoffs this year, and let's just say make it to the ALCS, I'd love for them to make it to the World Series, but let's just say they make it to the ALCS and lose to Tampa. Next year, you'll feel even maybe more confident about these guys that they had that season that they had, and then they made a deep run into the playoffs.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Thank you, Derek, for that inside the oven.
Mike, that was good, right?
That's great.
Minute tease to give you that good stuff right there.
It was great. We got to work on your teases.
All right, thanks.
It's fine. Just iteration. That's how we get better.
It's like you threw 87 warm-up pitches before the game started.
Look, we're just all trying to get better.
You're loose, Derek. You're loose.
Let's go. Coming up next, let's dip into some gridiron gravy. Is this guy a top 5 NFC quarterback? We'll talk about it next.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the on-time expert.
independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin and Corey out, but that's not stopping the show. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Mike Bassick and Derek Holland for the day. Pleased to have you with us. Remember, at 12:20, we talk to the manager of your Texas Rangers, your first place Texas Rangers. Can't get enough of saying that. Bruce Bochy at 12:20 right here on the KNC
Still
Masterpiece.
hanging in there.
I mean, it's the lead is down to 3 games, but, you know, you got a couple series to go before you get a little break in the All-Star break and then back at it.
No need to panic. None.
Who was panicking? Were we panicking?
Do you hear your voice right now?
Do I sound like I'm panicking?
My only thing is, too, like we talked about this before on the show a while back, is they were hot. The Rangers were red hot. They were playing great ball all the way through, pitching, hitting, everything. We knew that there was going to be a time where the pitching is going to hit a little bit of a wall and slow down a little bit. This is that time. And we talked about if we're going to go through a tough time, it'd be better to do it now than to be doing it in August, September, because then you're really hurting your chances, putting a lot more pressure on yourself. These guys are fine. We're going to bounce back at, especially, I mean, we're going into the All-Star break. We're going to be fine. There is no panic here.
Okay, fantastic. He says, relax, ladies and gentlemen. No relaxing here, though, as we will
take the pill, drink it.
Oh, okay.
Chill pill.
Okay, I was like, you just handing people pills now?
Yeah, popping.
Okay, let's be careful about that, and let's go around the entire NFL and dip in some gridiron gravy.
Oh, pretzel rolls.
Oh, okay. Is that where your mind
That's
is
what
today?
I had. I just had a pretzel roll sandwich, so. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it did look good. How about this? Does this sound good? So Lions cornerback Jerry Jacobs. Anybody heard of him?
Said Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jacobs. Yeah, because that's the Jerry that comes to mind. But no, it doesn't matter. You don't have to know him. He plays for the Lions, and because of that, I have a feeling that this statement is why this goes this way. He ranks Jared Goff in his top 5 amongst NFC quarterbacks. He says it's time to show what Detroit is made of. And he said, when we knew we were playing them in the season opener, Dan Camp. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong quote. Don't worry about it. He just says that Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback in the NFC. 1, do you agree with him? And 2, like, how do you see the top 5 quarterbacks in this
I think he's right on that. I do think I'll go Jalen Hurts 1. I think Dak Prescott 2. And then from there, it struggles, right? Because you have Kirk Cousins. You have Jared Goff. I'm not saying that that's my order. I'm just trying to throw a couple guys out there.
Who might be in there?
It's too early to say Brock Purdy. I get how great he was down the stretch. But there's a lot there to kind of go, I know that Brock Purdy's a good quarterback.
Any Derek Carr, Geno Smith love?
No.
Justin Fields for the Bears?
I think that's way too early because he was one of the worst, but he shows potential. And what you're hoping is through his potential and through adding players around him that he's going to reach what everybody felt like he could at Ohio State. So, yeah, you know what? Jared Goff, I will put him, if I go Kirk Cousins 3, I'll go Jared Goff 4. So unless I'm forgetting about something, I know you said Derek Carr. Everybody else is young over there in the South.
Kyler Murray love? How do we feel?
Play, and he's doing video games all the time. So,
like, obviously, you got some young guys that are coming in with.
I'll tell you what, who I'm forgetting about, but it's tough because of the year he had last year with Matthew Stafford.
True.
He did recently win a Super Bowl. We had him on a higher level going into last year at this time. So I will say that in my order right now, I will go Hurts, Dak. Oh, God, I can't believe I'm doing this. Kirk Cousins. I'll go Stafford and then Jared Goff. So he's 5th.
Does that sound about right to you, Derek?
Yeah, I'm looking at the NFC. There isn't real, like, all the quarterbacks are up in the AFC. The better quarterbacks, I should say. Like, that's tough. I'm with you.
Yeah, there's from the 682, they would put Justin Fields above Jared Goff because of, the running ability, which is funny because I don't think that's something that they want to continue. It was something that they were happy to use. They wanted to continue in some facet, but not to the level that they had to have him run. I think it just points to the fact that the NFC, at least when it comes to the quarterbacks, which we understand is a big driver to team success, it's not very deep. It's something we've been talking about a lot, and that means that the Cowboys, at least if we're going to localize this, should be able to really take advantage of the fact that there's not a lot of incredible quarterbacks in the division.
I'm with you, and I'm going to ask this question to you guys. Why? I get the potential of Justin Fields, but I don't get why people are just like, oh yeah, I know for sure he's going to be great this year. Like, there's been plenty of people we've put that on. I will tell you a person I put that on, and he's disappointed me tremendously. You brought him up, Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Going into 2021, I said the Cardinals will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, and they got off to like a 9-1 start, and I was feeling really smart. And then he kind of got hurt. He totally dropped off, and from that point, he's really struggled. I think when you look at stats and you look at wins, Justin Fields right here was 26th last year in yards passing for 7.1. He had 17 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. Like, you're putting a lot on potential. You're putting a lot on what he's going to be than what you've actually seen him do. And how many Bears games are people at? They're not on television.
That's fair. And if you were watching Bears games, you weren't seeing him throw the football, in part, right? And I think this is why a lot of people have some optimism, in part because their wide receiving core was non-existent before. They didn't have anybody to throw the football to. They went and made the move for DJ Moore. They brought in Chase Claypool late, but I don't know how much that helps. Darnell Mooney has shown some things, and it's supposed to get better. I think that people are just anticipating with at least one actual good target that you know that's out there, you'll start to see the passing acumen show up for Justin Fields.
Marcus Mariota, obviously in only 18 less attempts. I can't believe this. In 18 less attempts last year, Marcus Mariota threw for 170.7 yards per game last year for the Atlanta Falcons. Not a very good team. I know that Chicago was even worse. 149.5 yards per game.
Oof.
You're looking at 20 more yards per game for Marcus Mariota. So if you're putting all this on Justin Fields, I'm just looking at the guy right next to him in Marcus Mariota. Marcus Mariota threw for 20 more yards per game last year, 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions to 17 touchdowns for Justin Fields and 11 interceptions. You could argue last year that Marcus Mariota was better than Justin Fields.
What about your boy, Mean Geno Smith?
Yeah, look, Geno is going to have an opportunity to be in this top 5, if for no other reason than they've given him a fantastic wide receiving core. When you consider they obviously had DK Metcalf, and Tyler Lockett, but then they drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba to be that additional slot receiver with that. Like, they've made sure to give him a lot of weapons to work with.
As I'm looking at stats, are we downplaying what Daniel Jones did last year?
I am personally, but I probably should be a little bit more generous to him. Like, he definitely came along.
Yeah.
I think also the framework of giving him all that money makes it feel like, he's overrated. But no, he's done a decent amount. I find it hard to believe that, like, he is going to be some level of great. I think that you probably reached the ceiling, at least in my estimation, of what you can expect from him in that good season that you saw last year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's that good, especially after seeing how he played against the Cowboys each time too. It was just terrible. He was just god-awful.
He was bad in those games, and he completed 7% more of his passes than Justin Fields and threw for 50 more yards per game than Justin Fields.
So moving along in Gridiron Gravy, I don't want to talk about that anymore. No, I found this interesting. Mike Vick was on Tyreek Hill's podcast, and when I saw the quote, I was like, "Oh, okay."
Is he still bragging about the key he has to our city?
I don't think he is. Mike Vick seems to play it like he has to be humble and forgive everyone because of that one thing with them dogs at one time. But what he did do was he gave some advice for Tua Tagovailoa, and I was like, "Oh, has he been listening to Mike Bassett? Check it out."
Hey, I mean, if you watch what he did in college, go look at his college. Every ball was on the money, soft, right with it, in stride. So I just think he's got to bulk up a little bit, get a little bit bigger, get stronger. You know, as you grow into your man body, that's what needs to happen. Ain't nothing wrong with picking up another 10 pounds, 15 pounds to handle the pounder.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's those the things that you got to learn as you go through this process of playing quarterback. It ain't easy.
No.
Don't get hit.
Yeah, that's the biggest
Don't
thing.
get knocked around. When you wake up on Sunday mornings, Monday mornings, and Thursday mornings, you know you got to sacrifice for the team. And so once you start getting that in your head, bro, like you become a different animal out there.
So one, I love the idea of the phrase man body.
Yeah.
But two, do you agree that that's basically all that Tua needs to do is just add 10, 15 pounds and then make sure to not get hit?
Well, in a weird way, he's going to get hit. It's the NFL. Even the guys with the best offensive lines, they get hit. He's going to have to protect himself after contact. He cannot have his head pop and hit the ground. He has to stay away from the concussion. If he has a little bit of a ding and his hips bugging him a little bit or his shoulder's a little bit sore, like that'll be better for him than his head gets knocked around again. So for me, if Tua T can be concussionless this year, which seems very tough for his neck to handle, if he can be concussionless, I do think he can be a top 10 quarterback in this league.
Can we give him one of those old fullback things?
Brian Cox.
Oh,
style.
give him the
all-star.
Or a cowboy collar or like the neck roll? Which one?
Either, both of them.
Both at the same time?
Put that on there.
But yeah, I think that he can be a very valuable quarterback. I will say this. It was just one game I went to see at Texas A&M when Tua was the quarterback and going to be the number one pick until he hurt his hip in that one game. His wide receivers were so open. Yes, he did hit them in stride. There's nothing you can complain about. When guys are 5 yards open, he made the pass and he got. But I was like, well, this is interesting. And they killed A&M that game. I'm like, he never had to make a tough pass this whole game because all his receivers were getting open by so many yards.
So moving along, actually still in division from the Dolphins. Remember when Stephon Diggs didn't show up to work that one time?
Yeah.
We've all kind of speculated that there could be some issues in that locker room. What's happening between him and the front office? Well, Bills quarterback Josh Allen was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and he said, "I love him. That's my guy. The media has blown this so far out of proportion. We're in rookie or mini camp. We're not playing a game for 4 months. He doesn't show up for one day. He's still there." Coach asked him to go home. They're in talks. They're trying to resolve some things. It wasn't anything major, and the media blew it up. They're still talking about it. Let it go. There's no reason to continue talking about it. Do you believe him, or is this him just trying to smooth this over?
Derek, go ahead.
I was going to say, I believe him. I also know he's going to have his back. It's just like in baseball, pitchers are always going to have the offense's back. They're going to help him out as much as they can. I see him just trying to get this smoothed out because the media does like to blow things out of proportion.
It's that time of year.
It's how it is. We got to create stories. Let's create drama. That's why you always got to watch what you're saying around media because they will take things and they will twist it and then try to get the reaction out of you and see what we can make out of
It's
that.
the other way around too, though, Derek. Organizations lie tremendously to protect things that they know about, whether it's relationships, whether it's injuries, whether it's the manager or the head coach. Like it works both ways because I agree with you, but I think that I will then play the other side of it and say organizations lie all of the time to try to protect their kind of team in a way. Sometimes the team on the field, sometimes just to protect it from the fans because they cannot let the fans know what's really going on between the players.
Yep.
That's our trip around the NFL with Gridiron Gravy. And on the text line from the 817, I'm participating, Reggie. You sure are. You can always text in and participate with the show.
And Browns Super Bowl.
If you believe that, text in. If you believe that the Browns will go to the Super Bowl, text in 877-881-1053. I expect absolutely no text to come in on the text line. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece. Almost said the wrong show, but I didn't. If the Mavs nail this offseason, where are they in the West? We'll discuss that next on 105 Through the Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is indeed the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin and Corey out for the day, but I am here, Reginald Atatula, alongside Mike Bassick and Derek Holland, and you on the text line 877-881-1053 on YouTube and on Twitch. We appreciate you rocking with us and hope that you're having a fantastic day after a holiday. When it comes to the Mavs, though, I'm really interested with this because we have a little bit of movement now.
Right. Today, too.
Right, exactly. Because we started, we were waiting to get to free agency. Free agency starts a little quiet, and then you get the Kyrie news. It's like, cool. What next? I'm ready for the next thing to happen. And, it gets a little quiet, and we learned that, okay, it's going to take some time until they get to the restricted free agents when things will start going again. And we've gotten to that place, as Chris Haynes is reporting, that Matisse Thybulle will sign a free agent offer sheet from the Dallas Mavericks. So it looks like they are shooting their shot in that direction when it comes to addressing the wing portion of this. The guy who could play defense, could play on the wing, maybe knock down some threes. Matisse Thybulle is the player that they're going after, at least first, and not Grant Williams or PJ Washington, at least right now.
It's interesting on this. There's a lot to go here. This does lock up your money until when you sign this contract. I believe there's 48 hours. They did make it less. It used to be 5 days, and they're like, no, we're going to give the team that has the rights 2 days to match. If not, because teams are like, dude, we don't want to do this because it locks up our money until they decide to match or not. So the offer sheet, from what I understand, has not been signed yet. It's just that there's the offer. Thybulle likes the offer. Agent likes the offer. They're going to sign it. But this is from NBA Insider, and he's been pretty good in this. He's a new dude who's out there, and he doesn't give his name. So
is that the almost burner account that popped up that's just been hitting on all these things?
Yes, and so it's like, who is this person, and who's this burner account? But he just tweeted out 40 minutes ago that Thybulle will sign the offer sheet with the Mavericks. Several contending teams were interested, as I stated. Remember, Portland has the right and will likely match the offer made by Dallas. Now, who knows? It's not Mark Stein. It's not Woj. It's not Shams, the people you really trust. But it'll be interesting to see. This guy's been pretty good, or girl, whoever it is, on reading these things in this offseason that Mavs are going to sign him, but he's saying it sounds like Portland will match.
Okay, so if that does happen and Portland matches, that means Matisse Thybulle doesn't actually come to the Mavericks. But still, they're the two things that we know that need to happen. They need to figure out that wing spot. They need to figure out what they're doing from starting center.
Yeah.
And then maybe in addition to that, find a way to get off of the contracts of JaVale McGee, probably Tim Hardaway Jr. because of the logjam that you've created at guard. Let's say that the Mavs nailed the offseason. What does that look like, first of all, for you?
For me, it looks different than what the Mavs are doing, because Mark Stein came out on his subscriber page, and he pretty much said this, and other people are now copying it and throwing it out there. The Mavs had this offered to them from Phoenix on draft night after the Mavs traded Bertans, and then they got Rashawn Holmes, and they got the 24th pick. That it was that night, on draft night, the Phoenix Suns said, we will now send you DeAndre Ayton. You need to send us Tim Hardaway Jr., and you need to send us Rashawn Holmes. And the Mavs said no.
I'm kind of amazed that the Suns even offered that.
I know. And then what the Mavs said is, we will do it. You have to take McGee in the trade. And then Phoenix said no. I'm just shocked that DeAndre Ayton, who's 18-10 last year, I know he has his warts. I know that there's issues in the playoffs with him. But 18-10, if you look at what – no, I'm trying not to take offense here, but if you look at what Dwight Powell does, you are adding 10 more points and 6 to 7 more rebounds per game. And in the playoffs, Dwight Powell averages in 41 playoff games, he averages 12 minutes – 3 points and 2 rebounds. So when he has to play in the playoffs, he literally can't do it. It's just a mismatch on every level against every team in the NBA. Dwight Powell cannot play in the playoffs. So it's just weird to me when you look at this. Could they kind of do something special? I think, gosh, if you added DeAndre Ayton to this team for Tim Hardaway Jr., who you've already replaced in Seth Curry. Seth Curry has now replaced Tim Hardaway Jr. He's been replaced. And then you look at a guy like Rashawn Holmes, who wasn't on the team last year, who didn't play last year on the Sacramento Kings once they kind of moved forward with their team and the way that they were doing with Sabonis. So I'm not sure what Holmes brings to the table here. I hope that he goes back to what he was 2-3 years ago.
Right.
But you trade a guy that never was on your team last year and Tim Hardaway Jr., who you don't want on the team anymore, for DeAndre Ayton, a commodity that you don't have on this team. You're hoping 2 to 3 years from now that Lively can start transitioning to that guy. I'm shocked that they did not want to pull the trigger on that one. So I'm not sure what the Mavs' perfect offseason is when they don't really want DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, I think that they're still looking for, and I think the thing I would view as the issue with DeAndre Ayton, the talent is there. It's just, is the role that's available for him one that he would want? Because it seemed like his issue in Phoenix was, I want the ball more. I want to be more of a focus of the offense, as opposed to like go get rebounds, put things back, and then maybe have the ball, in pick and roll situations, maybe, which is what it would look like under a ball dominant, you having 2 ball dominant guards here in Dallas when it comes to Luka and Kyrie. It wouldn't be, hey, we're just going to give you the ball and let you post up. It would be, you're going to have to fill into the offense. You're going to have to pick and roll and then get it in those instances, as opposed to having as a whole bunch of plays run for you. So I have concerns in that way. But when the cost is so low, the talent is there so high. But okay, if they do nail the offseason, outside of that, they get
to me, my perfect scenario would be, I think the Mavs could contend for a championship.
Okay.
If you had Luka and Kyrie, we already know that's happened. They are going to be on the team. And you got PJ Washington and DeAndre Ayton as your starting 4 and 5.
Okay, let's say they circle back around and end up with that place.
If they got to that place, and you could replace Ayton with Capella, but just like a legitimate starting big man in the NBA ready to compete and play. If you got PJ Washington along with DeAndre Ayton to be with Luka and to be with to be with Kyrie. I always say Kawhi Leonard instead of Kyrie Irving.
Is Kawhi Leonard better than Kyrie Irving in this instance, considering the availability? That's a whole different path.
Yeah.
We don't have to go down that road.
I would say they could truly contend in the Western Conference if they had Irving, Luka, PJ Washington, and DeAndre Ayton. That, to me, would now be a team that I think teams would go, if this works out, they got 3 24-year-olds right now in their starting lineup with a guy supposedly still in his prime in Irving. That could be very dangerous.
All right,
but I think, too, if you did get that, you have such a good coaching staff with Dudley that helps out so much, which we've got the audio to hear of what we can expect, which has hyped me up a little bit more with the Mavs. Talking about AJ Lawson and Jaden Hardy, that to me is like getting me more excited about the Mavs. I get it. We still need to make some moves, obviously, but what he's doing is incredible. That's huge to me.
Mike, which one of these were you more interested? Was it the AJ Lawson clip? Because I think that maybe tells you a little bit about what the Mavs are looking for just in all of their players.
We can play that. Obviously, Hardy's going to have a bigger role on the team. AJ Lawson, I don't think is going to really even play on the Mavericks, but this is what they're looking for from their wings, from their kind of 3-and-D guys. What they're asking, hey, if you ever want to actually play in the NBA, this is what Jared Dudley says about AJ Lawson's game.
It's crazy because AJ talk about this. AJ actually looks better in 5-on-5 than he does on a 1-on-1 workout or a 3-on-3 workout. So you can't really, tell his value until you see him cutting, offensive rebounding. For him, it's I told him they've been having some pickup games and he never fouled. And I don't know if he's because he's from Canada or the style it may be, is he has to get physical. He has to get 2 fouls. And you look at guys like Dylan Brooks, you can make fun of him all you want. $80 million. It's for a reason. Because offensively, he's not super talented when he comes at a high level. He plays hard as hell. He's a nuance on defense. And you don't got to be Dylan Brooks, but you got to have a lot of nasty in you if you're a role player. I didn't play 14 years because I was a nice guy on the defense court. And so that's for him is, can I get that out of him? Can I get him to run through a screen? Check it out. You get 10 fouls in summer league. So you can foul outside the 3. Once you're in the paint, I don't want any fouls. I want good, solid defense. So for him, I've seen that. And then, his athletic ability. He's an NBA player athletically, but can he do it mentally and physically?
I love that because it just talks about how tough it is also in the NBA when you think about what you have to do to overcome and then the physicality that you have to play with, especially as a role player, because you don't really care too much. You care some if Dorian Finney-Smith, because he's kind of what they want Lawson to possibly become in his career, is like, hey, if you foul out, Omax Prosper. If you foul out, so what? You're really not the guy that we're rolling through at the end of the game anyways. we want you to be so physical, kind of also in football. If you pass interfere every time, they're not going to call pass interference on you. But if you never touch the guy, and then every once in a while you touch the guy, they're going to call pass interference. Same thing with NBA refs. If you watch a guy like Ron Artest / Dylan Brooks / guys that are very physical. At times Grant Williams is very physical. I'm sure that's why they like him at times, because he's bumping the whole time you're running up and down the basketball court. They won't call it that much if you just keep fouling all of the time. But, it has to be nuanced fouls. It can't just be you're reaching in to try to steal a ball. But if you keep bumping a guy all game long, it frustrates that guy playing offense. And then you won't get called as much for fouls if you continually, Dylan Brooks, kind of keep bumping the guy all the way down the court.
So if you get that level of play out of all your role players, considering what Luka and Kyrie are, where do they stand in the West, considering the Suns kind of cobbled together a serviceable bench? The Lakers seem to have had a good offseason. The Nuggets are still the Nuggets. Where do you see them landing?
I will ask the question, I'll answer, and then you can. Denver Nuggets right now, not even competitive, right? Like Denver Nuggets are way better.
You still feel really good about. I mean, they've got 3 max players at their. Yeah.
So they're way better. Memphis Grizzlies. I still think Memphis Grizzlies are better. They will get back Ja Morant in the season. I think that they've proven over the last couple of years with 50-plus win seasons, they're a better team. Would you guys agree right now looking at the Mavs?
Probably, especially when they're all healthy, because I know that skewed their offseason, having both of their centers.
Because right now you're looking at Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber starting with Reggie Bullock. Those are your 3 guys starting right now with Kai and with Luka. So next one, Sacramento Kings. I think the Kings are better.
If they come out and play the same, I think they benefited greatly from not having injuries, but I think they're in the same playing.
Okay, so that's one. At least we'll put just 2 right now.
What was that?
Never mind. Go ahead.
All right, Phoenix Suns.
I mean, there's so much talent on the starting line.
LA Clippers.
No.
I have no idea how many games those guys play to make them better.
That's the tough thing about LA. If they're healthy, they're better. But the other thing, too, is I do have to assume this. Kyrie Irving's going to miss 30 games. He usually does with different situations. So you do have a very similar player in kind of that Paul George type of thing where you're just like, hey, man, I think I want Kyrie to play 65 games, but let's plan on him playing 55. And that's where you hope Jaden Hardy really contributes. Okay, next one, Golden State Warriors.
That's tough. I'd say no.
Right, I agree that the Warriors are a little bit better. The Los Angeles Lakers, I think that's easy. They're better. Like they had a great second after the trade deadline. They were one of the best teams in the NBA, and they made the Western Conference Finals. They're better. Next one, I will say toss up. I'll even lean towards the Mavericks to be optimistic here. The Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, I just don't. They haven't figured it out at all with all of the bigs, and they're bringing all those bigs back to try and figure it out this season.
They were 4 games better than the Mavs last year.
The only reason I would say yes if they're better, they're not better, sorry. The Timberwolves are better, is because of the big men. We don't have anything that can match up to it.
Yeah. Next one, Oklahoma City. That was the 9th team last
year.
I think they're better.
A fun team.
I don't think the Mavs can compete with them next year. I think they're a 45-win team, and I don't see the Mavs getting past that. Next one, up in the air because they got Fatso Zion. New Orleans Pelicans. I'm not sure exactly where they're at.
Mavs are better.
I think so, too, especially if they nail the offseason.
They were 4 games better
I'd
than
say
the
Mavs are like an 8.
Yeah,
6 through 8.
I think, and I don't even think they can be 6, but I hear you. I'm kind of with you. I think they're probably right now, I think they're competing for the 8 through 10 seed. Competing. I'm not saying they're going to get it, but they probably should get one of those 3 spots. But if you look at it, in the play-in situation, no 9 or 10 seed has ever made the real playoffs yet. So as much as they're like, oh, if you'd have made the play-in, look what the play-in teams did. Yeah, guess what? Those play-in teams were still a 7 and 8 seed. You make the 9 and 10 seed, you get to play a road game, and maybe you get lucky enough to play 2 road games, and then you lose, and then you're out.
Yeah, I mean,
that's where I see the Mavs right now.
The Mavs had a lot. They have a lot of territory to traverse still. They've started by offering Matisse Thybulle the restricted free agency offer here, and we'll see over the next couple of days if they're able to address that wing spot, maybe make a trade to get them a center, and then get themselves to a place where now they have to contend in the West. It's not going to be easy for the Mavs, but hopefully they can embrace the challenge and climb the ladder.
It just seems like there's so much that we need to get. Yep. Like that's the thing that kills me is we were just in the finals, we're good.
It's Bochy time.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's right. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, we get to talk to the manager of your Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. That's next on 105 through the Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin and Corey both having the day off, so it's Reginald Datatula running the show here for you. Of course, we still got Mike Bassick bringing you all the hot takes. And Derek Holland being a good sidekick on this. That's not fair. You've been more than a sidekick today.
No, remember, I'm the intern.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
Brought you your tea.
You did.
Out of his coffee.
It was fantastic. I appreciate you for doing that. In just a moment, we will be speaking with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. One of the things I kind of want to ask Bochy, I'm still deciding if I will actually ask him, but it's just like the 4th of July is such like a monumental holiday in this country, and like we all spend time. A lot of people take time off and get a chance to eat or whatever, hang out with folks. How does the 4th of July hit for you guys, since you guys have the time? Actually, let's go ahead and ask the man himself, Bruce Bochy, the manager of your Texas Rangers. Boch, how you doing today?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. How's things?
Things are great here. I was just about to ask these gentlemen here, Derek, Mike here. What is the 4th of July like for you guys, lifelong baseball guys, considering that you're often at work?
Yeah, well, being in Boston, you would think it'd be a real big deal for us. But with that long day we had to travel the day before getting here, guys were exhausted. So I don't know how many stayed up to watch the fireworks and walk around a little bit. Once we get back to the hotel, I'll be honest, I didn't make it long. So, it was a quiet day for us. It was packed here, but as far as seeing fireworks and stuff, we didn't see it. Now, with that said, when I've had night games, in particular, San Diego puts on a spectacular show. And so it was always good, to have an evening game where after the game you go out and watch the fireworks. Families would go out on the field and everything. But as far as the food after the game, wasn't hamburgers like you think. Here we're in New England, so we had lobster, a lot of seafood and stuff. So the boys ate well last night.
Well, glad to hear that. I mean, I know part of what made the day long was just that significant rain delay. And again, baseball life for Bruce Bochy. What are your favorite memories when it comes to rain delay, whether it's being a player or a manager?
Oh, man, my worst one, geez, I go back to Philly. We had a doubleheader, and we had a long rain delay. They were determined to get this in. I think we started. Now, we'll have to look it up, or I'll have to look it up. Next week I'll tell you how close I am. But I think the second game started at 1 a.m.
Oof. And
so we played till 4 a.m, and we had a day game the next day. And so that's how crazy it was. And you talking about some exhausted guys. I mean, we were cooked. And so anyway, that's the worst one I can think of. The other one that probably I was the most nervous in was in L.A., and I'll try to be quick on this one. We had a rain delay. Joe Torre was managing the Dodgers, so he said, Bruce, I'm not going to use my starter. We think rain's going to come about the second or third inning. Then there's a big window. Well, I did the same thing. So instead of starting Lincecum, I started a guy named Mota. But anyway, Timmy comes in. It was clear for like the first hour and a half, 2 hours. So when I put Timmy in, then the rain came like an inning and a half later, whatever. So Timmy waited over an hour. So I'm going to scratch him, right? And Timmy goes, oh, I'm used to this. I grew up in Seattle. We do this all the time. So between the training staff and Rigetti, we were comfortable. And sure enough, he went out and finished the game, got the win.
Love that. Boch, I was curious, we're getting close to the All-Star break. I know there's a little bit of a panic here. How do you feel about it? Is there any sense of urgency right now, or you feel comfortable with where we're at?
Oh, man, I couldn't be more comfortable. If you told me when the season started we'd be in this situation heading into the All-Star break, I'd have done cartwheels. I mean, come on, this is where you want to be. So, no, we lost some tough ones there in Houston, but, hey, it's what you have to deal with. We've talked about the ebbs and flows of a season, but no, I feel really good where we're at. Now we got a couple tough games here. Finish up in Washington, they're playing better, but nobody. I don't care what happens up until the break, and we talked about it yesterday how we got to keep our focus here, but no, I'm very happy with where we're at.
Boach, I have one more rain delay question, just because I have not played the Boston Red Sox since 2001, and that is definitely the smallest clubhouse, probably the worst place to have a rain delay. Is it still that bad? Is there another clubhouse where having a rain delay as a player and the amount of space is worse?
Oh, man, I tell you what, I'd say Wrigley was worse than this, but they've expanded Wrigley, so it's nicer there now, including the manager's office. And this manager's office is, I think, way nicer than what they had at Wrigley until they remodeled it. But no, it hadn't changed much. It's a bunch of card playing, it's cramped. Meetings are cramped. The pitchers' meetings are all in the coach's room, and then when the hitters have their meeting, they have to cram in there. So no, it's tight. Kitchen's small. It's got its charm and everything, but you get spoiled with the new ballparks, especially ours. I mean, ours is incredible, as you know. So it was a little tight quarters in here for a couple hours.
We're talking to Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, and every time he joins us, that's brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. And Bruce, before we got to the rain delay, Dane Dunning was on the mound, and he had just another fantastic performance. 6 innings pitched, only 4 strikeouts in that way. What has he been doing from your perspective that's made him so good this season?
You know what? He just gets movement both ways on the ball so well. I mean, the sinker. I mean, it can fade. I mean, he's got the cutter to go in and lefties, the changeup away on him. He's got the curveball. He just commands it so well. But it's movement, as you know. He doesn't power his way through lineups, but he just got great movement. The ball's it's sailing, sinking. Sometimes I don't know if he knows what it's doing at times. Obviously, he's doing something. I mean, he's 4th in ERA in the American League. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? So, but he's keeps it down, keeps on the ground. He I think one game where he had 9 or 10 strikeouts, but normally that's not him. He puts in play, has a good pace. He holds runners well. You saw the double play ball yesterday. Fills his position well. So he's just a complete pitcher with a 4-pitch mix.
Boach, with the pitching staff, the starting rotation, do you feel just as confident as you did before with how they are right now? I know we're kind of in a little bit of a slump with some of the pitching. Martin hasn't been the Martin that we've seen in the past. How do you feel with the starting rotation right now?
Well, you know what? I feel good with them. You look at Heaney's last start; that was outstanding. Nate, you look at Dunning, how they're throwing the ball. Now, to your point, Martin's a tick down. I'll be honest, got to be a little concerned there with not just his workload this year, but you look at that WBC. That when he went there, I had a little concern. I've been through it with pitchers. They ramp it up early. The intensity in that World Baseball Classic I'm talking about, that's just an extra load on them. So Mike and I are talking about what we can do, maybe help him reset, get him back on track. Now, I will say it was a tick down 2 or 3 starts ago, then it ramped back up. So, it can be an up and down thing sometimes with pitchers. But with him, I know last year he was just so consistent with it. So that's why I'm bringing this up. So we haven't done anything, but to your point, well taken. Yeah, we have talked about it.
Do you think that we would see more of Cody Bradford to help out with the separation, maybe doing a little bit of a 6-man rotation just to give a little, I don't know how you want to put it, a little space between for Martin and some of those other guys to get back into their groove, but keeping Eovaldi on a 5-day?
Yeah, I do. That's why we've already done it with him. He's up here. He's stretched out. You can see that happening real soon, to be honest. It does give those guys added rest. Now, we did talk about having Nate go one more day. I know he was excited about pitching here in Boston. As you know, his time here and his history. He loves his ballpark. But And then we'll have the All-Star break. So coming out of that break, we're going to line it up to where we think that who needs the most rest and who we need to give a break to be honest. So all these things are things we're looking at now. Andrew will get an extra day to help him out with him going on paternity leave, but he'll be here Friday and then he'll pitch Saturday.
Boach, have you ever had a team with this many babies?
No, man, we're on the run. I tell you, I was telling Andrew, I talked to him to see how he was doing. He, had twins, so I said, "Well, I get 2 cigars in, right?" So we're not running out of cigars here, but no, boys were active, weren't they, last year? Winter.
Yeah, solid off season. Now, when it comes to this trade deadline, you guys got Chapman from the Kansas City Royals. I know you've kind of answered that, on television, but you haven't talked about Chapman with us. How excited have you been to have that phone say, "Hey, get Chapman going," and he's putting up some zeros for you?
Oh man, I tell you, I couldn't be more excited to have him. We saw him firsthand, and he's thrown as well as he was throwing, 8-10 years ago, whatever. It just come out so well. He made us a better bullpen, a better pitching staff. Today, he's the guy at the end. Hopefully, we can get there. But if it's a safe situation, he would have it today. And we'll kind of look at pockets, because Smitty has done a good job. I know, questions, that came up. He couldn't quite hold that 1-run lead against Houston, but his body of work has been really good too. So you look at Sporzy, and he had a hiccup against Houston too. But there's 3 guys there with just consistent stuff that have been doing a great job for us. Anderson's helped out, so we've been working with this bullpen, but I just feel like it's starting to come together now.
And the other thing too, Butch, I had somebody ask me, actually a Ranger fan today, going, "Hey, how about Chapman throwing a couple innings in one appearance?" And I said, "Man, I'm pretty sure that Chapman is just a 1-inning guy. I don't think they want to put him in the dugout and bring him back out." Am I right about that?
Yeah, I know he's done it. I don't think he's a big proponent of it. I think it takes a toll, especially when you're trying to use them as much as you can. Now, I wouldn't rule it out. Be honest with you, we brought it up. He really didn't go back-to-back that much with Kansas City. They really they took care of him, protected him, because, last year he got off track and probably got overused a little bit. So, but, as we get into this thing, I would not rule that out. I certainly wouldn't. In fact, he threw an inning against us in Kansas City, and I think he only threw like 10 pitches, 12 pitches maybe. And I didn't know if he'd go back out or not. I was hoping he would not go back out, and he didn't. And, we ended up winning the game. But they were protecting him there too.
Now, Boach, yesterday I was really happy to see Mitch Garver go deep. Obviously he's had a slow start to the season. What is he doing to turn around that slow start?
Yeah, we've talked. I know Mitch, he'd like to get his playing time ramped up. And, again, it's about production. Guys get hot. Duran, and, I don't know if anybody saw him getting all this time he's got, but, he's earned it. And Mitch had some setbacks. He hurt his knee. He was out 6 weeks. So now he's got to try to find it again. And then had the elbow thing. He missed 2 or 3 days there. But to answer your question, that's the Mitch we're hoping to have here the second half, the way he attacked the ball yesterday. And so I'm going to throw him back in there today. This will be a little tougher matchup. This guy's got a good 2-seamer. He's got 2 fastballs, but with righties, he'll use the 2-seamer a little bit more. And so anyway, and same with Robbie. Robbie, he hit a little tailspin there. So those 2, what a shot in arm they were. They were pretty much most of the offense yesterday. So they both earned another game here today.
Boach, I was just kind of curious. As obviously you've won a couple of rings. How does this offense compare to your offenses from those times? Because I feel like we have a very strong offense, and obviously winning a couple rings, you clearly had good offense too then. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you look at this offense, it's probably the most explosive out of the teams I've had. I mean, you've seen the big numbers we put up, the damage we do. I mean, you're looking at a lot of guys hitting over 20 home runs in this offense, including 30. You know, my other teams, I think we had one guy, maybe two, that hit 20. So this is the best offense. I'm talking about from Marcus all the way down to Leo. I mean, it's just a deep lineup, a lineup that can do a lot of damage. We have been shut down, and now that's going to happen. But as far as runs scored, I don't know if I've had a better offense.
Boach, last one from me. I saw yesterday that Josh Young and Ezekiel Duran went inside the Green Monster, and they saw Babe Ruth's autograph, and they saw all the history that's behind that Green Monster, and they got to sign the cement back there. How many times have you gone back there, and do you remember signing the wall?
I do. I've been back there a couple times. Yeah, you know, once you open that door, you get in there. I guarantee you're looking down for rats. It's kind of dark and that way, but it's pretty cool when you go in there and see all the signatures, and you know how they keep score. You know, with the putting the numbers, the metal numbers up there. So no, I was glad to see those two. I saw where they did go in there. It's really neat to see some of these young players that show interest in the history of the game, because I'll be honest, a lot of them don't. You know, they couldn't tell you who some of the guys I played with that were great players. I mean, even somebody like Tony Gwynn. But you know, I know Josh is a baseball rat. I know Zeke is, so I'm not surprised I saw those two in there.
Boach, before we let you go, I do have to ask this real quick, because, you know, if I was flying on the plane with you, you know what I would probably wear, probably nothing or whatever. But Mike Bassick is going to be joining you guys on the flight home. Do you have any advice on what he should wear on the flight home?
On the flight home from Washington?
Sorry, I should have said that, from Washington.
Yeah. You know what? I won't be on that flight, Mike.
Oh.
You can wear any costume outfit you want. You're going from there to Nashville, so yeah, you'll probably be on a light plane, because the All-Stars, they're going to head to Seattle from there, and a lot of guys are heading home. So no, bring the whole gang. Yeah.
All right.
No, I can't do that. I wish I could, but no. It's going to be plenty of room, you know, to lay down whatever, I think, on that one.
All right.
You know, we're casual, to be honest. We're not a sport coat. When I broke in, you know, you had to wear a sport coat and slacks. But, you know, it's a little different now. We go casual. We jeans, collar shirt, you know, and we do have these jumpsuits, or not jumpsuits, I guess that's what you call them, sweatsuits, that if we get in late in the night, that's what they wear. Tomorrow would be those. Most of the guys will be wearing those Texas Rangers sweatsuits.
Well, they may be casual on the plane, but he's the epitome of class in baseball. Is the Texas Rangers manager, Bruce Bochy. Boach, we always appreciate your time.
All right, guys. Good talking with you. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Boach. That's Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105 Through the Fan. Boach is so fun to talk to. Y'all get to do this every week. Why don't y'all let me do this?
It's fun. Well, you're here sometimes.
Yeah, but I don't get to talk.
I don't get to do it very often.
Yeah, I should do this more
twice
often.
for me.
That's true. How do you enjoy
He's awesome.
it? That's awesome.
I'll tell you what I'm going to ask him next time. It wasn't like for now, Derek, but I wanted to know, you know, the mental coach. You talk about DK, Donnie Cockstein, who's with the Mavericks now, used to be with the Rangers. And I was wondering how much a manager uses the mental coach.
Interesting.
You know, because I know that some players do, some players don't. I was wondering how much the coaches actually talk to the mental coach.
All right, well, that's a tease ahead till next Tuesday when you have Rangers manager Bruce Bochy on every Tuesday right here on the KNC Masterpiece at 12:20. It's your home of the Rangers, 105 Through the Fan. But now, enough of that. Yeah. We're taking too much time from Mike Lysett.
Well, this is interesting to me, Derek. My son, who's 15 years old, and we'll see if it's interesting to you.
Can't wait.
You You go to a lot of
was the
sporting
least
events.
sincere
You love going and watching Michigan football. I would say that's your number one thing to watch. Would you say? Like as a fan, is Michigan football?
I would say, yeah, Michigan, Cleveland, and Mavs.
Okay. Well, my son was watching the Ranger game with me yesterday at Fenway Park, and he was kind of like, gosh, it would be really cool to go there. And he says, Dad, I love going to Ranger games. I love going to Maverick games, but I don't like going to Cowboy games. I like watching them on TV. Now, I think he's in the minority in this because of how expensive Cowboy tickets are on the secondary market, because you have your season ticket holders. That's the majority of the seats. And then they'll put them on the secondary market and usually get a time and a half to even up to 5 times the value of the ticket. So it is the most expensive, most wanted ticket. But I told him I'm with him. I do not like going to Dallas Cowboy games. I've been to plenty of them. I enjoy a NFL football game on television way more than I like the in-game experience. But I do like the in-game experience of an MLB game or an NBA game more than the television of it. And most hockey fans will tell you hockey in person is 100 times better than hockey on TV. Yeah. So I was wondering from you guys, coming from my 15-year-old Jake, is what do you like going to the most? I think you just mentioned it. You like football more than basketball and baseball. Are there certain sports that you're like, I would much rather watch it on television than being at the game?
Well, the only thing I do want to say, I like NFL games. I do love going to them. I think just going to Jerry World, the Jumbotron, I felt like I would catch myself looking at that more than I did the game. That was the one thing that kind of hurt. But obviously in action, I love football. I love watching Michigan football, because I'm right there in the end zone too, so I get to see it a little bit better. Yeah. You're asking me what I wouldn't like?
Well, my son doesn't want to go to, like, if I said, hey, you want to go to a Cowboy game? He'd be like, no, I don't want to. He's going to watch every second of it with me, but he wants to watch it on television, and I'm with him. I do not want to fight through the traffic. I don't like the replays that they give you on the Jumbotron. You don't really get the replays that you want or need, because they're playing, hey, go to section whatever, because they have cool hot dogs there, and go to this place. They're selling Victoria's Secret cowboy panties there. And you're just like, my gosh, like, I feel like right now I would really like.
Have you been to AT&T Stadium? They got the Victoria's Secret in there.
Panties in there.
Yeah. I would really like more of replays or analyzing what just happened. And when you're at a Cowboy game, I feel like you get a better experience watching it on television than you do at the game. Yet I get the Reggie, right? The tailgating, everything that goes into a football game. There's more that goes into it than just the watching football game experience.
Right. Now, the one thing that came to mind when you brought this up earlier was, I wonder how much Jake is considering the idea of a football Sunday where I want to watch a whole bunch of different things at the same time. Because that's one of the factors for me.
Yeah.
Is like on a football Sunday, I almost feel like I'm missing out on all the other things that I could keep up with at the same time if I'm watching it on TV compared to being in the stadium where you're engrossed by this one game and all the things that are happening with it. It's hard to keep up with all the other things that are, especially if it's like a noon game or, you know, a 3:25 game. But yeah, I'm with you on basketball. I love being there and like getting a feel for just how big these people are. It's something so stupid and minuscule, but like it's easy to forget how big even the short guys in basketball are when you get there. But baseball, I wanted to ask, because I kind of love the pace of old baseball being at the game, right? Being at the game very leisurely. You can hang out, you can talk. But for you guys who I know have been to games more recently than me, what has the new pitch clock done to the pace? Does it still have that feel, or do you feel like, just radically different?
Man, you could go use the bathroom to take a leak, and all of a sudden you've already missed an inning and a half. Like that's the thing that kills me the most is baseball now I feel is too fast. But for me, when it comes to all the sport, like I like sports. I'm always going to go watch anything I can live. That's just me. Now, football, I think you're 100% spot on is I can watch 20 games at once, or I can watch one game and just see the highlight or the scoreboard up top.
Right.
So that would be the big catch there, but I'd rather be live. But yeah, baseball, man, you go get a snack, a beer, whatever you want. Like, you're missing something.
So I will say with baseball, even when I'm at the games quite a bit, I will still mostly have a television in front of me, and I will watch the TV because I want to see the location of the pitch, the movement of the pitch, the sequence of the at bat. And then when the ball's hit, I turn my chair or I turn my eyes to now the action of the game, because now I can see a lot more being at the game than I can on the television, because the television is just showing you the ball rolling into the gap. They're not showing you the runners running. They're not showing you Beasley possibly sending him home, what Beasley's doing to possibly work the runners that are running. So I think when the ball's in play, being at the game is way better. But when you're at the game, there's only certain seats that you really get to see the good action of the pitcher versus batter sequence. So I feel like I want the TV for the pitcher throwing to the hitter. But then I want to be at the game when the ball's put in play to see the action of the players moving.
Which sport of the four majors, let's keep it to, do you think you lose the most by watching the TV as opposed to being at the game? Like, is it hockey just because of keeping up with the puck, or is it football just because of the fact that seat locations are going to be so tough?
People say hockey is the reason hockey's not popular.
It's hard to follow that puck.
It's not close to as popular because it's not a television sport. So when the majority of your audience is watching on television, they might not be as inspired to go to a game because the television product is not as inspiring as the other products are.
I would say hockey is definitely, you miss a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the puck could be going down across the line and there could be a fight starting to develop in the back or some roughing going on behind. Like, it's tough to say which one, because I mean, in football, it's the same thing. The eyes are on the quarterback and then where, whoever he throws to. So you're missing some of the other guys' routes. Maybe somebody's wide open. So
I'll tell you what, at football games, when you do go, though, you get to see the interaction on the sidelines a lot that you do not get on television. They just show a clip, and you could then say, well, Des Bryant, he seemed to be obviously a guy that they'd concentrate on for 5 seconds on the sideline, and then you would hear Troy Aikman or whoever it was at the time, Phil Simms, talk about that situation, and then people that were maybe at the game got to see the whole 3 to 5 minutes of the interaction, not the 10-second highlight clip that they are showing you on the television, and then hearing Troy Aikman and Joe Buck at the time break down what they felt like possibly could have happened there. So I feel like that way in basketball too.
Yeah, I was going to say,
to be honest, I could see how much Christian Wood and Tim Hardaway Jr. hated playing with each other when you're at the game and you're close. Like they were oil and water when it came to being on the court together, and both hated playing with each other because they did not, they just didn't help each other on the court at all.
Yeah, I think
so you don't get to see that on television.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think it's all sports, to be honest. Now, if you think about it, because it's the same thing in between innings in baseball. Maddox could be talking to Evaldi about something that they saw in the game. You don't get to see that necessarily. You might get to see it while you're in the stands. Same thing with football. You don't know what's going on the sidelines, basketball, all that. So I think being there live, you catch a lot more, but you also don't get to see as much with like the highlights and stuff like that on TV.
But for casual fans, I don't know. I'm watching all these things.
Right.
I'm watching when Tim Hardaway Jr. gets taken out of the game. I'm watching to see how he's going to the bench. When Christian Wood gets put into the game, I'm seeing how he's entering the game. I'm trying to read body language and his mindset. The same thing with Luka, like you get to see him sitting on the bench. Is he kind of into the game, or is he still pouting about the referee situation? So there's a lot of things that I'm watching that I don't think the casual fan is really caring about. Like if I took, let's just say, my wife to the game, she's like, all right, this is a night out. This is a date. I'm enjoying being with you. I'm not going to care at all about what the mindset is of Luka Doncic when he's on the bench after, picking up a foul that he doesn't believe that he got. So I don't know. There's more casuals at the game than there are real fans that are really into it. So I don't know, from a casual perspective, I don't know.
I can say, like, when me and Mike go to the Mavs games, we're literally watching things and pointing stuff out.
Right.
To basically be talking about the next day or whatever he's going to talk about the next day. For you, do you go and do you look at those kind of things? Are you paying attention to it?
I'm a dork. I've gone, comparing basketball, more recently I've been to Wings games, Dallas Wings at the College Park Center in Arlington. And I've been fortunate enough to sit with a friend who has really good seats. And so I'm right behind the Wings bench. And, in arena, they're appealing to, I guess, what we were calling more casual fans. And they have, the dance cam and all these things. And during that, my eyes are trained on the bench trying to get an idea. What matchups are they going to? And I'm the dork, and I understand I am the outlier, right? So I imagine for a lot of people that other stuff matters a lot more. But for me, I'm like, I want to see and get more insight into what are they going to run? What changes are they making? What substitutions are they maybe making? So yeah, I think that also plays a factor in.
But you go into the game, you're going to watch the game and be involved into it. Like, that's the one thing I can't stand. Like, I take Mike to quite a few games. We don't really talk until it's like a dead ball or something like that. Like, while the game's going on, it's either cheering or whatever, but we're never, that's my big thing is I'm there to watch the game.
And on the text line, real quick, the 214 makes a great point. It matters where your seat is, too.
True.
I'm just mentioning, I had a great seat at these Wings games. If I'm up at the top of the building, I don't have that same luxury.
To his point, though, I was at the top of the building. I'm getting ready for a post-game show, and I could see after Simeon struck out on that check swing when he got thrown out, I was watching Simeon after the inning ended because I wanted to see where he was going. And I look at Brian Ray, who I was working with, and said, hey, Simeon's about to get tossed because he didn't go to his position. He started walking towards the umpire, and I was like, he's going to have a confrontation here. I just don't know how rough it's going to be. And it wasn't rough at all, and he immediately threw him out. But I was watching where most people are like, hey, what's going on? Let me check my phone. I'm like, let me see what Simeon's about to do here that he feels like he got screwed over.
All right, it's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin and Corey are out, so I'm going to have to do both of these simultaneously. Let's give something away! 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now wins a pair of tickets to Peak Fighting Championship 30. Peak Fighting returns to Comerica Center for PFC 30 on Saturday, July 15th, and features a card of 9 total fights, including the welterweight championship, as undefeated Chris Vereen takes on Evan Cutts. Get tickets and info at ComericaCenter.com, or you can win them right now. Be caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, I will steal Corey's segment, and I will call it the RA block. In honor of Joey Chestnut's dominance in a hot dog eating contest, what contest would you dominate? We'll talk about it next on The Fan. Tula sitting in for Kevin and Corey, kind of, but Mike Bassick's still here. Don't worry about it. Don't turn anywhere. And just to make it a little bit better, Derek Holland also here. We've been having
so funny.
Well, I thought you were talking about Baker Mayfield, but you're talking about Dusty Baker, and I thought you said I love him. He always talked to me every time I saw him. And I thought, yeah, because defenses love Baker Mayfield too.
Man,
Dusty Baker is on one of the TVs here in the studio, and that led to a little
really rooting for him
misunderstanding.
the other day, weren't you? In the 12-11 game? You're like,
What?
way to go,
No.
Dusty. Way to come back and win that one.
No.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. Good try.
All right.
It was a good try. Also, Mike can be a jerk sometimes. It's fine. It's great.
Man, my son also got mad at Will Smith when he blew that save, and I was like, hey, buddy,
wasn't
he's been
alone.
great this year. I get it. I know. And I was like, everybody has an outing that they wish they didn't have.
Right.
And in that situation, when your team comes back down 10-2, you really want to close the door there, and he just wasn't able to.
Did you feel like people were more mad at Will Smith or mad almost at Bochy for kind of having Will Smith take the 9th and Aroldis Chapman take the 8th?
Well, yes, I do think that there were Ranger fans that were mad at that, but I can really defend that. First of all, we just talked to Bochy. He just talked about they've really protected him in Kansas City. He probably was a little bit overworked in 19 and probably 21. 20 is a little bit tougher year because it is COVID year, but he only has 2 saves for Kansas City. You traded for a guy who wasn't saving games for Kansas City. Now, there's only like 5 games they could have saved this year, probably, how bad they are. But if you look at it, he hasn't been the closer for Kansas City. He has been great in the role for Kansas City, and you just traded for him. I understand where people want to go with Chapman, and I think that he might close some games. We heard tonight, if it's a save situation, Chapman is your closer in tonight's game. But hey, he did his job. He put a 0 on the board. You needed a 0. If Will Smith would have came in and given up 2 runs in the 8th inning, it wouldn't have mattered, right? So you needed a 0 from Chapman, and you needed a 0 from Smith, and you needed 2 zeros, and you didn't get the 2 zeros.
To add to that, though, this is Will's team. Will is the closer for this team right now. Yes, you traded for Chapman, but at the same time, Will has done so much greatness for this team, helped the bullpen. He's been your closer for a while. He has to lose the job.
Right.
I get it. We got Chapman, but it's just like you said. He wasn't really closing there. Granted, the opportunities weren't the same, but you've got a guy there. This is to help solidify that. It's not really putting pressure on Will. It's letting Will know we have more closers. We're fixing that bullpen. You're still our guy, but these are guys that can also shut that down for you so that when we get to you, it's all yours.
Right. We're not playing MLB The Show. There's a people element to this business, and I imagine that's part of that. Will Smith, you've held this down. We're not just going to take it from you the first chance.
Abandon him.
Yeah, and to your point, he kind of talked to Garver, and he was like, yeah, Garver's not really, like, he didn't say it this way, but yeah, Garver wants more playing time.
Yeah,
like that's the human element of like Garver going, hey, let me help the team. Let me play more. I will be consistent if you play me consistently.
All right, let's do the RA block as I steal
I like it.
Corey's segment.
He's out. He's gone.
And he's gone. He's not gone forever. He'll be back on Monday, I believe.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, we'll see.
I guess that's fair. We never know what the future holds. But in honor of the dominance of Joey Chestnut eating an ungodly amount of hot dogs, not the most ungodly he's ever done, but an ungodly amount, what contest would you dominate at? But before we get to that, this is a question that I really wanted to ask you two MLB pitchers, professional major league pitchers. How do you break out of a funk? And like, I was thinking about it because this weekend I just felt myself in like a personal funk, but I was like, that also translates to, professionally when we talk about athletes. What did you find helped you to break out of a funk, and what did you see some of your teammates do to kind of get out of a funk of a place?
Well, one, you got to continue to keep plugging away with whatever it is. If you're getting hit a lot or whatever the case may be in baseball, you just got to keep plugging away. You can't let that be the factor. Continue to do the basic things you've been doing. Don't try to change the whole thing. Just focus on the little bits, work on location, whatever. For me, if it was outside of baseball, if I felt like I was in a funk, just get the boys together. Let's go have a chill night. Let's go just talk, get things off of our chest, just kind of clear everything out, get it out into the open, and just enjoy yourself, get away from it all. That way, everything is out there. You're no longer stuck in that one little thing. And obviously, when you surround yourself with positive vibes and energy, it's going to help you out. That's the big key for me.
I think it's really tough because I don't know if I heard this or I said it. I'm going to say I heard it. I just can't say who I heard it from. confidence is so easy to lose and so hard to gain back. So you could have 3 great appearances, whether it's bullpen, and I feel like bullpen is one of the most volatile positions to be in. And that's why it's tough to carry that one season to the next season to the next season as a reliever. It's a little bit, I think, easier, not easy, but easier to do it as a starting pitcher when you're in your prime. But I think you can have 3 great appearances, and then that 4th one you get beat up, and you're like, God, am I even good at this? Am I, And I heard my buddy Zach Sorensen, who's I've talked about, he has the Hard 90 podcast, and the other day I was listening to his podcast, and he says, man, if you can just be positive with yourself 50% of the time, and he said, think about that. I'm just saying 50 because most of the time we are negative with ourselves so much when we make a mistake that you kind of beat yourself up for it, and it's really tough to be positive to yourself. But if you can just kind of give yourself encouraging words 50% of the time, you'll find yourself, as Derek's talking about, in a much more positive mindset. But there was times where I shaved all the hair off of my body in 2003.
To make you more aerodynamic. Yeah, I get
to
that.
try, because I was like, all this hair is making me bad. Like, one time I really upset my wife. Part of it was we were in Canada.
You shave all of her hair?
No, but I didn't talk to anybody
question,
for
by
a
the
week.
way.
I didn't return any phone calls. I didn't return any texts. I didn't talk to anybody. I'm like, the only way I'm going to solve this is me solving this. And so I didn't want anybody to say, hey, how you doing? What's this? I didn't want to talk to anybody. I was like, I am going to figure this out, and I don't want to talk to a person about this. So then the next time I talked to my wife, she was crying and saying, what's wrong? You didn't call me, hoping everything was okay, and this and that. And I was like, look, everything's not okay. I'm not pitching well, and I have to figure this out, and you can't help me.
Well, the one thing too is like thinking about this, and that's I had to interrupt you.
No,
for
go
that, 'cause I
ahead.
know
You got
wanna-
it. Mine was going to be stupid, and I'm still going to get it. Don't worry about it.
But the thing is, as people in general, whether it's sports or not, it is so easy for us to think negatively. Now, I get it. I'm kind of just going off of what he just said again, but it's so true. Is when we would have a bad game, you spend so much time in your locker and you literally think negative. Like you talk about, man, I wish I would have done this. I did this. Whatever. We never take the time to look at the positive side. Same thing when you have a great game, you don't even look at the positive. You just, let's go. We're going to go get hammered with the boys. Like that's the thing that kills me the most. Is like we don't take the time to actually look at the positive side. And if you notice, like every time I come around you guys, I'm always in a good mood. I'm upbeat, everything, because there's no point in sitting and dwelling on the negativity. Yeah, I had Tommy John, whoop-de-doo. I'm not going to sit here and let it be something that weighs me down. I keep myself in a bright mindset, positive.
That's not really something to brag about.
It's not. That's why I'm not bragging. It sucks. But it's like you look at it like, all right, here's the new challenge. Go and accept things and then continue to push yourself in the right mindset. And don't be afraid to just talk to your friends and all that, because sometimes, like you even said, I've done this too. I guarantee everybody here's done it. Is I got to do this by myself. I'm not going to.
Yeah, that wasn't the right mindset I had. But at the time, that's the way I was feeling.
It makes things worse because there's some things that you don't see that somebody else sees that's going to help you get out of that funk or whatever it is that you're dealing with.
Yeah, the positivity reminds me of one of my favorite funny quotes of all time. It's from former baseball player Mookie Wilson.
Yeah,
with this gentleman?
My first base coach for the Mets.
Really? Well, I love this quote from him back in the day. He said, when I'm in a slump, I comfort myself by saying, if I believe in dinosaurs, then somewhere they must believe in me. And if they believe in me, then I can believe in me. Then I bust out. Which is it's that positivity thing, take it to a fun place, but I appreciate that. One of the things I've also thought about is just like, I like going and playing basketball. Maybe not as much working out, but playing basketball. I'm like, doing something that you enjoy and that you feel like you're good at to build that confidence. Because you were talking about confidence, I think can also probably help jumpstart.
I remember one thing, Reggie, that actually helped me in 2007. I had a couple bad starts with the Nationals, and it looked like I was going to get sent down. My agent kind of got notice that if I don't pitch well my next start, I'm getting sent down. Like that, people don't understand that, right? Derek, in professional sports too, your agent can kind of have insight and then tell you like, hey, dude, just letting you know, like you need to have a good outing, because if you don't, I'm just letting you know you're going to get sent back down to Columbus. And I'm like, all right, man. And I was struggling. And you know what I found? I found a little league baseball game at night. We had like a day game, and it was like a Saturday or Sunday night.
You went and beat up the little leaguers to make yourself feel better?
Yeah, I did. No. But what I did was I saw a little league baseball game going on. I'm going to assume they're about 10 or 11 years old. And I parked my car in like left field where the parking lot was. And I just sat in my car and I just watched them play for about 2 innings, and I just thought about how much I love baseball. Like, I love baseball, and I love sports in general, but I was just thinking in that moment how much I love it and how much fun I had as a kid playing baseball and how much fun I had as a young adult playing baseball and in high school. And I just thought, I just need to have that much fun. How sad I was when we had a rain out, or how happy I was when I was on that field with my friends playing baseball. And so I just I just remember watching that Little League baseball game in Washington going, I just need to get back to that mindset of how I was when I was a kid looking forward to that Saturday afternoon baseball game.
Yeah, nobody wants to fail. There's no doubt about that. But the thing is, when you're worrying about other stuff, for instance, like you said, oh, there's a chance I'm going to get sent down, then it's going to happen because you're more worried about that than just going out there and doing your job. So you should always focus on what you can control and go from there. You can only control those certain things. That's why you can't worry about, well, I'm going to get released or I'm going to get this, whatever the case may be. When you don't think about that, you're more relaxed. It's a little bit easier for you. But when you start thinking about that, then you're putting way too much pressure on yourself.
All right. So,
what in real life now, real life situations?
Yeah, I thought I like going playing basketball, like the things that I can control.
Go work out.
I guess, getting those endorphins for you, like I'm sure like the physical and the endorphins, that probably helps a good amount too.
Get on a golf course, play video games.
Eat a whole bunch of hot dogs like Joey Chestnut?
Nope.
No?
Not into, well, I can't say that, but not into the...
If you had
self-censorship.
What's the thing that you'd want an eating contest do? If it was a food, you'd be like, I want to eat, was it pizza? Is it cupcakes? What would be the thing that you think you could eat the most of in one sitting?
Taco Bell.
Oh, that sounds like
I love Taco Bell.
That sounds
man.
bad. That sounds good for
What's
you.
the Bell product that you're eating the most of?
Cheesy gordita crunches.
Oh.
Or the beefy milk burrito.
Okay.
Spicy meat. But yeah.
Okay. Because you did ask the question, Joey Chestnut got his second 8-peat.
Yeah, it's out there. It's too much.
Wild. But what contest could you assert your dominance in?
Too many glizzies.
Yes, way too many glizzies. And somebody from the 214 said they would dominate a massage contest because they're a retired massage therapist of 17 years. Is there anything that comes to mind for you guys that I would dominate this specific contest?
Wait, how do you dominate massage contest?
I don't know, but I don't know. I kind of want to try. I feel like, okay. Yep. I don't know why I didn't see that happening. I probably should have.
I think spaghetti and meatballs.
Making or eating?
Well, I do make a pretty mean spaghetti and meatballs. But
how can
I think
you dominate that? How can you dominate
making
it? Making?
Well, because I take a recipe that I learned from Food Network.
That's good.
And I make the meatballs and I make the sauce, and it's really, really good. And so I feel like I could eat plate after plate after plate. Like I always have to stop eating, even though I feel like I could still eat more of my spaghetti and meatballs.
Let's see.
I feel like I'm with you on the pasta, though. I think that would be something I could dominate.
Which pasta?
It don't matter.
Are you like Alfredo, chicken Alfredo?
I would actually, okay, you know what? I would stay away from
I know that's not the actual pasta.
Stay away from the white sauce. Don't need the white sauce.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and mark that for me if you could. Thank you. I appreciate
no white
you.
sauce for me.
Someone else brought this up, and I think I could compete in this. A crawfish eating contest. I feel like I've got a good, efficient crawfish strategy.
Yeah, I could. I mean, I'm not saying I could see you dominate. I don't know. It's tough.
I just like crawfish when it's out of the shell and everything, and it's just there to eat.
Don't be lazy. You can do it. I believe in you.
What about crab legs?
I haven't done as many crab legs. I don't have the strategy on that, so I don't think I have the form on all that.
Too expensive.
Also a good point.
Sorry
of course,
about it. I can get
drinking beer came up for folks.
Millionaire.
Typing Mario Kart, someone said. Is there any games? Do you feel like there's a game that you feel like you could dominate, or is just gaming too?
No, I'm not,
it's
I'm
that too
not
dominant.
Yeah, I'm not that good.
I'll tell you what I
have
can't
fun,
dominate
but
is putting. Jeez, I can't read the earth at all. Every time I think the earth is right to left, it's left to right.
Well, in those instances, has the green recently been punched? I guess is what do they call it?
You don't want to play on a punch green.
That's what I'm saying.
You just take two putts and
it's
say
inconsistent.
It's just there's dimples everywhere. And
right.
Sand. I'm out.
Dominate double cheeseburgers from McDonald's. Are we all just eating?
Yes, let's do that.
Someone said gambling, and I don't believe you. Oh, I could lose more money. Yeah, you would do that. That would definitely happen.
McDonald's double cheeseburgers.
That's it.
Contest.
What's it?
Who's gonna win a contest here? Eating contest. Out of all the shows.
I don't.
Which show would win?
I'm scared I might. You know what? Eric Chiafalo, that dude took
He's-
down that
yeah.
2-footer.
Whoa. He did.
He did.
I forget
There's
what it's
video
called.
evidence.
Oh.
It's like a big cheeseburger. I forget what it's called.
Was
Is
that the boomstick?
Yeah, but that's a hot dog. This
Oh.
was the cheeseburger.
There's
new
the boomstick
one.
burger.
Boomstick burger.
Thank
okay,
you, Medford.
that's what it is then.
Thanks for joining us on the program, by the way. I haven't
Yeah,
heard
what's
you all
up?
day.
Good to see you.
Anyways, yeah, that's the RA block. That's
All right.
that's how we'll do
That was
that.
fantastic.
Thanks.
Coming up.
I will choose to view things positively today.
At
Only
least
2
you
more
didn't
segments.
tease
though.
like I did, though, so that's good.
It's fine. We're doing a great positivity, Derek.
I know.
Yeah.
I learned.
You learned how to tease. You
Yep.
did your first tease,
Yep.
and it'll get better
And
from
it
here.
failed, but that's fine.
That's
I'm okay with
that's
failing.
okay. Failure's good. Okay. Hopefully, we do not fail in the next segment because it's time to power rank the power rankings. We'll do that next on 105 Through the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula sitting in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick still here with you, along with Derek Holland. We're coming up here pretty soon on joining with the G-Bag Nation, allowing those guys to cross-talk with us. And, of course, I should shout out Alec Medford holding us down on the ones and twos. Appreciate you, sir.
Killing it back there, by the way.
That's right. That's right. Happy to be with you on this 5th of July, Wednesday. But right now, it's time to power rank the MLB Power Rankings.
Okay.
Now, typically,
unfortunately, I think the Rangers are going to drop.
We'll find out. We'll find out here soon. Typically during this segment, I'm in Alec Medford's seat, and I am doing a lot of other stuff. So I don't hear it really as much. So I'm going to do my best Kevin impression, but you just let me know if I messed up. Just be like, nope, that's not how you do that. But right now, I will start with what I believe happens, which I will ask you, fine gentlemen, what service would you like to see? Which power ranking would you like to see? I've got MLB.com, I've got The Athletic, I've got CBS Sports, and I have Bleacher Report.
I usually pick MLB.com, Derek, because it's MLB.
I think I'll just agree with you on this one.
All right.
Just
usually
this one?
I don't. I usually like to go against.
If you were going to go against, which one would you go with?
Just to put it in there, let's do Bleacher Report. Just to have something random in there.
But are we going to go? We're still going to go MLB,
Yeah,
right?
I trump him tremendously.
Actually,
I have 10-year service time here. He has 10-year service time in the major leagues.
And since we're talking about baseball, we should probably go with my.
That's right. I was like, which one gets you a better pension?
Yeah. Do you think I'm going to get $200K a year when I turn 60 years old?
All right, we will go to the MLB.com power rankings. First of all, who do you think is at the top?
I think this one's now pretty easy. I think it's the Braves who can't lose.
Yeah, I was going to say it probably hasn't. Well, I guess it has changed. Yeah, it's Braves.
Tampa's been up there all year pretty much, but I think at this point, the Braves with their 8 All-Stars right now are number 1.
Yeah, fascinating to see that. They moved up from spot 2 to number 1. It is the 56-27, at least at the time of publishing.
Yeah, 28 now.
Yeah, Atlanta Braves. They went 6-0 the week prior. So, they've just been fantastic. You mentioned the fact that they have 8 All-Stars. What do you do when you see that team? Because it seems like we were talking about the fact that the lineup for the Rangers all the way top to bottom is incredible. What do you do when you see that lineup step up front?
Well, we got to see it earlier in the year, and it can be very dangerous. And so I look at them, and I will say this. They've been doing this, too, without I'll say Jacob deGrom. He wasn't as good as Jacob deGrom, but Max Fried has missed most of the year, and that was their ace coming into the season.
They have a couple of guys out of their rotation.
Obviously, got a strong rotation.
Yeah, Strider has been good all year. They were hoping Soroka would come back, and he hasn't been able to really come back and make an impact. But Max Fried supposedly could be back 2 to 3 weeks from now into their rotation. So I look at the Braves, and I'll tell you this. If they're somewhat healthy going into the playoffs, I have a tough time not seeing them being the world champs.
Whew. High praise for the number 1 power ranked team in MLB.com's power rankings. Number 2 spot. Who y'all got, fellas?
Tampa.
Yeah.
It has to be.
I know they've dropped, but
yeah.
I just can't imagine them dropping more than 1 spot.
That's right. They bounced back from a rocky 2-week stretch by taking 2 of 3 from the D-backs, who are in first place for some reason. Can we stop and talk about that for a second? The Diamondbacks being this good, did you have that anticipation, or does this feel like it was out of nowhere?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only
I'm wondering this. Now, it's tough to go back, and they are our team, but if you go back to March 25th, about a week before the season starts, are you more surprised that the Arizona Diamondbacks are 50-36 or the Texas Rangers are 51-35?
It's tough because you can look at the money that was spent by the Rangers and go, well, okay, there's a reason.
Yeah, that's why I can't. I think the Diamondbacks is more surprising.
I do too, because if you look at it, and Josh Young's having a tremendous year. He's a starting all-star. So's Corbin Carroll. Corbin Carroll is their best player. He's he has been amazing, and as good as Josh Young has been, Corbin Carroll is the best rookie in all of baseball. I mean, his OPS is, I think, right around 950. So I just look at Corbin Carroll. Zach Gallion, we knew he was good coming into the year, but Cy Young good in the National League? We didn't know he was Cy Young good. And so I look at Arizona, I say it's more surprising, but I just wonder, people around baseball who aren't Texas Ranger fans or Arizona fans, I'm sure people around the American League that are fans are going, how in the world are the Texas Rangers this good?
Right, and it's not even. We're more than halfway through the season. It's
And
not
DeGrom
even like, oh,
did
they had a
nothing.
good run. Yeah, no.
Like, I mean, nothing against DeGrom. He started 6 games. 2 of them he had to be taken out very early in the
Yeah.
game because of injury. The opening day wasn't a good start. He struggled against Philadelphia. So now you have 3 good starts. So they got 3 good starts out of 80 games from Jacob DeGrom, and he's not going to start, obviously, the rest of this season. So, and the Rangers are still right now 16 games over 500, and that is why.
Oh.
I wonder how much the Houston series. I'm going to put them behind the Arizona Diamondbacks.
So you have Diamondbacks 3, Rangers 4?
Yes, even though if they had to play in the playoffs, I would pick the Rangers over the Diamondbacks. But right now, I'm just wondering if they're going to kind of kick the Rangers a little bit for losing that Houston series.
Derek, what say you? Who do you believe is number 3 in this week's power rankings? By the way, just as you deliberate, this is the first time there is a new number 1 in the power rankings since April. That's how long the Rays had held down that number 1 spot.
I think the Rangers will get to stay at number 3.
Just like always.
I think it's tough because I think now with the Rangers struggling a little bit, I think you bring into how happy are the power rankers on the Cincinnati Reds. I don't think they'll put them at 3, but I do think now that they're considered a top 5. And then Baltimore is right around the Rangers record. They're 49-35. Rangers are 51-35. So I think now you start getting into after 1 and 2, I think you can rank them a whole bunch of different ways. So I'll go Diamondbacks, you'll go Rangers. We'll see what happens here.
And just like always, Derek is the one who is correct. It is the Rangers.
I'm glad
3.
you're correct.
I like that too. It's tough for
being
me
right
to,
or that they're 3.
They're 3.
Okay.
I just feel it's kind of tough to move them already that quick. I think leave them where they are. If they lose 2 out of 3 against Boston, or are they playing 4?
No, it's 3.
If they lose that, then I see them dropping. They got to win this series to stay where they are.
And I mean, the write-up goes as follows. The fans rewarded the Rangers for their impressive first half by voting in 4 of their players to start. And then obviously you mentioned the idea that they have 6 All-Stars in total when it comes to this game. So it seems like they also got a little bit of a boost from winning, having all these All-Stars represented in the game.
I know that we don't get to talk about this a lot today. Maybe we'll go more in depth tomorrow. But with Mike Trout, I'll talk about him tomorrow in depth, but he's out until late August, early September. And Shohei Ohtani is now not going to participate as a pitcher in the All-Star game. I think you could see Eovaldi as a starting pitcher and Adolis because Aaron Judge and Mike Trout got voted in as starters. That means you have to replace 2 of the starting outfielders with reserve outfielders to start. What if Adolis is starting in right field and Nathan Eovaldi is starting as the pitcher because Jonah Heim's catching, which it makes sense to put Eovaldi pitching to his catcher? You could see 6 of the 9 guys starting the game.
That's right. If we have All-Stars, they got to start, baby.
Could you imagine that? Like that could happen.
I am imagining it. I'm imagining it right now.
How does it look?
It looks beautiful.
You love to see it.
I wonder if, I don't know this, I wonder if they'll look at it from a baseball standpoint and go, we don't want 6 Rangers starting the All-Star game just to give variance of other audiences tuning in.
I think they could because then it gets more hype towards Texas because Texas doesn't get enough hype, enough credit.
For a big market.
This could draw some attention to the Rangers, which I think would be huge. But I see your side of it too. It makes sense.
It was very diplomatic of
Like
them.
where they have Luis Robert starting in the outfield. And I'm, assuming one other team just to be like, hey, look, Chicago White Sox, tune in. Your White Sox guy is starting this game. So
could be that too.
All right. Who do we have as 4?
Well, I'll go with, since I was wrong on 3, I'll stick with Arizona being 4.
I'm with him on that one.
You're both correct. The Diamondbacks,
All right, this
obviously,
gets tough.
You have your NL Cy Young favorite with Zach Gallen and all of that, so on and so forth. Who do you believe is the 5th highest ranked team in the MLB power rankings for this week?
I'm not going to pick them this. Did you know the Marlins have 50
That's who
wins?
I was taking. I was going to take the Marlins. It's either them or Baltimore.
Yeah, but what about the Astros?
No, not yet.
I'll go off of this weekend, and I will say they'll shoot the Astros up there.
It is a team in the East. It is not
It's Baltimore.
It is the Baltimore Orioles.
I think there's a lot of variance right now. There's a lot of good teams to pick from here.
To argue with you, though, both Miami and Houston are both 7-3 in the last 10 games.
Yeah.
And so is the New York Yankees.
Yeah, it's weird because with the Yankees now, with not knowing if Judge is going to come back, now he's saying he's working on batting practice. He can't run. He's not going to end the season. He's going to fight through this and see if he can come back and play. I just feel like the Yankees without Aaron Judge is a weak lineup.
They're getting Rodon back too, though. He
I
starts
know,
on
but
Friday.
do you believe that they can score enough to be a threat in the playoffs? Like if the Rangers had to play a 3-game series against the Yankees.
I got the Rangers in.
Because that could be it, right?
But their pitching, though. Their pitching is going to help out. Cole, and we don't know how Rodon's going to be when he gets back. That's 1-2 right there.
Right.
They match up with us. I mean, we've got Evaldi, and then what?
John Gray. I mean, that would be your matchup as of now if you don't make another trade. That's why I think, we've talked about adding another starting pitcher to make sure that if you are facing one of these teams, whether it's Tampa, whether it's New York, whether it's whatever, that you want to feel like you have the advantage there, because in the American League, only Tampa matches your offense. You're always going to have the offensive advantage. Now, against Tampa, you might say, hey, it's a toss-up. Mm-hmm. But I think the Yankees, their offense, to me, I just wonder if they're going to hold on to one of these wild card spots if Aaron Judge has to miss the majority of the rest of the season.
Funny enough, I wonder if whoever is in charge of the MLB's power rankings is just a little slow to respond to things, because we mentioned the Orioles sit 5,
okay.
Dodgers 6,
okay.
Marlins 7,
okay.
Giants 8,
wow.
Astros 9,
okay, that's
Yankees 10, Reds 11. So I feel like maybe they're holding on to what they feel and not moving too quickly to change.
I talked to one of my buddy who is a Reds fan, and he is like, what do you think? I said, I think they're so hot, they're going to get cold here. Just kind of like, but how long can they stay hot? Because if they stay hot, let's say the rest of this week, I wonder how they're going to come back from that All-Star break. They are a very young team, Derek, right? I mean, they don't have Seager and Simeon and Evaldi to kind of help out possibly if they go into a lull. It's going to be a bunch of young guys relying on young guys to get out of the slump that they could possibly get in.
Well, that's the only thing, too, that going into this All-Star break, that's going to kill some of these teams' momentums. That's the thing that worries me a little bit. A few days off like that, away from each other, everybody's you got to come back and do it from
and
there.
Maybe on another day.
Hopefully.
You guys were 51-51 when you traded for Cole Hamels, and most of the interviews I remember you guys having were about the future of the Rangers, and it didn't even feel like you guys even thought, hey, we just got Cole Hamels, we're going to now make the playoffs, and then you guys went on an unbelievable run to make the playoffs.
Real quick, on the Athletics power rankings, the Rangers rank 3rd. On CBS's power rankings, the Rangers rank 3rd. And on Bleacher Report's power rankings, the Rangers rank 4th behind the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
they got hot on them.
Yeah, I guess so. But that's how we power rank the power rankings right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here. This July.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Welcome back to the KMC Masterpiece with Derek Holland and Mike and Reggie. But now it's time to chit-chat with those fellas of the G-Bag Nation. How's you doing, guys?
Terrific, Dutch. Thank you for asking.
Fantastic.
Seamless.
And of course, it's always worth mentioning that the Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Leasing. But fellas, how y'all doing today?
We're good, man. Had a good July 4th holiday. Hung out with the fam. Sister was
Soda
in town.
approved July 4th?
Soda approved,
Fantastic.
yes. Minus the alcohol consumption. That was probably pretty frowned upon, but what can you do? It's for America.
Walchuk's first glizzy-free July 4th. Literally in his entire life.
That's incredible.
Even at 20 days old, reportedly, he was woofing down glizzies.
Yep. Chopped them up for me in little bite-sized pieces.
He was born on July 24th. So, that's a fact.
You love to see it. You will be proud because you did ask Chiafalo. I'm just gonna keep zooming past that. Chiafalo, you did ask, will I have glizzies on the 4th of July?
Well, I said I want to know your over/under. I didn't ask would you have them because I assumed it's July 4th. Everyone's having at least one.
But,
what's your personal
But
over/under?
it was implied because you asked Kevin and Kevin was like none. And you were like, that's a sad 4th of July.
Yeah, that's a good
I
point.
did have a bratwurst.
Okay.
So at least I'm
better
in
than a
there.
hot dog.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I mean, in furthering my self-centered nature, it seems like you guys listen to at least some of the show. Rate the performance by my hosting or my leading of this boat that is the KNC Masterpiece.
I think you did a very good job for the most part.
Yeah.
Especially during the Bochy interview. You know, you brought it in. You were kind of ready just in case Boch wasn't there. I have something. And then, boom, Boch is ready.
How about it?
No hesitation.
Seamless.
We're going to get right into it.
Thank
and then
you.
Hey.
Mike likes it afterwards. I mean, you navigated the expressway, I think, to perfection.
Thank you.
I think you kept Mike interested today, and I think that worked out well for you.
Mike's a pro. Mike just makes it seem like he's
yeah,
not
I
interested.
heard the
He's
opening though,
pro.
Reggie. I heard the opening, and you were a little worried. And Mike said that you were going to be, I think, competitive today.
Well, you said you were going to participate. So I was
Well,
like,
yeah,
all right.
because
I
Derek Holland was a World Series participant. Is that not correct?
That was you didn't really know how to describe.
I really want to
Derek
call him
did.
a World Series winner, but I can't lie.
Yeah, I would just
Okay,
Just
well,
go off
World
the
Series winner, Derek Holland. How's it feel, buddy?
You just won a World Series.
Technically,
great.
Where are you going next? Parade.
You won a game in the World Series. So
You know what?
You are
You are
kind
a
of
World Series winner.
That is
I like that. I
Not
like what we're
against
doing
San
there.
Francisco, you didn't.
You're right, I didn't. I walked the world that day.
Yeah.
Thank you for that reminder.
And how did that make you feel?
Yeah.
Really made me feel like a piece of.
Yep, we got the point. Yep.
Is that the most naked
but
and
it hurt.
vulnerable you could ever feel is in the World Series on the mound, on
It's
a
a
pitching mound?
lonely island. Like it feels like the mound just went a mile away.
Yeah.
Nobody's around to talk to me, and it's just all eyes on you.
So many lights.
Being terrible.
But a year later, you got your revenge.
Oh, did I got my revenge the next outing? I got to go back out.
Got to go back out there. Hey, I want to ask these baseball pitchers a question.
Go for it.
Do you feel like that the umpires are struggling this year because these catchers are so good at framing pitches?
Yes,
I can't. I mean, I was watching clips of guys pulling balls.
Whoa.
Into strikes.
That was what said.
Okay.
Yep, that was what said. But I'm watching it,
done.
and I'm kind of like, I'm going, man, these umpires have a hard job with the way these catchers are so talented of moving those pitches.
So they're trying to watch that, and two, on top of that, if you watch how an umpire sets up, they always get on the opposite side. So if he's setting up inside, the umpire will be on the right shoulder. So let's imagine a hitter on this side. They'll be on the right shoulder. It gives them more of an angle to see everything on this side, and it's a lot harder for them to see on that. So they're kind of going off of catcher's reaction of bringing pitches back. That's why you see a lot of that.
It is amazing to me how much catchers now yank balls back into the zone, whether it's up, whether it's down, whether it's back into it. But at the same time, though, I know they do get graded off just the computer system, that they're not getting graded off of the catcher made you call it. So they have to be good inside that computer generated strike zone, or they get bad grades. It used to be, and I don't know this, Derek, anymore. It used to be that they would ask players and coaches to grade the umpires at the end of the year, who they thought were really good ball and strike callers.
Yeah.
And now I don't know if they do that anymore because they have such computer-generated strike zones that I don't know if they want to know that information.
Still kind of get graded. But the other thing, too, is an umpire, we get a scouting report on the umpire, too.
Right.
So I know going in, Joe West likes to call for me inside corner. So I'm going to get a lot of those calls. So in my mind, okay, now I can really use my strength, and I'm going to have to try to fix that weakness on the outside, try to get those calls.
It's amazing to me how well these catchers do that. I mean, pitches that are clearly outside of that box, and next thing you know, they're in the zone somehow.
Are you going to now, as a fan of like watching that, probably in 2025, you can stick anybody back there because the umpire won't be calling balls and strikes anymore. So the catcher just needs to catch the ball. He can actually yank the ball down. He can, what we call burying my breaking ball. Please don't bury my breaking ball, because if you follow the ball, you're going to bury it. I need you to catch that ball underneath it and make sure you're pulling it back up so the umpire sees it as a low strike. And in 2025, it sounds like we're going to go back. We're not going to go back. We're going to go to computer calling strikes. Are you going to like that or dislike that?
I kind of like the human error myself. I'm a big fan of, I don't want like guys to lose perfect games because of missed calls at first base or what happened with blocking the plate the other night, to Jonah Heim. But I think there's a certain human element to the game that you have to live with.
Some gamesmanship, right?
Yeah.
And for the most part, I agree with that. There's just some games, and I think the Rangers had one a week or two ago. It might have been in New York. All of a sudden, the strike zone changes, innings 7 through 9. It's like
bottom of the zone.
He's given these guys pitchers in the fifth, these pitches in the fifth, and then now it's high up in the zone. Nope, we're not calling it. Well, I mean, that's maddening.
With umpires too, you're going to notice if you're hitting your spots and you might not be getting that call, it will become a call in your favor as time progresses. As long as you show that I can keep hitting that spot, they're going to give it to you.
You know what I wonder too in the future is Bryce Harper was an unbelievable catcher in high school. And they said, you're not doing that. When the Nationals drafted him, they're like, we need your bat. We don't want your legs taking the pounding of being a catcher every day. But if you're sitting on a knee and you don't have to frame anything, you just have to have a power arm back there to make sure that you're getting up and throwing guys out at second or throwing guys out at third if they're stealing. I'm wondering if you take a Bryce Harper in the future and go, no, you can catch. Just sit on a knee. Catch the ball. I don't care how you catch it. Just don't miss it. Just catch the ball so a third strike is an out and not a guy running to first base. I'm wondering if we're going to see more power hitters that were catchers in high school or maybe even in college and go, no, it's okay to catch now because you're going to sit on a knee. You're not squatting. And I don't care how you catch the ball. The computer doesn't care how you catch the ball.
All right, fellas, what y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Reggie. Thank you so much for asking. We've moved LA Live up to 340 since we have a shorter show. Rangers GM Chris Young joins us for the Size Show at 420.
Love hearing from Chris Young and love even more hearing from Lucius Alexander. I'll be listening, and I'm sure everybody else will. Appreciate you riding with us right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Hagelin will be back tomorrow. I don't know why he wasn't here today, but no, he will be back. There you go. For Kevin, for Derek, I'm Reginald Attula. For Alec Medford, appreciate you rocking with us. It's been the KNC Masterpiece. Get ready for the G-Bag Nation coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
Stay away from the white sauce. Don't need the white sauce.
Okay, all right.
With Elko next, even they don't know. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. Hope everybody had a happy 4th of July. Rangers got that win, 6-2 over the Red Sox. Short G-Bag today as John Gray gets the ball, and it will be Rangers and Red Sox coming up later tonight, 5:30 pregame with Jared Sandler, 6:10 first pitch, and we'll talk with Rangers general manager Chris Young at 4:20 today. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman running our video, and of course you. Appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on with us today. Fellas, did you have a happy 4th?
Great. Honestly, great. The fact that the Rangers won yesterday, Bobby and I got to do a little work together from 8 a.m. till noon. Turn that into a little bit of some of Love of the Star podcast and stuff.
Yes.
So we're kind of knocking out a lot of things. But
football guys chopping it up.
We're getting close to going to training camp, boys.
We're getting close. Under
really
3 weeks
close.
now. 20 days, right?
So, yeah, and I was watching, I
paradise.
think the Jets report 2 days from today because they get to go early with the Hall of Fame game. It's just, you can smell the football in the air.
Well, I mean, you can smell it. You can borderline taste it. Wait, so in 2 days, the Jets
2 weeks.
train? Oh, 2 weeks.
2 weeks from today.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. There's a lot of twos in there.
There was a lot of
like,
twos and
that
days.
feels pretty dang early, but let's football.
I'm so ready.
I guess we can't.
Football, but we're all, of course, eyes on the Rangers. If you had been a part of that game last night, it's a rain delay going into the 9th. I would have been livid.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's
guys,
a 6-2 ball
let's
game.
fight through this.
At some point, it's like, come on.
I got hot dogs to consume.
But no, the field just became unplayable.
It did.
I mean, when you're in the batter's box and like multiple players are just sliding coming out of there, they had to do something. I think they tried to get that game over with, and then it just became, once they made the pitching change or talked about the pitching change, that gave the umpires the opportunity to say, okay, enough. But the sad thing about it was you had to hang around an hour and 45 minutes, to wait to get those final outs of the game. But good job of getting the outs.
And shout out to Mitch Garver with that homer. Robbie Grossman with an RBI double. Of course, Josh Young continues to be an awesome rookie of the year, which he inevitably will win. Also, you're starting a third baseman in the All-Star game. Now, LA, how was your fourth, man? How many cigars? And
fantastic. I had one. I didn't even deserve it. A cigar should be something that you celebrate. I haven't done anything. You know what I mean? I really didn't deserve it.
It was America's birthday.
But I smoked the hell out of it. No, I actually did have two. I had another one. I was walking the dogs. So, yeah.
Walking the dogs.
Yeah. See, I disagree with you, Lucius.
Well, okay.
First off, you are a veteran, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. But you enlighten people's lives.
Okay.
You bring a lot of joy to people hanging around you. I'm sure the conversations at the pool are always lively.
I appreciate it,
when you're around. Everybody's getting a little educated. Maybe they if they have an open mind around you, they figure things out.
I'm going to take you to the doctor with me.
Yeah.
We talk about how many cigars we're smoking a week there, Mr. Alexander. Well, Brother says I should be able to smoke as much as I want because I bring laughter and love to people's lives.
Yes. Lucius, one of the great comedians of our generation is a guy named George Burns.
Oh, yeah.
George Burns smoked 12 cigars a day.
Lived to like 101 or something.
Outlived his doctor.
George was burning.
They asked him, he goes, well, what does your doctor say about your smoking cigars? He says, I've outlived 2 of them.
How about it?
Yeah.
That's a mic dropper. That's fantastic. I'd never heard of this guy, but I'm going to get informed.
Oh, he's a comedian.
I feel bad about it.
No.
I forget you guys are still wet behind the ears.
I mean, let's be honest. He was born in 1896.
What does that mean?
That means like it should be fair that he wasn't even born in the 1900s. I feel like there's been a long enough time now to where it should be.
Look, this country was founded in 1776, and you celebrated 4th of July yesterday, didn't you?
Dang right I did.
All right then.
And I was celebrating George Burns. I just didn't know it.
You did.
Did you forget the sunblock yesterday?
Oh my gosh! I was gonna say we buried the lead.
You got a
boys.
little rock lobster
My 4th
head
of
working.
July was an egregious amount of sun, and it was 3 hours, really between 9:30 and noon 30. Okay, and it absolutely
crushed you.
It crushed me.
I got
my
arms,
arms,
dude. Jeez, bro.
I mean, I got tore.
Is that lake life?
It was that lake, dude.
That lake life, yeah.
That
They
lake.
get you, man.
You don't even realize it,
Nope.
man. You're
No.
sitting there. You're in the comforts of the
Is that because you're drinking
the
those
water.
drinks?
It was a sober 4th for your boy.
What?
Yeah, I didn't have an ounce of alcohol yesterday.
Sorry to hear that.
Our Friday night that bled into Saturday morning, Walchuk, is going to change plans for weeks after. Like I was a zombie on Saturday.
I was saying the same thing after the Friday night. I'm done. Well, that bled into Saturday night, had to rally. And then Sunday night ended up having to rally. When my sister's in town, she's wanting to get debaucherous as well.
Yeah.
We're cut from the same cloth.
No question.
So, yesterday, by the time the afternoon hit, I had to say, I'm done. And I went to bed early.
I'm proud of you for
I
that,
did.
man. That's an adult
I did.
decision.
Did it feel like we celebrated the 4th of July for 5 days?
Yeah.
A lot of
We're
people
still
had that
celebrating,
opportunity.
It was
baby.
kind of like Mardi Gras. I felt like we were doing a little Mardi Gras.
A lot of the country was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People were off on Friday and the whole weekend and then Monday, Tuesday kind of thing. Yeah.
Those are the ones who did it right.
Yeah.
There was a lot of stuff open yesterday, like a lot of
There
restaurants and
were.
stores. I expected them to be closed, but no, they were wide open yesterday, bro.
Oh, it was popping. Yes, Gavin is on vacation. We got somebody that asked about that. Gavin will be back next week. Now, were you plugged into Joey and what he was doing yesterday?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I was a little disappointed there for a second.
Man,
I thought we were like, what have we come to here?
So I set my
nothing
alarm.
Sacred anymore.
I wake up. I'm ready to rock for Nathan's famous contest.
I love, and that's the state of life that you're in right now. You had to set your alarm to be prepared for something that was going to go down at 11 a.m. yesterday.
Absolutely, and
that's awesome. Man.
Next thing, we're in a rain delay, and then they say the event's called off. Yeah. Well, the American hero that is Joey Chestnut said, "No, bleep you."
He put the country on his back.
We're
yesterday.
eating these dogs. He was on with Pat McAfee earlier today. Joey, how you feeling the day after and what went down yesterday?
Oh, I'm still bloated. I'm walking around Manhattan right now. Had a arugula salad, and I'm terrorizing some toilets around here. But it's not pretty, but I got it done.
You came out and said, we're doing this, and then ESPN said, you're right, we're back. How did that go? What was the process, and how easy was it to get it back to happen?
Honestly, it wasn't really me. It was the crowd. The crowd wasn't leaving, and the rain stopped, and they were still chanting, and so it was like, we're doing, might as well do it here. and the crowd was staying. They weren't going to leave. They were going to leave, and I was like, they're out there cheering. I'm going to go out there and say hi to everybody, and let's push them all to do it. And the crowd pushed everybody into doing it.
We're not bleeping leaving.
That's right, dude.
I love it. Joey's like, I'm getting the guys. We're going out there. We're consuming these dogs. 62 hot dogs. Another mustard belt for Joey Jaws. He finished 13 ahead of the runner-up, Jeffrey Esper. Now, the under did hit, and there's a lot of factors into this, right?
I'd have bet that under.
Rain
big
delay.
time, yeah.
Joey, I don't know. Maybe he is a little bit past his prime. In the interview afterwards, he did say,
it's Tom Brady like, right?
77 dogs is still a doable thing, but I was happy they were able to get this in, or else to me, it wouldn't have been a true 4th of July.
No, for sure. For sure. We can now add Mother Nature to the list of things that cannot stop Joey Jaws. And his legend grew yesterday. He became even more of a fan favorite, if that was possible. And watching him walk out of that tunnel and through the crowd at Coney Island before he got up there to dominate the dogs, it was a special moment. And seeing the crowd erupt, it was all that you wanted it to be. And it was like delayed gratification, but it ended up being worth it. I was disappointed because I was obviously hammering the over. Yeah. I felt like Joey was still going. I thought it was going to be like a redemption year for Joey because he didn't crack 70 last year.
He's got no challengers.
No, but I thought the challenger was the man in the mirror.
There's nobody pushing this guy. There's nobody pushing the guy for the mustard belt. I mean, he's alone on this journey.
He's
alone. He's a unicorn out there.
He's a unique champion, man. He's a great competitor.
He probably rallied the troops thinking, you know what? I'm not going to have many more of these left.
For sure.
Next year I could be, maybe I'd have only 40 hot dogs.
He's not hinting. He hasn't hinted at retirement, has he?
No. He has cut way back on those hot dog consumption, right?
He did have 4 straight years of 70 plus in the last 2. He's lower 60s.
I think
that's doctor recommended. Okay,
we're getting to the end here.
Hey, last year there was a reason. I think he had ACL surgery, so he's like crutching his way up to the stage to do it.
He's leaving everything out. He's putting his body on the line.
He sure is. I mean, he's doing the jaw ups every single day, trying to just get that jaw stronger. And then yesterday he had a 2-hour rain delay. But we'll see. I mean, I'm hoping that he does end up breaking his own record.
I think we're to the end.
Brian, you could be onto something, but I'm sick and tired of your negative attitude.
No.
Hey, listen, he beat Mother Nature yesterday. I got to think he's got a fighting chance for us.
That's a true American
because
hero.
He doesn't know if he's going to do it next year. That's the problem. That's why these guys don't want to give it, but they're going to saddle up one more time.
No, he knows he's doing it next year. He said he's going to be back.
He needs to pull a John Elway and just walk away from this thing.
You might be right. And
this one's for Jaws.
He's got
That's a pretty good Pat Bowlen, by the way.
It was a damn good Pat Bowlen. Add it to the list for the limited fakes for Mr. Wolchuk.
Try to get limited here and there.
I do think that it would be disappointing to see him leave, but he's made a ton of money. And I don't know if Nathan's has conjured up like the next great one. Where does Nathan's go from
they
here?
can't have him go yet. I think he'll get at least 3 more years.
I don't think they can suffer a blow like Joey Jaws leaving.
3 or 4 other new ones in here. I'm sick of this dude winning it every year.
You don't just roll out of bed and become a hot dog eating champion.
Yes, you do.
I don't think so, man. I think these guys have to develop, and I don't know what their pipeline. I don't know what their minor league hot dog eating system looks like.
I would much rather watch them race to 60 hot dogs like 3 dudes.
And it's a tight race. 2 or 3 wieners between them.
And then one guy just smashing the field.
Yeah.
That does sound delightful. You guys painted one hell of a picture.
Thank you very much.
I'm back on board.
Would you? We'll go around the rim coming up at 3:20. Mavs did make some moves over the weekend, and it seems like Dennis Lindsey's fingerprints are on quite a few of these that are happening during the offseason. We talked about Dante Exum last week.
You think Dennis is over there going, well, if it was my team, this is what
I think Dennis
hey, Nico, if it was
the only guy in the room that's ever made like legitimate NBA teams.
If it was my team, this is what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they added a couple new coaches over the weekend. Brian Gates is coming over, and then Josh Broghammer, who's coming over as well. And you've got a veteran from the Utah Jazz, assistant Alex Jensen, who was an addition yesterday, and that's a Dennis Lindsey guy. So their coaching staff now is complete.
You say we added a Brohammer?
I think it's Broghammer, yeah.
Broghammer.
Broghamer.
Anytime you get a chance to add a Broghammer to your
sounds like a badass, but the Alex Jensen move is the one that really I was interested in because he's a former Utah Jazz assistant. He's a guy that certainly has been responsible for making a guy like Rudy Gobert one of the best defensive centers in the NBA during his time there, helping with his development. Hopefully he does that.
So he's bringing a magic wand with him?
Lively. Yeah, I mean, we saw it work the first year. with Sean Sweeney and the defense.
Honest, what kind of guy would he be if he didn't bring it? I mean, if he's got it, he better pack that thing.
They need that magic wand for some defense.
They need something.
Well, they know that because they're extending offers to guys who can't play offense worth a lick, but they're like multi-time All-NBA players, and so defensively at least. And so that's where their mind's at, because you have the Trailblazers restricted free agent Matisse Thybulle, who we talked about the other day, being a guy that the Mavericks were going to be interested in. He's a restricted free agent. He intends, according to Chris Haynes, to sign an offer sheet with the Mavericks. And then, of course, the Trailblazers will have some time to match that. All reports are basically that the Blazers will be matching that offer. So I don't think the Mavericks end up.
So
with
we
them,
just negotiated for Portland, is what we did.
No, there was no negotiation because you just have the there's the number.
Sheet, well, no, the negotiating like that. Portland doesn't have to negotiate with the guy. They have to accept whatever deal to match. They have to accept that deal. So Dallas did the negotiating for them to get their players signed up.
Ultimately, yes. But
that's what I was trying to say.
And it is a bit of a bummer because I would have liked them. I would have liked to have him. Like I know.
So with them,
I would have too. I mean, there's two guys. PJ Williams is a guy that's been linked with the Mavericks quite a bit as well. PJ Washington,
Grant Williams, PJ Washington,
and Grant Williams.
It's confusing.
Grant Williams is still the guy that I've kind of been eyeing, and PJ Washington, I think, in listening earlier to the KNC Masterpiece, sounded like he could command up to $20 million with Charlotte unless he just wants to leave. But I mean, the Grant Williams thing is to me still the deal that I'd like to see.
If you want to hear a knee-jerk reaction, I watched a little summer league basketball with Charlotte playing the other day.
You think they're the next rate team?
They looked awful.
Oh yeah, you're out on Brandon Miller already.
Man, they looked like
he was like
to me,
six fouls or something.
Brian's out.
No, I'm just saying. I did say knee-jerk reaction. Like
yeah,
the Spurs,
he prefaced it.
The Spurs just smashed them without their number
Wemby.
one guy. Yeah,
yeah, but the Spurs are loaded with just like a bunch of young dudes who've been actually getting probably like
I'm sure
NBA
Oklahoma City's going to dominate summer league. Chet Holmgren out there, 4 blocks, I think is what he had in his last game. Are you kidding me?
Could he be better than Wemby?
No.
Boy, you said that quick.
He's not going to be better than Wemby. One, I don't know if he's ever going to play more than 50 games a season.
They both have. I mean, not that Wemby's been injured, but they both have those body types that are a little bit
scary.
A little bit scary because he's 7'1".
Yeah.
And so for him to stay healthy is not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but he is supposed to be really dang good.
Yeah.
And that'll be fun to watch because we'll get a lot of San Antonio versus Oklahoma Cities over these next few years.
Sure
with
will.
A bunch of long dudes playing in front of the rim.
It's been fun listening to Jaden Hardy as he's also in Summer League for the Mavs, and he's talking about some of his new workouts, and he's really putting a focus and emphasis on the defensive side of the floor as well. I mean, we know the dude can be a walking bucket in just short times when it comes to playing time on the floor for the Mavericks. He was out there just collecting 20 points on a whim. So there's a lot to like about the Mavs Summer League right now with Omax. We know he's already practicing with the team. That will become official tomorrow. July 6th, the big date in the NBA circles. And I think tomorrow you'll also start to see that's when the Mavs maybe they're able to land one of these players we've been talking about.
Hope so.
Fingers crossed.
Jaden Hardy is the guy that I'm most excited about.
Yeah. More so than Green?
Yes.
Yeah.
I always felt like that if they had to make a move and they had to move a player, they would move Green before Hardy.
Makes some sense.
Yeah, the only reason why I would feel maybe
give
otherwise.
Green some credit, though. I mean, he's.
I'm excited about him too, but Jaden Hardy, as Walchuk mentioned, is a guy who could go get 20 points relatively easily.
Yeah, I mean, he really, the way that he's able to slash and get to the rim, it's pretty unbelievable. He's been absolutely fantastic. All right, G-Bag Nation off and running. Of course, we have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30, Krusty's Corner at 2:40. But coming up next, Eric, we got internet shaming, and you're a victim of this as well. What are we doing?
A lot of folks were a victim of internet shaming. It was in full force this holiday weekend. We'll do that next right here in the Nation.
Quality sports takes with laughs along.
All right, the internet shaming was in full force this holiday weekend, and the video in question has now been direct messaged to all my teammates here. So you guys can get a view of this. Should have sent it to Carter as well. He's a football guy. I need to get his thoughts. Carter, I'm going to send this to you as well on the DMs here. But Bobby Belt tweeted out a video it's actually, imagine one of just like your life low points, and it was like caught on camera, and then it was subjected to the comment section thanks to a guy like Bobby Belt, king of the trolls. I have no idea how he got this video, but it's a football video. I need especially brought us a scout's eye here to potentially make me feel better, but more than likely just make me feel worse. But we will get to the G-Bag of the Day coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Also, I want to let you know that this segment is brought to you by Soda State-of-the-Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to eternities for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333. Okay, so I was not the only one, by the way. You had rapper Meek Mill. He did this to himself a little bit, but he took a picture. Basically,
Mill?
He was hugging a toilet. He was hugging a toilet. I guess the July 4th got the best of him from a liquor standpoint. And I don't know if it was at that huge superstar celebrity all white party.
Yeah,
because I think I saw pictures of him there, and then he's also in the bathroom. Basically just vomiting up all his poor decisions. And so people were getting on him on that. It was funny.
Do you think he might have won the drunkest at the party? Do you think he?
Listen, if you're hugging the toilet, there's no one beating you for that.
I'd love to go to a party like that and just kind of evaluate, because I remember guys like
see how celebrities party.
Well, like the from everything that I heard about Jerry's Hall of Fame party, the like guys like David Hellman and some others.
Well, you knew he was going to be boozing.
They had to be carried out of there.
Yeah, well, David also has a history of like the Jerry's the media party.
Okay,
the media
was
party.
Dave the one that started throwing up in that bus?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, so for those that don't know, they offer us a bus that will take us from basically like the tennis courts at Oxnard.
Yeah.
They'll take the media for the Jerry party. You can take it there, then you can drive back. Now, we end up arriving fashionably late because we got off the air later than everybody else and then have to go. So we don't take the bus. But I did hear a story. Dave got pretty sick in that thing once.
Dave, the thing about
Dude, we've all been bus sick before.
That bus on that highway coming back it's no joke.
It's a little windy.
It is very windy and crazy and all that. And the next day, Hellman threw up all over Bennett's hoodie.
Oh no!
Like he was in the tent with us, and next you know, Dave just turned around and just Bennett's hoodie was right there.
That was the best hoodie to puke on, though. Given the scenario, I bet every other person on that bus, you puke on them, bad things ensue. But it's like, dude, I've been there.
This is the next day. No, this was when Bennett was like a little kid.
Oh my gosh!
Bennett, this is probably 5, 6, 7 years.
Told him,
ago.
Mr. Dave's got the flu, but
yeah. Well, I was trying to explain to him what happened, and he just couldn't make it to the. But Dave came into work. It's just a shame that he basically tore up the bus. He tore up a hotel room. He tore up what was going on in the tent.
Are we betraying confidences here?
Dave's a good dude. He'll appreciate that.
No question about it.
Yeah.
Rick Ross is another good dude. I don't know if you guys saw this. Did you guys see Rick Ross doing? I mean, he had a crowd. His pool party looked fantastic. Everything was special. He got up to the diving board. It was the big Rick Ross moment. And then he double jumped and his knee kind of gave out a little bit, flat tire style, and he just fell sadly into the pool when everybody was expecting, I don't know, a cannonball or something. Here is Rick Ross in the post game, letting you know how he's feeling after being internet shamed.
I'm getting all the DMs this morning. Rose, I saw you do your dive. Are you okay? Well, I'm gonna be honest. Am I okay? Of course not. I blew my tire. I got on the stage. I was feeling the energy, all the support from all the baddies, the biggest pool in the country. And I gave everybody my word I would do the double-decker slapper. I said that on my story earlier this week, the double-decker slapper. What is that? Who knows? I've never heard of it. I made it up on the diving board. I did a double bounce, and boy, my knee caught a flat.
Yeah, it was sad, but it was funny, and he's okay. He's not banged up. And then I woke up this morning to Bobby Belt tweeting out a video of me in high school where I am attempting to tackle somebody.
Played in space.
I'm right there in the right there at the line of scrimmage in the hole, trying to tackle a running back who elects to go hurdle over me, and it yanks me back, and my knee, I end up tearing my ACL, ultimately.
Yeah, I mean,
it's one of the worst moments of my entire
Rick
life,
Ross.
and somehow Bobby found 7 seconds worth of video of it, and then he decided to slow it down, and then he decided to tweet it out for America. And so I woke up to this, and I woke up to the comments of people talking about haha whiff, according to Tharp's cards. My own brother Zach Walchuk just simply writes incredible, and he knows that was the ACL moment.
Yeah.
Anthony Rivera says that I looked like a Make-A-Wish kid playing football. That was one of the comments.
Come on.
Mark Cruz says he's out there playing like Jeff Heath. It was apropos though, because I was wearing number 38 at the time, so I totally
that was a good
get
call.
that. And then just a lot of dude, keep your head up.
Yeah.
And just terrible all around. Looks like a first year of football situation in a different country. That's what Daniel said. So Daniel felt like that was the first time I was potentially playing football my entire life.
So you're saying somebody in like Holland or something like that? Or
Yeah,
in
like
the
someone
Netherlands,
someone in a foreign country who just discovered what football was that day, put pads on, and
World
then was
League of
playing
American football?
Texas high school football.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm sad and ashamed, and I don't know how Bobby got a hold of this, but I feel pretty bad about it.
How does Bobby get a hold of all the things?
know.
That's
amazing.
He's worse than a vengeful ex-girlfriend or something.
Were
When
you
it comes
guys
to
on like
investigating.
Huddle? Were your games on that?
I was playing. It was 10 years. It was over 10 years ago. This particular clip we're talking. I don't know if even Huddle was a thing. It wasn't like for me personally.
He could have gotten it from Huddle. I am just shocked that this guy decides he's going to go ahead and try to leap over you.
This running back in the hole. It's at the line of scrimmage. I've
bro-
never seen this move
He
used
broke
before.
you down though. He did break you down.
Okay, yeah. So you break me down in 30 seconds. Give me the scouting report on how bad I played, and let me know if it looks like a guy playing football for the first time in his life in a foreign country.
I was worried about the head duck, and your
when you slow it down.
your body went like completely limp.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when your head went down, it puts you in a bad football position.
Bad football position,
and then-
eyes
yeah,
drop,
But
and then he goes for
52
the
is a
hurdle.
badass in this.
Yeah, and then all of a
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was Jeff. He was a guy that knew how to lift some weights.
He wearing a neck roll?
He was a neck roll, yeah. He was a thumper.
Dude, he looks
was
like a
thumper,
linebacker.
Classic Mike linebacker.
But see, once your head went down, the rest of your body
was all toast.
It was all toast. And then what happens is that guy's going over you. You're trying to adjust to get to maybe wrap him up.
Right.
But then your knee,
the foot gets caught in the turf.
I'm
with the Players Association on this, man. The turf took 2 of my ACLs.
You said this one hurt less.
This one didn't hurt. I
Yeah.
found out a few plays later, like something's weird, something's wrong. I tore my ACL. All right, we go into the Pim Cup. Here's G-Bag of the day.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Did you see that video, dude?
I did see that video, man.
How hard did you laugh?
Yes,
Heartbreak.
I didn't laugh pretty hard, but it's like playing Madden and somebody hit the triangle too fast on you.
Yeah.
He just got you.
Kind of freeze up a little bit.
Yeah, he just got you, bro. Your mind was there, but your body, kind of gave up on you.
I appreciate that.
I seen it,
You're
though.
right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hey, so what I was paying attention to yesterday at the barbecue, the cookout situation, we were talking about what broke people bring to the cookout. So I was paying attention a lot.
You're keeping score?
I was keeping score. And here's what I did notice. There are people that do bring their own to-go containers.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
full on like restaurant to go box
Bro,
style?
I
Styrofoam?
seen
Yeah.
somebody, I'm not going to say their names, this is family and friends and whatnot,
Yeah,
but they
yeah.
were leaving with a cheesecake factory bag and everything. I was like, well, where'd you even go to the cheesecake factory? You brought that over here to do this. Wow.
It's a heady play, man.
It's a heady play,
Assumption
man.
there's going to be a lot of leftovers.
No,
too.
no. You go to a barbecue that's like that kind of top shelf, and you're praying that they ask you to take leftovers home.
Yeah.
But people just do it themselves.
It's terrible.
They just fix their own plate, and they're like, I'm not waiting to ask about taking stuff out of here.
Yeah. She left with her own cheesecake factory bag. So I'm like, okay, y'all, all right, it must be nice.
It's crazy, dude.
I was like, what's going on? That thing is stuffed.
The evolution of the cheap cookout guest is just taking on new heights.
I paid attention.
Got to keep score. Got to keep score.
Our winner of G-Bag of the day so far is this Little League announcer. He roasted kids coming up to bat. Shout out to everybody who's playing those tournaments and whatnot over the weekends and right now and yesterday. I've seen you out there.
For the Athletics, he bats leadoff and he plays short because he's the coach's kid, but really he sucks. Let's give it up for number 8, Wesley. Not bad. He has a $400 bat, but he can't hit anything. Number 6, Ray Westman. Up third for the Athletics, he doesn't just suck at baseball, he sucks at football, basketball, and soccer too. Number 7, Lane Imhoff. He's here for one thing and one thing only, and it's the snow cone after the game. Let's hear for number 3, Logan Price. Here comes another ground ball, right back to the pitcher. It's number 1, Ethan Cummings. Attention, attention, if you need to get a hot dog or nachos, now would be the time because there won't be much to miss with number 12, Christian Peterson.
That's messed up, Mr. Nathan Peterson.
Gosh, I love this guy so much, man.
Yeah, I love that.
This needs to be at every Little League ballpark in America.
Nathan Peterson. Let's see what we got for you boys. Hey, how much do you tip the DoorDash peoples?
I usually try and go minimum 20%. They'll do a recommended tip.
Yeah.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
I'll just do the recommended one unless I'm feeling like I'm getting a lot of stuff or I'm making them drive or it's late at night or the weather's bad. Maybe I'll go a little more.
Okay.
Have they with the recommended thing, they don't start at 15% anymore, do they?
I think they start at 20.
That's what I'm saying. Are they trying to get you into that 20, 25 range now?
Yeah, of course they are.
Okay.
Of course they
can, yeah.
Massage y'all into it.
Yeah.
Is a $5 tip too low for a $20 meal?
No.
Especially if they delivered it?
No,
you know,
not at
DoorDash
all.
situation?
That's over 20%.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
This DoorDash dude wasn't feeling the $5 tip, though. Listen to this.
Wow.
Hi.
Hello.
Come here, Max.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
Oh, wow.
He wasn't feeling it. He was pocket watching. It shows a big old house.
Yeah.
Pocket watching. She could have been house sitting, dog. You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
You don't know, bro.
That's a good point, dude.
He
played himself.
She went over 20%.
He played himself.
Yeah.
He played himself. I'm pretty sure DoorDash has sent him an email. Respond to us within 24 hours about that video that we've seen going viral.
Yeah.
And you can turn off your dasher, please, too, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send that on him to the mail.
People keep forgetting these ring cams are no joke, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting audio too. You know?
They surely are. And they're catching cheaters, too.
Yeah. So glad I wasn't a kid when these were out.
Ultimate backfire situation for these folks.
Shh, don't talk. They can pick us up. Let's see. Oh, okay. How about this? Michael K. You guys familiar with Michael K?
Yes.
The Yes Network and everything?
Network, yeah.
Right. All right. Well, a dude calls into the Michael K. show to troll Peter Rosenberg, who is a host on Hot 97. But he jumps on the show with Michael K. from time to time. Seems like a lot. Well, they trolled Peter Rosenberg about a Method Man poster that he had in the background. Method Man from Wu-Tang. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah.
Go to Greg in Ronkonkoma. What's up, Greg?
Hi, Michael.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Big fan, buddy.
Thanks.
Listen, I just looked up at my TV and I see this picture of Method Man in the background. I was going to talk to you about Harrison Bader's reception in St. Louis. I thought it was just unbelievable. But I got this Method Man in my background.
Okay. Well, that isn't. That was.
What's that got to do with sports radio?
Well, Method Man is that Don when he was singing?
It's in Peter's picture. You know, it just bothers me. You know,
well, you know what, Greg? Then, you know what? It's a radio show. Listen on the radio. It doesn't matter if Peter has a clown behind him.
Why does it bother
you? I'm not listening on the radio.
Well, why? But Greg, help me out. Greg, help me out. Why does it bother you that Method?
You know his arrest record. I'm here for sports information.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Dude, Greg, shut your mouth. Shut your stupid, ignorant mouth. You know nothing. You know nothing about Method Man.
Nothing.
He's a thug. Shut your stupid, racist mouth, Greg. How about that? Shut up. No more for you, Greg.
He's a racist.
You're a racist, Greg. Anyone who would look at a picture of Method Man and be offended when you look up what he's contributed to the world and you want to call him a thug, you're a racist piece of garbage. Hang up on Greg. Goodbye, Greg. Shove it.
I'm amazed that the background behind Peter is upsetting Greg.
Triggered by the Method Man back there.
I love it.
Look at his arrest record. So I Googled it. There's a whole lot of petty crimes other than that, avoiding taxes.
Yeah.
He avoided some taxes one time.
We've all thought about that.
We've all thought about it.
We have all thought about that one. Maybe this one time they just don't need my money.
The execution.
Can I get away with it? My mom and dad on Social Security. I'm like, oh, maybe I need to pay. Yeah.
And one more right here. Let's go to Sportsman for KSPT TV. His name is Chris Long, and he works in some Taylor Swift song titles.
Okay.
Into his sports report. You guys familiar with Taylor Swift music?
Sure.
Okay, so if you hear something familiar, you say, oh, that's one. Look, because I don't know them all, okay?
Pressure's on.
All right.
It's me. Hi. Want to commemorate Taylor Swift's weekend takeover of Minneapolis? Well, if so, you belong with me.
You guys suck, because that was the first one. It's me right off the rip.
Oh, wow.
You belong
I see
with
Carter
me.
in my rear view letting me know. Thank you, Carter.
We got two.
Carter's going to get
Thank you,
all
bro. Here we
emotional
go.
and teary-eyed when he hears these lyrics.
Yeah.
If not, you're on your own, kid. Ready for it? Twins
Ready
fans
for
knew
it.
all too well a cruel summer might develop if they didn't find some daylight this week, but they got out of the woods with 3 straight wins. Hoping the gold rush continues, seeking a 4th straight win in Detroit. Pablo Lopez started, but death by 1,000 cuts in a treacherous second inning. A failed double play, a walk, and 2 bloop singles had the Twins seeing red, down 3-0.
Oh,
In the
that's a whole
6th,
lot.
the fearless Carlos Correa trying to shake it off, and I think he knows. Deep into the lavender haze for a clean solo homer. It was 3-2 and the Twins loaded the bases in the 8th, but Alex Lang pulled the invisible string on a mean hook to say peace to Royce Lewis.
I'm going to finish it right there, but there was a whole lot. I'm looking at Carter in my rear view.
Let's go, what, 10?
What are we thinking?
17.
Wow.
That dude was in his bag. Good for him.
That's
Chris
amazing.
Long. Chris Long on the Swifty. Is it You're a Racist Greg and the Michael K Show, DoorDash Anger, or the Champ Little League Roaster? Difficult one. I'm going to go with the little DoorDash Anger. I'm here for that. Lucius?
Peter Rosenberg shooting down the Wu-Tang hater.
Yeah, I don't want anybody Gregging for me but Greg, so give me Greg.
Boom, there we go. 2-1 brought us.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Peter as well.
Boom, there we go. Peter and You're a Racist Greg. 3-1. There it is. Your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Now let's get to Krusty's Corner. What do you say?
You know what? I haven't asked you guys any Cowboy questions in a while. Let's do that. We've got some questions that need to be answered before we go to camp. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
All right, we got Krusty's Corner every day at 2:40. Here he is, King of the Krusties, brought us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Wooly Bully. Wooly Bully just basically told me and Eric that next week we're got those full shows, and he ain't thinking of anything about us.
No, Wolchuk this time next week will be poolside, I imagine, in the middle of some ocean on his first ever cruise, which we have some serious discussions. We got to get to Tolo's thoughts on an either-or situation for Wolchuk's participation on that cruise. We'll do that tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that.
Like that a lot. All right, hey, real quick, Yahoo, they did a thing where they, just real quick, they redrafted the 2020 NFL draft. Okay. And
who'd we get?
The hindsight 2020.
Well, the hindsight 2020 draft, and it's funny because that was the draft where CeeDee Lamb and then Diggs both went in that particular draft. What's amazing about it is, though, you get to the top 10 of the draft, Jacksonville at 9. They took C.J. Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
The redraft said they should have taken Diggs.
Yeah.
And then the Browns pick at 10 says they took Jarek Willis, and the new pick should have been CeeDee Lamb.
Wow. So you had 2 top 10 picks that year.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
If you redraft it from according to Yahoo.
How high did Jefferson end up going? If you don't mind
he
me
probably
asking.
went number 3 overall.
Number 3 overall. Hang on, let me get
That'd be my guess.
Let me get to that.
I'm sure there was
particular.
I mean, the only thing that would
the
go
Bengals hit on their pick. I mean, the Bengals
with Chase.
Well, they took Burrow.
Oh, of course.
So
okay.
Burrow, the new pick was Burrow. The Commanders they got rid of Chase Young, and they took Justin Herbert. That was one of those that their fortunes of their team could be really different.
I'm glad they did that.
If they would have the Detroit Lions, they took Jeff Okudah. Justin Jefferson should have been the pick at 3.
Gotcha.
There you go.
That's what they said. So
yeah, I mean, outside of the quarterbacks, he's been the best player from that draft so far.
Absolutely. All right. I asked Bobby some of these questions yesterday. I don't know if everybody got to hear our show, and I know we did a few of these for the love of the star. But, I mean, I kind of thought these questions were pretty good, and I wanted your guys' answers on these particular Cowboys questions. And so if you will humor me and do this, I appreciate it. Chief, I'll start with you. Is there too much pressure on Jalen Tolbert this season?
There may prove to be for him, but I don't think we're asking too much of him in year number 2 to be what is he really being asked? Assuming Michael Gallup gets back to form, you're asking him to be a number 4 wide receiver. If that's too much for you, then this sport's too much for you, and that's a huge bummer. Huge swing and miss there. I mean, if you're asking him to be your number 1 or even your number 2, I'd be like, okay, maybe that's a little, he didn't do anything last year. I mean, I'm just trying to have a respectable number 4 wide receiver. And if you can look at times like a number 3 wide receiver, I'll throw a huge Jalen Tolbert party at the end of the year. So hopefully it's not too much pressure for him, because otherwise this is just not the business for him. Because I don't think the Cowboys have legit 3 guys ahead of him. They're not asking him to go crazy and have a huge number 1 or number 2 type year.
You think the pressure, though, for where he was picked, and they were talking about him maybe drafting him in the 2nd round, do you think that pressure of the fans, the front office, and all that?
Oh, I'm sure for him it probably feels like a lot. So, but a lot of these guys feel that. I mean, that's the nature of the business. There is, yes, pressure that comes along with being a Cowboys football player that is, was a day 2 pick. So, yeah, but I don't think it's too much. It's not like unheard of type pressure. If he caves, then that's a bummer.
Yeah, I'm going to say no because you have 3 receivers in front of him. He doesn't have the pressure. I think last year was too much in the expectations for him. He had to be. Like this time last year, they didn't have that many receivers. Yeah, I mean, they were so hurt, he might have had to be your number 2 at one point going out there. So now, depth chart-wise, no. And I think a lot of the fan base is soured on him to where they don't have expectations for him whatsoever anymore. They're kind of thinking he was a bust. They're already chalking that up. So if he can give you anything, it's a benefit. So, no, I think Jalen Tolbert, other than the pressure he creates for himself, the outside perception, I think, no.
Come back with you on this one. How about this? I asked Bobby this question yesterday, so I'll ask you guys this question as well. What if Mozzie Smith is just okay? And I mean okay as in this year. He's just an okay player. There's nothing spectacular about him, or there's nothing that you're like, oh, it's not, oh, he doesn't look like he's got it, What if he's just okay?
I think that would be fine considering where they took him and the position that he plays. I think he's got to be at least okay when it comes to run defending. Like if something happens and all of a sudden Mozzie Smith doesn't make any impact that we think he's going to make in the run game, then we're going to have some problems there because it's like, wow, we drafted this guy thinking he's the best run stuffer in the draft, and he ends up struggling at that. The question mark is how much you're going to get from him as a pass rusher, right? Can they get into that untapped potential? I think as long as he's okay as a rookie, you'll go into next season thinking, all right, we want to see a jump. But as long as it's not bad, if it's just okay, we'll be fine.
Yeah, my only expectation for Mozzie Smith is to be a good run defender, particularly this year and maybe even throughout the entirety of his career. I think he has a chance to be a big guy, as athletic as he is, that can still get after the quarterback a little bit on the interior, but I don't have any expectation that he's going to be that. And so as long as he's a decent run defender, I think you're in good shape. If he's not a good run defender, and then you're like, okay, what else is this guy? Then there's going to be questions like, is this guy ever going to be good? Because that's the one calling card that we assumed he'd step in day one and be, an above average NFL run defender, and hopefully by the end of the season, a really, really dang good one. And so then a lot of pressure comes on Jonathan Hankins to be a healthy run stopper for you, because those are the only two guys you can trust.
Come back at you with this one. Is there a chance that DaRon Bland is the best corner on this squad?
I guess there is a chance because he really was so dang good last year. And so if you think that, like, man, he's so young and he should be getting even better, but that's not always the case. These guys don't always get better. So
do you think he might regress?
Yeah, I think that's probably more likely than he's the best corner on the team. And it's just because you've got two guys that have been all pros. Stephon Gilmore's a former defensive player of the year. Like, those dudes are bona fide. They've had the track record of success. I think DaRon Bland could end up being really, really good. And 2 years from now, maybe he is the best corner on the team.
Okay.
It's subjective, but I'm already in the DaRon Bland over Trayvon Diggs thing. For me, it's just, is he better? Could he be better than Stephon Gilmore? And I don't know that that's something that could happen. I think Stephon Gilmore's still legit.
If you said there maybe a guy would regress of the young players, Bland or Tyler Smith?
I'd go Bland, and I think we've seen this happen with Anthony Brown. Anthony Brown is a 6th-round pick, shocked everyone, and then he regressed his second year.
Yeah, because DaRon Bland was so good last year that, like, for him to have a season that's a little less than that, I think is possible. I don't think Tyler Smith wasn't really dominating people last year, but I don't think he's regressing from what he did last year.
If you had to look at Tyler Smith and the fact we were all thinking that maybe like, oh, he's going to give up sacks, he's going to get holding penalties and all that. I mean, do you feel like he kind of dodged something there? That's what I kind of. Do you think he reverts back? That's kind of what I'm saying, that he just went through that whole first year where he wasn't penalized and he didn't give up a bunch of sacks. You know?
I don't expect that. I'd be surprised by that. I wouldn't be surprised if DaRon Bland is a little bit less productive or good on the field than he was last year.
Yeah, I would just expect the technique and all of that to improve with Tyler this season. So I'd be bummed if that were to happen.
But he is getting caught in the a different offensive line coach, so
yeah,
some of that.
That's the thing I worry about. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you very much. Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus every day at 2:40. Let's keep the Cowboy conversation rolling. We're going to talk duos and triplets, shall we? Who is the best duo on the Cowboys? And the NFL triplet rankings are out. Did America's team crack the top 10? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Where are the Cowboys in the NFL triplet ratings? And then we're talking duos as well. If you had to say who are the two best players, the best duo on one side of the football for the Dallas Cowboys, who would you go with? 877-881-1053, rolling into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, the great Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman running the video. Appreciate you rocking with us on this hump day. We'll talk with Rangers general manager Chris Young coming up at 4:20. We got Around the Rim coming up on the other side, but CBS Sports has been pumping out a ton of different rankings. We'll get to the triplets in just a moment. But they went ahead and gave us the best duos on each team. And these will be on one specific side of the ball. They went with the defensive pairing for a few and offensive pairing for others. You know, like the Bills get Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. Meanwhile, the Bears are their two new linebackers with Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards, who they got from the Philadelphia Eagles. So, if I were to say, hey, who do you think the Cowboys' best duo is? Who you rocking with? And is it an offensive or defensive pairing?
It's Zach Martin and Terrence Steele.
Oh, that's actually a good answer.
How about that, fellas?
I like that answer a lot.
Open shut case.
Kind of feel like it could be their corners.
Okay, Diggs and Gilmore?
Yeah, could be their corners there.
I like that.
I think it's going to be Parsons and Sam Williams this year. That's going to be my duo. Duo of dominance.
Do you feel like can you split them up?
Yeah, you could put. What do you mean?
Like
one offense, one defense? No, we're not doing that. They've got to be on the same side of the ball.
Stop trying to break them.
I know.
Just play within the rules.
Because that's just your best players, right? They're not playing together. Like a duo, you've got to be at least playing together on the same side of the ball. Yeah. So CBS Sports goes Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs.
I'm always trying to kind of circumvent the rules a little bit.
Wow.
I get it, but we're going to keep it specific. They got to be on the same side of the football. Parsons and Diggs together, the two best players they run on the Cowboys defense, just happens to be their biggest playmakers. Parsons led the NFL with 90 quarterback pressures last season, pressuring opposing quarterbacks just under 20% of their passes. That also led the league. Diggs, 17 interceptions in his first 3 seasons, 4th most by any player since 2000. His 3.4% missed tackle percentage was 5th among corners as opposing quarterbacks had a 71 passer rating targeting him last season. So they're going with Diggs and Parsons. That's a good one right there.
Wait, so what they give him on the tackle percentage? I missed that.
He only missed 3.4% of his tackles,
which was top 5,
top 4.
Top 4
among all corners in the NFL.
So they're saying that's good. Okay. Now the problem with that stat is it only accounts for the ones you actually attempt.
Yes.
And so he avoids them, so he can't even, like, there's times where you can obviously see he could have made an attempt to make the tackle. He elected not to, and now it doesn't get factored into the missed tackle percentage.
But it goes to show you when he wants to, he can do it. And that's the frustrating thing about Diggs.
No question. And I think he's proven more often than not he doesn't want to.
Now, they've been a top 10 defense in points allowed per game in each of the last 2 seasons with Parsons and Diggs. So I understand them putting those two there. Offensively, you could go Dak and CeeDee Lamb if you wanted to.
Sure.
I think that I'm excited for the pairing of Lamb and Cooks, though. At wide receiver.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
I think there's going to be a ton of explosive plays made between those two, and I think CeeDee Lamb continues to just ascend year after year after year. He's just getting better and better. You add a weapon now, and Brandon Cooks opposite him that teams have to account for the deep speed. I think it's going to open things up even more for CD.
Well, it is. My hope is that they figure out a way to, and I never kid, and maybe this is where Brian Schottenheimer can win me over. As good as CeeDee Lamb is, I think he could be even better.
I agree.
And I feel like he could be better, and I just don't quite get, and maybe Schottenheimer's done this. Maybe you go to the point where go back and watch him play at Oklahoma. You know, go back and kind of get an idea of like what made this guy. I mean, you know, we keep talking about him as one of the top receivers in the NFL, which is rightfully so. But there's so many things that Lincoln Riley did with him at Oklahoma that made him so much more explosive. And I think that's where, you know, he took over that Giants game there early in the season.
Yeah, had a bad first half.
Yeah, and then the second half. Yeah, and that he's capable of playing like that every week. And I just wonder if, if they really have figured out, I bet you there are other teams that watch him play and go, God, what if you did this with him?
We've heard it with players that have been interviewed, like who are your top 5 receivers? Who are the best route runners in football? Yeah. And a lot of them are now saying it's CeeDee Lamb. Tyreek Hill? Who's your favorite wide receiver to watch? CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
We've seen him in college with one of the best offensive minds in all of football, NFL or not, in Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
And you saw the things he was capable of. Now, certainly those are Big 12 defenses, and I understand
Jalen
that
Hurts throwing to the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, to me, that's I want this new staff, if anything, to do what we're starting to see on defense, where you take Curse, where you take Van Der Esch, you take Parsons, and you play them to their strengths. You really say, okay, we're going to put you over here and let you do this.
I mean, that's what when you boil down what's a great coach, especially like a coordinator type coach. That is like really the root of it.
Absolutely.
Like getting the most out of the players that you have.
No question. Putting them in a position to succeed and even in multiple roles. And that's why we have the faith in Dan Quinn.
How about Pollard? It took them all that, they finally kind of figured out what Pollard can do. And I still feel like there's still more there.
Yeah, because they still played Zeke way too much.
There's still more there. There's still more with screen packages. There's still more with deceptives.
Yes.
The way they can run the ball. There's ways they can throw him the ball. There's all these
think
different
about
things.
the screen game.
I just wonder how much these Cowboy players, it seems like everybody around the league like acknowledges that they've got a really good roster, but they probably feel like, but man, they're not used like they should be.
It's been an issue that's dated back even to Jason Garrett, and players would leave, whether it's Bryce Butler, Cole Beasley, and they're talking about how they were pigeonholed within the offense. And okay, they find one thing that they do really well, and that's the only thing they were asked to do. I think Michael Gallup has seen some of that over the course of his career as well. I don't think that changed a ton under Kellen Moore, despite the offensive efficiency rankings and how many yards they were able to put up and the points they were able to put up. I think that is a serious question. And does this offensive coaching staff with the turnover end up being able to execute that and get more out of some of these guys?
If they get more, there's really no limit for this team, in my opinion. I mean, as much as I've talked about Philadelphia, I think Philadelphia's got a really good roster. But to me, where Dallas, if they figure out very early in this how to get their offensive players going, and I mean going in a way that we haven't seen before. All of a sudden, it's CeeDee Lamb, 12 targets, 9 receptions, 135 yards, those types of game, like what we see with Jefferson and how he plays.
Well, Jefferson's playing like the greatest receiver of all time.
See, like that's what I'm saying. But I think
you parse through his numbers.
I think CeeDee Lamb could be just as comparable to that type of a player.
I think Jefferson has set himself apart to where, okay, this dude is more next level than any of these guys. And it's not an indictment on CeeDee Lamb at all.
I'm not trying to get you in trouble here. I'm not trying to get you the fans on you or anything like that.
Do it.
But you don't
get in trouble.
You don't feel like that Lamb, and be honest, really be honest about it. You don't feel like that Lamb has some of the traits that Jefferson has?
I mean, yes, he's got some of those traits for sure, but I think.
But you can't be in. You'll think he could be in that level where, okay, yeah,
you're talking
Jefferson's one, and he's like nipping on his heels, kind of right there, kind of a guy.
I don't think it's quite there, and I have all the love in the world for CeeDee Lamb. He's a bona fide number 1 wide receiver. There's a ton of great ones in the NFL right now.
What's holding him back then?
The drops, I think, is the biggest difference between the two for me. I think CD, we have seen at times the drops can be an issue. Justin Jefferson, his ability to catch in traffic and make some of those plays.
He plays
and to
digs.
To me, I don't think that you see drops from Justin Jefferson. Now, I'm not watching every single snap week in and week out like I am with CD.
Right.
So Viking fans might say, no, there's a little bit of a flaw that you can point out with Justin Jefferson. To me, I think early on in their first few years, the drops are the one thing that's been the biggest weakness for CD, and that wasn't something we saw a lot in college.
See, and for me, it's not even to say what is CD not. It's just more so to just highlight what Justin Jefferson is. It's just what we're witnessing with Justin Jefferson right now, and we have to acknowledge that the numbers reflect and the efficiency rates reflect in terms of catch rates and stuff like that. We're talking about one of the guys that is elevating himself to where if he keeps up the production that he's had, you're talking about being in the top 5 wide receivers of all time conversation. And I don't think that CeeDee Lamb or many receivers in the league now, as great as there is a large quantity of really, 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 really good receivers in the NFL right now. Justin Jefferson is one that is, when you stretch it all out, I mean, he has 700 plus more yards at age 23 than Randy Moss had. He is where he's going right now is just insane.
He's been on a crazy pace.
His league minimum right now, I think his season minimum is 1,400 yards.
Yeah. And one of his worst games, his kryptonite, Trayvon Diggs, traveling and covering him.
I'm just saying, though, to me, I feel like that this coaching staff I think CeeDee Lamb has overcame some of the problems with this coaching staff, the previous coaching staff, or the previous how they used him. I think he's got.
His numbers are skewed. To your point, he played the majority of his rookie season with Andy Dalton, minus 3 games, was it 2.5 games, and then he played 5 games with Cooper Rush. So CeeDee's numbers could end up being better, but I do think going into that draft, I thought CeeDee was the best receiver. I had him ahead of Justin Jefferson. Over the course of their careers to this point, Jefferson is definitely the better player, but CeeDee I don't think is that far behind.
I just feel like, gosh, it's just, to me, that's the first thing that I'm going to try and figure out this year. Like, how are they using him differently? Could Cooks open up even more things for him?
I think he should. He should open up things a lot for all the guys on the offense, because last year they didn't have any speed threat. And Brandon Cooks is more than just a speed threat. He's a legit wide receiver that you have to respect no matter what. But his speed is a huge portion of his skill set that defenses are going to have to appreciate now. And that's going to open up things in the middle of the field for guys like CeeDee Lamb to work. I do think Kellen Moore really leaned into, and it took a little bit of time, but CeeDee Lamb playing from the slot and really getting him in motion and moving him around. And you saw the next-gen stats of CeeDee Lamb being maybe the best slot receiver in the NFL last year, especially when he was on the move and moving at the snap and stuff like that. So kudos to Kellen Moore for unlocking some of that, and hopefully you get a ton more of that, plus the screen game and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very excited for what CeeDee Lamb and the opportunity he's going to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got the potential to put himself up there with the Jeffersons and the Chases and some of these better players.
And that's one of the biggest issues with Kellen Moore was all the route concepts and stuff.
That's
so vanilla.
So that's where I'm at right now.
No, I think the coaching is a big factor in this. And Kevin O'Connell, coming from the McVay system, I think unlocked a lot with Jefferson. He did it with Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Similar deal, right? Cooper Kupp's another one of these guys. We haven't been talking about him because he was hurt last year, but that's another receiver. How are you utilizing him within your offense, putting him in position to succeed, get open, the separation, running through trash? He's matched up against a linebacker. These are not things you've seen utilized with the Cowboys receivers. I think you're 100% right. What do you think the Cowboys triplets rank? Now, this would be quarterback and receivers. It can be a combination of running back, wide receiver. It can be a wide receiver and a tight end, depending on what your best skill sets are. But it'll be the quarterback and then essentially your 2 best offensive players for the Cowboys. They're going with Dak, Tony Pollard, CeeDee Lamb. Where would you put them amongst triplets in the NFL?
Certainly top 10.
6.
6th?
6th.
Ding, 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 ding. Brian Broaddus, you are correct. They are 6th. They are the only team in Tier 3 on CBS Sports Rankings. Tier 2. Tell me if you think these teams are better. The Chargers. Herbert, Eckler, Allen. You taking our 3 or their 3? I'm taking CeeDee over Allen.
Yes.
Pollard and Eckler. Ooh, that's close.
It's a wash.
And then I'd take Herbert over Dak.
I mean, I think what we've big picture, I would take Herbert over Dak. But I think for one game right now, I'll take the Cowboys. I'll take the Cowboys.
You know what?
Big 3.
As much as I've loved Herbert over the years, he needs to
Herbert needs to do something in the postseason.
He needs to show up a little bit.
He can just do things and make some throws that Dak can't.
He's
no question. Just physically.
He's a physically stand in there and throw the ball. And when he has to move, he can move well enough.
But I agree. Justin Herbert needs to actually do something in terms of winning substantial games.
To be fair, he had one of the worst offensive coordinators in the league over the last couple of years.
And over Joe Lombardi, they still ranked as one of the better offenses. I mean, you looked at him every week. You were thinking, like, holy crap, that's an offense I'm going to struggle to prepare for.
Who knows? He might struggle with this guy, too.
With Kellen?
With Kellen, yeah.
They got Josh Allen of the Bills, James Cook, their running back, and Stephon Diggs at 4. Eagles are at 3. Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. You can either go Devontae Smith if you want. You can go Dallas Goedert. I'd probably go Smith and Brown. Chiefs are 2 with Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and they're going Isaiah Pacheco. Number 1, best set of triplets in the league. The Bengals, Burrow, Mixon, Chase. That's hard to argue.
I would argue that Mixon's not a part of that triplet group. Does it have to be a running back?
It doesn't have to be.
Oh, okay,
you can replace Mixon with Higgins if you want.
I think Higgins for sure.
Yeah, that's totally fine. But I would put probably the Bengals at 1. I don't disagree with them.
They get a nice weapon in that Hayden Hurst, by the way, at tight end.
They do.
I mean, he came in there. Not many people thought much about that move they made, but that was a solid move for the Bengals, and Joe Burrow took advantage of that.
Well, the Cowboys got themselves a good set of offensive triplets and their best duo on defense. Again, most complete team I think Dak Prescott's ever had. Let's go out there and finally make a conference championship game, shall we?
Yeah, that's the bar,
Offensive coaches have got that. That has got to be early. That has got to be early. There's no time for, hey, we're going to wait 6 weeks and try and figure things out here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that thing needs to be right out of the box, right out of the jump. All those things you want to say, that thing needs to be not lacking in any way.
No, agreed. All right, let's go around the rim. Coming up on the other side, a lot to talk about in the association. Cheech, where are you taking us?
Well, we have an update on what the Mavs did today, and my, oh my, Portland is down so bad right now. I feel bad for them. We'll do that next right here in the Nation.
But Tolos, I want to send you to a fellow Tolo. If you're having issues, your hair is declining, it's thinning, you're going and showering, you realize, oh my gosh, I'm losing hair left and right. I'm wearing beanies, I'm wearing hats, I'm embarrassed, I've lost my confidence, I don't want to go back out. Don't worry, you're not alone. All right, 40%.
Slow down. Be safe. Drive smart. A message from TxDOT.
All right, we're about to go around the rim here in the nation. Great to have you in. 877-881-1053. What was the MVP of your 4th of July menu, though? What ended up making that appearance that was a little bit eye-popping? Because my guy Cody just walked in here, and he provided a buffalo chicken dip that made its way onto my cheeseburger. The buffalo chicken dip cheeseburger. And that set it off in a way that I wasn't expecting.
Did you add it as we were out of cheese?
No, we had the cheese. I threw cheese on there as well. But somebody was like, "Oh, I wonder if we did the buffalo dip on the burger." And I was like,
"Great idea."
Honestly, like, say no more. I'm doing this thing, and it ended up being just outstanding. I was hoping my personally made guac was going to be the MVP, but no, it was Cody's dip that involved going onto the cheeseburger, and that was not something I had ever done before. I'm glad I did it.
Real quick though, the guac you did,
yeah.
Was it an outdoor dish that you did?
It made its way outside for a portion of the time. And then
you always worry about the guac getting warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't like a warm guac, huh? No, I prefer a cold guac too.
Yeah, the thing next time you ever do that, you take it outside, take a bowl and fill it full of ice.
Set it on top.
Dig a little well around, and that way.
A little ice catcher for the bowl?
Well, you have like the bowl and then another bowl with ice around it.
Yeah.
And set the guac in the bowl.
It goes down so much smoother that way.
Well,
cold.
Cold.
You got to keep it cold for sure. Did mother-in-law end up making those burgers?
Yeah, she did the burgers.
Okay.
She did the burgers in a
big way.
You
didn't do those?
Yeah. No, I did not do the burgers.
I thought you were going to be a grill daddy.
I was going to, but when I knew that she was coming and she was, in the mood
She's just to
do
go.
what she does, I'm like, yeah, why would I push back on that? So, what was your 4th of July menu MVP? We get to the rim in just a moment, but I do want to inform you that Soda State of the Art Weight Loss is sponsoring this segment along with Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the 972's throwing out pig shots as the MVP at his personal 4th of July party.
What is that?
The pig shot.
Pig shot.
What is that?
I think it's like it's just a bunch of different pork items and then it's like wrapped in more pork with the bacon.
Bacon.
Okay.
Like
All right.
there's a lot of good. I think it's like a barbecue appetizer sort of.
Is it a
finger
drink?
food.
Are you shooting it?
No. This is an edible item. This is not an alcoholic beverage.
Love edible
Pig
items.
shot. From what I understand, 972. If you want to explain, but I think I know what he's talking about.
It's wrapped in the bacon. You're absolutely right about that.
Look at this 214 smoked deviled eggs. OMG, they say. So good.
Oh, I love deviled eggs.
I'd be in on that, man.
If you smoke them, I'd be even more intrigued.
For real, right?
You're
Yeah.
smoking if you eat those.
I know you're not an egg
you're
guy.
not an egg guy.
We
You
can't
know
take
what?
your eggs opinions seriously because
Yeah.
there's not an egg that you like, and so you have to be out on this one, Broadus. Any MVPs for you guys? Anything you guys want to show some love to?
So my
or-
family had a whole lot of like meats, ribs, and chicken and all that great stuff, but for me, dog, the Rotel's the one that got me.
Was there meat in there?
Yeah, the Rotel was fire. And it had the scoops, so I was like, putting the Rotel
scoops.
in
Now, there
each
you go.
scoop.
Yeah, dude.
There
You
you
know what
go.
I mean?
Yes.
There you go.
It's a great vehicle
I was
for
out
the
of control,
for
bro.
the queso.
Fritos, they figured it out by inventing the scoop.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It could hold
Did
literally.
they invent the scoop or was it Tostitos?
Tostitos has the little kind of the little cups,
Right.
like a little bucket.
Yeah, that's what I was using. The
Okay.
look like little cupcake holders.
Yes,
okay,
dude.
okay,
But it's a corn chip.
okay. Well, that like the scoop. I mean, those things have got that.
They've got that like
That's
half
the
pipe
scoop.
feel to
Yeah,
it. Yeah, they're the scoop for sure.
They're the half
And
pipe,
they're-
but they've got
they got a
heft to them.
vitality.
And so
It's
all
just
of a
not going to
sudden,
break on you.
yeah, nothing worse than you're standing there talking to somebody and you're trying to get the scoop and then your chip snaps
Oh,
in
the
the
worst.
dip,
The
and then
worst.
you get caught in the. Do I pick it out with the fingers or do I go get a spoon?
See, that's why you can't have the community dips. That's why I'm a huge advocate for just like have a spoon in there, have bowls ready, so you are inviting them to scoop it into their own, and then in which case they can double dip, they
Yep.
can slip a finger in there on accident, and no harm, no foul. You know, but you slip that thumb into the community bowl, now we got problems. How am I supposed to trust your thumb?
No, definitely wouldn't trust yours.
Of course
But
not.
I think there's some dips though that don't go well on plates. You know what I'm saying?
Don't make those.
dip on the
Avoid
plate.
those dips, or bring a bowl. You know, I mean, it
Like
doesn't have
there's-
to be a plate. I think a bowl is always good because you have the wall that you can ride it up. You know, I get what you're saying about the plate.
Yeah,
you
so
become a little
you
bit.
put the little plates out there, and then you put if you try and put salsa on a plate,
Not
it
gonna
doesn't-
work.
It doesn't work.
That's why you get the bowl. You got to get the bowls. The bowls fix that, I think.
Yeah, the
Just
bowls
salt-
are good
yeah.
for the salsa situation.
Love a good bowl.
Same here, man.
Yeah,
this
love a
ice
good
catcher,
bowl.
this ice catcher thing that Broadus is getting into is pretty.
With some ice in that joint?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god.
Broadus is going with the ice catcher guacamole bowl.
Nah,
and I was
man,
like, I'm
yeah.
down for that, dude.
Yeah, you snow.
I've never heard of this before.
What do you do? What?
Snow.
You've been at the White House?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's that? The White House show, bro? What we doing?
You dropping Biden jokes on us right now?
What's
What's
going
going
on?
on?
That's all.
Hunter.
doing,
Brian's
dog?
getting reckless.
That ain't
All about-
Hunter. He likes it rock though, bro. That ain't
Yeah.
Hunter.
That's a good point. 214 did Thanksgiving dinner for July 4th. He said it was awesome, and I've never heard of that before, dude. Kudos to you, 214. That's
And
ballsy.
it does brats for Christmas.
Yeah. Anytime you just
Brats-
mix in.
Brats good at any time of day or year.
Ribs, brats,
Well,
baked
think about
beans,
it. The
potato
sales
salad.
on all those food items probably much
Not a
more
bad idea.
affordable than you would get on Thanksgiving. And I do think that that's
True.
a deal that I'd
You're
like
doing
to
too
have.
much.
I'd
Use the
like to
line,
have that meal
Lucius.
more than once a year.
Using a Lucius line, you're doing too much.
Doing too much.
You're doing too much there.
I love Thanksgiving meal too, by the way.
I don't think.
Definitely, dude.
Yeah, I love
I
it.
think that's fantastic.
The Boston market in my area closed, and they used to have the Thanksgiving situation. Man,
Oh, that's a bummer, dude.
Oh. Boston Market's got some good items. It's been a while since I've been there, but there's
pot
one right by
pies?
my apartment. Yeah, I tried the pot pie over there. I love a good pot pie, bro.
Same here, man. Pot pie.
KFC, they also have a good one.
Now, it looks like the Mavs are extending the old offer to Matisse Thybulle of the Portland Trail Blazers. Remember, he's been described as a guy who plays great defense and he has octopus arms. He's not doing much for you offensively. Those 3-point percentage is a little bit better than you would anticipate, 38%. And so I think there's something to work with there. I believe the Trailblazers are going to end up matching this offer, but he does, according to Chris Haynes, intend to sign an offer sheet with Dallas. The Blazers will have some time, couple of days, to match that offer, which reports are indicating that they very likely will. But the Mavs totally understanding, hey, defense is everything right now for this team. And Matisse Thybulle is a guy who is a great defender, despite not having much to his game offensively at all.
I reached out to somebody over there in the front office and asked them about him, and I said, can you give me a thumbnail on this guy? He says, wing defender, length, athletic ability.
Sounds just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and sometimes you feel
he's
like
going to be doing that for Portland, right? Not for you.
Yeah, he's probably
what I understand.
He's probably going to end up staying in Portland, but then we'll see what happens with Grant Williams and PJ Washington. Those your focus would then turn to those two.
That's right, and I think PJ Washington ends up being the likely home with the Mavericks. I think that's where that's going to go. That's just a guess for me, but I think PJ Washington ends up with the Mavs some way somehow, because I think Charlotte wants to get involved signing trade wise for Grant Williams. So if they get him, then PJ Washington is a little bit more expendable from that standpoint.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
He's going to be pricey. You can only get him on a sign and trade because he's not going to go
$20 million a year
mid-level.
was the number I saw.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be pricier than the mid-level exception.
You turned up your nose at that. When you said that number, you kind of...
I don't think he's worth that, but maybe, I mean, for a team that has the money to do it, then go for it. The Mavs certainly couldn't, but yes, a sign and trade's how the Mavs can make that happen.
Sure.
Now, you also had Jared Dudley, who's going to be the Mavs assistant, but he's their head coach for the Summer League team, was quoted as saying, "We have 2 first-round picks, but for us, Summer League is about Jaden Hardy. His usage rate's going to be through the roof. He's going to get a ton of run because he's a guy that they really need to be a legit contributor for them this upcoming season." And as Chuck Cooperstein told us last week, like between him and Josh Green, he's the guy that everybody's probably most excited about. Josh Green, still excited about him. We need his defense, his athletic ability for sure. But Jaden Hardy is an absolute bucket, and I think we're going to watch him. Like if you're into a little, I know I'm talking to just a select few of people here, or maybe I'm not. Maybe we're at a place now where we're all gambling on Summer League.
Oh yeah,
but I think
I like Summer League.
I think but gambling on it.
No, the Chet Holmgren props. You hit those.
I was going to say,
cash in.
And Jaden Hardy, I bet his.
Did you guys bet QL that Summer League stuff?
We're about to.
We're bet QLing that thing.
Okay.
And so
we're degenerates now. Move over, RJ Choppy. Make a place for the nosebleed seats.
Amen, dude. And Jaden Hardy is a guy that I would imagine we could all be hitting, especially his points overs. I would just hit whatever. I don't know what his lines are going to be. I bet they're going to be a little bit conservative and just hammer the overs on Jaden Hardy, cash in for a little Summer League action. That's going to be fantastic. What's not fantastic for at least this community of Portland is the Damian Lillard situation. And we continue to get reports of no team wants to take on the possibility of adding a disgruntled superstar to their mix because Damian Lillard doesn't have a no trade clause, but he is just saying Miami's the only place he wants to be. So other teams are like, okay, I can't. That's what these guys do.
He's not making it easy, right? He's not making it easy to be.
Well, he's
moved.
not making it easy because he's basically said he just wants to go to Miami.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And the rest of the league's like, well, if he, why am I going to trade for him if he doesn't really want to be here?
Right.
I do think a team that makes a lot of sense. And they've got a superstar now that he's going to end up staying there because they can offer him the most. But if you're Boston and you've seen the way Tatum and Brown and how this has gone, and you haven't been able to ultimately win a championship, I think Brown for Lillard would make a lot of sense there. And you're actually getting a decent return if you're Portland. And you're getting a player in Brown that I think fits the current mold of team that they're building.
There's so much that makes sense there, other than, of course, just Damian Lillard being apparently, like the reports are, he's willing to throw that temper tantrum if he doesn't get his way. So I think he ultimately lands in Miami, but how many teams get involved? Probably quite a bit. And even so, there was a guy there was an article that came out where a guy tweets out, if Joe Cronin, who's the general manager for the Blazers, says if Joe Cronin is really prioritizing the future of the Trailblazers, he has to be prepared to send Damian Lillard wherever he can get the best offer, even if it's not Miami. And then current member of the Trailblazers, Yusuf Nurkic, whose contract is bad and might be involved in this deal, just commented on that and just put laughing, crying emojis. As in, like, dude, everybody knows, like, they're not sending him anywhere other than Miami. They're just going to have to work out a bunch of teams to get involved here so that the Trailblazers don't get completely swindled on the deal. Now, what we have going on at local drive-thrus in Portland is a little bit of sadness. And I believe this would be Walchuk if he didn't have the job that he has now, which is getting to, spout off takes about his Cowboys and that kind of thing. Then I believe he'd be right now at a Chick-fil-A near you doing exactly what this drive-through guy is doing in Portland. Now imagine you have someone pulled up to the drive-through, they're recording in their own car while the drive-through guy who's supposed to be taking their order is giving takes, and he's emotionally sad about his Dame Lillard. Here is the sound.
Oh, that was my cue. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
But yeah, dude, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can be a Blazer fan.
Yeah.
Are they cooking something up? Like, is there any chance that they figure something out and Dame has to stay? Is there anyone behind you?
There is one person behind me.
Okay, well then I'll take your order.
All right, well, we can cut this off now. What do you actually want? I mean, yeah, that would be me, 100%. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
If Luka was leaving and Walchuk didn't have the job he has now, he'd be working a Chick-fil-A drive-through, and he'd be emotional about it. Understandably, that's all of us, man.
I think we're bleeped right now. I don't think Luka is staying. We couldn't build around him, and I have no faith we're going to be able to build around anybody anymore. Can I even be a Mavericks fan right now?
It's heartbreaking, man. I feel for those fans. That hurts. That hurts to see one of your stars go. But hey, listen, you get Scoot Henderson to take over. That's not too bad.
No.
But I feel for the Portland fans right now, especially that guy. All right, there's your rim sesh for the afternoon. And coming up next, the number one afternoon drive segment in all of the DFW Metroplex. It is LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Where are we headed, sir?
The best of Jeff Van Gundy right after this.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey.
Hey,
fire up this funk.
Let's have it. So,
it'll make you dance. Everybody get hot.
It's so hard for me to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name when last year I spent more money on spilled liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time
holding these alligators down. LA Live for Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. It's a butt naked Wednesday, people. Hopefully I can hit the pool and bring some fungus with me and celebrate. Yes. And in lieu of ESPN letting go of so much top-tier talent, which has been the talk for the past 4 or 5 days, I'm going to play the very best of my guy, Jeff Van Gundy, because I'm sad he's gone. I really am. I'm going to miss him during the playoffs.
Me too.
And anytime he's talking about NBA, I'm going to miss that. But before we get into that, let's do G-Bag of the Day. It happens every day on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there that you would like me to play or you think is funny, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on one of these social media platforms. You'll find me somewhere. We don't know what's happening with the social media platforms, but I'll find one and make it a new home pretty soon. All right, let's see. We have a troll that calls into the Michael K show to troll Peter Rosenberg about his Method Man poster that he had in the background during the broadcast.
Go to Greg in Ronkonkoma. What's up, Greg?
Ronkonkoma.
What the hell is that? Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Big fan, buddy.
Thanks.
Listen, I just looked up at my TV and I see this picture of Method Man in the background. I was going to talk to you about Harrison Bader's reception in St. Louis. I thought it was just unbelievable. But I got this Method Man in my background.
Well, that isn't. That was.
What's that got to do with sports radio?
Well, Method Man is that Don when he was singing?
It's in Peter's picture. You know, it just bothers me.
Well, you know what, Greg? You know what? It's a radio show. Listen on the radio. It doesn't matter if Peter has a clown behind him.
Why does it bother?
I'm not listening on the radio.
Why? But Greg, help me out. Greg, help me out. Why does it bother you that Method?
You know his arrest record. I'm here for sports information.
Oh my
God!
There we go. Dude, Greg, shut your mouth. Shut your stupid, ignorant mouth. You know nothing. You know nothing about Method Man.
Nothing.
He's a thug. Shut your stupid, racist mouth, Greg. How about that? Shut up. No more for you, Greg.
He's a racist.
You're a racist, Greg. Anyone who would look at a picture of Method Man and be offended when you look up what he's contributed to the world and you want to call him a thug, you're a racist piece of garbage. Hang up on Greg. Goodbye, Greg.
What is contributing?
Shove it.
I'm amazed that the background behind Peter is upsetting Greg.
Where would we be without the great Method Man, huh?
Dude, I want to get the list of all the world contributions from Method Man. Yeah. Just read them off one by one.
How could you look at him and not think of anything? Let's see. I'm going to skip this story. Let's get to the very best of Jeff Van Gundy because I'm going to miss this guy. I really am. I can't believe that ESPN is taking away such great chemistry from us. Listen to this. Listen, him, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson. Oh, yeah. Can't believe they're breaking this up, people.
You're one of the greatest assist men in the history of the NBA, and sometimes this guy takes your breath away with some of his passes.
It's unbelievable. That's a big man making this play. Can we all agree that you should get an assist on a foul if the free throws are made?
No, we can't all agree. And what are you doing?
Why?
Because that's not how it's been counted historically.
Well, we used to not have the three-point shot.
We used to have 2 announcers.
And I know who would be the first guy not drafted.
I can't believe they're splitting this type of chemistry up, people. This is what we want to see. What made them say, we got to get rid of Jeff Van Gundy, if anything? It's got to be Jeff. Come on, man. He even stood up for the OKC fans saying, look, OKC is not the Supersonics. Stop trying to compare these two institutions when you are talking about basketball.
When they were Seattle,
Stop.
14 for 14.
Stop putting Seattle and the Supersonics with the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's different teams. I don't want to hear about this anymore. They got their team taken away, and now you're going to bring it up and just put salt on the wound?
Will you stop yelling at me?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really hear. Weren't the Chiefs in?
They were the Dallas Texans.
Yeah, you don't hear about that like that. But this OKC and the Supersonics, you hear that come up a lot.
Just to be fair, it's a little bit more recent with the move. So but
should we
you
try
don't
and
really
claim
hear
a
that.
championship here in Dallas? You think with the Chiefs?
Patrick Mahomes is ours
by proxy.
The Dallas Texans. You think we could claim
I'm comfortable with that.
Claim a couple of championships?
Yeah.
Well, that'll really make those KC fans really upset, bro. Wow. Cowboys are claiming our victory down there.
We're so desperate.
We are.
Wow,
we
that'll really
are.
fire them. Yeah,
Take
that's some
anything you
desperation right there,
Oh,
isn't it?
man.
I'm going to miss my guy, Jeff Van Gundy ranting about like replays.
Yeah.
His rants are the greatest. The flopping rant.
Oh,
let me get this replay one in here though.
What are we going to replay for now? Oh my goodness. Well, that's just I don't know if it's a natural basketball play, but it's certainly not a flagrant foul. I mean, he's going up. I get so bored of these replays. They got a great game going. And I hate that circle over their head motion. It just brings me to my knees. It's just so much. It's like never ending. And we just heard 10 people put their heads on their pillow and go to sleep because no one cares. They want NBA action. They want to see dunks like Andrew Wiggins.
They're reviewing for an intentional hostile act.
How about he just got dunked on?
Hey! How about that?
Got dunked on.
Come on, man. Where's Jeff Van Gundy going to pop up? He's got to be giving me play-by-play.
I'll tell you what, I bet you ends up at TNT with his brother.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay.
Now you talk about they'll have some fun.
Some chemistry.
They'll have some really good chemistry and a lot of fun.
Kevin Harlan's going to be driven crazy.
Kevin
that'll
Harlan
be so good.
Oh, it will be good.
Oh, my God.
This could be an upgrade.
That might be a come up.
Yeah.
I mean, no offense, Mike Breen. You know, the bang master.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
Man. Okay.
You know, I am going to
There
miss.
may be some positivity in this destruction. I can't even say the word.
You know, sometimes good things happen from bad things, and maybe this is.
Yeah,
one of
that's
those
what I meant to say
scenarios,
right there, but I try to say it flyer.
But
you usually do.
But what are you gonna? Are you gonna miss hearing him more, Lucius, or the visuals where they cut to him and his headset has his glasses all distorted and his glasses are sideways because his headset's got it all messed up and he just doesn't care.
He's one of the goofiest looking guys.
That should be his logo, bro. That should be his logo for his pod or whatever he wants to say. I'll buy the merch.
The headset.
I would buy the merch. Hey, do you guys know what a second cousin is? Like, what considers you a second cousin?
Oh man, it'd be too tough for me.
Yeah,
to
I couldn't
describe.
really give you a definition.
Yeah, I see. That's why we need Jeff Van Gundy around, bro.
What does second cousins mean?
Well, it's not. I can't. I don't want to go into.
All right, people say it. I never know what they mean or what you're allowed to do when you're a second cousin.
See?
What are you talking about? No, I'm just talking about. I don't know what a second cousin means.
I am so grateful for this commercial right now.
We're going to miss Jeff Van Gundy. Bring him back ASAP. This is a super free agent on the loose right now.
Yeah, this is a big fish.
This is a big fish, bro.
Yeah. We got a whale.
TNT will figure it out. They've got all the right announcing teams.
They're
and
better
stuff
anyway
like
with
that.
the NBA stuff.
They got the show, the pregame
Yeah.
show, the postgame show.
I need him play-by-play, bro.
Yeah.
He got hard, too. Remember he ran out there, Alonzo Mourning and Larry Johnson was
Drug
fighting?
him all over the floor.
I mean, he jumped right into a fight like that.
Drug him.
7-footers.
Yeah, it was like a mop. He was just getting drug all over the floor.
Yeah. But he's got some heart. I see we're almost up against it. I'm going to play one of my greatest favorite rants by Jeff Van Gundy, the flopping rant. He got tired of the NBA players doing all the flopping.
Me too.
On this little flip back. But that's a flop.
Yeah.
This again, it just ruins the game. I can't believe with all the brilliance we have in the NBA offense that we can't find a way to eliminate this part of the game or at least even start to punish it. I'm just sick of it. And I can't believe the NBA office isn't sick of it too. They're obviously condoning this.
Well, they're not condoning.
They're absolutely condoning flopping because they give them the calls and they don't punish them when they
Punish
do.
them.
So what is James gets Anthony up in the air and draws the foul? What's the remedy?
Well, if I say it, they will pay no attention. So it doesn't matter. But I have easy remedies. You fine them, or you treat them like technicals. When you flop X amount of times, you're suspended.
But it's very hard to
That's not hard. So technicals are subjective too.
That's not hard.
He's not wrong.
He's not. He's never wrong.
He's not wrong.
We might get the new flop rule in the league.
Yeah, they're going to test that out.
Testing that flop rule. I'm in on it. Get a free throw and keep the ball.
He's got a little Mad Dog Russo in him.
Yeah. It's that New Yorker, man. I love him. I love those New Yorkers when they get mad and complain about things. I'm all ears for a complaining New Yorker.
like our racist Greg.
Yeah, that's why I played. It's amazing. Hey, so what's with that guy in the background there? Huh?
I'm trying to listen to my sports, and you're throwing me off.
I'm so distracted.
This is a sports show?
This is penitentiary? What's going on here? All right, it's my time, yo. I'll see you tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise.
There he is.
Send one for Jeff Von Gundy out there.
Woo!
That's for you, Jeff.
Baby.
All right.
Thank you very much, LA. LA Live, usually at 5:40 every day on the G-Bag Nation. Rangers at 5:30 with the pregame. So we're moving it up to 3:40, but usually you can catch that at 5:40 most days. We got Rangers GM Chris Young coming up at 4:20, but up on the other side, Josh Allen talking Stephon Diggs. And we're doing the top 10. It's National Graham Cracker Day. What's the most popular cracker in America? That's next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Josh Allen taking shots at the media, and we're about to get into the top 10. National Graham Cracker Day. Of course, the Woolly Bully, my segment, sponsored by the Almatet Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com as the G-Bag Nation rolls on. Brian Broaddus, his head buried in his hands right now, laughing about what we were doing off air. I was saying outlandish things as I typically do. Myself, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, the sexy Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman running your video, Gavin Dawson on vacation this week. Hope everybody's having as much fun as we are right here on a hump day. We got Rangers GM Chris Young coming up at 4:20, but right now I did want to play some audio, bussing with the boys. Josh Allen, your Buffalo Bills quarterback, he's talking about all the drama, all the reports that have gone on from the past month with Stephon Diggs. Can you let us know the truth? What's happening? What's the beef between you and Diggs, Josh Allen?
The Stephon Diggs stuff going on. Can you talk about your relationship with him?
Yeah, I love him. That's my guy. Like, what the media has blown this so far out of proportion. Right, like we are in rookie or mini camp. We're not playing a game for 4 months. He doesn't show up one day. He's still there. You know, coach asked him to go home. We were in talks and discussions of trying to resolve some things, and it wasn't anything major. And media just blew it up. And they're still talking about it. It's just like, let it go, let it go. There's no reason to continue talking about it. He was on the field with us the next day. You know, it was not a big deal.
True or fart? Is he deflecting or is this accurate? I'm leaning true. I really think the two of them are fine, and this is more of an offensive philosophy. You know, Stephon Diggs wants to have his voice heard, and I think that that's very common in the NFL. And I know it was happening here in Dallas, where Kellen Moore made his own decisions. Other players would voice something. Kellen Moore would not take it and run with that, and I think it rubbed other players the wrong way, and I think that's really what the heart of the issue is with Stephon Diggs right now.
What did Sean McDermott say? That in his press
he said he was concerned.
Okay,
and he sent the player home. The player is there and he gets sent home. Something happened.
You know, and I understand him blaming the media and nothing wrong and all that stuff. Your coach brought attention to this. Your coach was the one that opened up that door. He could have said, "Hey, I sent Diggs home early. You know, he's dealing with something. We're good." You know, but no, he comes out and says he has concern for the player.
Mm-hmm.
What do you're the one that's, you know, you're bringing it on your players by saying it that way. You're the one creating the story. You're the one telling everybody like, whoa, wait a minute, alerting people. Whoa, maybe there's something wrong here. You know, Sean McDermott is a veteran NFL coach. He could have handled that a lot differently, and they wouldn't have had that problem.
Yeah, I think that added, at least for me, like when I read that, I'm like, okay, this is for real. And a player being sent home, I mean, there must have been, you know, quite the spout back and forth, so tempers flared a little bit. I do think there's something going on here.
I think there is something going on.
I would expect Josh Allen to say exactly what he just said.
Sure.
You're trying to temper everything and keep everything down. But
I do think the relationship between just specifically Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, I think they're okay.
I would say they're okay, but am I wrong about their coach making it a big deal?
No, he did, and I think that that's where this stems from. That's why my belief is it's a communication problem between offensive coordinator, Sean McDermott's certainly a factor of that as well, maybe the general manager, Brandon Beane. I think it's stuff to do with that off the field compared to just a personal Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs beef, which is kind of what people took and ran with this.
Well, that's the last time that we saw them on the field together.
Sure.
It was palms up in the snow in Buffalo, like, what are you doing, bro? You know, and you could see, like, the quarterback coach or whoever's responsible for visiting with Josh Allen kept looking down his pad, then looking up, and Josh wouldn't acknowledge him. Josh would not look up and, I mean, I guarantee you he's sitting there listening to Diggs like, bro, seriously, bro, what, I mean, and Allen didn't acknowledge him. He kept his head down. He was looking at the pad, And you see the glances a couple different times from the
You
coach.
do, and it's stuff that we've seen from Brady on the sideline.
Yeah.
Isn't talked about. Not a big deal. When Des Bryant did it, became a big deal. Then you hear the audio of it. Des isn't doing anything wrong. He's just being flamboyant and sharing his passion and
We're
emotion.
the best at this. Nobody can beat us at this.
In the moment, I think people take that stuff negatively, and it's not always negative.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I felt like that the Bills, their head coach, Sean McDermott, could have handled that in a lot different way, and it would have gone away. It would have totally gone away. He made it sound like that his player was in emotional distress over this. And, and maybe he was. Maybe at the time he was. But he sure opened up a can of worms he shouldn't have.
Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%.
Can
All right.
of worms.
Let's slide into, speaking of the can of worms, let's slide into the Wooly Bully Top 10, shall we? National Graham Cracker Day. I've got America's top 10 most popular cracker brands of all time. I did get people on the text and on Twitter. I asked the question. They said Triscuits. Another person said Larry Bird. So people can take this the way that they want to take it.
I like that, man. Texting your favorite Caucasian athlete of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put my first name in the hat. Brian Cardinal, the custodian.
Love Brian Cardinal.
Greatest Caucasian Maverick of all time.
Because I know somebody will call me out for not bringing this guy up, and we love him dearly. I'll give a vote to Derek Holland, who we just saw. Because we did a top 10 Rangers list. I didn't mention Derek Holland, and somebody called me out on it, and I felt bad. It's like, well, crap. I do see Derek regularly. I should have thrown you a bone, buddy.
Yeah.
It's my fault. I was a bad friend. That's on me. Slap me in the face.
Worst case, outside looking in, number 11. Just missed the cut kind of thing.
Yeah.
But he should have been
He's an OLI.
at the very least in the conversation.
In terms of just, your cracker brands, certainly I love graham crackers, but LA, do you have like a go-to, or do you eat a lot of these? I mean, do you want to throw in
y'all are wild, bro.
Joe Biden? Or?
Y'all are wild, bro. Uncle Cracker, how about that?
I said Uncle Cracker. Yeah.
What's the maybe the Ritz little things that you can put the squeeze cheese on? I like the squeeze cheese. I ain't gonna lie. I like the squeeze cheese.
Dude, I do too, man.
I said that one
Ritz
day.
crackers are so good.
I said the squeeze cheese thing, and everybody kind of gave me the look like I was from Mars or something.
Squeeze cheese, is that like out of the can?
The can, and it has the
Cheese Whiz, or whatever it's called.
Cheese Whiz. I've always called it Cheese Whiz, but I know what you're saying.
Dawson lost his mind. You two looked at me like, what the hell is he talking about?
Well, I will say that's the first time I'd heard it referenced, but I knew in my mind exactly what you were talking about.
I thought Broadus was talking about I thought you said you could just go cheese into the mouth like people do with the whipped cream.
That's what it was.
I thought that's what
I'll
it was,
tell
when
you,
you're like sort of drinking it out of the can.
There's people that do that.
Right.
You're
one of them. Now we're reliving what that conversation was, but that's why we were looking at you like jaw on the floor.
You get blasted enough, you will do stuff like that.
Oh, you know me. I'll do anything.
Yeah.
I have a problem.
He's constantly getting blasted.
He's strung out.
Jeez, walked right into that. That was actually really good. Touche, sir. Number 10 is the Triscuit crackers. The originals.
Man, that's a cottonmouth situation.
Yes,
that is
the Triscuit is not a good cracker by itself. You have to have something delicious that you're putting on it.
A meat or a cheese.
Yeah, you can make a little cracker sandwich.
It is like eating a piece of glass.
Yeah. By itself, absolutely not. Give me some flavored cream cheese or something that you got to put on there. Maybe a good 7-layer dip or a buffalo chicken dip, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's got to have something that's going to help out.
I think everything that you named is awful on a Triscuit.
Well, you just have terrible taste buds.
You just go with your Cheese Whiz?
Well, you need to stick to your wheelhouse, which is Cajun food and barbecue.
I'm just telling you, though, the Triscuit is a terrible cracker.
So nothing goes good on it?
Nothing goes good on it.
So you just avoid the Triscuit at all costs?
If you're serving Triscuits to people, you don't care about them.
Okay.
That's
that's a good take.
I think it is the bottom of the cracker ranking.
You tried to put the lipstick on the pig.
Well, I'm going to salvage it when I can. You know me. I'll try and spin a positive on anything, damn it.
Well, that's just an awful
I think I sold it. I think somebody out there's thinking, you know what? I need a Triscuit with
Honestly,
that.
you kind of had me at the cream cheese thing. I hadn't really considered
No,
that
I
one.
did. I know my audience.
I think that's a good move.
Number
469 just hit the number 1, though.
Yeah, the chicken and biscuit.
The chicken and biscuit cracker is, and Walchuk, shockingly enough, okay, this was a huge
Is that
upset.
a Keebler thing?
Walchuk hasn't. The first time Walchuk tried a chicken and biscuit cracker was like in the last 3 or 4 years.
It's Nabisco.
Which is crazy. The chicken and biscuit crackers.
Which I didn't know either until I looked in the mirror, Lucius.
Just look down, you'll know.
Oh, Bryce, come on, bro. That wasn't even necessary.
That was impressive, bro.
That's something that I did realize at birth.
1 mini shots.
Nothing beats there is no cracker flavor better than the chicken and biscuit.
Oh, I love
flavor.
them. I mean, so Colby Sapp is the one that showed me these during a show one
Blown
day.
away by that, man.
I was like, oh my gosh, these are delicious. What did I do? I was still living in Denton at the time, in an apartment there, trying to keep the college rent as long as I could. I went immediately to the Walmart in Denton off 380. I bought myself a box. About an hour later, that box was consumed.
Yeah, it's gone, dude. It packs so much flavor. It doesn't need anything. It doesn't need the meat or the cheese to accompany it.
Delicious.
Obviously, I mean, that's a heck of a thing you're doing there if you're going with cheese and the meat with the chicken and biscuit. I mean, that's a flavor
Flavor bomb.
dream. That's a flavor bomb.
Yeah.
But
Delicious.
I don't think you're beating that one, dude. I really don't think you are.
Number 9 are the Toasteds crackers. You can get them in a party pack.
I don't know about this one.
Toasted.
They're the 9th best-selling brand of all time. Number 8 are the Club crackers.
Oh, yeah, green box.
There's
Green box.
That's a versatile cracker.
That's
right
Kellogg's. Okay, so
Yeah.
this one's approved.
This is very versatile, yes.
All right. Number 7, we got Animal crackers.
Man.
Animal crackers in my soup. Hey.
What about the ones with the icing on?
Down to loop to
Those would qualify as well. Yeah.
I like animal crackers. I do. I haven't had them in
I
a
haven't
long
had them in
time.
too long to
but
tell you, but I liked them as a kid.
Still come in that bad looking box?
Like the old school Barnum and Barnum's Animal Cracker
Yeah,
box.
it's like
That's
a
one they're showing
circus
here.
wagon box?
Yeah, I don't know if they still do. I don't see them at the store like that.
No, I don't know.
But I'm not
They were
really
in like a
searching them
big-
out.
I thought they were in like a big see-through sort of jug.
Sometimes you can get them like
cheese
that.
balls.
Yes, those were what like my grandparents would have.
Saw
growing
Andy
up.
Reid eat those cheese balls out of that big old bucket.
That's not surprising.
He was hilarious.
What a great picture I have in my mind.
Way too low, and maybe the rest of America doesn't know about them like I didn't know about them, but the chicken and a biscuit cracker is number 6.
Wow, dude. I don't think it's as mainstream as it should be.
It should be more mainstream.
Which is bringing this down. I think if everyone in America actually had tried it,
Be number
I
1.
think it'd be a consensus top 4 for sure.
It'd be in the conversation with the Cheez-Its
It's
and
a Mount
the
Rushmore.
Ritz.
So the
Absolutely.
Cheez-It is a cracker.
The Cheez-It's a cracker.
Okay.
The goldfish.
The
Yep.
goldfish. Oh, the goldfish is a cracker.
Number 5 is the Honey Maid graham crackers
Yeah.
on National Graham Cracker Day. And those are the OGs. I don't know of another type. That's it.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Of another type of like the graham cracker. I've never bought another box other than the Honey Maids.
Oh, yeah, like the off-brand
Like
of graham
brands.
cracker.
Yeah, that's the only brand that I know.
They may have monopolized that thing.
Number
You can't
2
break the off-brand joints. My pops gets everything off-brand. You can't break the off-brand joints. You got to eat a whole slice of a graham cracker. It's about the size of college ruled paper, bro.
It's the biggest s'mores of all time.
Lucius, you're not lying because I tried to use them one time for crust, and even with a rolling pin, I couldn't get
break
them
the
things
thing,
That's
broken up.
amazing.
Yeah.
Number 4 on the top 10 most popular cracker brands of all time on National Graham Cracker Day is the original Zesta Saltine crackers, big red box.
Zesta.
The Zesta
Is
Saltines.
there like a flavor?
They're good in.
They're just like plain crackers, right?
Yeah, you just put them in chowders, chilies, soups.
Good stuff.
Good by itself.
Chowder crackers
If you're
are
having a
really good.
stomach ache or something, you can't really keep things down.
Ginger ale and that cracker.
Have a little bit of that.
And a nap.
Number 3, Lucius nailed it. Goldfish crackers.
Let's go.
Nice.
At number 3, those have a bunch of flavors.
Yeah, I was going to say, the
drop
ones with the
those too
super
much.
flavors on there
Yeah, yeah.
really good.
Number 2 is Ritz crackers.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a big Ritz fan.
Dude, Ritz are,
Got
Ritz,
a buttery taste to them.
You don't need, that's a cracker you do not need
Yes,
anything.
they do have a buttery taste.
Yeah.
And that's great. Didn't you use Ritz when you made the crawfish pie?
Yes.
Didn't you use, and you could taste them. It was so delicious.
I used
man.
that as the crust, yeah.
It was so good.
Kind of a good binder. I know people that like crush them up and put them like
For like meatloafs or meatballs, things like that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, shout out to IndyCar Tim. Wheat Thins rule. Wheat Thins are good.
Wheat Thins are special.
But number 1 most popular cracker brand in America, Cheez-Its.
Man, that's highly overrated.
People love their Cheez-Its. Oh.
Cheez-Its. It's a little kid cracker.
Wow.
It's like if you want to just make sure, here, give them a snack, give them those Cheez-Its.
So an adult palate shouldn't have an appreciation for the Cheez-It? I think you're out of your damn gourd over there.
Shout out to Larry Bird.
You got 3 kids. You know exactly what I'm talking
This
about.
is your day.
Even my adult palate still appreciates
No, you
the
don't.
Cheez-It.
No, you don't.
Love the Cheez-It.
You're
Just like I love the goldfish.
Why are you lying right now?
I listen, man. I am not lying. I consider the Cheez-It every
He
time I
would
go to the
never
vending
lie
machine
about that. I can see how serious his face is right
I mean,
now.
it's the Cheez-It. How many people do you know that don't like the Cheez-It?
Just Brian.
Me.
Just Brian.
You're a one of one.
I don't know. Maybe we can ask
Early nominee,
CY.
Bleep Hole of the Week.
Does CY enjoy a Cheez-It? Maybe he's another one that hasn't. Rangers general manager Chris Young joins us next on The Fan.
It is the home of the Rangers, and it is time to catch up with Chris Young, the general manager of the AOS #1 baseball team. What a month this is going to be. What a month it is already. And lots to get to when it comes to our Texas Rangers. Let's barrel right into it. It is draft week. Happy belated 4th of July to you, Chris. Is this, between the draft and the trade deadline, is July the biggest month for you personally in terms of the entire calendar year?
Hey guys, yes, it is. It's a stressful month. There's a lot going on, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lot more fun this year as compared to the last couple years in terms of the month of July with the draft and then trade deadline shortly following the draft. So I think it's a great opportunity for the organization from the amateur side and certainly where the team is in terms of the big league side, and we're really excited about the month ahead.
Well, we were pumped last week. We already got a move made. See, while you're wheeling and dealing, baby. Aroldis Chapman, we haven't gotten to talk with you since you made the move. How did that come about? And what kind of combos have you had with him? Because he seems like maybe the most intimidating individual in baseball.
Well, to answer the first question, the second question first, we've had a lot of great conversations with him. He's been very pleasant and easygoing. We did a lot of background work on him. Obviously, there's been some controversy in his past, and we wanted to make sure we knew the player we were getting before we completed the deal. And once we acquired him, had several conversations with him. He's been wonderful. He's motivated. He wants to win. He's happy to be here. He's excited to help the team, and we think he's a great addition to our bullpen. So we're really happy he's here. In terms of how it transpired and what led up to it, I think that as we evaluated kind of the first 80 games of the season and where we are as a team, the bullpen is an area of need, and I think that just adding a little more leverage inning type player to the back of the bullpen where he's going to make Josh Sborz better, he's going to make Will Smith better, he's going to give us an option on days where we don't have Will Smith or Josh Sborz, and I think he makes everybody better. He makes us deeper in the bullpen, and it was an area of need. We felt like there was an opportunity to get him, and we did it.
See, why you mentioned that you did some background checking on the player, and I just wonder as your new role as the general manager and, the experiences that you've gained along the way so far, is it one of those things where you sit down and scouts are talking to you about it and, your other departments are talking about it and then you come to your decision? Is it one of those things? Does it sit solely on your plate once you hear all the reasonings why and why not?
Yes, it does. Ultimately, I have to make a decision based on the information we have, and if it doesn't go well, I need to be responsible and accountable and answer for the decision. So I want to make sure that we have a very good system and process in place. And it does incorporate a lot of different information from a lot of different people. And we want to be as thorough as possible. And sometimes that can complicate things, but oftentimes it helps us make better decisions. And so we really check a lot of different boxes when we make these decisions, whether it's regarding Chapman or any other player that we acquire. We want to make sure that we've done a very thorough background check in terms of just understanding who the player is and how they fit our culture, our chemistry, and why they'll make us better from a baseball standpoint.
Rangers general manager Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Eric asked you about just how busy this time of year is. How do you balance, because we've got the draft coming up on Sunday, and then also with your time spent on that, then also being willing to just pull the trigger when a trade presents itself, like with Chapman last week?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of work that leads up to both, and it starts with our, on the draft side, our amateur scouting department. They've done a tremendous job, really, since last year's draft of scouting this draft class and making sure that we're in the best position possible coming into the draft. And so Kip and Josh Boyd and Adam Lukowitz have done a tremendous job of really preparing us for the draft this coming week. Likewise, our pro scouting department has done a tremendous job in terms of prepping for the trade deadline. We've done a lot of meetings and organizational reviews as we prep. We don't know who's going to be buyers, who's going to be sellers leading up to the deadline, so we really need to prepare for every team. And sometimes just baseball deals present themselves, even if two teams are buyers or two teams are sellers. So credit goes to the group for the work that they've done. I think they've put us in a good position to be able to balance both. And probably the hardest part of this is not just the draft itself, but you have a couple weeks to sign your drafted players. And so that really is what pushes up against the deadline. You hope that you have deals in place draft night or shortly thereafter, but that's not always the case, and these deals can stretch out. Negotiations can stretch out for a couple weeks, and that does push up against the deadline, and that's the hard part of this, is managing both aspects of the amateur draft and the trade deadline. But it is what it is. It's the schedule. All 30 teams are dealing with it, and like I said, we're in a great position to actually be buying this year versus selling.
Chris, as you get ready for the draft, I hope all those tags start glowing for you. I just hope they all just start on that board, just start glowing when they're going to be Hall of Fame players. I think that would be great for you. But I was going to ask you, how many in the NFL, we would always do these mock drafts and stuff like that. Do they do that in baseball? Do you sit down and just run through, like, okay, if this scenario happens in front of us, and if this scenario happens in front of, how much of that do you really do, or is that something that baseball really doesn't look at all?
Well, where we're picking right now, I think it's important that we do those scenarios. And so in our draft room over the last couple of weeks, we've done a lot of different hypothetical situations where, hey, we learned something about player X, a medical condition that we weren't expecting. What does that mean? Where do we go? Is this something that would dissuade us from pursuing or choosing the player or not? But I think all of those things are valuable in terms of your preparation. I think it leads to greater conviction in the moment when you have to make it, and you just never know how the draft is going to transpire, so you want to make sure you're prepared for all scenarios.
Do you have a situation where, like, and I know in the NFL as well, we used to kind of get violent about the passion we had about our players and defending. Does that happen with you guys? I mean, do you have to, like, hey, listen, you need to settle your ass down right now, okay? And I mean, do you have to have those conversations?
You're pinning Kip up against the wall.
No, I mean, some of the greatest conversations, I mean, Randy Moss was one. I mean, where scouts are fighting coaches with words in a way. Does that happen in the baseball world?
Oh, absolutely, and that's what you want. I want a room full of a spirited debate and really passionate discussion about the players. That's what we're all here to do. And these scouts have spent years studying these players. If they're college players, they saw them 3 years ago coming through the amateur draft, and if they're high school players, they've been following them for a few years. And they've put in time, effort. They've made sacrifices in their lives, and to hear the passion that these guys have for the players is tremendous. And so I want a spirited debate. We do lay ground rules at the beginning of the draft discussions, though. We state the rules. We say, look, this is a team environment. At the end of the day, we're going to disagree, but we're going to walk out of this room in agreement that we support each other, we support the decisions that are made, and we're going to be respectful in the way we fight for our players that we believe in. But I think it's healthy to have that spirited debate. I really embrace it.
I'll tell you what, I'd love to work for you then. I love stuff like that. If you could stand up there and understand it's not personal, but you could fight for players all day. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of great drafts, sir. You really are doing it that way.
Well, I appreciate that. I really mean that. It's really important that our scouts love players, because this is what the game's about. It's about the players. It's the way we operate every single day. We're here to serve our players and get the best out of them. And if we love the players and we believe in the players, that's going to come through, and they're gonna return the favor when we show that kind of passion.
For some fans that maybe aren't as educated on this year's draft, they've been enjoying everything that the big league club's doing. What are some of the strengths and weaknesses of this year's draft class?
Well, I think it's a deep draft, and I think what we're seeing is, the after effects of really COVID, where it pushed back the college season. Kids got an extra year of college eligibility. Some of the college players are a little bit older this year. The top of the draft is very, very strong. It's obviously with position players, there's some pitchers at the top that are very good as well, but the position player crop is really, really solid. And there's some very talented high school players. I think by all accounts, and look, I haven't been doing this long enough to determine what is a great, strong draft class and what is not, but by all accounts, and all the external pundits, this is a very good draft class, and we're fortunate to be picking at the top of it.
Hey, Chris, is there certain media members, when you're looking for information, do you ever find yourself following certain media members in their mocks or their discussions about what's being said, beat writers, things like that? Does that give you any kind of direction? I know you ultimately have to make the decision, but are there media members, and you don't have to name, but do you follow any of these guys to kind of get an idea of where this thing might go?
Well, we do follow a lot of mock drafts, and a lot of the scouts, the external scouts, media members or former scouts that are now working for national publications are pretty well plugged in, and so sometimes they have information that is useful or helpful. They're hearing things, they're hearing rumors, and 9 times out of 10 those things aren't true, but every so often they are true, and so. Again, it's part of the process. We really try to leave no stone unturned in terms of understanding information and being prepared. And really, that's our job. You only get one crack at it, so we better be prepared. And I think that's part of what makes a successful draft.
Rangers general manager Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. With the way Leote's been playing at center field, and Evan Carter's obviously been dominant in the minor leagues. Has there been any thought to maybe giving Evan Carter some run in left field, because that feels like more of the big league need for the Rangers right now than opposed to what with what Leote's done at center field?
No, we really haven't thought about that. I mean, I think most importantly, we're focused on Evan's development, and he's done a great job. He's continuing to improve. He's been really hot the last couple weeks, and he's playing a very good center field. And so, I'm kind of the belief that if you can play a solid center field, you can move off center field and play a pretty good corner outfield as well. So if Evan continues to show what he's been able to do in center field, then I don't think that eliminates him from being able to move off to a corner position. But that's not a discussion that we're having at this point.
Well, one of your other top draft picks from a couple years ago, Jack Leiter, seemed like he had a good May, then fell back a little bit in June just from the outside looking in. What are you guys thinking right now of Jack Leiter's development?
Yeah, I always say pitching development is not linear. It's not just this one path straight to the big leagues. And I experienced this as a player. I had good seasons, I had good months, I had bad months, and that's never going to change. Now, what we have seen is continued development. We've seen continued improvement in his stuff. There have been spurts of really, really good success, even dominant at certain times. But there's still a lack of consistency that he's going to need to be a major league contributor. It doesn't mean it's not going to come. It just means that he needs more reps, more innings, and more experience. And that's part of the development on pitching. And you can never truly predict how fast it's going to happen. What I can say is, he has the talent. We have no doubt about that. He's got multiple pitches that are of big league quality. It's just really the repetition, the consistency that's separating him right now. And we believe that, given the makeup of the player, the competitiveness, the work ethic, it's just a matter of time before it all comes together and clicks. But, I can't predict when that's going to be.
CY6 Texas Rangers named to the All-Star game, the most among any American League team. How rewarding was that for you and the club?
Well, it's really special, and I think what's most important as I reflect on this is that 4 of the players were elected as starters by the fans, and so I think it speaks to our fan base and how passionate they are to elect 4 of our players as starters for the All-Star game. Really, our fan base rallied, and it was pretty cool to see that. I can't give our fans enough credit for getting our players there. And then the other 2 players with Nathan Eovaldi and Adolis, who were reserves, who were selected in the player vote, I think it speaks to the season they're having. So to have 6 Rangers representing our club at the All-Star game, it just makes me so proud. It makes me so happy for our fan base, and I hope it's a sign of what's to come here as an organization as we continue to have a lot of successful, really good Major League players year in, year out.
Did you get a chance to sneak in a July 4th hot dog or two?
We had a family celebration last night. We were able to spend a little time with the family. We took 2 days off from draft meetings and then back at it, getting ready for Sunday. It's a big week for us, and so our scouts got to go home and be with their families for a couple of days, but it's time to go now and get back after it, and we're really excited for the next week.
I'm going to take that as a yes, that you did have the hot dog.
I had the cheeseburger, but we had hot dogs.
Okay, fair enough. The cheeseburger wins. Now, what usually goes on the Chris Young hot dog? Are you just keeping it simple, the mustard man like myself?
Mustard, ketchup, and chopped onions.
Oof. Good call.
That is a great call.
That's a man who's getting it done right there.
Yeah, absolutely great call.
Chris Young, we appreciate it, my friend. Enjoy the rest of the week, and good luck this weekend.
You guys, happy belated 4th. Hope you guys have had a great week, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Go get him, GM.
Thank you.
Rangers general manager Chris Young. My gosh, always a good time. Wealth of knowledge. MLB draft this weekend. I know Basky with Baseball Nuggets tomorrow is going to have a full wall-to-wall Rangers draft conversation. It's going to be absolutely outstanding. Coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, let's have a little July 4th roundup. July 4th in beer, that's what America does. And these ESPN broadcasters, they got caught in the moment, okay? And they committed a take foul in the worst way possible. That's next right here in the Nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ.
Is unhittable. GM Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20. A double dose of manager Bruce Bochy, Tuesdays at 12:20 and before each game. A top Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation Tuesday afternoons at 3:20. Our Straight Up Texas podcast featuring first baseman Nathaniel Lowe with Jared Sandler on the Odyssey app and everywhere podcasts are found. Pull back the curtain opinions with former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, we are your proud home of the Rangers with post-game shows after every game. Let's enjoy this Rangers ride together right here on The Fan.
Yes. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry! Hurry, people! The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
About to do some around the 4th of July. We got some great audio for you. Eric is going to give us some beer numbers as well. Always look forward to cracking coldies on the 4th. Hope everyone had a good one, Eric.
Yes, me too. Segment's brought to you by Soda State of the Art Weight Loss and the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. We will get to the beer in just a second, but at one point, as Joey Jaws was going for the 16th mustard belt, and he completed that mission. The ESPN broadcasters, listen, I think we've all been caught up in the moment before, you know, and maybe you start talking out of turn, you get super hyperbolic potentially, and extremely knee-jerk, you know, and I get that. Joey Giles will bring that out of you. He's an inspiration.
Is this like John Anderson?
I honestly am not. Let me see if I can pull up the names.
Hello there, Mr. Anderson.
I don't think John Anderson is doing Nathan's hot dog
It used
play-by-play.
to be Paul Page, who used to do Indy 500s.
Okay.
I think John Anderson was on the call for this one.
Well, maybe it's John Anderson, but it is two ESPN broadcasters doing the play-by-play of Joey Chestnut doing his thing. But they started getting a little bit weird. This is right there towards the end of the competition. Chestnut wins, and then listen to this just egregious take foul.
16. It's unbelievable. Makes Bill Russell look...
Yeah, puts Bill Russell, the late, great Bill Russell, in terms of rings. Yep, pedestrian indeed. Although Bill Russell, an all-time great. We're back with more. We want to hear from the...
Yeah, I heard that live, and I was kind of thinking, this is a little cringe right now.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my reaction, too. I'm like... And this guy knew it, too. He says, it makes Bill Russell, and then he pauses.
Yeah, he stops.
He just completely lets
He
go.
knew he shouldn't have did that, bro. He knew it. But he was like, well, I'm going to go ahead and slide down this slide.
I guess I'm just going to say pedestrian.
I'm going to just go ahead and do it.
And then the problem is he sets up his partner for complete failure, and this guy just leans into it like, yeah, you know what? Joey Chestnut did just make Bill Russell look like a bit of a loser.
What a play by me.
So, yes, it was John Anderson, and it's Rick Shea who is making the the not-so-good
That's
joke.
why you need Paul Page at this thing. Paul Page is not going to make that mistake. Paul Page is up for the big moments. You know, he's not going to...
He's a guy who's going to rise to the occasion.
He's going to rise to the occasion. He knows a champion when he's seen a champion before.
Yeah.
But he's not going to, do what John Anderson
just a sideswipe, the
Dang
late,
it,
great
Johnny.
Bill Russell.
Yeah.
Is not the move on July 4th. Apparently, yesterday, July 4th, 2023, was the hottest day recorded in the history, with global temperatures reaching an average of 62.92 degrees Fahrenheit, which I guess if you just the global around the world average temperature, that's the highest day recorded in history.
Jeez.
So, which makes sense if you look at my face. And if I was shirtless right now, you guys would be blown
My
away.
back got a little bit
The
effed
amount
as
of
well,
sun
man.
I got.
Is it too late for sunblock over there?
It is. Yeah, it's too late now. Now I'm just dunking my body in aloe vera.
Yeah.
To cool this thing down.
Do you peel?
I have before. I don't anticipate I'll peel here, but I could be wrong. You could see me tomorrow where my nose and my forehead are just sort of coming
Does it
apart.
hurt?
I'm rooting for it.
It hurts. It doesn't really hurt too bad, but
That's good.
It's definitely
So
is
somebody slaps
beaming
you on the
red.
back right now.
I think that would hurt. I think any back slap
That would be
hurts.
sore.
Remember when Jim Harbaugh did that to God, gosh.
Who was that to?
Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, that's right.
It was the Jim on Jim situation.
Yeah, they chased him down.
Did he slap him in the rear?
He gave him a slap on. No, it was like a back, kind of like high above.
He thought he was coming over for like the
shake,
and Schwartz instead wanted to fight him, and he's running over like a little rodent, getting in his face.
Sunburn or not, you don't want to get slapped on the back.
No.
Now I have
slapped on the rear too is another one you don't want to.
Well, that's a little just an attaboy. Let you know I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, I have the most popular July 4th beer by state, based on geotagged Twitter data and hashtags. Okay,
Shinerbach.
So very inexact science here.
Yidling.
But
I'm going to say Corona for you.
You think Corona will be? What do you think is the most popular beer by state? Like
Modelo.
How many? Which one had the most states? Modelo. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, there you go.
My friend,
Let's
Modelo
go.
is the #1 beer in the country yesterday, according to the inexact science that we are using.
It's awesome.
12 states.
Yeah.
12 states.
Super cold. It's one of the best beers you can drink.
I'm going to agree with that,
cold,
man.
yeah.
Modelo's delicious.
The Modelo is
Put a little
really
salt
dang
in
good.
there.
That and Dos Equis are my go-tos.
Well, it ended up being #2. Was tied, actually. We had a
Dos
tie.
Equis?
It was not Dos Equis.
Okay,
Dos
wait,
Equis
hang on.
doesn't make an appearance in the top 5, actually.
Okay, was it one of those Samuel Adams
Nope.
kind of
It's
summer,
just your
summer
run of the
beers?
mill. These are just
Is
your
he-
run of the mill
so no Yingling.
domestics. Well, I guess Yingling.
'Cause I know that's pretty popular.
Yingling had 8 states. It came in, I guess, 4th.
So could this?
Tied.
I'm going to go with
How about just
Bud Light.
How about Coors? Yeah, Coors.
Bud Light's not winning many awards.
Yeah, it's
right
just
now
a big. It's just big. It's all over the country.
Well, you could say Bud.
It is no longer a part
Right.
of the country.
that issue.
There's a lot
Okay.
going on with the
Yep,
Bud Light
That's
stuff.
true. That's
how
all
about,
right.
how about just a Coors?
Coors and Miller Lite tied for 11 states.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tied for second. Now, Coors is starting to make an imprint here locally. I don't know if you guys are seeing the billboards and the waterfall. That's always been a Miller Lite waterfall.
It's a Coors Light one.
It's a Coors Light one.
And
Yeah,
it's-
that's been switched.
I think it's Pat Mahomes.
I was going to say, I think it's the
I
Pat
really
Mahomes
do.
effect as well. Coors is leaning
Miller's-
into the DFW marketing right now.
Hasn't Miller and Coors combined? Aren't they one beer together?
I guess
They've
they're.
combined.
Oh, they are
I
now,
guess
aren't
they're
they?
overarching.
Yeah, they've combined. Miller.
Yeah, they're
Miller-
all part of
Miller
the
Coors,
Anheuser-Busch family now,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
but I'm seeing a lot more Coors around here.
Anheuser-Busch is owned by a company called InBev.
Oh, the
which
InBev.
is European.
Got it.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Yingling and Michelob Ultra round out the list here. They both had 8 states where that beer was
Well,
#1.
wanna just-
Texas was, of course, Modelo. And really just all from California all the way to Florida, just those southern states, just lighten up Modelo. And then once you get into the Rocky Mountains and that neck of the woods, you get a lot of Coors. And then
Love it.
I guess in the Michigan sort of area, the Great Lakes
Wait a
area.
minute, wait.
That's where Miller Lite is
Okay,
crushing.
I was going to try and guess. So it's Miller's all the Millers up there in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Michigan?
it looks like that Michigan area.
No love for the Natty Light.
No love for the Natty.
Yo, what's wrong with the beer we got?
Yeah, come on.
Well, Modelo is the beer of the country right now.
Keith Stone.
It's the league leader on July 4th at least.
Well, thank you very much for that,
Free
Eric.
beer's the best beer.
We are just over 20 minutes away from getting to catch up with our buddy Jared Sandler, who is out at Fenway, going to get you ready for Rangers and Red Sox Game 2 as the Rangers look to take the first 2 games of this series. But we'll hit you with Around the Bases. Coming up on the other side, some injury news to tell you about, an all-star gift and midseason grades. That's next on The Fan. I do want to tell you about...
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 5, about to give you a real round tripper, as the general likes to call. We'll go around the bases here in just a moment as we get you set for Rangers, Red Sox coming up at the top of the hour. And Jared Sandler will visit with us coming up in about 15 minutes or so. John Gray getting the ball today for the Rangers as they look to continue winning in Fenway. That has been challenging to do for the Texas Rangers, but they got the July 4th victory yesterday. Dane Dunning absolutely outstanding again. And I do want to remind everybody, tomorrow we've got Sean and RJ. They're doing the tour. It's going to begin actually on Friday, July 7th. You can go out and see Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Firehouse number 9 from 5:30 to 10 a.m. It's 121 West Polo Road, just south of I-20 and north of Joe Pool Lake. Shouldn't be a bunch of Tolo bumper stickers powered by C4 Energy. They're going to have some energy drinks out there. It's going to be fun to go out there and hang out with Sean, RJ, and Bobby for a live morning show on Friday. Gentlemen, there was some injury news to tell you about, and it does impact the Rangers within the division. Mike Trout got hurt yesterday. He has a wrist fracture. He's likely to be sidelined through the MLB deadline. It could be 4 to 6 weeks for Mike Trout. He suffered the injury when he fouled back an 0-1 pitch from Nick Martinez in the 7th inning, and he's got one of those hammock bone fractures. And we've heard, those ones can be real nasty, man.
Real nasty, yep.
Real nasty. So that's a bummer, and I think the Halos, ever since they came in and had a successful series with the Rangers, they've dropped 6 of 7. They're now just 2 games above 500.
Yeah, they've been struggling mightily, and it all played out this way. It was 11:45 in the morning, and the Angels announced that Mike Trout fractured that bone that you had just mentioned in his left hand. And then a few hours later at 4:40, Anthony Rendon fouled a ball off his leg and left the game. He's going 10-day IL with a knee situation. And then at 5:30, you had Shohei Ohtani exiting the mound with the trainer. Now, then that ended up being a blister.
Yeah, it's just a finger blister. It's also going to mean he's not going to pitch in the All-Star game, which is a bummer. We were kicking that around like, wouldn't it be cool? You have Ohtani as the starter, and he also DHs. But I'm sure he'll still DH, but he's not going to end up pitching in the All-Star game as he suffered a cracked fingernail in the previous start, and then now his fingers got a blister developing. I mean, we saw that happen with John Gray a couple weeks ago.
Missed 2 starts.
He did. He missed a start, and then John Gray hopefully back to form tonight as he was good in his previous start as well. This was pretty cool. Speaking of the All-Star game, so we have the Padres and the the Dodgers are playing, and the 35-year-old Clayton Kershaw got into the All-Star game. And I don't think he's going to end up competing. He's making some room for David Bednar, who also got in there. But David Bednar left Clayton Kershaw a gift to just congratulate him because Kershaw is now on the 15-day IL, which opened up that spot. So Bednar with replacing Kershaw, ended up writing a note, filling a cooler full of beer and leaving it in the Dodgers dugout just to say, hey, thank you very much, Clayton, for allowing me to now be in my first All-Star game.
There you go, man. There you go. That's how you do it. That's how you take care of a veteran. Do we know what it was? You got him a case of
Modelo.
Case of Modelo, the number 1 beer in the country right now.
It was IC Light, which is produced by Pittsburgh's Brewing Company. And, of course, he plays for the Pirates. Yeah. So it was waiting for Mr. Kershaw.
Rolling Rock.
Support the local businesses.
Yeah, support the locals.
Rolling Rock.
Absolutely. But I thought that was a pretty nice
Iron
gesture
City
there
beer,
from
I think.
David Bednar. Who knows? He could maybe end up being a future Ranger as well at the deadline, as they got Mitch Keller and Bednar, 2 guys that you can be looking at to maybe want to add to the Rangers. But Nelson Cruz, former Ranger, he's been designated for assignment as the Padres have ended their tenure with the former Ranger through 152 plate appearances, DHing this year. He's got 23 RBIs, 5 homers. His OPS is under 400, batting average under 250. And the Padres, of course, are one of, if not the biggest disappointments in all of baseball.
Let's think about this. We need a DH, right?
Yes.
You could consider, if you didn't want to make a move to add a bat, you could consider bringing in Nelson Cruz if you wanted to.
I mean, the numbers don't say do it, but
he's 43 years old, and I just wonder now if it's just time.
Hell of a run, right?
Oh, an amazing career. An
43 years
amazing
old.
career.
Yeah, phenomenal.
So we can't bring in a 43-year-old bat, right?
I think you could probably do better. I mean, look, hell, I wouldn't mind you sign to a 10-day deal or something. You try it out, nostalgia purposes. But there are a lot of Ranger fans that will never forget 2011, and they will forever hate Nelson Cruz. I am not one. You don't get to those World Series without Nelly.
No.
But I don't know that that's a move. The Rangers are a serious contender. I don't know that they'd be looking to do that. But who knows?
Bringing in somebody.
It might be a cheap look.
Bringing in a DH.
It would be. It would be a cheap look.
Yeah.
100% it would be.
And with the way these coaches have gotten this lineup to bat the way that they've been batting, I mean, maybe you could catch a little lightning in the bottle there in the twilight.
Him hitting ninth wouldn't be terrible, right? I mean, that's kind of where this DH
And hell, they've been getting some good production from their 7 through 9 hitters, so maybe he catches fire like that. Who knows? I mean, Robbie Grossman yesterday and Mitch Garver were the ones that really carried the Rangers offensively.
But up until the series yesterday,
Mitch had not been good.
That's what I'm saying. Jared Sandler was even saying, we need something big from Garver. And next thing you know, he deposits out in the center field bleachers. But
no, you could sign him and then always just designate him for assignment as well, just like what the Padres did. Just give him a look for a couple weeks and see what ends up happening.
But right now they have moments where Josh Smith is DHing for them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think if you can find a guy who can at least replace those moments, I don't think we want to see much Josh Smith doing the DH role.
Yeah.
So at least somebody from that standpoint, maybe it ends up being a McCutcheon.
Like the 972, 100% no on Nelly Cruz.
Okay.
And 817, we don't have a 40-man roster spot. What we have is better. They would have to open up room. You're absolutely right. But I'm sure that's something every team in baseball, when a player becomes available, you talk about it. You kick it around just like we did.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the answer might just be no.
Yeah. The pro scouts have watched enough of and besides, there's Ranger connections.
Yes.
On that Padres front office, right?
AJ Preller.
Yes. So you could probably get a really good answer like, bro, you don't want this guy. He's done.
No doubt.
Or man, you know what? He hadn't fit us here.
Yeah.
He just hadn't fit.
Mid-season, heading into the All-Star break, we got mid-season grades. What grade do you think the Rangers got?
A plus.
A plus.
We got the A plus.
Yeah.
The A plus, baby.
With the smiley face from the teacher too, where she shows like, hey, we weren't expecting this out of you.
We're giving you the stickers. They write, while there are some signs of offensive regressions going on, the current reality is that the Rangers right now lead their division. They boast the best run differential in all of baseball. And while I think they are probably a contender, along with the rival Astros, to add a Scherzer, add a Mitch Keller, add one of these starters to where now everybody can get pushed back and you're feeling really sexy with, say, the trade deadline deal. Then Evaldi's your number 2 again. Gray's your number 3, and then you can just go matchup based. I think right now Dane Dunning has probably earned the right to be that 4th starter with the way he's been pitching.
For sure.
But you'd be feeling pretty darn sexy. So I do think, moves still to be made, but it's definitely got to be an A+ for what this team's done through the first half of the season. It's been an unbelievable ride.
Well, they initially started the season off as the 15th best team.
Some say even lower in some ratings.
18th team,
17th, 18th, absolutely.
The fact that they've been able to, it hasn't been completely easy now.
No, it's been without DeGrom basically all year.
Yeah.
You missed a good chunk of time with Corey Seager, who was playing maybe the best baseball of his career offensively, and so you missed him for a good chunk of the time. So. Yeah, this has just been as impressive of a season as I can remember from any team.
No doubt.
Based on the expectations coming in.
It's also been a very, very impressive season for our very own Jared Sandler. He's out there at Fenway. He is enjoying all that stadium has to offer. And we will catch up with our buddy Jared Sandler. Get you set for Red Sox, Rangers. That is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up. RJ's Firehouse Tour this Friday morning in Grand Prairie at Station 9, 315 West Polo Road. Hang with Sean and RJ, our local finest, plus grab free breakfast, an energy drink, and a one-of-a-kind Tolo Sean and RJ Firehouse souvenir. Our DFW Firehouse Tour is proudly presented by Central Roofing and Restoration and by C4 Energy. We're celebrating our local heroes this summer with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Rangers pregame show coming up in 12 minutes. Rangers and Red Sox from Fenway Park. Rangers get the Game 1 victory yesterday. Can they do it again? We'll welcome in Jared Sandler momentarily. Segment's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. And now we welcome in Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, how is Boston and Fenway treating you? Did you sit in the red chair? Did you sit in the Ted Williams chair?
I sat down briefly, but I don't think it was a mistake. I shouldn't say that, but it was very hot and humid, and I jogged up the steps, that section, and then I all of a sudden started sweating. So unfortunately for Hicksy, I'm probably going to smell all game. But yeah, it's cool. You know, there's a ton of history here. You know, in addition to the complaining fans who act like they invented baseball, there's, you know, a lot of history with the Red Sox and Fenway Park. And, you know, I really enjoy walking around all ballparks and checking out some of the unique features. But, you know, it's really cool that they have that red seat, which is where Ted Williams hit, you know, what is believed to be, you know, the longest home run and, you know, in this park. And it's cool that they, you know, have something like that they identify that. And you go out there and you see the view, you know, it's nuts. You know, it's supposed to, you know, I guess as best as they can measure things back in the day, you know, this is pre-TrackMan and all that. It was 502 feet, and, you know, fitting that it was an icon like Ted Williams who hit it. And so it's really cool. You know, I'm looking out there right now, and a second ago they just had someone sitting there taking pictures, and no one's sitting there right now. But, you know, whether you sit in that seat or not, it seems like that seat gets a lot of butt action, you know, with people sitting down and taking pictures and getting up and sitting down, and different people kind of cycling in and out. So that's it's really neat. You know, it's neat to have a feature like that. And, you know, of course, you got the monster and the seats above the monster, and then you walk around the ballpark, and, you know, there's so, like I said, so much history here with the Red Sox organization, so many icons and legends of the game who have worn this uniform. You think about the fact that they've been in this park. It's kind of neat.
Jared, is the behind the scoreboard thing, that tour, totally worth it for a baseball guy like you?
Oh, I mean, it's really cool. I don't know. You know, it's not something that will be long-lived. You know, there's not a whole lot going on, and it, you know, especially this time of year, you're going to get really sweaty within 2 seconds. But
yeah,
it's cool to go back there. You know, I did it a few years ago. We'll do it again tomorrow.